Chapter 1, Pretending to be Aunt's boyfriend. Aunt Dong, I like you, please be my girlfriend. I'm 10 years older than you. We're not suitable for each other. You should find someone else. Age is not a problem, I just like you. Besides, we both did that, I feel I need to take responsibility. You don't have to take responsibility, just pretend it never happened. Aunt Dong, don't go. Xuan, can we not break up? As long as we don't break up, I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. I don't want to live a day of this kind of poverty. I don't see any hope in being with you. You have no education, no skills, and no capital. You will never get ahead in your life and will only be at the bottom of society. If you really like me, then let me go and don't drag me to suffer with you. My friend introduced me to a rich second-generation guy. He's very rich, and I've agreed to try dating him. Ding dong. The Emperor's system is binding. Ding dong, the Emperor's system has been successfully bound. Master, don't sleep anymore, it's time to get up and fight. Lin Xian, who was dreaming, suddenly heard several voices in his mind, which woke him up immediately. It took him a while to react. After thinking quickly with his confused mind, he couldn't help but speak out excitedly. What the hell, system? Have I got the system? I never thought I would get a system one day. Then I started communicating with the system in my mind. Soon, Lin Xian understood. The system elf originally had no name, and Lin Xian just gave her a name, called Little Cutie Classmate. It is easy to obtain rewards from the system. As long as the beautiful woman with perfect looks increases her affection towards him, he can obtain various rewards from the system. Rewards include cash, cars, houses, talents, martial arts, appearance, height, and other features, etc. This emotional value, of course, refers to the relationship between men and women, not family or friendship. After learning all this, Lin Xian became excited and a little impatient. There's no way, he wants to improve so much. He can't wait to reach the peak of his life and marry the beautiful, rich and beautiful Dong Xinlan. He doesn't want to spend even a second longer as a poor single man. He couldn't wait to let his ex-girlfriend know that he could also become a rich man the richest man in the world. In the dream I had before, the part about confessing my love to Aunt Dong did not happen, but the part with my ex-girlfriend did happen. He would have this dream from time to time, and every time he had this dream he would feel very uncomfortable and painful, and he wished he could become a rich man immediately. Unfortunately, he has a low level of education, no special skills, and no capital, so becoming rich quickly is just a dream for him. In addition, if he cannot gain any emotional value within a certain period of time, the system will leave him. He doesn't want to lose the super plug-in like the system. Therefore, he must hurry up and gain affection points. Lin Xian, 20 years old, came to Tianhai City to find a job as a deliveryman after graduating from high school. He originally rented a house in a very remote place. One night, he rescued a beautiful woman on his way to deliver a takeaway. Because this beautiful woman was drugged, he had sex with her. Later, he became friends with this beautiful woman, who was his current landlord, Aunt Dong Xinlan. Aunt Dong gave him a discount on the rent, which was just a symbolic amount so that he could feel comfortable with it. For just a few $100s a month, you can live in a better house than before. Dong Xinlan is not only a nice person, but also very beautiful. He fell in love with Dong Xinlan at first sight. Unfortunately, he knew that he was not worthy of the other party. No matter in which aspect, the gap between them was too big. He never dared to express it, fearing that the other party would not let him live here, so he could only secretly love her, hoping to be with her longer. After all, he is Dong Xinlan's first man. Don't ask him how he knew, the answer is there is blood. Now that he has the system, he feels like he can do it. My dear classmate, other people's systems have novice gift packages. Do you have a novice gift package? Some. Congratulations to the master for receiving the novice gift pack. Receive a reward that increases your charm by 10 points. Get the bonus martial art shadowless kick. Receive a bonus investment ability value of 10. The cute classmate in Lin Xian's mind replied. After hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly became excited and smiled. Then I started communicating with the system in my mind, asking questions about things I didn't understand. I also know that this martial art shadowless kick requires a certain level of internal strength to be performed. At present, he has no internal energy at all, and he needs to wait for system rewards in the future to have internal energy. After Lin Xian finished communicating with the system, he took out his phone to check the time and saw that it was almost 7 o'clock. Lin Xian decided to get up and make breakfast for Aunt Dong, wanting to see if he could gain affection points. I did it as soon as I thought of it. I got up immediately, went to the bathroom to wash up, and went back to my room to get dressed. Then I went to the kitchen, thinking about what to make for breakfast. Master Lin thought in the kitchen for a few minutes and decided to go out to buy breakfast. After a while, Lin Xian entered the restaurant carrying some breakfast and took out the breakfast from the bag and put it aside. After finishing the arrangement, he left the restaurant and said to Dong Xinlan, who came out of the bedroom with a smile, "Aunt Dong, I bought breakfast. After you have packed up, come to the restaurant to have breakfast together." Dong Xinlan, who had just finished washing up in the bathroom and was about to go back to her room to get dressed, was surprised when she heard this, then replied, "Yeah, okay." Because before, they both ate their own food, bought their own food on the way to work, or didn't eat at all. They both have different working hours, so they rarely have breakfast together at home. Dong Xinlan, 30 years old, a native of Tianhai City, a university music teacher, single. If the full score for beauty is 100, then she is a top beauty with full marks. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs, and is 1.68 meters tall. She is a queen type, and looks quite cold. As a teacher, she is used to being serious. In school, during classes, things are more serious. Especially when wearing glasses, he looks even more serious. Of course, in front of acquaintances or relatives, she is not so serious and behaves like a normal woman. In the early years when housing prices were not that expensive, Dong Xinlan used her own money and the support of her parents to make a down payment on a house worth 2 to 3 million yuan. The current market value of this house is 10 million, with an area of 100 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. Lin Xian smiled at Dong Xinlan, then walked into the restaurant and sat down, playing with his mobile phone while waiting. After a while, Dong Xinlan, who had dressed neatly and put on light makeup, entered the restaurant. She has long, wavy brown hair that falls naturally over her shoulders and wears a pair of half-frame glasses. A khaki women's suit, a khaki suit skirt, a pair of slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored black stockings, and a pair of white high heels on the feet. She looks very elite and like a queen. Dong Xinlan first smiled at Lin Xian, who was sitting at his seat, and then looked at the breakfast on the table. As he walked towards his seat, he smiled and said, "You bought so much breakfast, did you get a bonus or did you make some money yesterday?" Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan with a smile, smelling the high-end perfume and faint body odor coming from her. At the same time, he smiled and replied, "I got rich, so I bought some breakfast to celebrate, hee hee." Dong Xinlan pulled out the chair and sat down. Naturally, she didn't take Lin Xian's words seriously and thought he was joking. He smiled at Lin Xian and didn't reply. He picked up the soy milk and took a sip, then picked up the sandwich and started eating. Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan, who was eating breakfast, with a smile, then looked away and started eating breakfast. At the same time, I asked the system in my mind, "Little cutie, no reaction? Didn't her affection for me increase?" "No, please keep working hard, master," replied the cute little classmate in my mind. Okay." Lin Xian replied speechlessly and depressedly. Had breakfast. Dong Xinlan is getting ready to go to work. Lin Xian told Dong Xinlan that he needed to rest for a few days. Are you kidding me? He already has the system now, how can he continue to deliver food? Dong Xinlan didn't think much about it and thought that Lin Xian was tired and wanted to take a rest. Because Lin Xian wanted to go out and find top-notch beauties with perfect looks to gain emotional points and get rewards from the system, he also went out with Dong Xinlan. Because Lin Xian wanted to hitchhike, he followed Dong Xinlan to the underground garage. 2 people walked towards Dong Xinlan's car. When they got closer, they saw a young man standing next to Dong Xinlan's car, looking at Dong Xinlan with a smile. This young man is one of Dong Xinlan's suitors. He also lives in this community, but he rents a house and just moved in last month. After meeting Dong Xinlan some time ago, I was immediately struck by her beauty, fell in love with her at first sight, and then started pursuing her. Unfortunately, after trying to strike up a conversation with her several times, I couldn't even get her contact information. So today he was waiting for Dong Xinlan to appear beside her car, just to say a few words to Dong Xinlan and increase his presence and familiarity. When Dong Xinlan saw this man, her pretty eyebrows frowned slightly and she was in a bad mood. Lin Xian, who was walking next to Dong Xinlan, saw this young man for the first time. Seeing the other person standing next to Dong Xinlan's car and looking at Dong Xinlan with a smile made him feel confused and curious. She looked at the young man, then turned her head to look at Dong Xinlan and asked, "Auntie Dong, who is he? He is standing next to your car and smiling at you. Do you know him?" After hearing this, Dong Xinlan turned her head and replied, an annoying suitor. I'm not familiar with him. After he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and then lowered his voice and said to Lin Xiao, Xiaoshan, do me a favor and pretend to be my boyfriend. Any questions? She planned to solve the problem once and for all and make the other party give up completely. Chapter 2 Baby, who is he? Lin Xian was surprised for a moment, then replied with a smile, of course. Well, okay, thank you first. Dong Xinlan replied with a smile. It's a small thing, just a piece of cake, not worth mentioning. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan smiled and nodded without saying anything else. He looked at the young man standing next to the car again and walked over with a serious expression. The young man standing next to the car glanced at Lin Xian, curious about the relationship between Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan. After guessing for a while, he turned to look at Dong Xinlan and smiled. After Dong Xinlan came closer, he smiled and greeted her, good morning, beautiful lady. He still doesn't even know Dong Xinlan's name, so he can only call her that. Wang Long, 32 years old, is a company programmer with an annual salary of more than 300,000 yuan. Tenants in this area. He has an average appearance and an average figure, neither fat nor thin, and is wearing casual clothes. After hearing what Wang Long said, Dong Xinlan simply ignored him, so as to avoid him talking to her again and affecting her mood. Although it was useless every time she did this, the other party would still continue to say what he had to say. Lin Xian looked at Wang Long, wondering whether he should say something. After all, his current identity is Dong Xinlan's boyfriend. After thinking about it for a while, he turned his head to Dong Xinlan and asked in a puzzled manner, baby, who is he? Dong Xinlan was surprised when she heard Lin Xian's address. Then his face became hot, he felt a little embarrassed, and his expression became a little unnatural. A strange feeling arose deep in my heart. Thinking that the two of them were pretending to be a couple, he quickly adjusted his mood and demeanor, trying his best to get into the role and appear normal and natural. Then he turned his head to Lin Xian and smiled and replied, a stranger, I don't know him. Wang Long was surprised after listening to the conversation between the two. He didn't expect that Dong Xinlan actually had a boyfriend. This made him feel disappointed and uncomfortable. After hearing what Dong Xinlan said, Lin Xian looked at Wang Long and asked Dong Xinlan, is he trying to pursue you? Who knows? Dong Xinlan replied. Lin Xian nodded. At this time, the two of them had already walked to the car. Lin Xian said to Wang Long, please make way, we are about to get on the bus. Oh, okay. Wang Long replied somewhat awkwardly, then walked a few steps to the side and stood still. Dong Xinlan and Lin Xian got in the car, and Lin Xian sat in the passenger seat. Dong Xinlan started the car and drove away. Wang Long stood there, looking at it with disappointment, feeling a little uncomfortable. That's right, how could such a beautiful woman not have a boyfriend? The thought that his goddess was slept with by this kid Lin Xian made him feel even more uncomfortable. Lin Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, smiled at Dong Xinlan and said, this person is quite well-mannered. After knowing that you have a boyfriend, he stopped talking nonsense. I think he will not bother you anymore. Well, she is quite well-mannered. Unlike some men, they don't give up even if a woman has a boyfriend or a husband. Instead, they get even more excited. Dong Xinlan, who was driving the car, replied. Lin Xian smiled, and then said, if he knew one day that we were not in a relationship, he would probably continue to pursue you. After all, you are so beautiful, he won't give up easily. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, you live with me anyway, so if you run into him in the future, you know what I mean. In the future, when I meet someone who might reveal the news to him, I will say that I am not single, I have a boyfriend, and my boyfriend is you. After he finished speaking, he paused, then added, I just don't know if this will affect your chances of finding a girlfriend. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's okay. If I can't find a girlfriend because of this, Aunt Dong, you can be responsible for it, hee hee. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan's face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. Deep in her heart, she also had a strange feeling. That's the feeling of emotional fluctuations. After quickly adjusting his mood and demeanor, he smiled and replied, I'm 10 years older than you. We're not a good match. There are so many young and pretty girls, and you're tall and handsome, so it'll be easy to find one if you want. When you meet someone you like, just explain it to her. She knows the age difference between us and will probably believe that we are not a real couple. Lin Xian smiled and said, Aunt Dong, you are so beautiful. You look several years younger than your actual age. Just tell anyone that we are a couple, and no one will think that our age difference is too big to be a couple. Dong Xinlan smiled and said, "Are you comforting me?" "No, I'm just telling the truth. Aunt Dong doesn't look very old." Lin Xian replied seriously. Dong Xinlan felt very happy after hearing this, and naturally couldn't help but smile. After a pause, he said to Lin Xian, "By the way, thank you. If you hadn't pretended to be my boyfriend, I don't know how long I would have been annoyed by that person. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan smiled and said nothing more. She just thought in her heart that if Lin Xian was her boyfriend, if she had a boyfriend, it would seem pretty good. A subtle feeling of sweetness and happiness arose deep in my heart. "Master, Dong Xinlan has developed feelings for you. The value of feelings is 1 point. Congratulations, you have received a system reward of 5 million. 5 million has been deposited into your bank card account, please feel free to use it." Lin Xian, who was looking at Dong Xinlan with a smile, suddenly heard the words in his mind. I was stunned at first, but when I came to my senses, I immediately became happy. 5 million. It's so easy to get 5 million. He became a millionaire so quickly. I then took out my cell phone and saw that the bank had sent me a text message. Check the text message content. The bank card balance is over 5 million. He originally had more than 50,000 yuan in savings. Only after seeing this string of numbers did he truly believe it, and he became even more excited and happy. At the same time, I was thinking to myself, at this rate, it would only take a few days to become a billionaire. He couldn't help but start to look forward to what his ex-girlfriend Xiang Xuanshuang, who dumped him because he was poor and had no future and threw herself into the arms of a tall, rich and handsome man, would think about after he became a billionaire. How would she react when she found out that he was rich? Humph. Then I started to consider whether to use the 5 million to buy a car or a house first. After thinking about it, he put away his phone and calmed down. Then he asked Dong Xinlan, "Aunt Dong, can I go to your school to play? I have never been to a university campus in my life. I want to go in and take a look." Dong Xinlan's niece Lu Chingrew works at the school where Dong Xinlan works. Sophomore, single. Of course, these are not the point. The point is that Lu Chingrew is also a top beauty with a perfect appearance. She is also one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school. He planned to find Lu Chingrew to see if he could gain some affection from her. Chapter 3. Are you sure we are just ordinary friends? Dong Xinlan replied, "Sure, outsiders can enter our university without any restrictions." "Oh, really? That's great. I'll go in and have a look." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then the two of them started chatting. After a while, Dong Xinlan drove to the school and parked the car in the parking lot. The two people got out of the car and left the parking lot side by side. Some male and female students and teachers around saw the two people walking together, and looked at them with some confusion and curiosity, mainly looking at Lin Xian, curiously guessing what the relationship between the two people is. After all, for some people, this was the first time they saw a man getting out of the car of Dong Xinlan, the top beauty teacher. It is impossible for them not to be curious and gossip. A female teacher who had a good relationship with Dong Xinlan couldn't help but feel gossipy, so she quickly walked to Dong Xinlan's side and walked side by side with her. At the same time, he asked curiously, "Xinlan, who is he?" Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, "My friend." "Oh, friend," replied the female teacher. After looking at Lin Xian, he smiled and confirmed, "Are you sure we are friends, ordinary friends?" Dong Xinlan looked at the female teacher with some confusion, and then replied, "Yes, just ordinary friends." The female teacher looked at Dong Xinlan and Lin Xian, then smiled and replied, "Well, okay." Then he found a topic to chat with Dong Xinlan. Naturally, he was also hinting at Lin Xian's identity. After Lin Xian accompanied Dong Xinlan for a while, he said goodbye to Dong Xinlan and then strolled around the campus. As he walked, he took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Dong Xinlan's niece Lu Chingrew. "I'm here at your school, what are you doing?" After sending it, put down your phone and continue strolling while waiting for the message. 2 minutes later, a WeChat message reminder sounded. Lin Xian picked up his phone and opened it, and saw that it was a message from Lu Chingrew. "Get ready for class." Lin Xian saw the message and quickly typed a reply, "I don't have work today. I came to your school to take a look around. I won't leave for a while. If you are free later, you can come and meet me. Of course, we don't have to meet today. I just want to tell you that I am at your school." After sending it, look at the chat box and wait. Soon, Lu Chingrew replied, "Oh, so that's it. I'll contact you after class. Lin Xian read the message, smiled, and then typed a reply, okay, I'll wait for your news. Then the two chatted for a few more sentences before ending the conversation. Lin Xiu continued to visit and stroll around the campus. A few minutes later, Lin Xiu heard a few boys walking and talking with smirks. After hearing the conversation between several boys, I knew that they were planning to destroy Dong Xinlan's car. Because these boys had been scolded by Dong Xinlan and held a grudge against her, they wanted to take revenge on her and teach her a lesson. Lin Xian looked at the boys, thought about it, and decided to follow them. She took out her cell phone and secretly filmed a few boys, ready to use as evidence. Soon, Lin Xian followed a few boys to the parking lot. Seeing several boys preparing to attack Dong Xinlan's car, he immediately shouted loudly, "Stop!" At the same time, he walked quickly towards the boys. The three boys were startled, and then they looked at Lin Xian one after another, sizing him up and down. At this time, Lin Xian was looking at the three boys while walking in front of them and standing still. At the same time, he sent the video to Dong Xinlan's WeChat and told her what happened. One of the guys with a crew cut asked Lin Xian rudely, "Who are you? Why are you yelling?" The other two boys also spoke to Lin Xian impolitely one after another. "Why are you yelling? You scared me. Who are you and what are you yelling about?" After listening to the three people's words, Lin Xian glanced at them and said, "You three want to destroy my friend's car. If I see you, I will naturally intervene and stop you. Any questions?" After hearing this, the three boys looked at Lin Xian, and then they looked at each other. The first guy with a crew cut who spoke replied rudely, "Don't slander me, we were just passing by and took a look at the car." "Sabotage, destroy your friend's car? No way. We are good students, don't ruin our reputation." The other two boys also responded angrily. "That's right, we are three good students, please don't ruin our reputation. You can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want, or we'll sue you for defamation." After listening to what the others said, Lin Xian sneered and said, "Ha, you are all so old, how dare you do something but not take responsibility for it? Aren't you very courageous? Why are you so timid now? To tell you the truth, I was following you the whole time. I have recorded your conversation and your actions of destroying the car. I've already sent it to my friend. I think she'll be here soon. If you're really brave, just wait here and talk to her when she gets here. I don't want to waste my time arguing with you now." After hearing what Lin Xian said, the three boys looked at Lin Xian, and then they looked at each other. "You looked at me and I looked at you." The boy with the flat head said to Lin Xian, "Okay, let's wait. We didn't damage the car anyway, so she won't do anything to us if she comes." The other two boys also echoed the words. After listening to what the three people said, Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. I picked up my phone and opened WeChat, and saw that Dong Xinlan had already replied to the message. "Help me keep an eye on them. Don't let them run away. I'll be there soon." Lin Xian immediately typed a reply, "Yes, okay." Soon, Dong Xinlan, with an extremely serious and somewhat unfriendly expression, came quickly and stood beside Lin Xian. He said to the three boys in a serious tone, "Do you know that if you damage my car, you will not only have to pay compensation but also be detained and punished by the school? Are you sure you can afford such consequences?" The crew-haired boy thought for a moment and replied, "The problem is that we didn't succeed in destroying it, so you can't do anything to us." The other two boys just watched quietly, a little nervous, and said nothing. At their age, they are still somewhat in awe and fearful of teachers. Even if this teacher is extremely beautiful, a top beauty. But this teacher is serious. He looks very serious, and he is actually very serious and quite majestic. She is beautiful, but a little majestic and fierce. Because of sleeping in class, the three of them were scolded, educated, and made things difficult for by Dong Xinlan, which made them feel ashamed and depressed. That's why I wanted to take revenge to vent my anger. They really didn't expect that their revenge attempt would fail because of this kid Lin Xian. Now they began to hate Lin Xian again, and decided that they must teach this nosy boy a lesson when they have the chance. To vent the hatred in my heart. Chapter 4, School Beauty Lu Chingrew. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan looked at the three people seriously and thought for a while before saying, "I will contact your parents and tell them what you are going to do, and let them teach you a lesson." "Okay, you can go now." After hearing this, the three boys looked at Dong Xinlan, then glared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression, and then quickly left. After the three people left, Dong Xinlan's expression changed. She smiled and thanked Lin Xian, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, the three of them would have succeeded, and my car would have been damaged." If they had tampered with my wheels, I might have had an accident while driving on the road if I hadn't known about it. Lin Xian smiled and replied, I just bumped into it by chance. Naturally, I won't just stand by and pretend I don't know. As you just said, if they were to tamper with your wheels and you didn't know it, you might actually get into an accident while driving on the road, and that's not what I want to see. Well, so I'm very grateful to you. Dong Xinlan replied sincerely. Of course, we are friends after all. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan smiled and nodded, and did not continue the topic. After checking the time, he said, Okay, I have to go to class, otherwise I will be too late. You can play slowly in the school. If you are still here at noon, we can have lunch together. Well, okay, then you go and get busy. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then the two said goodbye and Dong Xinlan turned and left. Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan's graceful and charming back, smelling the high-end perfume and faint body odor lingering in the air, and was a little dazed. Dong Xinlan was thinking about Lin Xian as she walked, and she felt a strange feeling deep in her heart. The emotional strings were plucked again. Master, Dong Xinlan's affection towards you increases by 2 points, and you will receive a bonus of 100 points of physical strength. The words of the cute classmate echoed in Lin Xian's mind. Lin Xian finally came back to his senses, and suddenly became excited and couldn't help but smile. At the same time, I also feel that my strength has become stronger. My whole body is full of power. I feel that I am terribly strong now. Give him a plow and he can pull 100 kilometers in one breath. Lin Xian clenched his fists, his knuckles crackling, and he felt full of power. He could kill a cow with one punch. After feeling it for a while, in order to clearly understand how much strength he has now, Lin Xian asked in his heart, Little cutie, what is the physical strength of ordinary people? How much was my physical strength before? The average adult's physical strength is generally 5 to 10 points, and your previous physical strength was 7 points. The cute classmate replied. After hearing this, Lin Xian replied excitedly, that means my current stamina is 107 points, which is 10 times higher than that of an ordinary person. Can I beat 10 ordinary people by myself now? That's the theory, but it also depends on the actual situation, fighting skills, etc. The cute classmate replied. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian replied. He felt that he was now extremely strong and wanted to find a few people to fight with, just to give it a try. I finally calmed down and continued walking around the campus, visiting the campus. More than 3 hours later, Lin Xian, who was sitting on a bench basking in the sun and playing with his mobile phone, saw a WeChat message from Lu Chingrew. I'm done with get out of class, where are you? Are you still in our school? Lin Xian read the message sent by Lu Chingrew and then typed a reply, yes, it's still there. You can open the shared location when you come to find me. Okay, I'll come to you right away. Lu Chingrew replied. Okay, then I'll wait for you here. Lin Xian replied. Then the two ended their conversation. After a few dozen seconds, Lu Chingrew opened the shared location. Lin Xian then opened the shared location. Then he looked at his phone and in the direction of Lu Chingrew, and waited. Soon, Lu Chingrew appeared in Lin Xian's sight. Lu Chingrew, 20 years old, a sophomore, is one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school. She is also a top student with excellent academic performance. A native of Tianhai City, living with his parents. The family belongs to the urban middle class. Both parents are workers and are not rich. She has shiny black hair that falls naturally on her shoulders, delicate facial features, fair skin, and earrings on her snow-white ears. There is a necklace hanging around her fair neck. A white mid-length skirt cannot hide the pair of snow-white, slender legs. On her feet she wore a pair of white sneakers and a pair of white socks that reached mid-calf. She has a sweet look and dresses in a sweet style, 100% sweet. She is a top beauty with a perfect appearance. The key is a gentle and kind character. Before Lin Xian obtained the system, he thought that the other party was a top beauty with perfect looks. After Lin Xian obtained the system, he asked the system, and the system also said that Lu Chingrew was a top beauty with perfect looks. If he could let Lu Chingrew develop feelings for him, he could get system rewards. Lin Xian admired Lu Chingrew's beautiful face and perfect figure while waving at her. Only after Lu Chingrew smiled at him did he put down his right hand. Continue to look at the other person with a smile, waiting for him or her to come closer. Some male and female students nearby noticed Lu Chingrew and looked at her with different expressions. The female students were envious and jealous. The male student's eyes were shining, his face was narrowed, and his eyes were full of desire. Of course, there were also some male students who just took a look and then didn't have the courage to continue watching. Or maybe they don't dare to continue looking or look more because of their own image. Soon, Lu Chingrew stood in front of Lin Xian, smiled at him and asked, "Long time no see." "Well, not that long, just maybe half a month, hee." Lin Xian replied with a smile. After he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Come on, sit down and talk. I think this place is quite clean. I'll help you clean it." After saying that, he patted the bench. Lu Chingrew looked at the bench, and after thinking of something, she said, "It's almost noon now, you probably didn't have lunch, right? If you haven't eaten yet, let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. I'll treat you to lunch, and you can also try the food in the university cafeteria." "Okay, let's go and try the food in the university cafeteria. We can also chat while eating." Lin Xian replied with a smile. As he spoke, he stood up. Then the two of them walked side by side, chatting while walking. Some male and female students nearby noticed the two people and looked at them with confusion and curiosity, guessing in their hearts what the relationship between the two was. Canteen. The two of them prepared their food and found an empty seat to sit down facing each other. We ate and chatted, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After eating for a while, Lu Chingrew's cell phone, which was placed on the table, rang. Lu Chingrew took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. She guessed that it was a call from debt collection. Thinking that Lin Xian was sitting opposite him and it was inconvenient for him to answer the phone, he hung up immediately. Unfortunately, just a few seconds after she hung up, the other party called again. This made her feel helpless and depressed, and she chose to hang up again. Seeing this, Lin Xian looked at Lu Chingrew in confusion, but after thinking about it, he didn't ask anything. Find topics to continue chatting with each other. Lu Chingrew had just hung up for a few seconds when the other party sent a text message. Chapter 5. You think too much. Lu Chingrew thought about it and decided to open the text message to check the content. We're already at the gate of your school, waiting for you outside. If you don't want the people in your school to know, and don't want others to know and laugh at you, you'd better come out. After reading the text message, Lu Chingrew's expression suddenly changed and became solemn. I feel a lot of pressure, fear, terror and worry. My blood flow and heartbeat speed up, and I feel terrible. Seeing Lu Chingrew's reaction and expression, Lin Xian thought about it and couldn't help but asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Chingrew, who was reading the content of the text message, was shocked and startled. Her expression changed slightly and her body trembled noticeably. After coming to his senses, he looked a little awkward and unnatural, and looked at Lin Xian somewhat guiltily, but he didn't dare to look directly at Lin Xian, for fear that Lin Xian would see something. At the same time, I tried my best to adjust my emotions and demeanor, trying to make myself return to normal. After a few seconds, Lu Chingrew thought for a moment before replying with an unnatural expression, "Nothing, nothing. Let's continue eating." After saying that, he looked back at the text message, and after thinking for a moment, he quickly typed a reply, "I'm having dinner with a friend right now, so it's inconvenient for me to answer your call. I'll call you back after I finish my meal. Please, don't tell anyone in my school and don't let anyone call me. I will find a way to raise the money to pay it back." After sending the message, he put down his phone, looked serious and worried, and continued to eat absent-mindedly, thinking about where to get money to pay off the debt and who to borrow money from to pay off the debt. She definitely couldn't ask her family and relatives for money. She didn't want to make her parents worry, and if she asked relatives for money, her parents would know. A month ago, she was cheated when looking for a part-time job online. She didn't have much money, so she borrowed more than 300,000 yuan in online loans. Now the online loan is overdue, and the total principal plus interest to be repaid is more than 500,000. She is a sophomore, how can she afford so much money to pay back? She is under a lot of pressure from debt collection every day. Now the other party has actually arrived at the gate of her school, which makes her even more stressed. I also became more frightened, nervous and worried. At this moment, she was eating while thinking about what to do, struggling over whether or not to tell her parents. After hearing what Lu Chingrew said, Lin Xian saw Lu Chingrew's expression and knew that Lu Chingrew must be in trouble. He tried to guess but couldn't figure out what kind of trouble Lu Chingrew had encountered. So, after looking at Lu Chingrew and thinking for a while, he said, "Chingrew, are you in any trouble? Tell me, if I can help you I will." After hearing this, Lu Chingrew, who was eating her meal like a candle, looked up at Lin Xian. After thinking for a while, he replied, "It's nothing, you think too much. After saying that, he retracted his gaze and lowered his head to continue eating, taking small bites. I just wanted to cover it up so that Lin Xian wouldn't notice anything. After hearing this, Lin Xian gave a helpless smile, looked at Lu Chingrew, thought for a while, and then said, "You must be in trouble, I can see that. Tell me what kind of trouble you are in. I will help you if I can. If I can't help you, I can still help you think of a solution. It hurts to see you so worried and unhappy." After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked up at Lin Xian. After thinking for a while, she mustered up her courage and said, "The debt collectors are at the school gate and called me to get out. What do you think I should do?" After hearing this, Lin Xian looked at Lu Chingrew and thought for a while before asking, "How much do you owe?" He also didn't want to ask the other party how he owed the money, so as not to embarrass the other party. It's good enough that the other party can tell him about this. He is already very satisfied and will not ask questions to get to the bottom of it. Lu Chingrew replied, "The principal plus interest is more than 500,000, it seems to be more than 556,000. I haven't checked it for a few days. I don't know how much it has increased." "Oh, not much, just a small problem. I'll lend it to you and you'll be fine once you pay it back." Lin Xian replied. Now he has more than 5 million in cash, so naturally he doesn't think that 500,000 or 600,000 is a lot of money. More importantly, he has a system that can make money continuously and easily. You will not think that hundreds of thousands of dollars are a lot of money, and you will not take it seriously at all. Lu Chingrew was surprised after hearing this and looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. After looking at Lin Xian and thinking for a while, he confirmed, You actually have 500,000 or 600,000 in cash. Have you saved so much money?" As for Lin Xiao's offer to lend it to her, that was not the point. She always thought that Lin Xian didn't have much money. After all, Lin Xian was only 20 years old and had only been working in Tianhai City for more than a year. Even if he didn't eat or drink, he couldn't save much money. "I definitely can't save 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. That's why she was surprised. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "I won the lottery. As for how much money, I won't tell you. Keep a low profile. It was because I won the lottery that I decided not to deliver food anymore and decided to start a business or invest in something." Then he said, Okay, that's not the point. The point is that you quickly send your bank card number to my WeChat and I will transfer the money to you. After you pay back the money, you will feel relieved and in a good mood. I hope you will feel good and have a happy meal together. By the way, I don't need these hundreds of thousands, so it doesn't matter when you pay me back. I'm not in a hurry, and I won't charge you interest. You can pay it back slowly, and you can pay it back when you have money." Lu Chingrew was moved after hearing this. Seeing Lin Xian thinking about it, she replied sincerely, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do. This matter might become a big deal and everyone would know about it. I don't even dare to face it." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "We are all friends, so it's only natural for us to help each other. This is just a piece of cake for me, a very small matter, how could I just stand by and watch?" Okay, send your bank card number to my WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you. I'll give you a round number, 600,000. Lu Chingrew nodded, then found the bank card she had bound to her account, looked at the bank card number, and sent a WeChat message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the bank card number sent to him, and then started to operate on the bank app. Soon, Lin Xian transferred 600,000 yuan to Lu Chingrew. Soon, Lu Chingrew received 600,000. This immediately made her excited and happy. The haze in her heart was swept away and a smile appeared on her face. He looked up and thanked Lin Xian, thank you very much. Oh, for a moment I don't know how to thank you. I don't think it's very sincere to thank you verbally. There are only a few words of thanks, and I don't want to repeat them. Chapter 6 I'll take you for a ride. Lin Xian smiled and replied, it's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. You should return it quickly so that you can eat in peace. Yes. Okay. I'll return it right away. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. After saying that, he operated his mobile phone, logged into the loan website, and prepared to repay the loan. Soon, Lu Chingrew paid off all the debts and finally relaxed completely. Then send a message to the debt collector to tell them that the debt has been paid off. Then he put down his phone, smiled at Lin Xian and said, I have already returned it. Thank you. I really can't help but thank you. If it weren't for you, I might really be in big trouble. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, I said, we are friends. I don't want to see you looking sad, worried, and unhappy. It's so nice now, you're so happy, the sweet smile is back on your face. I still like the way you are now, and I like your current state. I hope you can stay like this. By the way, if you encounter problems that you can't solve in the future, and it's inconvenient for your family to ask for help, you can come to me. I will definitely help you if I can. Lu Chingrew was moved after hearing this, and a strange feeling arose deep in her heart. I don't know if this feeling is happiness, sweetness, or something else. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression. After thinking for a while, she smiled and replied, well, okay. Lin Xian smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, okay, let's change the topic. Let's eat and talk. Let's talk about something happy and joyful. Well, okay. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. At this moment, Lin Xian remembered the words of the little cutie classmate. Master, Lu Chingrew has developed 3 points of affection towards you, and you have received a reward of 10 million. You have received a Ferrari worth 6 million. You have received a physical fitness value of 100. Lin Xian, who was eating, became excited when he heard the words of the cute classmate and couldn't help but smile. The rewards this time are quite a lot, totaling 16 million in cash and cars. Directly promote him to become a multi-millionaire. There are still 100 points of physical fitness. Lin Xian then asked the little cutie classmate in his mind and learned that the physical fitness of ordinary people is generally 5 to 10 points. I also asked the cute classmate and found out that my original physical value was 8 points. Now there are 100 more, which means 108 points, which is 10 times stronger than the physical fitness of a normal person. After receiving the reward, he felt that his vision, hearing, taste, smell, etc. had improved a lot. I feel that my waist and legs are no longer sore, and my penis is becoming more and more energetic. Lin Xian was so excited that he secretly rejoiced for a while, then he calmed down and concentrated on chatting with Lu Chingrew. When he was delivering food in the past, he felt that this woman was not worthy of that woman and he was not up to her. Now, I don't have that feeling anymore. Even the top beauty Lu Chingrew in front of him is worthy of him. When I think about the fact that I have a system, my self-confidence becomes even stronger. Not to mention girls like Lu Chingrew, he is worthy of even a royal princess. A few minutes later, Lin Xian's cell phone rang. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and saw that it was Dong Xinlan calling. Then he put the phone to his ear and said with a smile, Auntie Dong. Are you still in school? Dong Xinlan asked on the phone. Still. I'm having lunch in the school cafeteria with Chingrew. Lin Xian replied. Oh, I was thinking of asking you to have lunch together, but I didn't expect you had already eaten with Chingrew. Dong Xinlan replied on the phone. It's okay, you can have another meal. I just came to try the food in the university cafeteria. Now that I've tasted it, it feels just so-so. Lin Xian replied. Well, okay, then ask Chingrew if she wants to go out for dinner. If she does, you two can come together, and the 3 of us can go out for lunch together. Dong Xinlan replied on the phone. Well, okay, I'll ask. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he asked Lu Chingrew, and after getting the answer, he replied to Dong Xinlan on the phone. Chingrew said yes, then where should we meet? Let's meet at the school gate. Dong Xinlan replied on the phone. Yes, sure. Lin Xian replied. Then he said a few more words and ended the call. Since they decided to go out for a big meal, the 2 of them naturally wouldn't continue eating. After all, the food wasn't very delicious, it was just edible. The 2 arrived at the school gate and met Dong Xinlan. The 3 of them discussed what to eat as they walked. Finally decided to eat hot pot. Hot pot restaurant. 3 people sat in a private room, eating and chatting, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After dinner, Dong Xinlan left because she had classes in the afternoon. Lu Chingrew had no classes in the afternoon and had paid off all her debts, so she had the courage to leave school and was in the mood to go shopping. They decided to go shopping, and Lin Xian naturally accompanied them. Anyway, Lin Xian has nothing else to do. In addition, Lin Xian thought that perhaps he could also gain affection points by accompanying Lu Chingrew shopping. Even if there is no emotional value, it still feels good to go shopping with such a top beauty. The 2 people came out of the hot pot restaurant and walked on the street side by side. Lin Xian was thinking about whether he should drive the Ferrari and take Lu Chingrew for a ride. After thinking about it, I decided that this is a good idea. Maybe by taking Lu Chingrew for a ride, I can gain some affection from her. The main purpose is to let Lu Chingrew see his strength, so that it will be easier to gain Lu Chingrew's affection. Lin Xian then said to Lu Chingrew, "Come on, my car is parked nearby, I'll take you for a ride. How about going for a walk and then going shopping in a mall or a busy commercial street?" Lu Chingrew was surprised after hearing this, and then asked curiously, "When did you buy a car?" "I bought it 2 days ago." Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Yeah, okay." Lu Chingrew replied. Then Lin Xian asked the system in his mind if he could park his car nearby. After getting the answer, let the system move his car over. After knowing where the car was parked, he touched the car keys in his trouser pocket, and then took Lu Chingrew to the parking place. Chapter 7: Buying a gift for your girlfriend? Soon, Lin Xian brought Lu Chingrew to his yellow Ferrari, smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, "This is my car, get in." After saying that, he opened the passenger door and gestured for you to get in. Lu Chingrew was surprised. She looked at the yellow Ferrari and then looked at Lin Xian. He asked Lin Xian with a little excitement, "You actually bought a supercar, a Ferrari? This car must cost at least several million, right?" "Yes, 6 million. Lin Xian replied with a smile. 6 million. That's so expensive. Lu Chingrew replied in surprise. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Get in the car, let's talk in the car." "Yeah." Lu Chingrew replied. Then he got on the passenger seat. After Lu Chingrew sat down, Lin Xian closed the car door, then went to the driver's side, opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, and closed the door. Start the car, open the convertible, and drive out of the parking space. It was also Lin Xian's first time driving a supercar. He was very excited and felt it was thrilling, but also a little nervous. As time passed, I gradually calmed down. Lin Xian was driving the Ferrari on the road, smiling and asking, "How do you feel?" "It feels good." Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. "Have you ever ridden in a supercar before?" Lin Xian asked. "No, this is the first time." Lu Chingrew replied. So at this moment she was a little excited and a little nervous. The experience was good, but she was also a little uncomfortable and not quite used to it. Lin Xian smiled, then found a topic to chat with Lu Chingrew. After driving Lu Chingrew for dozens of minutes, they finally arrived at a more prosperous business district. They parked the car in the underground parking lot of a shopping mall, and the two got out and walked towards the elevator on the side. As Lin Xian walked, he smiled at Lu Chingrew beside him and asked, "How do you feel about the ride? Are you in a good mood?" "Well, not bad." Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. "Well, if you want to go for a ride in the future, you can contact me and I will take you for a ride." Lin Xian said with a smile. "Yeah." Lu Chingrew smiled and nodded lightly, without saying anything more. There was a slight emotional fluctuation in my heart. The words of the cute classmate echoed in Lin Xian's mind. "Master, Lu Chingrew's affection towards you has increased by 0.1, and you have received a 0.1 increase in your appearance as a reward, a 5 million reward, and a 20 increase in your physical defense value." Lin Xian, who was thinking about what to say, heard the words of the little cutie in his mind. A little surprise. Then I felt happy and a little excited. Then I asked the little cutie a few questions and got answers. His original appearance score was 6 points, and now it has increased by 0.1, equaling 6.1. As for the physical defense value, the average adult's physical defense value is 13 points. Now he has added 20 points, which means he has 21 points. The body's defense is 10 times stronger than before and that of other adults. He really wanted someone to hit him now, to see if it hurt or not, to see if he could be hurt. Lin Xian was so emotional that he came to his senses only after hearing Lu Chingrew's words, and then he started chatting with Lu Chingrew. The two took the elevator to the first floor of the mall and started strolling around the mall. While walking into a jewelry store, Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Then he called Lu Chingrew to go in and take a look. He wanted to give Lu Chingrew a gift to see if he could increase Lu Chingrew's feelings for him. Two people entered the store and were greeted warmly by the beautiful cashier. One of the beautiful tellers smiled at Lin Xiao and Lu Chingrew and asked, "What do you want to buy? I can recommend it to you." "Handsome guy, are you buying a gift for your girlfriend?" When Lu Chingrew heard what the beautiful teller said, her face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed and unnatural. Lin Xian replied to the beautiful teller, "Let's see." After saying that, he glanced at Lu Chingrew beside him, and saw a blush on her fair face, and he couldn't help but smile. The beautiful teller looked at the two people's reactions, then smiled and replied, okay, take a look, I can also help you recommend some. Lin Xian nodded, then started reading with Lu Chingrew. After Lin Xian looked at several counters, he smiled at Lu Chingrew beside him and asked, after looking at so many pieces of jewelry, have you found which one is the most beautiful? Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian, then thought for a moment and said, that necklace is nice. Of course, this is just my opinion. After all, different people have different aesthetic tastes. I'll go and take a look to see if our aesthetic tastes are the same. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Well, the necklace that I think is pretty is over here. Lu Chingrew replied. He took Lin Xian to another counter. She stood by the counter, pointed at a necklace on the counter and said to Lin Xian, this is it. Take a look at it and see if it looks good. Does it match your taste? Lin Xian took a look at the necklace and thought it was quite beautiful. The price is not expensive, it is still very cheap for him now. This is a platinum necklace that costs more than 10,000 yuan. It looks very fashionable and exquisite, suitable for young girls. Well, the price is good. His relationship with Lu Chingrew is not yet good enough. If he gives her a too expensive gift, worth hundreds of thousands, or millions of dollars, Lu Chingrew would not dare to accept it. After taking a look, Lin Xian smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, I think she's pretty, too. It seems we have the same taste. Lu Chingrew smiled and said nothing. The beautiful teller also smiled at the two people and said, this necklace is indeed very beautiful and suitable for young girls. My beautiful lady, why don't you try it on? Only after you put it on can you see whether it looks good and whether it suits you. No, I'm not buying it. I won't buy it. Lu Chingrew replied quickly. After hearing this, the beautiful cashier looked at Lu Chingrew, then looked at Lin Xian, and then smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, it's okay. You can try it on even if you don't want to buy it. After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian looked at Lu Chingrew and the beautiful cashier, then smiled and said to Lu Chingrew, I want to buy it and give it to a friend of mine. I don't know if this necklace will look good on me, so can you help me try it on so I can see if it looks good on me? If it looks good on me, I'll buy it. If it doesn't look good on me, I won't buy it. Chapter 8. This is for you. Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian, thought for a moment, and then smiled and replied, of course. Lin Xian smiled and asked the beautiful teller to take out the necklace. After the beautiful teller took out the necklace, he took the necklace from her hand, smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, turn around, I'll help you put it on. Lu Chingrew hummed softly, then turned around, and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. After all, this was the first time in her life that a strange boy put a necklace on her. Although the other party just asked her to try it on. But the fact is that there was a boy helping her put on the necklace. This made her feel a little uncomfortable and a little nervous. My face was hot and my heart was pounding. The beautiful cashier standing behind the counter watched with a smile. She felt that there was a high possibility that Lin Xian would buy this necklace. I have already started thinking about how much commission I will get. Lin Xian took the necklace and put it on Lu Chingrew. Because we were so close, I could smell each other's perfume, light body odor, and shampoo. Being so close to Lu Chingrew, the top beauty, and putting a necklace on her, made Lin Xian a little nervous and excited, and his heart beat faster. After Lin Xian put it on Lu Chingrew, he said to her, okay, turn around and let me take a look. Yeah. Lu Chingrew subconsciously looked down at the necklace on her chest. Then he turned to face Lin Xian and looked at him with a somewhat unnatural expression. Lin Xian first looked at the beautiful Lu Chingrew, then lowered his eyes to look at the necklace on Lu Chingrew's snow-white neck. After taking a look, she smiled and said, it's very pretty, and it suits you very well. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew replied, it doesn't matter whether it suits me or not, it has to suit the person receiving the gift. She likes this necklace very much and plans to buy it when she has money in the future. Lin Xian smiled and replied, well, it's suitable for the person who receives the gift. It matches the person who receives the gift very well. I want this necklace. After saying that, he turned to the beautiful teller and said, I want this one. Okay, do you want me to take it off and scan the code or wear it and scan the code? The beautiful teller asked with a smile. Take it down and scan the code, then pack it up. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Well, okay. The beautiful teller replied with a smile. Then he asked, do you want to take it or should I take it? Let me get it. Lin Xian replied. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew turned around and faced away from Lin Xian again. Lin Xian took off the necklace and handed it to the beautiful teller. Follow the beautiful cashier to pay the bill. After paying the bill and taking the bag, he left the jewelry store with Lu Chingrew. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to give a gift. He just carried the bag and continued shopping with Lu Chingrew. After dozens of minutes, the two found a beverage shop and sat inside to drink some drinks, which was also a way to take a break. Then we discussed whether to continue shopping or find some entertainment activities to try. After some discussion, the two decided to go see a movie. After all, it was still early. After drinking the drinks, the two men left the cold drink shop and walked to the side. Because there is a cinema in this shopping mall. The two bought tickets and some snacks and drinks before entering the screening room together. The two people finished watching a movie and left the cinema. Walking to a claw machine room, Lu Chingrew looked at the various claw machines inside. Seeing the various dolls inside the claw machines, she felt a little excited. Then he smiled at Lin Xian and asked, "Let's go catch the dolls." "Yeah, okay." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Afterwards, the two entered the claw machine room and started playing the claw machines together. Neither of them had very good skills and they didn't catch a single doll after more than 10 or 20 minutes. The two of them played for a while and then ended up preparing to switch to another entertainment activity. I walked around the mall but didn't find any fun entertainment. The two of them then prepared to leave the mall. Back to the Ferrari. Lin Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, handed the bag in his hand to Lu Chingrew, smiled at her and said, "This is for you." Lu Chingrew was surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect Lin Xian to give her a gift. After realizing what was happening, he immediately asked Lin Xian, "Why did you give me a gift?" "I saw that you liked this necklace very much, so I bought it." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Lu Chingrew was speechless. After looking at Lin Xian for a while, he replied, "I can't accept it. It's too expensive. It's more than 10,000. I'll have to give you gifts in return for your birthdays in the future, but I probably can't afford something this expensive." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "It may be expensive to you, but it's just that to me. It's no different from something that costs a few dollars, so just don't treat it as if it's worth more than 10,000 yuan. Also, if you want to give me a gift for my birthday in the future, just buy what you can afford. You don't have to buy something of the same price." Okay, take it. If you don't take it, I'll throw this necklace away." Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian, then looked at the bag in front of her. Then there was another round of refusals. Lin Xian naturally tried to persuade her again. After several minutes, Lu Chingrew accepted it and thanked Lin Xian, thank you for giving me such a valuable gift." At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder whether Lin Xian liked her. If Lin Xian didn't like her, why would he buy a gift for her? Thinking of this, her emotions were plucked and her face became hot, feeling awkward and unnatural. "You're welcome. I just don't want to see you unable to get something you like because of money issues. I just happen to have the ability, so I bought it and gave it to you so that you can own it." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Lu Chingrew was moved after hearing this and smiled at Lin Xian. After a pause, he still didn't say anything else, but just whispered a thank you. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. "Master, Lu Chingrew's affection towards you has increased by 0.1, and you have been rewarded with a 0.1 increase in appearance, a house worth 5 million, and a friend, Wang Yujun, the top leader of Yunchuan District, Tianhai City. You have been rewarded with a 1-point increase in combat power." Lin Xian was so excited because he received so many rewards that he couldn't help but smile. Then I asked the cute classmate about some of the things I didn't understand. After getting a reply from the cute classmate, I found out what the combat power value is and what the reward friends are. The combat power value is comprehensive. Increasing the combat power value is equivalent to improving speed, defense, attack, agility, combat experience, and combat skills. The combat power of an average adult is only 0.10.3. Now he has increased his combat power by 1 point, which means he is 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. Of course, this does not take into account the improvements in his physical strength, physical fitness, and physical defense. Now he feels that he should have no problem fighting dozens of ordinary people by himself. He now feels that he is terribly strong. Chapter 9: Dating your boyfriend? As for the friend who gave the reward, he also knew some information about this friend. Wang Yujun, 48 years old, is the top leader of Yunchuan District, Tianhai City, where he is currently located. He is the most powerful person in the district. the system was really thoughtful. It actually rewarded a friend like him, which was equivalent to rewarding him with a protective umbrella. He can walk around this area freely from now on. Because the system tells him that as long as he needs the other party's help, the other party will do his best to help him without any benefits or rewards. He just needs to make a phone call. This reward is good, this reward is good. Lin Xian was excited for a while, then calmed down. I looked at the time and saw that it was already past 4 o'clock. Then he smiled at Lu Chingrew, who was quietly looking at the bag in the passenger seat, and asked, "Do you want me to help you put it on?" After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian, and after thinking for a while, she replied, "No, I won't wear it now." "Yeah, okay," Lin Xian replied. Then he added, "It's almost time for dinner. We can eat when we return to school. Let's find a restaurant near the school and eat. After that, we can go back to school. What do you want to eat?" Lu Chingrew thought for a moment before replying, "I usually eat simple dinners because I'm worried that if I eat too much at night, I'll gain weight. So, it doesn't matter what I eat. You can eat whatever you want. You decide. I'll just eat whatever you want with you." Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "Then let's eat Jianghu cuisine." "Okay," Lu Chingrew replied. After the two of them agreed, Lin drove away first. After a while, we arrived near the school and found a place to park the car. Lin Xian opened the map and looked at the nearby restaurants. After a search, he found a restaurant serving Jianghu cuisine. Then he got out of the car and walked towards the restaurant side by side with Lu Chingrew. Arrived at the restaurant, found a seat and sat down. We discussed the dishes and then waited. After dinner, the two sat down and chatted while resting. At this time, several girls entered the restaurant to prepare for dinner. One of the short-haired girls noticed Lu Chingrew, looked at Lu Chingrew, and then looked at Lin Xian. After turning around and talking to the two sisters beside her, the three girls looked at Lu Chingrew with a sneer and walked towards her. The three girls stood beside Lu Chingrew. The short-haired girl said to Lu Chingrew and Lin Xian in a sarcastic tone, "Oh my, is our school beauty dating a boy or a boyfriend?" After saying this, he looked Lin Xian up and down without any concealment, sizing him up. Lu Yu, 21 years old, is a junior student. A native of Tianhai City, his family has assets worth tens of millions. Of course, because this is Tianhai City, a family with tens of millions can only be considered an urban middle-class family, not a wealthy family. Short hair, average looks, a little fat. He is tall, a little fat, and dresses in a neutral style. Because she was jealous of Lu Chingrew's beauty, and the boy she liked actually liked Lu Chingrew, she held a grudge against Lu Chingrew, and naturally she was envious and jealous. So whenever he meets Lu Chingrew, he will find trouble for no reason and be sarcastic and mocking. As for how many times he had caused trouble for Lu Chingrew, she couldn't remember clearly and didn't care too much about it. At this time, Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew also looked at the short-haired girl one after another, and their reactions were different. After looking at these girls, Lin Xian turned to look at Lu Chingrew, ready to see Lu Chingrew's reaction. Judging from the expressions and tone of these girls, he felt that these three girls had bad intentions and were probably not Lu Chingrew's friends. After hearing Lu Yu's words, Lu Chingrew felt a little uncomfortable and her face changed. He looked at Lu Yu, thought for a moment and said, "I'm having dinner with a friend. It's not a date. Don't say anything nonsense. Isn't it good to be a civilized and well-educated person? Why do you have to look for trouble? You come here to eat, there's no need to make everyone feel bad and affect their appetite." Lu Yu smiled and replied, "You are wrong. If I mock you, I will not be in a bad mood. On the contrary, I will be in a good mood and even eat a few more bites of food. Your mood will be affected, your appetite will be affected, this is the result I want, I am not afraid of it, huh?" Lu Yu's two roommates and sisters also sneered at Lu Chingrew at this time and said nothing. After hearing what Lu Yu said, Lu Chingrew looked at Lu Yu, moved her lips, but still said nothing. He looked away, intending to ignore the other person. Lin Xian looked at Lu Yu, then at Lu Chingrew, considering whether to say something. Seeing Lu Chingrew doing this again, Lu Yu felt proud and happy. Then he turned to Lu Chingrew again and said, "Are you sure you are just ordinary friends? I have never seen you having dinner with any boy before. What's the matter? Are you horny?" Ha ha ha. Lu Yu's two roommates also laughed. Chapter 10 She looks down on you. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew became a little angry and her face turned gloomy. After thinking about it, he still couldn't help it, turned to Lu Yu and said unhappily, "Lu Yu, don't go too far. Have I wasted all these years studying? How can you be so uncultured? Is it really worth it to ruin your image just to make me unhappy? Lu didn't care and replied with a smile, it's worth it, of course it's worth it. As long as I can affect your mood, and see you hate me but can't do anything to me, I'll feel great. I want to see how much you can endure and how much you can pretend. When you can't endure it anymore and can't pretend anymore, will you also become as fierce as a tigress and punch and kick people without caring about your own image? I'm looking forward to that day coming soon because I really want to see that side of you. Ha ha ha. Lu Chingrew was so angry after hearing this. He looked at Lu with an unhappy expression, thought for a while, and then became too lazy to talk to her anymore. He withdrew his gaze, looked at the table, and sulked. After hearing what Lu said, Lin Xian felt a little unhappy. He looked at Lu with an unhappy expression, then at Lu Chingrew. Seeing Lu Chingrew so angry, I felt a little distressed. After thinking for a while, he said to Lu in a serious tone, "Classmate, please stop talking nonsense here. It will affect my friend and I's meal and our appetite. If you want to eat, sit down and eat quietly. If you don't want to eat, get out and don't disturb everyone here." Now he has tens of millions in cash, is a good fighter, has a protective umbrella, and a system. Not only did he become more and more confident, he also became more and more courageous. I am not afraid of fighting at all, and naturally I am not afraid of making enemies with others. The diners of all ages and genders in the restaurant looked at him with different expressions. Some male and female diners were watching the food while whispering and discussing in low voices. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew advised Lin Xian, "Forget it, don't pay attention to her, otherwise she will get more and more excited. Ignore her. She will leave after she says a few words. It's always been like this. I'm used to it." She was quite touched that Lin Xian was willing to stand up for her and speak for her. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of her once and for all, so that she won't bother you again in the future. The more scared you are, the more excited she will be. If you act tough once and make her subdue you, she won't dare to provoke you again." How great is that? After hearing what Lin Xian said, Lu looked at Lin Xian, looking down at him from a superior position. He said to Lin Xian unceremoniously, "This is a matter between me and her. If you don't want to get into trouble, just stay out of it. Don't get yourself into trouble and suffer heavy losses just to pick up girls. By the way, she has a lot of suitors. I think with your conditions, the chances of you being able to seduce her are slim. So, don't think about being a hero and saving the damsel in distress. It's useless. She doesn't like you. Also, be polite when you talk to me. Don't roll around in front of me. If anyone is going to roll, it should be you." After listening to Lin Xian's words, Lu Chingrew felt that what Lin Xian said made sense, so she was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. So I just watched quietly without saying anything. After hearing what Lu said, Lin Xian responded harshly, "She is my friend, how can I stand by and watch you bully her? Getting into trouble and causing losses to yourself? I want to see what kind of disaster it is and what kind of heavy losses it can cause me. You are the one who caused me such heavy losses, huh?" Lu got angry after hearing this. Anger appeared on his face. He glared at Lin Xian with unfriendly eyes and said to him harshly, "You little bastard, you succeeded in pissing me off. If you don't want to die, kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize right now. If your apology is sincere, I can let you off easily today. Otherwise, you will be dead today, and you won't be able to leave this door today." Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and replied, "Apologize to you, or kneel down and kowtow to apologize? Are you drunk or sleepy to make such a request? You don't deserve it, who do you think you are?" Lu got angry after hearing this. Then he raised his finger and pointed at Lin Xian and said harshly, "Boy, you are really looking for death. In that case, I will grant your wish. Just wait for me." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called a friend, preparing to ask his friend to come over and teach Lin Xian a lesson. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and replied, "Then I'll wait. Don't make me wait too long. Also, don't stand here and disturb us while we eat. Go back to your seats. It would be even better if you get out of this restaurant." When Lu Chingrew saw Lu was about to call someone, she couldn't help but feel nervous and worried. I was worried that Lu would call a few people over and Lin Xian would be no match for them, and then something would happen to him. So, he lowered his voice and said to Lin Xian, "Why don't we call the police? She'll call some people over soon. You can't beat them. I don't want to see you get beaten up by them." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I know what's going on. There's no need to rush to call the police now. I will call the police if I can't beat them later. After listening to this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while. Then she looked a little solemn and nodded with a heavy heart, and said nothing more. Lu Yu, who was waiting for the call to be connected, looked at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression. While waiting for the call to be connected, he did not reply to Lin Xian. Now she just wanted to call for help, and after the help came, she would slowly quarrel with this kid Lin Xian. If you feel unhappy after a few arguments, you can directly ask your helpers to beat you up. Chapter 11. Is this okay? Soon, the call was connected and Lu Yu started talking to the person on the phone. After a few words, I ended the call and sent the location to the other party. Then he put down his phone and said to Lin Xian fiercely, "Wait for me, kid, I will tell you slowly later. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you now." After saying this, without waiting for Lin Xian to reply, he turned around, walked to a seat, pulled out a chair and sat down. There is no rush to order food because a few friends will be coming over soon. After they dealt with Lin Xian, everyone sat down together and decided what to order. After hearing what Lu Yu said, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and did not respond to him. Lu Chingrew smiled and said to him, who was looking at him with a worried look on her face, "Don't worry, believe me, neither she nor her friends can do anything to me, I can easily deal with them." After listening to this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian and thought about it. She moved her lips but still did not say what she wanted to say. He said to Lin Xian apologetically, "I'm sorry, because of me, you offended them. It's not a big deal, don't take it to heart. They are nothing in my eyes. I don't take them seriously at all. So, don't take it to heart. It's nothing, really." After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian, who was so confident, and couldn't help but feel at ease. She was not as nervous and worried as before. He nodded at Lin Xian and said nothing more. Soon, 5 or 6 tall and strong boys who looked to be around 20 years old entered the restaurant. These boys are all from the same school as Lu Chingrew and Lu Yu. Lu Yu, who was sitting at his seat, saw his friends coming and greeted them with a smile. "Alan, here, here." As he spoke, he stood up. After hearing this, 5 or 6 boys looked at Lu Yu and walked towards her at the same time. Lu Yu waited until a few friends came to her before she asked them to stand next to Lin Xian's table. He looked down at Lin Xian with a condescending attitude and asked Lin Xian fiercely, "Boy, my people are here. I'll give you one more chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize. If your attitude is sincere and I am satisfied, I can be gentler later. If you don't kowtow and apologize, we'll beat you to death here today. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. I usually don't scare people." After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. 5 or 6 boys, as well as Lu Yu's 2 roommates, all looked at Lin Xian with a sneer, or with a fierce look on their faces, waiting for Lin Xian's reaction. After listening to Lu Yu's words, Lu Chingrew looked at Lu Yu, then turned to look at Lin Xian, ready to see Lin Xian's reaction. Seeing that the boys who came were all from her school, whom she had met before, she felt less scared and worried. As long as these people are students and not people from society, they will be cautious when taking action and will not kill or use heavy force. The diners of all ages and genders from other tables around, as well as the restaurant staff, waiters, and boss, all just looked on with different expressions, and no one intervened. Some of them continued to whisper, chatter and discuss in low voices while watching. After hearing what Lu Yu said, Lin Xian sneered and replied with disdain, "Do you think you are worthy of kneeling down and kowtow to you? You should kneel down and kowtow to me. It would be better if you kneel down and kowtow to my friend. If you kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my and my friend's satisfaction, I can be gentler later." Lu Yu was surprised. She didn't expect that with so many people around her, Lin Xian would dare to say such words to her. Then he became angry, raised his finger and pointed at Lin Xian, and said to Lin Xian harshly, "You are really a man who won't cry until you see the coffin. I gave you the opportunity but you didn't use it. Okay, very good. If that's the case, then I'll beat you up first. After I beat you into submission, I can make you kneel down and apologize." After saying this, he turned his head and said to his friend standing beside him, "Alan, he is in your hands. Give him a good lesson. After I beat him into submission, I will have a chat with him and make him kneel down and kowtow to apologize. If he doesn't kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me today, I will make him kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me." After hearing this, the tall and strong Alan nodded and replied, "No problem. Actually, I can handle him by myself, but in order to make things quicker and save time, let's go together and we can take him down in one go." "Yes, sure. The faster the better." I don't want him to be at ease for even a second. Lu Yu said. Alan nodded, then said to his brothers, Brothers, come together and beat him. After saying that, he rushed towards Lin Xian. The other 5 friends also rushed towards Lin Xian together. Lin Xian, whose physical condition has improved a lot in all aspects, has long wanted to fight to test how strong his fighting ability is. Now several people rushed towards him, making him nervous and expectant. Then he quickly stood up and walked towards the few people. After entering the attack range, he quickly attacked them one by one. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, ah, ah. The bodies touched, making a dull collision sound, followed by the painful groans and screams of the boys. One by one, they were knocked down by Lin Xian's move. They fell to the ground screaming, covering the parts of the body that were hit, groaning and screaming in pain, and rolling over and over on the ground. It seems that he has temporarily lost the ability to fight again. These 6 boys didn't even hit Lin Xian, let alone touch the corner of Lin Xian's clothes. It took Lin Xian less than 10 seconds from the time he made his move to the time he dealt with all 6 boys. After Lin Xian finished dealing with the 6 boys, he stood still, glanced at the 6 boys on the ground, and asked in a cold voice, Are you okay? If you are, then stand up and continue. Don't lie on the ground and waste time. Lin Xian, who hadn't fought for many years, was a little nervous at this time. His blood and heartbeat quickened. I couldn't help but think that I had fought too little. It seems I will have to fight more in the future. After a few more fights, you probably won't be so nervous anymore. Being nervous during a fight is not the reaction a master should have. This process and this result surprised, astonished, and shocked everyone. Stunned. I was stunned. No one expected that Lin Xian was such a good fighter. Even the 6 boys who were knocked to the ground did not expect Lin Xian to be so good at fighting. They could not even take a single move. Lu Chingrew, who was sitting in her seat, secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw how powerful Lin Xian was. She felt a little more at ease and was not so worried anymore. At this moment, Lin Xian in her eyes became tall and majestic, which made her feel much more secure. Naturally, Lin Xian is even more charming at this time. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian's back, and her emotions began to flutter. Chapter 12 Didn't you eat? Lu Yu and her 2 roommates who were standing by and watching were also surprised, shocked, and in disbelief when they saw the process and the outcome. They couldn't accept it. After Lu Yu came back to his senses, he looked at Lin Xian with complicated eyes, then turned to look at Alan's people and asked Alan, Alan, are you all right? Alan's people listened to Lin Xian's words and then listened to Lu Yu's questions. None of them responded to Lu Yu's words, but looked at Lin Xian with complicated eyes, not knowing what to say for a moment. They can't possibly say they are no longer capable, right? It is even more impossible to beg for mercy. This kid Lin Xian is so good at fighting. The attack was fast and powerful. Could it be that this kid Lin Xian has practiced before, or is he born with supernatural powers? Lin Xian looked down at each of the 5 or 6 boys on the ground with a condescending attitude, and waited for more than 10 seconds, but did not receive any reply from these boys. After a disdainful sneer, he said, It seems that you are no longer capable. After saying that, he turned to Lu Yu who was standing beside him and said, Are you going to do it? If you want to do it quickly. If you don't dare to do it, then kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my friend. If you apologize with a good attitude and can earn my friend's forgiveness, then I will punish you severely. Otherwise, humph. After hearing this, Lu Yu and her 2 roommates looked at Lin Xian, then at Lu Yu, waiting for Lu Yu's reaction. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yu came back to his senses from his surprise and shock. He was alert and cautious, looking at Lin Xian with some nervousness and fear. After thinking for a while, he replied, A verbal apology is fine, but if you want us to kneel down and kowtow to apologize, dream on. We won't do it even if you beat us to death. If she really did this, how could she hold her head up high if the news got out? Did she not care about her dignity? Not to mention the future, as long as she kneels down and kowtows to apologize now, she will immediately lose a lot of face and be embarrassed. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable, let alone actually kneeling down and kowtowing to apologize. Lin Xian sneered and replied, In that case, I will fulfill your wish and beat you to death. After he finished speaking, he quickly walked to Lu Yu and stood in front of him. He clamped the man's neck and lifted him up, with his feet more than 10 centimeters off the ground. The hand that was clamping the other's neck was getting stronger and stronger, and at the same time, he said to Lu Yu in a cold voice, I won't strangle you to death all at once. I will slowly use my strength to kill you. I will let you know that what is more terrible than death is the fear before death, and the psychological torture you will endure. Of course, you still have a chance to make one more choice before you die. Do you want to kneel down and kowtow to apologize? Lu groaned in pain and sobbed indistinctly. At the same time, he instinctively used his hands to pry Lin Xian's fingers apart, trying to break free. Unfortunately, even if she used all her strength, it was of no use. Instead, the strength in Lin Xian's hands suddenly increased. Then he kicked Lin Xian with both feet. Unfortunately, not only did she fail to kick Lin Xian, but the strength in Lin Xian's hands suddenly increased, which made her dare not continue kicking. His face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Lin Xian with pain and resentment. He wanted to curse Lin Xian, but he couldn't make a sound and could only sob in his throat. The thought that I might die made me feel extremely scared. I started to think with a confused mind whether I should kneel down and kowtow to apologize. After thinking for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said with great difficulty, I apologize? I apologize. But the words were so vague that even she couldn't hear them clearly. In order to let Lin Xian know that she wanted to apologize and to prevent Lin Xian from strangling her to death without knowing it, she became extremely anxious, thinking about how to express herself so that Lin Xian would know that she wanted to apologize. Then he quickly raised his hand, pointed his finger at his head, and then pointed at the ground, indicating that he was willing to kowtow and apologize. Only then did he look at Lin Xian and wait. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, and then replied, Tell me, are you a masochist? It would be better if you just kowtowed and apologized earlier. Why do you have to be tortured before you agree? Do you have a masochistic tendency? After saying this, he threw Lu to the ground like a dead dog. Thump. Lu fell to the ground with a thud and groaned in pain. Lin Xian looked down at Lu on the ground with a condescending attitude and said to Lu in a cold voice, Okay, stop dawdling and wasting my time. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my friend. After hearing this, Lu, who was groaning in pain, looked at Lin Xian with a painful expression, and then looked at Lu Chingrew who was sitting in her seat. Although I am unwilling and reluctant, there is nothing I can do. The situation is stronger than me. He could only grit his teeth, muster up his courage, climb up, and kneel down in front of Lu Chingrew. Suddenly, an extremely strong feeling of humiliation and frustration arose, filling her body, making her extremely uncomfortable. My vision went dark and I almost died on the spot. I feel extremely humiliated and embarrassed. If possible, she really wanted to disappear right there. Unfortunately, it's just thought. As for how the people around her would look at her at this moment, she knew it without even thinking about it. So she didn't have the courage to turn around and look at other people. She didn't want to see their gazes, and she was worried that she couldn't bear it. As long as you don't look at these people, then they don't exist. Well, that's it. He tried his best to calm himself, took a deep breath, and then kowtowed to apologize. Boom boom boom. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will never make trouble again. I hope you adults will be magnanimous and forgive me this time. After saying that, he paused, looking at the ground, waiting for a response. At this moment, she felt even more aggrieved and humiliated, and naturally even more uncomfortable. After hearing this, Lin Xian said to Lu harshly, Didn't you eat? Why do you have so little strength to kowtow? Haven't you ever apologized before? Don't you know what attitude to use? Don't you know what words of apology are better? Chapter 13 I have the ability to protect you. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew, who was sitting in her seat, looked at Lin Xian, then turned to look at Lu who was kneeling on the ground. The men and women who were watching were all looking at Lu, waiting for Lu's reaction. Seeing the fate of Lu, a troublemaking woman, everyone was gloating, and some people even felt relieved. Although they were not the ones being bullied, they were also a little angry when they saw Lu bullying Lu Chingrew, a top beauty. They were angry for Lu Chingrew. After hearing this, Lu, who was looking down at the ground and waiting, was so angry. He cursed Lin Xian a few times in his heart, thought about it, and then kowtowed even harder and apologized more sincerely. Student Lu, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have been looking for trouble over and over again. I know I'm wrong now. As long as you forgive me, I will do anything you ask me to do. After saying that, he stopped, looked at the ground and waited nervously. Lin Xian looked at Lu and didn't want to make things difficult for him. Then he looked at Lu Chingrew, smiled at her and asked, Are you satisfied with her apology? Do you still want to punish her? Just tell me what you want, don't worry about it, I'll just let her do it. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lu Yu, then turned to look at Lin Xian. After thinking for a while, he said to Lin Xian, "Forget it, let's just leave it at that." Lin Xian said, "She bullied you so much in the past, and she bullied you so many times, and said so many nasty things to you, and I don't know if she ever hit you. Are you sure you want to let her off so easily and not let her learn her lesson through punishment?" After hearing this, Lu Chingrew thought about the past and became a little angry. He looked at Lu Yu, then at Lin Xian, and said to Lin Xian, "I don't know how to punish her. How can I punish her so that she will remember it? How about you decide?" "Well, no problem, I'll do it, you just watch." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Lu Chingrew nodded, then turned to look at Lu Yu, who was kneeling on the ground. Lin Xian looked at Lu Yu and thought for a while, then said to Lu Yu, "Since you like to be mean with your mouth, you naturally need to slap your mouth to make your mouth behave." After that, he said to a girl standing nearby, "You, slap her in the face." The girl standing by and watching was surprised after hearing this. He looked at Lin Xian, and then at his sister Lu Yu, who was kneeling on the ground. Then he said to Lin Xian, "I don't dare, you can find someone else." After hearing this, Lin Xian replied coldly, "You don't dare, do you not dare or do you not want to? You don't want to hit her, do you want to be hit? If you want to be beaten, I'll grant you that. After all, you are also an accomplice. You also bullied my friends and you should be punished." After hearing this, the girl didn't know what to say. She just looked at the ground quietly, feeling a little conflicted and nervous, worried about being punished. I was also worried about asking her to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. This is not what she wants. This is so embarrassing, so humiliating. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable, let alone actually kneeling down and kowtow to apologize. Lin Xian looked at the girl and waited for a few seconds before he replied coldly, "In that case, you should kneel down and kowtow to apologize, or I will beat you to death." After hearing this, the girl hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and chose to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to Lu Chingrew. Lin Xian looked at this girl, and then asked another girl, "What about you, do you want to kneel down and kowtow to apologize or slap them in the face?" The girl hesitated for a moment and replied, "I choose to kneel down and kowtow to apologize." After saying this, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and knelt down in front of Lu Chingrew, kowtowing and apologizing. If she beat Lu Yu, how would she be able to meet Lu Yu in the future? That would be so embarrassing. It will also be spread, and then people will point fingers at you and look down on you. After weighing the pros and cons, I think it would be better to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled and said, "In that case, I can only do it myself. All three of you raise your heads and prepare to be slapped." After hearing this, Lu Yu and the other two raised their heads and waited nervously. Lin Xian walked up to Lu Yu and stood in front of him, then started to attack Lu Yu's face left and right. Pa pa pa. Ah! A loud and crisp slap sounded. Lu Yu's screams of pain were also heard. Lu Yu looked painful. His originally white cheeks quickly became red and swollen, and blood quickly flowed from the corners of his mouth. Lu Yu instinctively wanted to lean back to avoid being slapped. Unfortunately, Lin Xian grabbed her hair, making her head unable to move. Lin Xian slapped dozens of times in one breath before he stopped. Then he took over and grabbed the other person's hair and continued to slap him. Pa pa pa. Ah! The three women were slapped dozens of times each before they stopped. Lin Xian said to the three pig-headed women, "This is a little lesson for you, so that you will remember it. If you dare to betray her again, I won't let you off so easily. I will cripple you or kill you. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." After he finished speaking, he smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, "Okay, let's go." "Yeah." Lu Chingrew replied. Then the two people left the restaurant. When they got outside the restaurant, Lu Chingrew smiled and thanked Lin Xian, "Thank you. It's just a small thing, not worth mentioning. You're eating with me, how could I stand by and watch you get bullied? If I really did that, how would I face you? I would not be a man anymore. If this were to get out, I don't know how people would laugh at me. If they dare to bully you again, or anyone else dares to bully you, tell me, and I will help you get revenge. I tell you, I am very powerful now. Ordinary people are no match for me. I have the strength to protect you." Lin Xian replied. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Lu Chingrew was moved and her emotions began to flutter. "A sweet and happy feeling arises deep in my heart." Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian, then nodded and said, "Yes, thank you." At this moment, Lin Xian remembered the words of the little cutie classmate. Master, Lu Chingrew's affection for you has increased by 5 points. Receive 20 bonus combat experience points. Get a villa worth 50 million as a reward. Get a reward and your appearance will increase by 1 point. Receive the reward of the traditional Chinese medicine skill Qian Tian 13 needles. Chapter 14 Aunt Dong, I'm back. Lin Xian became excited immediately after hearing this. Then I asked the little cutie a few questions that I didn't understand and got the answers from him. Now his appearance score is about 7. With assets approaching 100 million, he is about to become a billionaire. The fighting capacity is also strong, and one person can easily defeat dozens of ordinary people. Several other aspects have also been improved. As for the traditional Chinese medicine skill Qian Tian 13 needles, he only learned it and his medical skill level is still level 0. In other words, he can currently use this medical skill to treat diseases, but he can only treat minor illnesses and pains. If you want to treat serious illnesses or bring someone back to life, you need a higher level. After Lin Xian understood clearly, he smiled and said to Lu Chingrew, "Okay, it's getting late, I'll take you back to school." "No need, the school is right there, there's no need to send me there," Lu Chingrew said. Lin Xian smiled and said, "How far the school is not a problem. The problem is that I want to send you there. This is my intention. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian. After thinking about it, her face turned red. She felt a little unnatural and uncomfortable. She lacked courage and shyly shifted her gaze. After a pause, he adjusted his emotions and demeanor, then replied, "If you don't mind the trouble, then let's go." Lin Xian smiled at Lu Chingrew, and then said, "Let's go." Then the two of them walked side by side towards the school gate. When they arrived at the school gate, Lu Chingrew said to Lin Xian, "Just send me here. I'm going in. Bye." "Well, goodbye." Lin Xian said goodbye with a smile. Then he watched Lu Chingrew enter the school. He withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked away. Some male and female students nearby, when they saw that Lu Chingrew, the top one of the 3 campus beauties, was actually sent to the school gate by a boy, immediately started gossiping, and the fire of gossip in their bodies was burning. Lin Xian returned to the car, looked at the time, and saw that it was already past 6 o'clock. Thinking that Aunt Dong Xinlan should have gone home after get off work, I didn't contact her. Drive away, go home, return to your suite. The villa worth 50 million is certainly not located in the city center, but in a more remote suburb. It's a bit far from here, so he doesn't plan to live there now. That suite is closer and not far from Dong Xinlan's home. He planned to go and see his house, and then return to Dong Xinlan's home and continue living there. How can it be more comfortable to live in the home of top beauty Dong Xinlan than in your own home? Before he has a girlfriend, it is better for him to live in Dong Xinlan's house. He still needs to gain emotional points from Dong Xinlan. Living with Dong Xinlan gives you more opportunities and makes it easier to gain emotional points. Lin Xian went to see his own house first, and then drove back to Dong Xinlan's home. He opened the door, looked at the empty living room, then walked over to the sofa and sat down. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Dong Xinlan. "Auntie Dong, I'm back. Are you home?" After sending the message, I looked at the WeChat chat box and waited. Soon, Dong Xinlan replied, "I'm in the study." "Oh, okay." Lin Xian replied. Then the two ended their chat. Lin Xian was just about to return to his bedroom to lie on the bed and play with his mobile phone when the door of the study opened. Dong Xinlan, who was wearing home clothes, came out and asked Lin Xian with a smile, "Have you and Chingrew been playing since noon?" "Well, we had dinner together and then I sent her back to school and then I came back." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan nodded, and then said to Lin Xian, "Tomorrow, Saturday, my parents asked me to go to their house for dinner, and I will definitely be urged to get married again. In order to avoid being urged to get married by them, in the future, to introduce people to each other every now and then, can you go with me? Are you free?" "Of course, when I'm free." Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Well, that's settled then. We'll leave before 11 a.m. tomorrow and then go to the supermarket to buy some things before leaving. After all, this is the first time I bring my boyfriend home to meet them, so I have to buy something for you. You can give it to them and say that you bought it for them as a gift from your heart." Dong Xinlan replied. "Yes, okay." Lin Xian replied. Then the two of them said a few more words and ended the conversation. Dong Xinlan returned to the study. Lin Xian stood up, went back to the bedroom and lay on the bed playing with his cell phone. It was past 10 o'clock. Lin Xian, who was playing with his mobile phone, suddenly heard Dong Xinlan scream. This startled him and his expression changed slightly. He quickly got up and left the bedroom. I saw Dong Xinlan standing naked in the living room with her hair wrapped in a bath towel, looking at the bathroom with a look of horror. Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan, then looked at the bathroom, and then asked Dong Xinlan curiously, "Aunt Dong, what's going on? What happened?" Dong Xinlan turned around and prepared to reply, but suddenly realized something, turned around quickly covered the important parts of her body with her hands, and walked quickly towards her bedroom, while replying, "There is a mouse in the bathroom, it scared me. Go and see if the mouse is still inside. If you're afraid of mice, forget it." Lin Xian replied, "I'm not afraid of mice. I'll go and take a look." After saying that, he quickly went into the bathroom. After searching in the bathroom for a few seconds, I found the mouse. After thinking for a moment, he drove the mouse out, then quickly stepped on it and killed it. He is very fast now, so catching mice is no problem at all. Wrap the mouse with toilet paper and wash away the blood on the ground. Then he took the mouse out of the bathroom and threw it into the trash can. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands, then walked to the door of Dong Xinlan's bedroom and said, "Aunt Dong, I have killed the mouse." After saying this, the scene I saw before couldn't help but emerge in my mind. Dong Xinlan in the bedroom replied, "Okay, thank you. Well, I'll go back to my room then. You can continue taking a shower." Lin Xian replied. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his bedroom. Dong Xinlan felt embarrassed and her face turned red when she thought about how Lin Xian had seen her naked body before. It's over. How should I face Lin Xian in the future? This is so embarrassing. Dong Xinlan thought to herself and felt very depressed. The thought of meeting Lin Xian made her extremely embarrassed, let alone the actual meeting. Then she remembered that she had done that with Lin Xian, and the next time they met after that was even more awkward than this time, but she had been through that before, so this time was nothing. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of what happened when she and Lin Xian met for the first time, and what happened in the car. It made her blush again, her cheeks felt hot, her whole body felt warm, and some kind of emotion was surging in her body. Dong Xinlan, who was already wearing pajamas, stood there and thought about things in a depressed manner. After adjusting her mood and demeanor, she opened the bedroom door, walked towards the bathroom, and prepared to continue taking a shower. Chapter 15, First Visit to Meet the Parents. Lin Xian, who was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, still had his mind full of whiteness. After a long while, his attention was drawn to the young lady in the short video, and he then focused on watching the video. The next day. In the morning, Lin Xian got up early and went out to buy breakfast. Put it on the dining table and then called Dong Xinlan to have breakfast. Dong Xinlan, wearing a purple nightgown, entered the restaurant, sat down and started eating breakfast. Lin Xian, who was sitting at his seat, smiled at Dong Xinlan and then started to eat breakfast. While eating, I was thinking about whether I should find something to say. After all, it was a bit awkward to be in silence now. It's mainly because of what happened last night that it's a bit awkward. I think Dong Xinlan was a little embarrassed, so she didn't say hello to him. Lin Xian had just finished eating a steamed bun and hadn't yet thought of what to say. Then continue eating and continue thinking. Dong Xinlan, who was eating breakfast at this time, felt a little uncomfortable and unnatural, but she tried her best to endure it and try to appear normal and natural. After eating for a few minutes, I felt full, mainly because of the atmosphere here, and also because I felt a little uncomfortable and unnatural, so I didn't have much appetite. He looked up at Lin Xian, who was eating, and said to him, "I'm done, take your time." After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. "Yeah, okay," Lin Xian replied. After Dong Xinlan left the restaurant, she felt a lot more comfortable and natural, and she felt a lot more relaxed. Lin Xian watched Dong Xinlan's back disappear from his sight, then he withdrew his gaze and continued eating breakfast. At the same time, I also felt a lot more comfortable and relaxed. After breakfast, Lin Xian returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed to continue playing with his mobile phone. At around 10 o'clock, Dong Xinlan, who was dressed neatly and ready, arrived at the door of Lin Xian's bedroom and shouted, "Xiao Xian, are you ready? Let's go to my parents' house. I'm ready and can set off at any time." Lin Xian, who was lying on the bed, replied as he got up. She opened the bedroom door and walked out, smiling at Dong Xinlan, who was standing at the door, dressed beautifully, and said, "Okay, let's go." Then, the two of them went out together. We arrived at the underground parking lot and got into Dong Xinlan's car. Dong Xinlan drove away. Arriving at a shopping mall, the two began to choose gifts. After all, today is the first time that Lin Xian goes to Dong Xinlan's parents' house as her boyfriend, so he must bring a gift. Dong Xinlan bought 2 bottles of wine and some supplements. When it was time to pay the bill, Lin Xian rushed to pay it. A total of more than 3,000. Lin Xian also took the initiative to mention these gifts. Dong Xinlan, who was standing next to him, said to Lin Xian, "How can you pay for this?" "I should pay it. After all, you know it." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "It's okay, it's okay. This amount of money is nothing to me now, you don't have to worry about it. After all, the fact is that when I go to your parents' house for dinner, no matter who I am, I need to give a gift. It's etiquette." After hearing this, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and said nothing more. She smiled helplessly and replied, "Okay, okay." Lin Xian smiled, and then asked, "Do you want to buy something else?" "No need, just a token of my appreciation. Besides, these are enough." Dong Xinlan replied. "Well, okay." Lin Xian replied. Then the two of them returned to the car together, and Dong Xinlan drove away. The community where Dong Xinlan lives is not far from the community where her parents live, after all, they are in the same district. In front of Dong Xinlan's parents' home. Dong Xinlan smiled at Lin Xian, who was standing next to her, and asked, "Are you nervous?" "Yeah, a little bit." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he smiled and asked, "What about you, are you nervous?" "Me too." Dong Xinlan replied with a smile. Then he said, "Let's adjust our emotions and mindsets first. We can go in after our emotions and mindsets are normal, so as not to reveal our true colors and be seen through." "Yeah, okay." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then the two of them just stood there quietly and began to adjust their emotions and mentality. After a few minutes, the two of them were almost adjusted. Dong Xinlan then rang the doorbell and waited. As the doorbell rang, the two people couldn't help but become nervous again. After more than 10 seconds, Dong's mother opened the door. He looked at the two people standing at the door, then focused his gaze on Lin Xian, looking him up and down. Then he smiled and greeted, "Come in, come in." Dong Xinlan then brought Lin Xian into the house. Lin Xian walked into the house and handed the gift to Dong's mother, smiling and saying, "Aunt, this is my first visit. Sorry to bother you. This is a little gift from me." Mother Dong took it and replied with a smile, "You're welcome, you're welcome. It's good that you're here. Why give me a gift?" After that, he turned to his daughter standing beside him and said, "Xinlan, why don't you introduce me to her?" Dong Xinlan then introduced her a little embarrassedly, "Xiao Xian, this is my mother, it's okay for you to call her aunt." "Mom, this is my boyfriend, Lin Xian. You can call him Xiao Xian." Although Dong's mother had thought so before, she was still surprised to hear her daughter say it herself. Then he became excited, in a good mood, and smiled. He smiled and said, "So it's your boyfriend. You finally got it and know how to find a boyfriend." After he finished speaking, he glanced up and down at Lin Xian again, took a closer look, and praised with a smile, "He is indeed a handsome man, not bad." Lin Xian smiled and said modestly, "Aunt, thank you for the compliment." "Thank you for the compliment." Mother Dong smiled, and suddenly thought of something, then smiled and said, sit down on the sofa and we'll talk." Then Dong Xinlan and Lin Xian sat down on the sofa. After Dong's mother put the gift aside, she smiled at Lin Xian and asked, "Xiao Xian, what would you like to drink?" "All is fine." Lin Xian replied with a smile. After hearing this, Dong's mother thought for a while before saying, "Then I'll get you a bottle of water. Do you want it frozen or room temperature?" "Room temperature will be fine, thank you, Aunt." Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Don't be polite. It's my duty." Dong's mother replied with a smile. Then he turned around, got a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and placed it on the coffee table in front of Lin Xian. "As for my daughter, if she wants to drink, I will get it myself." "Thank you, Aunt." Lin Xian thanked with a smile. "You're welcome, you're welcome." Dong's mother replied with a smile. Then he sat down on the sofa nearby. After looking at Lin Xian, he smiled and asked, "I see you are not very old, probably not as old as my daughter, right?" "Well, not young anymore, I'm 20 years old." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong's mother was surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that Lin Xian was only 20 years old, and was 10 years younger than her daughter. After coming to his senses, he looked at his daughter with a strange look, and then looked at Lin Xian. When Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan saw Dong's mother's reaction, they suddenly became a little nervous. Mainly because I feel a little guilty. After all, the two are a pretend couple. Chapter 16. I like Aunt Dong. Mother Dong looked at the two of them and then smiled, then asked Lin Xian, "Are you still in school or working now?" "I had a job after graduating from high school, but I won the lottery a few days ago and since then I've been out of work," Lin Xian replied. "Oh, I see," Dong's mother replied. "Although I really wanted to know how much money I won, I held back because it was my personal privacy." After all, she is an educated and sensible person and knows what to ask and what not to ask. Then he asked, "Where are you from?" "I'm from Dongjiang province," Lin Xian replied. "Oh, so do you want to settle down in Tianhai City or go back to your hometown in the future?" asked Dong's mother. "It doesn't matter where you are. I can live in any city I want. I have the ability to do so now. Tianhai City, I currently have a house and a villa," Lin Xian replied. "Ah?" Dong's mother was surprised and shocked after hearing this. Dong Xinlan, who was sitting next to him, was also surprised and shocked. After all, they are very clear about the current housing prices in Tianhai City. A house would cost at least several million or tens of millions. Not to mention a villa, that would cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Now Lin Xian actually said that he has a house and a villa in Tianhai City. What does this mean? This means that Lin Xian already has assets worth hundreds of millions. What kind of prize did Lin Xian win to have so much money? When Lin Xian saw Dong's mother's reaction, he smiled and then turned to look at Dong Xinlan beside him. Seeing that Dong Xinlan had the same reaction, he couldn't help but smile, then turned to look at Dong's mother. He was worried that Dong's mother would think he was bragging, and he was also worried that Dong Xinlan would think he was bragging, so he smiled and said to Dong's mother, "You can come to my house as a guest if you have the chance. But the house was just bought and I haven't lived in it yet. I don't have any daily necessities and so on. I still need to buy some. After all, my parents are in my hometown, not in this city." After hearing this, Dong's mother came to her senses and replied with a smile, "Well, okay, I will definitely go if I have the chance." The previous second she was a little doubtful whether Lin Xian was bragging, but now after hearing what Lin Xian said, she no longer had any doubts. A house or a villa in Tianhai City, even if rented, would cost a lot of money. Therefore, she didn't think that Lin Xian would cheat people by renting a house. Dong Xinlan, who was sitting next to her, was wondering why Lin Xian didn't live in his own house when he already had one, but instead lived in her house. Is it too late? Or do you want to live in her house? Lin Xian didn't tell her that he had a house before. Did he not have time to tell her, or did he not want to tell her? Dong Xinlan was thinking wildly and making random guesses at this time. After hearing what Dong's mother said, Lin Xian smiled and said nothing, waiting quietly for Dong's mother to ask questions. Mother Dong smiled and then asked, "How long have you been dating our Xinlan? She didn't have a boyfriend some time ago. Did you two just confirm your relationship recently?" "Well, yes," Lin Xian replied. Dong's mother nodded, then asked a few more questions and started chatting with Lin Xian. Of course, Dong Xinlan would also interject from time to time. The atmosphere gradually became harmonious and not as tense as before. After a while, Dong's father came back from outside and Dong's mother introduced both parties. Then a few people started chatting. After chatting for a while, we cooked and ate. After dinner, Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan sat for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. Back to the car. Dong Xinlan smiled and thanked Lin Xian, thank you for your help. I think after this, my parents won't urge me to fall in love anymore, and they won't introduce boyfriends to me every now and then." Thinking of the previous situations, she really had the illusion that Lin Xian was her boyfriend. A happy and sweet feeling arises in the body. This feeling seems pretty good. This feeling made her emotions move again. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. "Master, Dong Xinlan's affection towards you will be increased by 1 point, and you will be rewarded with a district-level friend. Reward, 20 points for combat skills. Cash reward of 30 million. The reward is a Rolls-Royce worth 6 million. The reward is a Patek Philippe watch worth 5 million. After hearing what the cute classmate said, Lin Xian suddenly became excited. I started asking the little cutie some questions that I didn't understand in my mind. As for combat skills, ordinary people don't have any combat skills at all. His previous combat skills were almost zero. Now it has increased by 20, which is equivalent to an increase of several dozen times. As for the district-level friend who was rewarded, he also knew some of the other party's information. Wen Qian, female, 40 years old, is the chairman of Fengyun Group, the top underground force in Yunchuan district. Fengyun Group is huge in scale, has many members, and has great power. In the underground world of Yunchuan district, Wen Qian is the absolute ruler, the queen of darkness. With just one stomp of his feet, the entire underground world of Yunchuan district will tremble. For friends who are rewarded by the system, if they need help, they can just make a phone call and they will be happy to help. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. I can't help but sigh again, it's so great to have a system. The total value of this time's rewards, if only the wealth is counted, is more than 40 million. He is now a full-fledged billionaire. Become a billionaire. Thinking that he has become a billionaire, I couldn't help but get excited. This money comes in so quickly. At this rate, it won't take more than 2 days to become a billionaire. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it and can't wait. Dong Xinlan smiled at Lin Xian, thought about it, and couldn't help asking, what kind of girls do you like? If you are looking for a girlfriend, what kind of requirements do you have for girls? Lin Xian came back to his senses after hearing this. He looked at Dong Xinlan and thought for a moment before replying, I don't have any requirements for girls. As long as I like them, it's fine. I like pretty ones. In other words, as long as she's pretty, that's fine. Of course, the premise is that you don't have any major flaws, such as major flaws in your personality, you don't have any serious illness, and you haven't done anything outrageous. Well, that's all for now. We need to try it out and date to know for sure. After all, it's just imagination at the moment. We need to try to know what aspects of the problem we really reject in reality. At the moment, I'm not sure what aspects of the problem we really reject and what aspects we can't accept. Well, I can accept a girl like Aunt Dong. As far as I can see now, there is nothing wrong with Aunt Dong in any aspect. Chapter 17 Playing with Aunt Dong. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Dong Xinlan's face turned red and she felt shy for a moment. He shifted his gaze, not having enough courage to continue looking at Lin Xian. After a pause, he adjusted his emotions and demeanor, and then replied to Lin Xian, well, your view on love is quite positive. You don't have so many worldly requirements. You only like what you like. That's all you like. Yeah, as long as you like it, why bother about so many worldly things? Lin Xian replied. Dong Xinlan smiled and then said, it's still early, where are you going to play? I don't care. Where do you want to go and what do you want to play? Lin Xian replied. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment and then said, the weather is nice today, let's go to the orchard to pick fruit. Sure. I haven't been to an orchard to pick fruit yet. It should be a good experience. Lin Xian replied. Well, let's go and experience it. Dong Xinlan replied with a smile. Afterwards, Dong Xinlan drove out of the garage and prepared to go to the orchard. A few dozen minutes later, the car arrived at an orchard and stopped in the parking lot. The two got off the bus, bought tickets, and entered the orchard. The ticket is 180, and you can eat whatever you want inside. If you want to take the fruit away, the price will be charged separately. Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan were walking around in the orchard, eating fruits. I feel good and I'm in a good mood. They were talking and laughing, and people who didn't know them would think they were a couple. The two played in the orchard for more than an hour. When we left the orchard, we found it was still early and not time for lunch. The two discussed it again and decided to go see a movie and then go out for dinner. Two people went to the cinema, bought tickets, entered the screening room, and watched a movie. More than an hour later, the two came out of the cinema and it was time for dinner. The two discussed it and decided to go for hot pot. After eating hot pot, the two took a walk on the street, went shopping, and then prepared to go home. Back in the car, Dong Xinlan started the car and prepared to leave the parking space. It has only gone 1 meter. Suddenly, I saw an old man in front of me screaming and falling to the ground. When Dong Xinlan saw this, she was shocked, her expression changed drastically, and she quickly stepped on the brakes. After looking ahead, he said in shock, I think I bumped into someone. Go down and have a look to see if the collision is serious. Lin Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, naturally noticed it and became unexpectedly nervous. Thinking back, I feel like the old man did it on purpose. Suddenly, 2 words emerged in my mind. Fake news. Lin Xian then said to Dong Xinlan, who was unbuckling her seatbelt and preparing to get out of the car, "Don't panic, it looks like a scam. But we can go down and take a look, because if we don't go down and take a look, the other party may not let us go. Don't be afraid, it's just a small matter. If he is a scammer, then today I will teach him a lesson on how to behave." After hearing this, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian, then looked at the situation in front of the car, listened to the old man's screams and groans in pain, thought about it, and felt that it was most likely a scam. Suddenly, I became a little angry. Then he said to Lin Xian, "Well, let's go down and take a look to see if it's a scam or not." Then two people opened the car door and got out, stood in front of the car, and looked at the old man lying on the ground screaming in pain. The two men looked at the old man, and then looked at each other. Lin Xian said to the old man, "Old man, are you a scammer?" Dong Xinlan looked at the old man, waiting for his reply. At this time, some passers-by, young and old, men, women, and children, noticed the situation here. Some men, women, old and young stopped to watch. A few men, women, old and young watched and talked to each other in low voices. Naturally, some men and women took out their mobile phones to take pictures, preparing to post them on WeChat Moments, or to groups or social software. Some men, women, old and young were walking and watching. 3 or 4 middle-aged men who looked like bad people surrounded them, looked at the old man on the ground, and then looked at Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan. One of the bald middle-aged men said to Lin Xian, "Boy, are you talking human language? You hit an elderly man like this, but instead of asking if he was injured or how serious his injuries were, you directly slandered him as a scammer. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" The other 3 middle-aged men also echoed each other without hesitation. He accused Lin Xian rudely. When Dong Xinlan saw these men who didn't look like good people and heard what they said, she became more convinced that this was a scam. The old man lying on the ground groaning in pain heard Lin Xian's words, and then said to Lin Xian angrily, "Young man, are you still a human being? Do you still have any conscience? You hit me with your car, not only did you not care about me, but you also slandered me as a scammer. Just wait, when I get better I will sue you for defamation. Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. Do you want to call the police and let them handle it, or pay the money? It's up to you to decide. Also, I feel like I can't hold on any longer, you better hurry up." The bald middle-aged man who had just spoken also said to Lin Xian, "Forget about calling the police. By the time the police arrive, it will be too late. I'm afraid he's already dead. Pay him the money, and then send him to the hospital. Looking at his current condition, he should at least pay 300,000 in compensation." After that, he asked the old man on the ground, "Old man, how about asking him to give you 300,000? Are you satisfied with this price? If not, we support you in asking for more compensation. Don't worry, if he doesn't compensate you, he won't be able to leave today. We, the righteous people, will not stand idly by." After hearing this, the old man replied, "I think that's about right. I'm not the type to ask for too much, so let's just go with this number." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xian and said to him, "Young man, hurry up and pay the money. I'm going to the hospital for treatment with the money. I feel like I'm dying. If you don't want me to die here and the two of you to go to jail, hurry up." The bald middle-aged man asked Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan, "Which of you two was driving the car? Whose car is this? Who is paying for it? Pay the money quickly and don't delay the old man's treatment. If you delay the treatment, this old man will die here soon, and you will be in trouble. At that time, 300,000 yuan will not be enough to solve the problem. It'll cost at least 1 million or 2 million. If his family doesn't reconcile, you two will probably go to jail. You don't want to go to jail for 10, 8, or 20 years at such a young age, do you? Chapter 18. Do you dare? After hearing this, Dong Xinlan immediately said to the old man on the ground, "Wait, I will call the police now and let them handle it." After saying that, he picked up his phone and called the police. After hearing this, the old man on the ground glanced at Dong Xinlan, then screamed in pain, his body twitching violently. After a few seconds, he lay on the ground motionless, as if he had fainted. Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan, then looked at the old man on the ground, and then looked at the bald middle-aged man. He didn't respond to the bald middle-aged man, but continued to look at the old man who seemed to have fainted on the ground. Since Dong Xinlan chose to call the police, there was no need for him to say anything else. He could just wait for the police to arrive. The bald middle-aged man heard what Dong Xinlan said and saw Dong Xinlan call the police. He glanced at the old man who had fainted on the ground, and then angrily said to Dong Xinlan, "Are you blind? Didn't you see that he had fainted? You called the police and waited for them to handle the matter. Do you want to kill him? Please pay the money quickly. After that, we, the kind-hearted people, will help take him to the hospital. You should be the owner of the car, pay the money quickly. After ending the call, Dong Xinlan took a look at the old man lying on the ground, not sure whether he was dead or unconscious. She was shocked and became nervous, scared and worried. I was worried that the old man was really dead or in a coma. Suddenly it occurred to me that the other party might be committing fraud. If the other party is really committing fraud, then he is probably just pretending. After thinking about this, she felt a lot more at ease and was no longer so nervous, afraid, or worried. Then he looked at the bald middle-aged man, thought for a moment and then said, "You and him are in the same group, right? You are both scammers, right? I have called the police. Let's talk about it when they arrive. Don't say anything now, forget it, this is none of your business." After hearing this, the bald middle-aged man said angrily, "It's fine if you slander others, but now you're actually slandering me. Damn it, you are nothing. If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, I would have slapped you in the face." After hearing this, Lin Xian felt unhappy and his face turned gloomy. He said coldly to the bald middle-aged man, "Speak more cleanly and politely, or you will bear the consequences. Also, apologize to my friend. What you just said was awful and you even cursed my friend. If you don't apologize, you will suffer the consequences." After hearing this, the bald middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian and angrily yelled at him, "Fuck, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to apologize to him and threaten me? I won't apologize today. I want to see what you can do to me." The three middle-aged men standing next to him looked at Lin Xian with disdain, as if they didn't take Lin Xian seriously. Dong Xinlan, who was standing nearby, was worried that Lin Xian would not be a match for them if a fight broke out, and was worried about what would happen to Lin Xian. She immediately tried to persuade Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, don't argue with him. We just need to wait for the police to come." Lin Xian smiled at Dong Xinlan and said, "Don't worry, Aunt Dong. They are no match for me. I can easily defeat them. If you don't believe me, you'll know when you get there. Just watch quietly." After saying that, he turned to the bald middle-aged man and said, "If that's the case, then I'll grant your wish." After saying this, he didn't waste any more words and quickly attacked the bald middle-aged man. Seeing this, the bald middle-aged man subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he had no time to react. Bang! Crack! Ah! The dull sound of collision, the crisp sound of bones breaking, and the painful screams of the bald middle-aged man sounded almost at the same time. The bald middle-aged man fell to the ground with a scream. He lay motionless and passed out. Lin Xian coldly asked the other three middle-aged men who had not yet recovered, "What about you? Do you want to fight? If you want to fight, come together so that I can finish them all at once." The old man lying on the ground pretending to be dead, heard the screams, and secretly opened his eyes, wanting to see what was happening. The people watching around included men, women, young and old, including Dong Xinlan who was standing aside and watching. Seeing that Lin Xian actually knocked the bald man to the ground with one punch, he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Let everyone be surprised. Especially Dong Xinlan, she just realized that Lin Xian actually has some skills. Seeing that Lin Xian seemed to be quite capable, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. He was not so scared or worried anymore, and felt a lot more secure. After hearing this, the three middle-aged men looked at Lin Xian, and then looked at their companions who were lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The three of them looked at each other. One of them said fiercely, "Let's go together and kill him." After he finished speaking, he attacked Lin Xian first. The other two middle-aged men also quickly followed, punching and kicking Lin Xian. No one dared to hold back and used all their strength. The main reason is that they feel that this kid Lin Xian seems to have something, so they dare not be careless and dare not hold back. Lin Xian, who was standing in place, sneered disdainfully, and then made a quick move. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! Dull collision sounds, crisp bone-breaking sounds, and painful screams rang out continuously. The three middle-aged men fell to the ground screaming. After that, they became motionless and fainted. Lin Xian turned to the old man who was looking at him with a look of surprise and horror, and said harshly, "Why are you still pretending? Get up and get out of the way, or I'll kick you to death. I'm really angry right now, I'm so hot-blooded, I want to kill a few people, don't give me the chance." After hearing this, the old man was shocked, his expression changed drastically, and he stood up quickly with his hands and feet nimble. He stood a few meters away from Lin Xian, looking at Lin Xian vigilantly, a little nervous and afraid. He looked at Lin Xian, and then at his companions who were lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Then he said to Lin Xian, "Boy, if you have the guts, just wait until I call someone over." "Do you dare?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and replied, call as much as you want, call as many as you want. I'm only giving you this one chance to call for help, so don't waste it." In this district, the top bosses in both the black and white worlds are all his friends. He can ask them to help him, and he is not really afraid of these people. He was also a little impatient to try out whether the reward given to his friend by the system was useful. Dong Xinlan, who was standing aside, immediately persuaded Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, how could you agree to him calling for help? It would be troublesome if he called dozens of people over. Although you are quite good at fighting, if they call dozens of people over, how can you defeat them?" The old man breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then quickly took out his cell phone to make a call for help. Lin Xian smiled at Dong Xinlan and said, "Don't worry, just look at how many people he calls. If he calls a lot of people, I will call people too. I may be able to call more people than he can." Chapter 19. I just want to be my boyfriend. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and thought about it before replying, "Well, okay." Lin Xian smiled and nodded at Dong Xinlan, then turned to look at the old man who was talking on the phone. The old man told the person on the phone what happened here, and said that Lin Xian was a good fighter, and asked the person on the phone to call more people over. After ending the call, he looked at Lin Xian and said to him, "Wait, don't run, our people will be here soon." Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and asked, "How many people have been called? How many people can come?" After hearing this, the old man looked at Lin Xian and thought for a moment before replying, "To deal with you, 30 or 40 men are more than enough. I think highly of you." Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, then took out his cell phone and called Wen Xian, the chairman of Fengyun Group, the top underground force in Yunchuan City. When the call was connected, he thought for a moment and said directly, "There is a fraud gang that has arranged dozens of people to beat me up. Please help me solve it. Master, please tell me the name of the gang leader, and I will ask my men to call them." Of course, the premise is that this gang is in Yunchuan district, or in several nearby districts. If this gang is not in Yunchuan district or the nearby districts, I can only arrange people to go to the district where they are to deal with them. Lin Xian was also surprised when he heard the person on the phone call him master. Then I gave the system a thumbs up in my heart. The system is good for friends. How can this be a friend? He's clearly a servant. The system is still too euphemistic. However, when he introduced or told others about his relationship with Wen Xian, he could only say that it was a friendship, not a master-servant relationship. Otherwise, people who hear it will doubt life and society. Fortunately, he did not call the other party big sister just now, otherwise the other party would be scared to kneel down. After Lin Xian came to his senses, he replied, "It's in Yunchuan district." "Wait a minute, I'll ask their gang leader's name." Lin Xian then asked the old man who was looking at him, "Old man, what is the name of the leader of your gang? There's no need to fight for something that can be settled with a phone call. I'm too lazy to wait here for your people to arrive." After hearing this, the old man looked at Lin Xian and thought for a moment before replying, "Zhou Dadian, the boss of Golden Dragon Company. I want to see if you can deal with him with just one phone call." After hearing this, Lin Xian asked into the phone, "Did you hear that?" "I heard you, master. As soon as the call ends, I will ask someone to call and resolve this matter. You won't have to wait too long." Wen Xian on the phone replied respectfully. "Well, okay, that's it." Lin Xian replied. "Okay, master, goodbye, master." Wen Xian on the phone replied respectfully. Lin Xian put down the phone and ended the call. He said to the old man who was looking at him, "Just wait, I think your boss will call you soon." The old man sneered disdainfully and replied, Okay, I'll wait." Dong Xinlan, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Xian with some confusion. She wondered what kind of big shot Lin Xian knew who could solve the problem with just one phone call. The key point was the tone of Lin Xian's voice on the phone, which sounded like a superior ordering his subordinates to do something, which made her even more confused. At this moment, Lin Xian in her eyes became mysterious. A few minutes later, the old man's cell phone rang. The old man picked up the phone and saw that it was his superior calling. He immediately put the phone to his ear, and before he could say anything, he heard his superior's angry curses on the line. "You guys have hit a brick wall. You've offended someone that our entire company cannot afford to offend. Hurry up and apologize to the other party. If the other party doesn't forgive you, You will no longer be a member of our company. Did you hear that? The old man was surprised and shocked after hearing this. I was stunned. Did you hear that? After a few seconds, the person on the phone asked loudly when he didn't hear a response. After hearing this, the old man suddenly came to his senses and quickly replied, I heard it, I know it, I will apologize right away, I will apologize right away. Hurry up, that's it, the person on the phone replied. Okay. The old man nodded quickly in response. He waited until his superior finished the call before putting down the phone. They looked at Lin Xian with fear and awe, feeling curious about Lin Xian's identity and background that even their company couldn't afford to offend him. After all, their company is one of the fifth-tier forces in the Yunchuan district's underground world. The company is large in scale, has considerable energy and has many members. Fraud is just one of the ways some young guys use to make money. The old man looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while, then he knelt on the ground in front of Lin Xian with a plop. Then he kowed out to Lin Xian and apologized, Brother, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, it's my fault that I didn't recognize the real man and didn't dare to offend you. I hope you can forgive us for what we did. I hope you can forgive us for what we didn't know. I hope you can forgive us for this time. We won't do it again. After saying this, he continued to kowtow while waiting for Lin Xian's reply. Naturally, I prayed in my heart, hoping to get through this safely. The men, women, young and old who were watching were all surprised, astonished, and shocked when they saw this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. After some men, women, old and young came to their senses, they looked at Lin Xian with confusion and curiosity, curious about Lin Xian's identity and background. Naturally, some men, women, old and young watched and talked to each other in low voices. Oh my god, what kind of identity and background does this guy have? He actually got it done with just one phone call. Golden Dragon Company, I know. They are quite powerful in the underground world of Yunchuan District. I didn't expect this guy's identity and background to be even more powerful. He defeated the people of Golden Dragon Company with just one phone call. What is the identity and background of this guy? He is handsome, capable, and good at fighting. I like him so much. I wish he was my boyfriend. He would definitely make me feel safe. Oh my god, I was wrong. It turns out that this guy is the real boss. Just now I heard this old man say that he was from the Golden Dragon Company. I thought this guy was going to be in trouble, but I didn't expect this result. It's a slap in the face. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 20, Are you jealous? Dong Xinlan, who was standing aside, was also surprised, shocked, and felt incredible. At the same time, Lin Xian in her eyes became more mysterious, and naturally, she became more curious about Lin Xian. After listening to the old man's apology, Lin Xian looked at the old man, thought about it, and decided not to waste more time on him. So, he said to the old man, Alright, hurry up and get someone to carry these people away. Don't let them continue to lie here, affecting the city's appearance and causing trouble for the police. The old man breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then quickly replied, Okay, thank you, brother, I will call someone to carry them away. Lin Xian turned to Dong Xinlan who was looking at him and said with a smile, Okay, it's done, let's go. Well, okay. Dong Xinlan replied. Then the two people returned to the car and Dong Xinlan drove away. After driving for a while, Dong Xinlan said to Lin Xian, Thank you. If you were not here, I don't know when this matter can be resolved. I might really have to pay money to resolve it. The other party said that they were from an underground company, not an ordinary gang. It is difficult to deal with ordinary fraud gangs, let alone those that have their own companies, have reached a certain scale, and have become corporate groups. If she were alone today, she would most likely lose money. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and replied, Of course I should. I'm in the car and I have the ability to handle it. I can't just stand by and watch. That would be ridiculous. Dong Xinlan smiled, thought about it, but still didn't ask the question in her mind. That is why Lin Xian can ask others to do things in the tone of instructing subordinates. After a pause, he said, No matter what, I just want to thank you. You're welcome, thank you. It would be awkward to say thank you. If you encounter anything you can't solve yourself in the future, you can call me. If I can solve it, I will definitely help you solve it. Don't be polite to me and don't be afraid of bothering me or anything like that, okay? Lin Xian said. Dong Xinlan was moved after hearing this, and her emotions were touched by Lin Xian's words. After a pause, he turned his head to look at Lin Xian, but he lacked the courage, or perhaps felt a little guilty, so he turned his head to look forward and did not have the courage to continue looking at Lin Xian. After 2 seconds, he replied, "Yeah, okay." At this time, Lin Xian remembered the words of the little cutie classmate. "Master, Dong Xinlan's affection towards you has increased by 3 points. Get reward and increase your appearance by 1 point. Receive a reward of 100 more stamina. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 1 billion. Received a reward, increased physical defense by 50. After hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly became excited and couldn't help but smile. After several dozen seconds, Dong Xinlan adjusted her mood and demeanor, and then asked curiously, "You seem to be quite good at fighting. Are you naturally strong or do you exercise regularly?" After hearing this, Lin Xian came back to his senses and thought for a while before replying, "I am exercising. As long as I am strong enough, I can beat up a lot of people." "Yeah, that's it," Dong Xinlan replied. Then the car fell into silence and no one spoke. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and used it as a mirror. He looked at himself with the phone and found that he looked much more handsome. He couldn't help but smile and was unable to extricate himself from his own beauty. After a few minutes, Lin Xian put down his phone and found a topic to chat with Dong Xinlan. After a while, the car is parked in the underground garage. Lin Xian was about to get off the car when he suddenly heard the phone in his pocket ringing. Lin Xian got out of the car and took out his cell phone and saw that it was Lu Chingrew calling. After the call was connected, he put it to his ear and said with a smile, "Chingrew, what's the matter? A close friend of mine came to hang out with me, but I felt it was a little unsafe for 2 girls to hang out together at night. I didn't feel safe. I want to ask if you are free. If you are free, can you play with us? It's mainly because my best friend is a little famous and has fans. You've heard me tell you who she is. It's Han Lulu." Lu Chingrew on the phone replied. Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "I'm free, no problem. Send me the location and I'll be there right away." "Okay, I'll send the location to your WeChat after the call ends." Lu Chingrew replied on the phone. "Yeah, okay," Lin Xian replied. After ending the call, Lin Xian smiled at Dong Xinlan, who was standing by and watching him and waiting for him, and said, "Chingrew wants to go out with a best friend, but she feels that it's not safe for 2 girls to be out together at night, so she asked me to go over and play with them to make them feel safer." "Well, go ahead. I'll go upstairs. Do you want to use the car? If so, I'll give you the keys," Dong Xinlan replied. She felt a bad feeling deep down in her heart, and she herself wasn't sure what it felt like. Jealous? No way. No way. How could that be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. "No, I have a car," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Ah, when did you buy a car?" Dong Xinlan was surprised and then asked. "A few days ago," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Oh, okay," Dong Xinlan replied. "Then I'll leave. You can go home and rest early," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Well, okay," Dong Xinlan replied. Lin Xian walked towards his black Rolls-Royce. Because there were only 2 seats in the sports car, he planned to drive a Rolls-Royce, and he could also let Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu sit in his car later. Take out the key and unlock it. The Rolls-Royce beeped twice, and the flying goddess statue on the front of the car rose up. Dong Xinlan, who had just turned around and taken 2 steps, heard the noise and turned around curiously to look. "I was surprised when I saw it was a black Rolls-Royce." She knew this car, the cheapest one was 5 or 6 million. Lin Xian got into the Rolls-Royce and drove away. Dong Xinlan then withdrew her gaze, turned around and walked towards the elevator hall, preparing to go upstairs and go home. After a while, Lin Xian drove the Rolls-Royce to the agreed place and found a place to park the car. "I looked outside, but didn't see Lu Chingrew." He then took out his cell phone and called Lu Chingrew. Chapter 21. Actress Han Lulu. After the call was connected, I spoke a few words to Lu Chingrew on the phone before ending the call. Then he opened the car door, got out, and stood beside the car, watching and waiting. Soon, Lu Chingrew, who was dressed beautifully, and Han Lulu, who was also dressed beautifully but wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, appeared in sight. He wore a sun hat and sunglasses, obviously worried about being recognized. Although Han Lulu can only be considered a 5th-tier singer in the entertainment industry, she also has a certain number of fans. He also has millions of fans on TikTok. Of course, most of these fans are not following Han Lulu for her songs, but for her looks and figure. After all, Han Lulu is also a top beauty with a perfect appearance. Cute and adorable girls are very popular, and both men and women like them. Lin Shen looked at the two people, especially Han Lulu, and then waved at them and shouted, "Here." He had heard Lu Chingrew say that she knew the female star Han Lulu before, so he searched for and followed Han Lulu on Douyin and became one of her fans. This was the first time we saw each other in real life. She looks very beautiful, although I can't see her whole face because of the frog eyeglasses. But she looks good overall. She's fashionable, youthful and pretty, a cute girl with a lovely style. Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu noticed Lin Xian one after another. Lu Chingrew smiled at Lin Xian and then walked towards him. Han Lulu looked at Lin Xian as she walked, sizing him up and down. If we only consider appearance with a full score of 10, Lin Xian's current appearance is 8.2 points. The key point is that he scores 8.2 points without makeup. In addition, Lin Xian is 1.8 meters tall and has a good temperament, which makes him very attractive to girls. Soon, Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu came and stood in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled at the two people and asked, "Where are you planning to go? Have you discussed it?" "We plan to go eat first. We haven't eaten yet. Let's decide where to go after dinner, go shopping, or watch a movie or something." Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. "Oh, okay. Have you decided what to eat? Which restaurant to go to? Is it far from here? Do you want to take a bus there?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "I've decided. We're going to eat at a restaurant that I think serves delicious chuan chuan xiang. It's right there, can you see it?" Lu Chingrew replied, raising her hand and pointing to the shop called Chuan Chuan Xiang. Lin Xian looked over, then replied with a smile, "Yes, I see, let's go." "Well, let's go. I'll give you two a brief introduction while we walk." Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. Lin Xian smiled, then subconsciously looked at Han Lulu. "This is my best friend, Han Lulu. We grew up together and have a very good relationship. This is my friend, Lin Xian. Okay, I'll just give you a brief introduction, and you can slowly get to know each other as for the rest. Of course, the premise is that you want to get to know each other, hee hee." Lu Chingrew gave a brief introduction to the two people. Lin Xian extended his hand to Han Lulu to shake hands, and greeted her with a smile, "Hello, nice to meet you. In fact, I've heard about you from Chingrew a long time ago. I even searched for you on TikTok and became your fan. I'm honored to meet you in real life. You are better looking, more beautiful and more elegant than what I saw online." Han Lulu stretched out her hand to shake hands with Lin Xian and replied with a smile, "Hello, I'm glad to meet you too. Thank you for your love." Lin Xian loosened his hand and retracted it, then said, "Let's go, it's already this late, you should be hungry too." "Yeah, I'm indeed hungry. Let's go, and eat something." Han Lulu replied with a smile. Han Lulu, 19 years old, is a native of Tianhai City. A fifth-tier female singer with an annual income of several million. Of course, I am now a freshman in another music college. It's just that I seldom go to school anymore, as I focus mainly on developing my career. She wore a white baseball cap and black sunglasses, had delicate features and fair skin, earrings on her snow-white ears, and a necklace on her snow-white neck that matched her outfit and temperament very well. She is 1.65 meters tall and has a good figure. The loose white t-shirt covers the super short jeans, giving people the illusion of not wearing pants. A pair of white and slender legs, wearing a pair of white sneakers, and long stockings that reach a little below the knees. The whole person looks cute, a soft and adorable girl. Even though she is only 1.65 meters tall, she still looks petite and cute. If the full score for beauty is 100, then Han Lulu is a top beauty with perfect beauty. Afterwards, the three of them walked towards the Chuan Chuan Xiang shop while chatting. In a private room in a Chuan Chuan Xiang restaurant. The three of them sat at their seats, waiting for the skewers in the pot to be cooked while chatting and laughing in a harmonious atmosphere. Because they were in a private room and had to eat, Han Lulu had taken off her sunglasses. Lin Xian naturally also saw Han Lulu's entire face. A pair of beautiful big eyes, very clear and lively, looks even more beautiful, like the finishing touch to a painting. Even though Lin Xian had seen several top beauties, when he saw Han Lulu, he couldn't help but stare at her for a few more seconds, the kind of look that was intentional. Han Lulu naturally noticed it, but she didn't care much, nor did she feel disgusted. The main reason was that Lin Xian was a friend of Lu Chingrew, her good friend. Besides, she is very familiar with her appearance. All normal men are like this, and she is used to it. Another thing is that Lin Xian is much better and more restrained than many other men. Also, Lin Xian is handsome too. There are not many men like Lin Xian who are so handsome even without makeup in real life, and there are not many in the entertainment industry either. These are the reasons why she is not disgusted. After the skewers were cooked, the three of them started chatting while eating. Although Lin Xian had already eaten, he didn't mind eating a little more with the two beauties, just as if he was eating with them. After eating a bunch, Han Lulu smiled and said, "This one tastes really good. Aurora is very tasteful and has the same taste as me. As long as you like it, I thought you would like it before. Now I feel relieved to hear you say it yourself." Lu Chingrew said with a smile. "Yeah, okay, I'll eat a little more today. At worst, I can just walk around a few more streets later. This way I don't have to worry about gaining weight, hee hee." Han Lulu replied with a smile. Then he looked at Lin Xian and asked, "Lin Xian, what do you think of the taste of this restaurant? I want to know if your taste is the same as ours." Chapter 22 So Shameless. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Well, it tastes very good, it suits my appetite, I like it." "Hee hee, it seems that the three of us have the same taste, that's perfect. Eat more, eat more." Han Lulu replied with a smile. "Well, eat more. Don't be afraid of gaining weight. Only when you are full will you have the energy to lose weight." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Only when you are full can you have the energy to lose weight. Eat, eat, eat." Han Lulu replied with a smile. After listening to what the two people said, Lu Chingrew just smiled at them and said nothing. Lin Xian smiled at Han Lulu, and then smiled at Lu Chingrew. Afterwards, the three of them started chatting while eating, talking, and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. None of the three drank alcohol, they just had drinks. Dozens of minutes later, the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill and sat down to chat and discuss where to go next. At this time, Han Lulu's cell phone rang. Han Lulu took out her cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After thinking for a while, he put the phone to his ear and asked, "Who is this?" "Lulu, it's me." "Where are you?" asked the man on the phone. When Han Lulu heard the voice, she immediately knew who the other person was. The other party is a second-generation official who has been pestering her. She is annoyed to death by his persistence. I had been patient before because I was concerned about the other party's identity and background. I was so angry a few days ago that I blocked the other person. Unexpectedly, the other party has been calling her with an unfamiliar number in the past 2 days, so she is now afraid to answer unfamiliar calls. But if I don't answer unfamiliar calls, I'm worried about missing an important call, so I can only borrow it. As soon as I know who the other party is, I hang up the phone immediately. The same is true this time. After knowing who the other party was, he immediately put down his phone and ended the call, then blocked the number. Then she put the phone on the table and looked at Lu Chingrew and Lin Xian who were looking at her. Han Lulu looked at Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew before she started to complain, "An annoying guy, a persistent pursuer. I blocked him a few days ago, and now he's calling me from another number. It's so infuriating and annoying. He is a man of status and background, how could he do something so shameless and vulgar? How could he be so shameless?" After hearing this, Lu Chingrew comforted Han Lulu, "You are beautiful and a star, so there must be a lot of people pursuing you. There are bound to be many people like this. There is nothing you can do. You can only adapt and make yourself stronger so that you won't be affected by these people." Lin Xian asked Han Lulu curiously, "Who is he? What is his background? Can you tell me about it?" After listening to what the two said, Han Lulu first replied to Lu Chingrew, "This is the only way, there is no other way. These people are just like flies. I can't drive them all away. I don't have the ability to do so. So I can only put up with it." Then he said to Lin Xian, he said his father is the fourth in command of Yunchuan district. My home is in Yunchuan district, so I didn't dare to offend him before. But a few days ago, I couldn't help it anymore, so I blocked him in a fit of anger. I'm still a little worried now. Will he ask his father to take action against our family, or against me? I don't know what means he will use. After hearing this, Lin Xian replied, "Oh, the fourth in command of Yunchuan district, that power is indeed not small, ordinary people really can't afford to offend him. But don't worry, if he really asks his father to do something to you or your family, you can contact me and I can help you. It's just a phone call away. It just so happens that I know someone who can help you sort it out. Han Lulu was delighted after hearing this, and she said to Lin Xian with a happy expression, "Really? Really? You actually know such a powerful person. The person you know can actually deal with the fourth in command of Yunchuan district?" Lu Chingrew was also surprised, and then looked at Lin Xian with confusion and curiosity, wondering when Lin Xian got to know such a big shot. Lin Xian has changed a lot recently. Not only has he become rich, but he also knows some important people. Wait, it seems like he has become a lot more handsome. Although she didn't quite believe that Lin Xian had become so handsome in such a short period of time, she had to believe her own eyes. Lin Xian was indeed more handsome now than before. He was obviously much more handsome, and one could tell the difference with the naked eye. Of course, now she can only compare herself with the Lin Xian in her memory. Now she would naturally doubt whether she remembered it wrongly. Is Lin Xian always this handsome? Has he always been this handsome? Has he always been this handsome? Lin Xian replied seriously, "Of course I am serious. There is no reason for me to lie to you. I am not the kind of person who likes to brag. After all, we are friends now, and I don't want to see you looking sad or unhappy, so I said that, and I really mean it. After all, I do have the ability to do so. This is a very small matter for me. After all, it's just a matter of a phone call. Why shouldn't I help you?" After hearing this, Han Lulu replied excitedly, "That's great. Thank you in advance. After listening to your words, I am not so worried anymore. I feel more at ease and more secure." Lin Xian smiled and said, "That's good, that's good. Be happy and don't worry about those things. They are all small things to me." "Yeah, okay." Han Lulu replied with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, Han Lulu's phone rang again. Han Lulu subconsciously wondered if it was that official again. At the same time, I picked up my phone and saw another unfamiliar number. After thinking about it, I answered the call and put it to my ear, but this time I didn't speak first. Plan to wait for the other party to speak first, confirm who the other party is, and then decide whether to speak. "Lulu, guess where I am," said the man on the phone. After hearing this, Han Lulu quickly put down the phone and ended the call. At this time, a young man was standing at the door of this Chuan Xian shop. After Han Lulu hung up the phone on the young man, he handed the phone to the person next to him, then gave the other person 100 yuan and sent him away. Then he just stood there, waiting for Han Lulu to come out. Wang Xiao, 25 years old, is the deputy general manager of a company. Of course, he did not become the deputy general manager based on his real ability, but rather through his father's connections. My father is the fourth in command of Yunchuan district and holds a high position of power. He has an ordinary appearance, a medium build, and is dressed in casual clothes. He is wearing all branded clothes and is worth a lot of money. He is dressed in high-end clothes, is a senior executive of the company, and has a good family background, which makes him look very confident and gives him a certain temperament and charm. Chapter 23. Don't be afraid, let me do it. After hanging up the phone, Han Lulu looked at Lu Chingrew and Lin Xian, who were looking at her with some depression, and then said helplessly, "It's that annoying guy again." Then he smiled and said, "Okay, let's go to the arcade and have some fun." Afterwards, the three people left the box and prepared to leave the skewer's restaurant. When she reached the door, Han Lulu noticed Wang Xiao standing at the door. She subconsciously stopped and looked at him with an unhappy expression. Seeing this, Lu Chingrew and Lin Xian, who were walking nearby, subconsciously stopped and turned to look at Han Lulu, who was standing there with confusion and curiosity. Seeing Han Lulu looking ahead with an unhappy expression, he then looked in the direction Han Lulu was looking. Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew's eyes fell on Wang Xiao one after another, and they looked him up subconsciously. At this time, Wang Xiao also saw Han Lulu. After smiling at Han Lulu, he smiled and asked Han Lulu, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" He spent money to buy Han Lulu's whereabouts and knew where Han Lulu was, so he came here. Seeing that there were two people beside Han Lulu, he subconsciously looked at Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew. Lin Xian just took a casual glance. As for Lu Chingrew, because Lu Chingrew was also a top beauty with perfect looks, he couldn't help but look at her for a few more seconds. After hearing what Wang Xiao said, Han Lulu thought about it and replied unhappily, "You are so annoying and shameless. Can you please stop being so annoying and be a little more normal? Don't you have any self-respect? Don't you have any sense of shame? Others have treated you like this, and have clearly rejected you, but you still insist on pestering them. Aren't you a little too shameless?" This was the first time that Han Lulu spoke so harshly to the other person in front of so many people. The main reason was that Lin Xian gave her the confidence and courage, and she was really angry, so she dared to say these words. Otherwise, she could only endure, feel aggrieved, and restrain herself, not daring to show too much emotion, so as not to anger the other party and let the other party retaliate against her. Han Lulu's words attracted the attention of nearby diners of all ages and genders, as well as passers-by, who looked at her with puzzled curiosity. After hearing what Han Lulu said, Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew roughly knew who Wang Xiao was. Could it be the person Han Lulu mentioned in the box before? That persistent pursuer? Well, the possibility is very high. Wang Xiao, who was looking at Lu Chingrew, felt unhappy after hearing this and his face became gloomy. There were so many people around watching and listening, especially with a top beauty watching and listening beside him. Did he not care about his dignity? Also, was this stinky woman drunk today? She actually dared to say such harsh words to him in front of so many people. It really surprised him and made him feel incredible. Naturally, I also feel very angry. I feel like I'm being looked down upon. I feel offended. After looking at Han Lulu, he asked her coldly, "What did you just say? Can you repeat it again?" After saying that, he stared at Han Lulu viciously. He didn't believe that the bitch Han Lulu would dare to repeat it. When Han Lulu saw Wang Xiao's expression and heard what Wang Xiao said, she couldn't help but feel a little frightened, nervous and worried. I swallowed, but still didn't have the courage to repeat it again. Because she didn't know what the consequences would be if she repeated it again, and she was worried that she would anger Wang Xiao. Instead, he called out to Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew, "Let's go." After saying that, he took a step and prepared to walk around Wang Xiao. Seeing this, Wang Xiao sneered disdainfully. When Han Lulu passed by him, he raised his arms to block Han Lulu. Then he turned to Han Lulu and said seriously, "Did I allow you to leave? You spoke rudely to me, do you think I would let you go so easily? If I didn't like you, you would be in big trouble. Anyone who dares to speak rudely to me will end up in a miserable way. Just be thankful that you are the woman I like, otherwise you would be no different from others." Han Lulu subconsciously stopped and turned to look at Wang Xiao. After hearing what Wang Xiao said, she became even more frightened, nervous and worried. His body began to tremble and cold sweat broke out on his palms. She looked at Wang Xiao nervously and fearfully, then turned to look at Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew who were standing behind her. Finally, she set her gaze on Lin Xian's face, wanting to see Lin Xian's reaction and wanting to know whether Lin Xian had any intention of helping her. I also want to know whether Lin Xian dares to help and whether he has the ability to help. Because she couldn't be completely sure whether Lin Xian had the ability, and couldn't be completely sure whether what Lin Xian said before was true or false, so she didn't dare to ask Lin Xian for help directly, for fear of embarrassing Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Han Lulu, then turned to look at Lin Xian, wanting to see Lin Xian's reaction at this moment. Lin Xian smiled at Han Lulu, and then said to Han Lulu with a smile, "Don't be afraid, don't worry, let me deal with him." Han Lulu secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then replied to Lin Xian, "Well, okay, then thank you in advance. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he turned to look at Wang Xiao who was looking at him, and said to Wang Xiao with a serious expression, "If you don't want to make things worse, if you don't want to be scolded or beaten by your father, just leave by yourself and don't harass my friends anymore. Otherwise, I will let you know that I am not trying to scare or threaten you, but that I really have the ability." After saying this, he looked at Wang Xiao seriously, waiting for his reply. He was a little nervous at this moment, because it was the first time in his life that he had to be an enemy of such an existence. The highest ranking official he had ever met was the village chief. Becoming an enemy of the village chief? He didn't even dare to think about it. Now that I have the system and some rewards from the system. Now he even dares to speak to the son of the fourth in command of Yunchuan district like this. He has really made great progress. The hope of the whole village. The pride of the whole village. I am Duishui, the author of this book. This book is updated daily. Please click to urge update, please give me gifts, please give me 5-star praise. The more of these 3 things I have, the more updates I will make. Thank you everyone. Chapter 24. What is your identity and background? After hearing what Lin Xian said, Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian, then turned to look at Wang Xiao, ready to see Wang Xiao's reaction. Because they were not sure whether Lin Xian really knew the boss and whether he could really deal with Wang Xiao, they were a little nervous and worried at this time. The blood pumps faster and the heart beats faster. The men, women, young and old who were watching nearby all looked at Lin Xian, then turned to look at Wang Xiao, ready to see Wang Xiao's reaction. Wang Xiao was surprised after hearing Lin Xian's words. I didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to speak to him like this and say such things to him. After coming to his senses, he was burning with anger, and his face was filled with anger. He stared at Lin Xian unkindly, and after looking him up and down, he asked Lin Xian rudely, "Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Since you are Lulu's friend, you should know my identity and background, right? If you don't know, you can ask now. After asking, you can decide whether you want to talk to me like this and what attitude you should use to talk to me. I'll give you one more chance, don't be useless." After hearing this, Lin Xian sneered and replied with disdain, I know, how could I not know your identity and background? Aren't you the son of the fourth in command of Yunchuan district? Do you have a more impressive identity? Do you have a more impressive family? If so, I will change my attitude in what I say. If not, then my attitude will be this and my words will be those. After hearing this, Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew also looked at Wang Xiao, waiting for Wang Xiao's reply. They also wanted to know whether Wang Xiao had a more powerful identity or background, or any more powerful relatives or friends. They were also worried that Wang Xiao would say yes, and then Lin Xian would not be his match, which would be troublesome. The men, women, young and old who were watching nearby were all surprised and astonished to find out that Wang Xiao was actually the son of the fourth in command of the district. Then everyone looked at Wang Xiao with different eyes. Some people were surprised, curious and puzzled when they thought of Wang Xiao's powerful identity that this young man, Lin Xian, dared to say such words with such an attitude. I couldn't help but wonder, could Lin Xian also be the son of an official? Could it be that his family members have a higher status and more power than the fourth in command of the district? Otherwise, how dare you use such an attitude and say such words? Yes, it must be. The more they thought about it, the more it made sense, so they began to speculate and look forward to it. The fight between two second-generation officials is a rare scene, especially between second-generation officials of this level. At least they don't see it often. For many people, it's the first time they have seen it in their lives. They don't want to miss any exciting moments. Wang Xiao was surprised when he heard Lin Xian's words. He stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds, and after thinking for a while, he asked, "What is your identity and background? What does your family do? Tell me about it." This time he was not so impolite and his attitude was much better. There was no way. Knowing his identity and still daring to speak to him like that with such an attitude, it was impossible for him not to be afraid. There are many hidden talents in Tianhai City, so it is better to be cautious. If you provoke someone you can't afford to offend, your whole family will be doomed. That's not what he wants. It may sound ugly to bully the weak and fear the strong, but this is the way to survive. Lin Xian did not reply, but asked again, "Is there anyone more powerful in your family?" After hearing this, Wang Xiao looked at Lin Xian and thought for a moment before replying, "No, my father is the one with the highest status and the most power in my family." Lin Xian nodded, and then said, "Is that so? Then there is no need for me to change my attitude. I still say that, if you don't want to be scolded and beaten by your father, just leave on your own and don't harass my friends anymore. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. I'm not trying to scare you, I really have the ability. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." After hearing this, Wang Xiao looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before asking, "What is your identity and background? If you don't tell me, how can I know if you are scaring me?" After hearing this, Lin Xian looked at Wang Xiao and thought for a while before replying, "Since you want to know so much, I will grant your wish. I can see that too. If you didn't know today, you definitely wouldn't leave. In that case, I can only let you know whether I am scaring you or not." After he finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Wang Yujun, the top leader of Yunchuan district. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Wang Xiao saw Lin Xian start to make a phone call. Then he looked at Lin Xian and waited. Seeing Lin Xian making a phone call, he couldn't help but feel nervous and worried. This looks real, not like a scare tactic. However, in order to avoid encountering scammers, and to avoid being scared away by scammers and then being laughed at and looked down upon by scammers, he tried his best to endure it and waited. Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu, who were standing next to the girl, were also looking at Lin Xian and waiting. After the call was connected, Lin Xian said directly, "Call the fourth in command of Yunchuan district and tell him that his son is harassing my friend and is now blocking our way. Tell him to call his son and ask him to leave." "Okay, master." Wang Yujun replied respectfully on the phone. After hearing this, Lin Xian put down the phone and ended the call. Then he said to Wang Xiao, who was looking at him, "Okay, I think you will get a call from your father soon, just wait." After hearing this, Wang Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just looked at Lin Xian quietly, waiting with some nervousness and worry. If Lin Xian wasn't pretending to make a phone call just now, then what is Lin Xian's identity and background? He told someone to call his father in the tone of instructing his subordinates. The person on the phone was able to contact his father and make his father obey him, which shows that the person on the phone has a high status and great power. He has a high status and great power, and is also a subordinate of young man Lin Xian. What does this mean? This means that Lin Xian has a higher status and greater power. Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu, who were standing next to him, looked at Lin Xian with surprise, confusion and curiosity, and began to make guesses. The tone Lin Xian used when he made the phone call just now was like he was giving orders. What exactly is Lin Xian's current status? Why can his subordinates contact the fourth in command of the district and make him obey? There were diners of all ages and genders watching nearby, as well as several employees from the restaurant. At this time, everyone was confused and curious, guessing about Lin Xian's identity and background. A number of diners, young and old, male and female, watched the meal while whispering and discussing in low voices. "Oh my god, what is the identity and background of this handsome guy?" He spoke to the person on the phone in such a tone. It is obvious that the person on the phone is not his friend or his backer, and it is unlikely that he is his family member. Yes, he can't be the son of some big boss. Is he giving orders to the big boss's subordinates? Well, you have a point. This is possible. He can indeed order his father's subordinates around in such a tone. It's interesting, exciting, and I love watching these big guys fight. Do you think he really called, or was he just pretending to call? Do you think he really has the energy, or is he just bragging? Chapter 25. I hope you are happy. Soon, the cell phone in Wang Xiao's pocket rang. Wang Xiao took out his cell phone and saw that it was his father calling. He was slightly startled and his expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but look at Lin Xian again before he looked away. He put the phone to his ear and said respectfully, "Dad, what's the matter?" His father is very dignified and serious, and he has been afraid of his father since he was a child. Now that he knew his father might be calling to scold him, he became even more frightened, nervous, and worried, and broke out in cold sweats. "You bastard, are you harassing others? You've offended someone that neither you nor I can afford to offend. Hurry up and apologize to him and gain his forgiveness, or you'll be dead. After he forgives you, come home quickly and see how I deal with you." Wang's father on the phone started cursing. After hearing what his father said, Wang Xiao's heart finally settled. His head was buzzing and he subconsciously looked up at Lin Xian with fear and awe, confused and curious about Lin Xian's identity and background. "Did you hear that?" Wang's father asked angrily on the phone. Wang Xiao suddenly came to his senses after hearing this, and quickly nodded and said, Okay, I will apologize right away. I will apologize right away. Hurry up then. No matter what method you use, you must get his forgiveness, otherwise not only will you be in trouble, but I will be in big trouble too. Wang's father replied seriously on the phone. Okay, don't worry, I know. Wang Xiao replied respectfully. Then the two of them said a few more words before ending the call. Wang Xiao put away his phone and looked at Lin Xian with awe and fear. After thinking for a while, he bowed 90 degrees to Lin Xian and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have harassed your friends. I won't dare to do that again. I hope you can forgive me this time. As long as you can forgive me this time, I will do anything for you in the future." After saying this, he maintained a 90-degree bow, extremely nervous and anxiously waiting. The men, women, young and old who were watching, including Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu who were standing next to Lin Xian, were all surprised and shocked, and felt incredible when they saw this. They all looked at Wang Xiao, then turned to look at Lin Xian, becoming even more curious about Lin Xian. Guessing and speculating about Lin Xian's identity and background. Lin Xian just called and told someone to have the fourth in command of Yunchuan district call his son personally to apologize. As for whether he scolded his son or not, they were not sure. Lin Xian looked at Wang Xiao, thought for a moment, and then said to Wang Xiao, "You shouldn't apologize to me, but to my friend. If she forgives you, then that's it. If she refuses to forgive you, then I will think about how to deal with you, teach you a lesson, and teach you a lesson." After hearing this, Wang Xiao quickly replied to Lin Xian, Okay, I will apologize to her now. I will apologize to her now. After that, he turned around and bowed 90 degrees to Han Lulu, then sincerely apologized to Han Lulu. I'm sorry, I didn't dare to pester you or harass you, I know I was wrong, I hope you can forgive me this time, I won't dare to do it again. As long as you forgive me, I will do anything you ask me to do. After saying this, he maintained a 90-degree bow and waited nervously, naturally praying in his heart, hoping that he could get through this safely. Lin Shen looked at Wang Xiao, then turned to look at Han Lulu, ready to see what Han Lulu would say. Lu Chingrew, who was standing aside, looked at Wang Xiao, and then looked at Han Lulu, ready to see Han Lulu's reaction. The men, women, young and old who were watching looked at Wang Xiao and then at Han Lulu. Han Lulu looked at Wang Xiao, then turned her head to look at Lin Shen, and then turned her head to look at Wang Xiao again. After thinking for a while, he said, Okay, go away, and don't bother me or harass me anymore. Wang Xiao, who was bowing at 90 degrees, was delighted and secretly relieved after hearing this. He immediately thanked the boss. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I will never bother you or harass you again, and I will never dare to appear in front of you again. After he finished speaking, he stood up straight and bowed to Lin Shen to express his gratitude. Thank you for forgiving me. Can I go now? After hearing this, Han Lulu looked at Wang Xiao, then turned to look at Lin Shen, waiting for Lin Shen to make a decision. She agreed and wished that Wang Xiao would disappear from her sight as soon as possible, but she didn't know whether Lin Shen agreed or not. Lin Shen looked at Wang Xiao, then at Han Lulu, and saw that Han Lulu was also looking at him. After smiling at Han Lulu, he turned to Wang Xiao and said, Okay, go now. Thank you. Wang Xiao bowed repeatedly to Lin Shen and Han Lulu and expressed his gratitude. Then he turned around and walked away quickly, leaving this place that made him feel ashamed, embarrassed and uncomfortable. He doesn't want to stay here for even a second. Lin Shen watched Wang Xiao leave, then smiled and said to Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew who were watching, Okay, the troublesome person has been dealt with, let's go. After hearing this, Han Lulu turned to look at Lin Shen and thanked him emotionally, Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would be annoyed by him. I don't know how today will end, when it will end, and what he will do to me. Lin Shen smiled and replied, It's just a small matter, it's just a small thing, I can't just sit there and watch, right? If I see my friends being harassed, and I remain indifferent and stand by, how will others view me? They will definitely think that I am a coward and not a man. Are you right? After hearing this, Han Lulu looked at Lin Shen and thought for a while before saying, Maybe this is a small matter for you, but for me, it is a big matter that I cannot solve. No matter what, you have helped me a lot. I should thank you very much. But now I don't know how to thank you except by words. Lin Shen smiled, looked at Han Lulu, thought for a moment, and then said, Then you can treat me to a midnight snack later, or just treat me to a meal to express your gratitude. Is a midnight snack enough? I don't think it's enough. Han Lulu said. Lin Shen smiled and replied, Okay, don't think too much about it. Really, this is just a piece of cake for me. It can't be any smaller. If you encounter troubles that you can't solve yourself in the future, you can call me. If I can solve it, I will definitely help you solve it. After all, I'm your TikTok fan. As a fan, I don't want to see you unhappy or upset. I just want you to be happy and joyful. Han Lulu was moved and her emotions were touched when she heard Lin Shen's words. For a moment, he just smiled at Lin Shen, not knowing what to say, or perhaps he forgot what to say. At this moment, Lin Shen remembered the words of the little cutie classmate. Chapter 26 You are so rich. Master, Han Lulu's affection towards you has increased by 6 points. Award, original song Star and Moon Candy. Reward, increase your physical strength by 100. Reward, increase your body defense by 50. Reward, increase your physical fitness by 50. Reward, plus 30 combat experience points. Reward a district level friend. Cash reward of 50 million. Reward, 10% equity of a company with a market value of 1 billion. After hearing this, Lin Shen suddenly became excited. The rewards I got this time are quite a lot. There is no telling how much profit the song can bring. The cash plus the company's equity totals 150 million. As for several other aspects, they have also increased a lot, and he now feels that he is terribly powerful. It is obvious that this song does not exist in this world. This song seems to be a popular song on Earth. It is quite nice. He has heard it on TikTok. Why did you give him this song? Do you want him to debut as a singer? This song is sung by a girl on Earth. Is it so that he can give it to someone else, for example, to Han Lulu in front of him? Well, this song seems quite suitable for Han Lulu to sing. After Lin Xian thought about it, he saw that Han Lulu was still looking at him. She didn't say anything, but just smiled at him. This made him feel a little overwhelmed and a little uncomfortable. After looking at Han Lulu, he looked at Lu Chingrew beside him, then smiled and said to the two of them, "Okay, let's go." "Well, okay." Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. Han Lulu, who was thinking wildly while looking at Lin Xian with a smile, came back to her senses. She blushed a little and replied with an unnatural smile, "Yeah, okay." Then, the three of them left the skewer's shop. As we walked, we discussed where to go next. The men, women, old and young who were watching inside the skewer's restaurant waited until the three people left the restaurant before they began to exclaim in excitement and talk about the incident. What kind of identity and background does that young man have? How could he scare the son of District 4's leader like this with just one phone call? I don't know. It could be the district's top official, or a higher ranking official. Do I need to tell you this? I know everything. I want to know the details. I want to know who his father or grandfather is. Who knows? I don't know. A single phone call has such great power. This young man is no ordinary man. After discussing it, Lin Xian, Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew decided to go to the video game arcade, mainly because Han Lulu wanted to find inspiration there. In the past, when Han Lulu had no inspiration, she would go to the video game arcade to play games. While playing, inspiration would come and she would know how to write a song. Because the nearest video game arcade was a bit far from here, Lin Xian took the two people to where he parked his car. Wow, you actually own such a luxury car. The cheapest car seems to cost 5 or 6 million, right? Han Lulu couldn't help but ask in surprise after Lin Xian mentioned getting a Rolls-Royce. Lu Chingrew was also surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Xian had such a top-of-the-line luxury car. She also knew this type of car because she had seen it on the internet. You know, this kind of car is very expensive, at least 5 or 6 million, and some even cost more than 10 million or 20 or 30 million. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Yes, a Rolls-Royce Ghost, more than 6 million. You are so rich, I can't tell." Han Lulu replied with a smile. "It's okay, I'm not very rich, haha." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he said, "Let's talk in the car." "Yeah, okay." Han Lulu replied with a smile. Then three people got in the car. Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew sat in the back row. Lin Xian determined the location of the video game arcade and then drove away. Han Lulu looked at Lin Xian and suddenly thought of something. She then asked Lin Xian curiously, "Who was the person you called before? He could even deal with Wang Zhao's father and made Wang Zhao apologize to us like this." Lu Chingrew was also very curious, so she looked at Lin Xian and waited for Lin Xian's reply. Lin Xian, who was driving the car, thought for a moment before replying, "The top leader of Yunchuan district." "Ah, he's actually the top leader of Yunchuan district." Han Lulu replied in surprise. Lu Chingrew was also surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Xian actually knew the top leader of Yunchuan district. Wasn't Lin Xian a food delivery guy before? How did he know such a big shot and leader? It would be fine if she just knew such a big leader, but he actually spoke to him in the tone of instructing his subordinates to do things, and asked them to do things. This made her completely puzzled. Is it that Lin Xian doesn't understand the ways of the world, or is it because Lin Xian saved the other person's life that he can speak to the other person in such a tone? Lu Chingrew was having wild thoughts and making random guesses in her mind. She wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was not easy to ask such a question. Mainly, she was not the kind of person who did not respect other people's privacy, so she did not ask. After hearing what Han Lulu said, Lin Xian just smiled and said nothing. Han Lulu was amazed and suddenly thought of something. Then she asked in confusion, "Is the person on the other end of the phone the district leader? I heard your tone on the phone sound like you were instructing your subordinates to do something, and I can't believe that the person on the phone is the district leader." After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian and waited for Lin Xian's reply. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian and waited for Lin Xian's reply, because she was also very curious. After hearing this, Lin Xian thought about it and replied with a smile, "Yes, it's him." "Ah, it really is true. You actually told him to do something in the tone of a subordinate, and he actually did it. This is really incredible. What's going on? Are you more capable than him? Why does he listen to you so much?" Han Lulu was surprised for a moment, then asked curiously. Lu Chingrew was also looking at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. She was also very curious at this time. Generally speaking, only if Lin Xian is stronger than the other party can he speak in such a tone. If you tell someone to do something in this tone, they will do it instead of getting angry. But Lin Xian was still a delivery man a few days ago. It's unlikely that he is more powerful than the district leader. She is now completely puzzled and very curious. After hearing this, Lin Xian thought for a while before replying, "Really? I didn't even feel that way myself. Maybe I'm used to it." Han Lulu was speechless after hearing this. After looking at Lin Xian and thinking for a while, he confirmed, "Is it true? Why don't I believe it? Are you deliberately keeping a low profile so you don't tell the truth? If that's the case, I won't ask any more questions. After all, everyone has their own privacy, and I'm not the kind of person who doesn't care about other people's privacy." Chapter 27 Playing Games Together. Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "Well, let's change the subject. There's nothing interesting to talk about here." "Okay, I understand." Han Lulu replied with a smile. Then they found topics to chat, mainly asking some questions, wanting to get to know Lin Xian better. Because she now has some feelings for Lin Xian, a better one, so she wants to know Lin Xian better. Who knew that as the time they spent chatting increased, Han Lulu got to know Lin Xian more and more. Of course, Lin Xian also got to know Han Lulu more and more. Naturally, the two people became much more familiar with each other than at the beginning. After a while, the car arrived near the video game arcade. Lin Xian found a place to park the car, and the three of them got out and walked towards the video game arcade. This video game arcade is very large. It is located in an independent 3-story building and has a variety of game consoles. 3 people entered the arcade, exchanged some game coins, and looked at the various game machines. Han Lulu asked Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew, "What game do you want to play? Should we find a game to play together first? Are there any games that 3 people can play together?" Lin Xian asked while looking at various game consoles. "Yes, there are many kinds. There are fishing games, motorcycle riding, dance machines, VR games, and some game consoles that can be played by several people together. It depends on which one you like to play." Han Lulu replied. "Let's wait and see what games are fun and then decide whether to play or not. This is my first time in this kind of video game arcade, so I don't know much about what games are available, nor do I know which games I like to play, so I need to take a look to see if I'm interested." Lin Xian replied. Lu Chingrew had accompanied Han Lulu to the video game arcade twice before and was quite familiar with some of the games there. So she didn't say anything and just watched what Lin Xian wanted to play. She didn't care. Because she is not very interested in many games, she is only interested in catching dolls and a few VR games. Of course, the dance machine is also nice, and she does want to play it, but she doesn't have the courage to dance on it because she is worried about making a fool of herself. Han Lulu listened to Lin Xian's words and replied with a smile, "Well, no problem, let's go around and have a look first. First see which games interest you, and then decide if you want to play together. Of course, we don't have to play together, but I think it would be more fun and interesting for the 3 of us to play together." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Yeah, I think so too, let's look around and see if there are any games that everyone is interested in." Then, the 3 of them started watching in the video game arcade. Look at this game for a while, then look at that game for a while. After looking at the entire 3rd floor of the arcade, the 3 of them discussed it and decided to play racing games. After making the decision, the 3 of them came to the racing machine, sat down and started playing. Han Lulu was very good at playing this game. Although Lin Xian had never played it before, his body had been transformed by the system, and all aspects had been improved a lot. His reaction, agility, eyesight, etc. were much higher than those of ordinary people. So, I got the hang of it quickly and became good at it soon. The worst one is Lu Chingrew. I seldom played and my skills and talent were not very good, so I came in 3rd place, far behind the 1st and 2nd place. Han Lulu was only in 1st place for a few minutes, and then she was quickly overtaken by Lin Xian, and the gap between them kept getting bigger and bigger, and she was far ahead. Han Lulu was extremely nervous and focused, trying to catch up quickly. She said excitedly, "Didn't you say you had never played before? Isn't this your first time? How come you are so good?" Lu Chingrew, who was sitting on the other side, also echoed in surprise, Yes, how come you are so good? It doesn't look like this is your first time." The skills are amazing. They are so much better than Lulu's. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and replied, "It is indeed my first time playing. As for why I am at this level, it should be because I react quickly enough. As long as you're quick and agile enough, this kind of game won't be too bad. Han Lulu thought about it and replied, well, it seems that this is the only possibility. Lu Chingrew also nodded, agreeing with this statement. Then the three of them continued playing. Lu Chingrew just played quietly. Han Lulu exclaimed from time to time, and was excited and nervous. I played very attentively, seriously, and happily. After the three of them played this game for dozens of minutes, they decided to change to another game. It's still a racing game, but this time it's about motorcycles. Then the three of them continued playing. After playing for dozens of minutes, I changed the game. The three of them played in the arcade for 3 or 4 hours and didn't leave until after 11 o'clock. Han Lulu was naturally still unsatisfied and hadn't played enough, so she wanted to play some more. It's just that it's getting late, and we agreed to have a midnight snack to thank Lin Xian. The three of them discussed it and decided to go for a barbecue. I searched online and picked a barbecue restaurant with high ratings. Because it's a bit far, I drove there. Barbecue restaurant. The three of them found a private room and sat down, and started ordering skewers, food, and drinks. Of course, it's a drink, not alcohol. Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew don't want to drink, they can't drink much, and they don't like drinking. It was impossible for Lin Xian to drink alone, so he just drank the beverage with everyone. After the three of them ordered, they started chatting while waiting. The topic of conversation at this time was the games played before. After chatting for a few minutes, Han Lulu said a little depressedly, it's fun to play games, but I just can't find any inspiration for songs. I have to figure out what to do to be inspired and write better songs. After saying this, he thought about it with a sad face. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Han Lulu and then comforted her, it's okay, it's okay. Inspiration is not regular. You never know when it will come. You can still look forward to it. Maybe when you are lying in bed and getting ready to go to sleep, inspiration will suddenly come to you. After listening to this, Lin Xian looked at Han Lulu, thought for a moment, and then asked, if you can't think of it yourself, you can ask the company to buy it for you. You don't have to write it yourself. After listening to what the two people said, Han Lulu first nodded to Lu Chingrew as a response. Then he replied to Lin Xian, yes, there are, but I haven't found a song that suits my style and sounds good yet. So, while I was waiting for the company to buy good songs that suited my style, I was thinking and writing on my own, doing both at the same time. You can't put all your hopes in one place, that's not good, and you can't let yourself lose the ability to create songs. If you buy all the songs, it will also affect your image. Chapter 28 I like. Lin Xian nodded after hearing this, looked at Han Lulu and thought for a while before saying, music is also one of my hobbies. I also learned to write songs. I always feel that I have talent in this area. I currently have an original song of my own, but I don't want to sing it myself. I don't want to be a big star or famous. I don't want to wrap myself up tightly when I go out. That would be very uncomfortable and unhappy, and would seriously affect my life. That's not the life I want. So, I can sell this song to you. It doesn't matter whether you buy it outright or split the profits, but I prefer splitting the profits. Of course, the reason I chose to sell it to you is because we are friends, and I think this song is suitable for you. Otherwise, I would not sell it to you because I don't need the money from selling songs. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Han Lulu looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. She never thought that Lin Xian actually had his own original song. After looking at Lin Xian, he asked Lin Xian, can you sing something for me to hear? If I think it sounds good, I will tell the company and let the relevant people in the company talk to you about buying out or profit sharing. She was already very surprised that Lin Xian could write songs. So, I never thought about how good a song Lin Xian would write. It's good enough as long as the song you write is not bad. She works in this industry and has heard too many ugly songs, more than many people have heard. Because some songs are so bad that they are not released at all because no one wants to release them. Knowing that this is a business that is bound to lose money, who would do it? After hearing what Lin Xian said, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. She also didn't expect that Lin Xian could write songs. She had no idea about it before. She had never heard Lin Xian mention it, and had never heard any rumors about it. After listening to Han Lulu's question, she also looked at Lin Xian and waited, wanting to hear what the song written by Lin Xian was like and whether it was good. Lin Xian smiled and replied, yes, of course. Then listen carefully, I'm going to start singing. Okay. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. Han Lulu replied with a little excitement. Lu Chingrew also nodded at Lin Xian, then looked at Lin Xian and waited. Lin Xian smiled at the two of them, then adjusted his mood and state. I recalled the song Star Moon Candy and asked the system to help turn on the karaoke mode. It is equivalent to a screen image appearing in your mind, with accompaniment and lyrics, similar to the display screen in a KTV. After finishing it, after the prelude, Lin Xian started singing. Once it was brewed in the book. But it wasn't said too explicitly. There are so many twists and turns in the plot, but they don't mention it. Sixpence and White Moonlight. After hearing these words, Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew thought they were just average, neither good nor bad. However, it is already very good that Lin Xian, an amateur, can write a song. It deserves encouragement and there is no need to despise him. So the two of them listened seriously and didn't show any discomfort, for fear that Lin Xian would see it and be upset. Soon, it reached the climax. It doesn't matter. The darker the sky, the brighter the stars. I grew up wildly and failed to become my own moon. When I have saved up sixpence, I will go and look for the moon. My meeting with you is the candy given to me by the Milky Way. I would like to walk across the stars for you. Burn all my madness away. Just go all the way. No matter how much rain, dew, wind, and frost there are along the way. Even if this encounter is like a dream. I want to stay by your side too. After hearing this part, Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew's eyes suddenly lit up. They became energetic, excited, and emotional. I think it sounds great, so of course I like it. A few minutes later, Lin Xian finished singing a song. He smiled at the two people and asked, "How do you feel? Are you okay?" Okay, that's great. It sounds nice, very nice. I like it very much. Han Lulu replied with an excited smile. Lu Chingrew also smiled excitedly and said, "It sounds nice, very nice, it's a very sweet song, I like it." Lin Xian smiled after hearing this, and then smiled at Han Lulu and said, "I think this song suits you very well. It would be better if you sang it, and the effect would be better and it would sound better because your voice is sweeter and you look very cute. It would be perfect if you sang this song." After hearing this, Lu Chingrew said to Han Lulu, "You can learn it and then sing it to see whether a boy or a girl sings better. You can also see if it's suitable for you to sing." Han Lulu smiled and said, "I think this song is suitable for me to sing and suits my style. I will talk to the company about this, and then let the company's people talk to you about the purchase. Whether you want to buy it outright or share the profits, you can decide between yourselves. Please don't let yourself suffer losses because of me. Don't give our company any profit or anything like that. Please don't do that." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Well, if you don't tell me, I will really do this. I think we should just go to the branch city and discuss the profit ratio. It doesn't matter if the ratio is more or less. Because I really don't care about the money I can make from selling songs. Even the best songs don't make much money. So, I don't really care how much money the song can make. What I care about is that you won't be troubled by not being able to write songs or not having good songs. Otherwise I wouldn't have taken it out now, but would have given it to you a long time ago." After hearing this, Han Lulu was moved and her emotions were stirred again. I just looked at Lin Xian for a moment, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. "Master, Han Lulu's affection towards you has increased by 2 points. Received a reward and increased combat skill by 30. Obtained the Xian Tian 13 needles and improved the acupuncture skill by 1 level. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 1 billion. Get a district level friend. Get a bonus of 100 million in cash. Internet information technology, or hacker technology, has been improved by 1 level." After hearing these words, Lin Xian suddenly became emotional. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian, then looked at Han Lulu, feeling a little sour in her heart. She wasn't sure if she was jealous. She could feel that Lin Xian was very good to Han Lulu. After a few seconds, Han Lulu came back to her senses and said to Lin Xian seriously, thank you so much. You've helped me like this and treated me so well. I don't know how to thank you enough. Really?" Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Just treat me to a meal, just like now, treat me to a barbecue. There is no thank you that can't be solved with a meal or a barbecue. If 1 meal is not enough, then 2 meals, hee hee." Chapter 29 I Won't Let You Go. Han Lulu smiled after hearing what Lin Xian said and then said, "It seems that other than treating you to a meal, I can't think of any better way to thank you for the time being. But if you need my help in the future, just ask. I will definitely help you as long as I can. After all, I owe you too many favors. Lin Xian smiled and replied, well, okay, if I need your help in the future I will ask for your help. Friends should help and support each other, so that we can have a better future. Well, what you said makes sense. Friends should help and support each other. I agree with this. Han Lulu replied with a smile. Lin Xian smiled, and then said to Han Lulu, I can give you the lyrics and all the content first, you can practice first. Negotiate the profit sharing and sign the contract yourself. Take your time. There's no rush. As for the profit sharing ratio, I won't ask for too much. As long as it's reasonable and acceptable to everyone, that's fine. Han Lulu was touched and smiled as she thanked him. Thank you so much, thank you for your trust, and thank you for being so kind to me. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's just a song. I don't take it too seriously. When I write a song suitable for you in the future, I will still give it to you. At least I will give you priority. Well, thank you. Han Lulu thanked with a smile, and was naturally moved again. Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. Because the skewers were already on the table, I called out, eat, 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 and try how this place tastes. Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew nodded in response, then one by one started to pick up the skewers and eat and taste them. After Han Lulu swallowed the food in her mouth, she said, I think it's delicious and suits my appetite. What about you? I think it's good too. It's delicious and suits my taste. Lu Chingrew replied. Lin Xian also smiled and said, well, it's really good, delicious, I like it. Since everyone thinks it's delicious, that's great. It seems we have the same taste, ha. Han Lulu replied with a smile. Afterwards, the three of them ate and chatted, talking and laughing in a harmonious atmosphere. After a while, Lu Chingrew got up and left the box, preparing to go to the bathroom. Lu Chingrew went to the bathroom and washed her hands in the outside toilet. While I was washing my hands, a woman standing next to me shook her hands after washing them, trying to get rid of the water on them. As a result, he slapped Lu Chingrew all over his body and face. Lu Chingrew was a little angry and looked displeased. Looking at the young woman, he complained to her, the water in your hand splashed all over my body and face. Isn't there paper there? Can't you just wipe it with paper? After hearing this, the young woman, who looked to be in her 20s and looked drunk, looked at Lu Chingrew and replied unceremoniously, the water is clean, what's the big deal? Just wipe it yourself with paper. What a fuss. After saying that, he continued to shake the water off his hands. Lu Chingrew became even angrier after hearing this. He said to the young woman, why are you like this? You splashed water all over me, and it's okay that you didn't apologize, but you acted like you didn't care. Isn't that too uncultured? After hearing this, the young woman said to Lu Chingrew, is this called a lack of quality? Believe it or not, I will show you what a lack of quality is. Okay, stop talking nonsense to me and shut up, or I'll let you know what it means to be really uncultured. After saying this, he withdrew his gaze, turned around and prepared to leave. Lu Chingrew was very angry after hearing this, and immediately said to the young woman who turned around and was about to leave, stop. Apologize to me. You are such a bully. I don't know how there can be someone like you, a woman at that, and so young. The young woman who was about to leave stopped and turned to look at Lu Chingrew. She said to Lu Chingrew disdainfully, apologize to you. You must have drunk too much. Do you think I will apologize to you? What can you do to me if I don't apologize to you? You can't even bite me, haha. Besides, it's not a big deal. Can you please stop making a fuss and looking for trouble? Really, do you think you are so precious? I'm not bullying you, I just think it's unnecessary. The water from my hand splashed on your face and body, can't you just wipe it off yourself? Really? Lu Chingrew was furious after hearing this. She looked at the young woman and angrily replied, you splashed the water on me and my face. Shouldn't you say sorry? Is this a question of whether the matter is big or small? It's a question of attitude. As long as you say sorry, I won't mind and won't say anything else. But not only did you not say sorry, you also acted as if it didn't matter. You didn't consider other people's feelings at all and you didn't respect others. You are really bullying me. The young woman responded, that's just my attitude. That's just who I am. I won't apologize. I don't respect you. I just bullied you. What can you do to me? After saying this, he looked at Lu Chingrew with a disdainful sneer, waiting for Lu Chingrew's reaction. Seeing this woman who was many times more beautiful than herself getting angry, and being unhappy with her but not being able to do anything to her, she felt very happy in her heart. It would be a lie to say that she was not envious, jealous, and resentful of Lu Chingrew's beauty. After hearing what the young woman said, Lu Chingrew became even angrier and looked at her with an angry expression. But she couldn't do anything to the other person and felt very powerless. I just looked at each other for a moment, not knowing what to say. I don't know what to say that would be helpful. The young woman felt proud when she saw Lu Chingrew like this. After a disdainful sneer, he turned and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lu Chingrew instinctively reached out and grabbed the other person's wrist, and said to the young woman at the same time, "You can't leave, you haven't apologized to me yet." The young woman whose wrist was grabbed stopped walking, anger rising in her body, and she yelled at Lu Chingrew, "Damn, you are so annoying, are you looking for a fight? Let me go now, or I'll beat you." After saying that, he glared at Lu Chingrew, as if he was going to attack her if she didn't let go. Although Lu Chingrew was a little scared and nervous after hearing this, she still said, "Apologize to me, and I will let you go if you apologize. You can't leave otherwise. I won't let you go." After hearing this, the young woman cursed, "Fuck, you bitch are really asking for a beating. In that case, I will grant your wish." After he finished speaking, he slapped Lu Chingrew in the face. Pa! Ah! The crisp and loud slapping sound and Lu Chingrew's painful groan sounded almost at the same time. Chapter 30. Who is that woman? After being slapped, Lu Chingrew instinctively let go of the other person's hand, covered her slapped cheek with her hand, looked painful, and looked at the young woman in disbelief. The young woman sneered at Lu Chingrew and asked, "Do you still want me to apologize? Do you still want to hold me back?" Lu Chingrew came to her senses after hearing this, and immediately said to the young woman, "How dare you hit someone? I'm going to call the police and have them arrest you." After saying that, he picked up his phone and prepared to call the police. The young woman snatched Lu Chingrew's phone and smashed it to the ground. The phone broke into pieces. Then he said to Lu Chingrew, "Report, report, report slowly." After saying this, he turned around and left quickly without waiting for Lu Chingrew to reply. Lu Chingrew was surprised for a moment before she came to her senses. She quickly picked up her cell phone and walked quickly towards the young woman, ready to grab her and ask her to compensate her for her cell phone. When the young woman felt her hand being grabbed by Lu Chingrew, she kept moving and shook her hands hard to try to get rid of it. She was too lazy to argue with Lu Chingrew anymore and just wanted to go back to her seat and continue drinking. Lu Chingrew tried to grab the young woman's hand and said to her, "Stop, compensate me for my phone and apologize to me. Don't run, wait for the police to come and deal with it." At this time, the two people had arrived at the lobby of the barbecue restaurant. The male and female diners who were eating barbecue in the barbecue restaurant noticed the two people one by one. Everyone ate and watched with confusion and curiosity. The young woman shook off the attack and walked forward quickly. At the same time, he turned to Lu Chingrew and said harshly, "Don't pull me, if you pull me again, I will beat you. I'm going back to my seat and drinking now. I'm not going to run away. You can call the police slowly." After hearing this, Lu Chingrew stopped and watched the young woman walking, preparing to see which table she was going to. The young woman returned to her seat and sat down, complaining in frustration, "I went to the bathroom and met a crazy woman. I accidentally splashed some water on her body and face, and she bit me and insisted that I apologize to her. She wouldn't let me go. After arguing with her for a few words, I slapped her in anger. She wanted to call the police, but I smashed her phone. Now she's chasing me out. Look over there." The tall and burly man sitting there is also the young woman's boyfriend. After hearing what his girlfriend said, he turned around and his eyes fell on Lu Chingrew. When I saw Lu Chingrew's appearance, I was immediately amazed. For a moment, he just looked at Lu Chingrew and was unable to extricate himself from her beauty. After Lu Chingrew saw the young woman sit down in a seat, she turned around and went back to the box. He walked to Han Lulu and said to her, "Give me your phone and call the police." Han Lulu, who was chatting with Lin Xian, was surprised after hearing this. Then she looked at Lu Chingrew and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What happened? Why did you call the police?" Lin Xian also looked at Lu Chingrew and noticed the red finger marks on Lu Chingrew's snow-white cheek. While guessing, I asked curiously, "What happened?" Lu Chingrew looked at Han Lulu and Lin Xian, and then said, "When I was washing my hands in the bathroom, a woman next to me splashed the water on my body and face. I asked the other party to apologize, but he was unwilling to do so, and then I was slapped in the face by him. I wanted to call the police, but they snatched my phone and smashed it to the ground. Han Lulu was surprised after hearing this, and then she said angrily, "There are still such uncultured people, call the police immediately." After saying this, he took the phone, unlocked it, and prepared to call the police. Lin Xian was also a little angry after hearing this, and then asked Lu Chingrew, "Is that woman still in the store?" After hearing this, Lu Chingrew replied to Lin Xian, "Yes, it's still there, at least it was there before I came in." "Come on, take me to see. I'll ask her to apologize to you. I want to see how arrogant and presumptuous she is. She actually dares to bully my friends," Lin Xian said as he stood up. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian, and then looked at Han Lulu who was talking on the phone. Then he said to Lin Xian, "Why don't we wait for the police to come and let them handle it? I'm worried that you might get into a fight with her people. That's unnecessary. It's better to wait for the police to handle it." At this time, Lin Xian had already stood beside Lu Chingrew and said to her, "The police will be here for a while. Before the police come, I will take you to vent your anger and let her apologize to you and avenge you." After Han Lulu ended the call, she stood up and said to Lu Chingrew, "The police will be here in a while. Let's go out and watch that person to prevent him from running away. Besides, Lin Xian is so powerful, and the people he knows are so powerful, what do you have to be afraid of? Come on, let Lin Xian help you get back your face and ask her to apologize to you. It would be even better if you slap her in the face. It would make you feel better. If the police come, you won't be able to do what you want to do. So, before the police arrive, let's go out and get revenge on her." After saying that, he took Lu Chingrew's hand and prepared to take her out. Lin Xian also turned and walked towards the door of the private room while saying, Yes, Lulu is right. It will be difficult to handle if the police arrive. Now go find her and vent your anger before the police arrive. I will pay her back tenfold." Lu Chingrew let Han Lulu pull her towards the door of the box with a helpless look on her face. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know what to say for a moment. In fact, she also wanted to take revenge on that woman. But if Lin Xian was allowed to go, it would be bad if Lin Xian and the woman's boyfriend got into a fight. If Lin Xian couldn't win and was injured or even killed, that would be even worse. That was not the result she wanted. After all, the man sitting at the same table with the woman looked tall and strong, obviously much stronger than Lin Xian. She felt that Lin Xian should not be his opponent. This is the main reason why she didn't want Lin Xian to help her with revenge. The three of them stood outside the box, and Lin Xian, with a serious expression, swept his eyes across the entire audience. At the same time, he asked, "Chingrew, who is that woman?" After asking, he scanned the women one by one and asked fiercely, Who hit my friend?" Han Lulu also asked Lu Chingrew, Ro, tell me quickly, which woman hit you?" After saying that, he scanned the entire lobby of the barbecue restaurant, trying to see who the woman was. Chapter 31 I Will Protect You. Without waiting for Lu Chingrew to speak, the young woman who had just hit Lu Chingrew replied to Lin Xian, "It was me." "What? Do you want to avenge her?" The young woman's boyfriend also looked at Lin Xian at this time. He saw two top beauties standing behind Lin Xian. One of them was the one who just entered, and the other one he had never seen before. Although she is wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, you can still tell that she is a very beautiful woman. There were some other male and female diners in the lobby, as well as a few barbecue restaurant staff. They looked at several people one by one, with an expression as if they were ready to watch a good show. Some people watched and talked to each other in whispers. After hearing this, Lin Xian looked at the young woman, then turned to Lu Chingrew and said, "Come with me. I'll ask her to apologize to you, and then give her a few slaps to vent your anger." After saying this, he walked towards the young woman without waiting for Lu Chingrew to reply. Han Lulu didn't wait for Lu Chingrew to speak, and immediately pulled Lu Chingrew to catch up with Lin Xian. Lin Xian has the ability to help her best friend get revenge, and she will not stop or persuade Lin Xian. Because she was also very angry and furious, and wanted to help her best friend get revenge. Lu Chingrew let Han Lulu pull her away and looked at Han Lulu helplessly. After thinking about it, I still didn't say anything. Lin Xian walked to the young woman's table and stood still, looking down at her with a condescending attitude and a serious expression. He said harshly to the young woman, "Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my friend right now, or you will bear the consequences." Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu stood beside Lin Xian, looking at the young woman, waiting for her reaction. After hearing what Lin Xian said, the male and female diners nearby and the staff of the barbecue restaurant looked at Lin Xian one by one and then looked at the young woman, ready to see her reaction and whether she would apologize. After hearing what Lin Xian said, the young woman said to him with disdain, "Why, just because you are a man, you think you can take advantage of me? I also have a boyfriend, and he's a black belt in Taekwondo. I'll let my boyfriend talk to you slowly. It's up to you whether you want to talk or fight. My boyfriend will accompany you to the end." After saying that, she immediately turned to her boyfriend and said, "Honey, he threatened me. What do you think I should do? Do I really have to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to this woman? Do you have the heart to do that?" After hearing this, the young woman's boyfriend first said to his girlfriend, "Don't worry, I'm here to protect you. He can't do anything to you." "Well, that's good, thank you dear," the young woman replied with a smile. After saying this, he looked at Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew proudly. The young woman is called Yang Ko, 24 years old, and works as a hostess in nightclubs. She has a good figure, dresses sexy, wears heavy makeup, has a strong worldly air, and is 6 points pretty. Of course, this is after applying makeup. As for how much she looks without makeup, only she herself knows. The young woman's boyfriend smiled at his girlfriend, then stood up, looked at Lin Xian seriously, and said to Lin Xian, "My girlfriend will not kneel down and kowtow to apologize to your friend. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can get out of here and don't disturb us from eating barbecue." After saying this, he looked down at Lin Xian with a condescending attitude, waiting for Lin Xian to reply. Yuan Long, 28 years old, is a first-degree black belt in Taekwondo and can beat 3 or 4 ordinary people by himself. He is an unemployed vagrant, a parasite living off his parents, and his family has assets worth several million. He is tall and strong, 1.86 meters tall. Black vest, black trousers, and a pair of black sneakers. He felt that Lin Xian was no match for him at all and he could definitely defeat Lin Xian, so he dared to speak to Lin Xian like that. Of course, he also wanted to show off in front of these two top beauties, Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu, to show his might and dominance, and his strength and power. After hearing what her boyfriend said, the young woman Yang Ko looked at Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew even more proudly, waiting for their reply. The male and female diners and barbecue restaurant staff who were watching listened to what the young man Yuan Long said. After looking at the young man, they turned to look at Lin Xian, wanting to see Lin Xian's reaction and hear what Lin Xian had to say. After hearing what Yuan Long said, Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu looked at Yuan Long and then at Lin Xian, ready to see Lin Xian's reaction and hear what Lin Xian had to say. After hearing what the young man Yuan Long said, Lin Xian looked at Yuan Long seriously and asked in a cold voice, "Since you want to stand up for your girlfriend, I will deal with you first, and then let your girlfriend kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my friend. Pay attention. I'm about to attack you. Don't blame me for a sneak attack later." After hearing this, Yuan Long sneered and replied, "Oh, you want to do it? Sure, just come at me. I want to see how capable you are. How dare you attack me?" After saying that, he took a stance, looked at Lin Xian with a disdainful sneer, waved at Lin Xian, and signaled Lin Xian to hurry up. Chapter 32, If you can't do it, just say it. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and said, "Then watch this." After saying that, he kicked Yuan Long quickly. When Yuan Long saw the speed of Lin Xian's kick, he was shocked and his expression changed. He knew that Lin Xian was no ordinary person. He immediately became fully alert and decided to go all out. He dared not underestimate the enemy again. At the same time, he wanted to retreat quickly to avoid it, but unfortunately his speed was not fast enough and it was too late. Bang! Well! The dull sound of collision and the screams of pain rang out almost at the same time. The powerful force caused Yuan Long to fly backwards and land on the ground 2 or 3 meters away. He covered the part of his body that was kicked and curled up. He looked painful and his face was flushed. He rolled over and over on the ground, screaming in pain. Lin Xian walked over quickly, stepped on Yuan Long's head, looked down at Yuan Long on the ground, and asked coldly, "Are you okay? If you are, I will continue to beat you until you can't do it anymore. If you can't do it anymore, just tell me and I'll stop." The onlookers naturally included Han Lulu, Lu Chingrew, and Yang Ku. Everyone who saw this process and this result was surprised. I never thought it would end so soon. Lin Xian actually dealt with Yuan Long so easily. At this moment, they couldn't help but wonder whether Yuan Long was a black belt master in Taekwondo. Is it that Yuan Long is too weak or Lin Xian is too strong? At this time, everyone was watching and guessing in their hearts. After some men, women, old and young came to their senses, they could not help but exclaim in excitement, whispering to each other and discussing in low voices. Oh my god, this result is beyond my expectation. I thought this guy who claimed to be a Taekwondo black belt was very powerful, but he was knocked down by just one kick. I am really disappointed. Yeah. Looking at his height and his size, I thought he could win even if he wasn't a black belt in Taekwondo. But I didn't expect that he would be defeated with just one kick. It looks like he has lost the ability to fight again in such a short time. He is so vulnerable, I guess that's what I mean by that. This guy is really awesome. He defeated this guy who looks like he can fight well with just one kick. He's handsome and a good fighter. I like him so much. Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew came back to their senses from their surprise and looked at Lin Xian excitedly with a smile on their faces. At the same time, I also felt relieved and not so nervous or worried. My sense of security was increasing rapidly. Han Lulu even excitedly praised Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you are so amazing, so handsome, so amazing. Lu Chingrew just watched with a smile and said nothing. Yang Ko, who was standing aside, came to his senses and found it hard to accept it. I can't accept that my boyfriend lost. Where's the Taekwondo black belt master? What happened to the promise that one person could beat 3 or 4 ordinary people? How come you can't even bear a kick? Is it because I've had sex too many times and I feel weak all over? Otherwise, with this size, even if he doesn't know Taekwondo, it is impossible that he can't take a single blow. As Yang Ko watched, he made random guesses in his mind. Yuan Long was lying on the ground screaming in pain, with his head stepped on by Lin Xian. He felt extremely humiliated, depressed, angry and resentful. If possible at this moment, he really wanted to stand up and punch Lin Xian's head to pieces, and break Lin Xian's leg. Unfortunately, this is just thought, he is totally unable to do it at the moment. At this moment, he had no intention of replying to Lin Xian. He didn't want to reply to Lin Xian. He ignored Lin Xian's words and continued to groan in pain, hoping that the piercing pain would pass quickly. I hope I can get better soon, get up and fight again. At this time, he also tried to turn over, but unfortunately, as soon as he moved, he felt a piercing pain in his lower abdomen, so he dared not move again, for fear of hurting the part that was kicked. After hearing what Han Lulu said, Lin Xian turned around and smiled at Han Lulu. Then he looked down at Yuan Long, kicked him in the head, and said to Yuan Long harshly, "Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm asking? If you don't answer me, I don't mind kicking you a few more times, in your face." Yuan Long was very angry and furious after being kicked. He wanted to curse Lin Xian, but was worried about angering Lin Xian and getting beaten even worse. After cursing in his heart for a few times, he reluctantly replied, No, I admit defeat, I can't beat you, you are too strong." After hearing this, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and stopped talking nonsense with the other party. He turned to look at the young woman Yang Ku and asked her coldly, "Are you going to obey me now and kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my friend? If you don't do what I say, I don't mind using my hands on you." After saying this, he looked at Yang Ku coldly, waiting for Yang Ku's reply. After hearing this, Yang Ku suddenly came to her senses, looked at Lin Xian with some fear, and then looked at her boyfriend on the ground. Then he turned to look at Lin Xian again, and after thinking with his confused mind, he replied, I apologize. After saying this, he knelt down in front of Lu Chingrew, kowtowed and apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me this time, I won't dare to do it again. By the way, I will compensate you for your phone. I will transfer the money to you for how much it cost. After saying this, he stopped kowtowing and waited nervously and worriedly, waiting for Lu Chingrew to reply. Seeing this, Lin Xian looked at Yang Ku, then looked at Lu Chingrew, wanting to see Lu Chingrew's reaction. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Yang Ku, thought for a while, and then said, Okay, let's do this. I bought my phone for more than 6,000 yuan, so you should pay me 5,000 yuan. Thank you. You are so generous. You are such a good person. I will definitely compensate you for the phone money. I'll transfer the money right away. Yang Ku secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then expressed his gratitude. Lin Xian said to Lu Chingrew, she slapped you before, you have to give her 10 times as much. If you don't want to do it, I'll help you. Han Lulu agreed after hearing this, yes, she slapped you before, you must give it back to her, only then will you feel better. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Han Lulu and Lin Xian, thought for a while, and then said to Lin Xian, help me fight, I don't want to hit anyone. Yes, no problem. Lin Xian replied. Then he walked in front of Yang Ku and stood still, attacking Yang Ku left and right who was looking up at him. Pa. A crisp and loud slapping sound was heard, followed by Yang Ke's scream of pain. Lin Xian slapped him more than 10 times quickly before stopping. He turned to Lu Chingrew and said, "Okay, the fight is over. After receiving her transfer, this matter is over. We can go back to the box and continue eating kebabs." Chapter 33, Going to get a room? After he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, and then turned to Han Lulu and said, "By the way, call the police and tell them not to come." "There is no need." Han Lulu replied, "Okay, I'll call you right away." After saying that, he picked up the phone and prepared to make a call. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Chingrew asked Yang Ke, who was kneeling on the ground, covering her cheek and groaning in pain, "WeChat or Alipay?" After hearing this, Yang Ke endured the pain and replied, "It's all right." "Then, transfer the money." Lu Chingrew took the money, turned to Lin Xian and said, "Okay, it's in the account." "That's good, let's go back to the box." Lin Xian replied. Then the three of them left and returned to their own private room. The onlookers then withdrew their gazes one by one, and some men and women continued to talk while eating. After Lin Xian and the other two sat down, Lu Chingrew thanked Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, thank you." Lin Xian smiled and said, "It's just a small matter. It's nothing to worry about. I still say that. If you encounter any troubles that you cannot solve yourself in the future, you can tell me. As long as I can solve them, I will definitely help you solve them. Some things can't be solved by calling the police, and calling the police is not the best solution. If you call the police, the most they can do is ask her to apologize to you, compensate you for your phone, and then let the two of you reconcile. As for that slap you received, it was in vain. I can't ask you to slap her back a dozen times. If that happens, the anger and hatred in your heart won't be released, and you'll feel uncomfortable for a long time. That's not a pleasant experience." Han Lulu agreed after hearing this. Yes, it's really painful just thinking about it. It's better to solve it by yourself. It makes you feel more relieved. I don't know if you feel relieved, but I do. I feel much better, huh? After listening to the two people's words, Lu Chingrew looked at them and said to Lin Xian, "Well, I understand, thank you. My heart was moved and my emotions were also moved." At this moment, Lin Xian remembered the words of the little cutie classmate. "Master, Lu Chingrew's affection for you has increased by 2 points. Receive a reward of 100 more stamina. Received a reward, increased physical defense by 50. Gain 50 points in physical fitness. Gain 50 more combat skill points. Gain 1 level of internet information technology. Received the reward Xian Tian 13 needles and the acupuncture skill was upgraded by 1 level. Received the TV drama script 3 Lives 3 Worlds 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. Get the bonus song Liang Liang. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 1 billion. Get a bonus of 100 million in cash." After hearing this, Lin Xian became excited, very happy and in a good mood. After thinking for a while, he looked at Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu, then smiled and greeted them. Okay, let's continue eating skewers." Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu nodded, then they picked up the skewers and continued eating. The three of them ate and chatted, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After eating the barbecue, the three of them discussed and decided to stay in a hot spring hotel tonight. Soak in the hot springs before going to bed. After making the decision, the three of them left the barbecue restaurant and drove towards the hot spring hotel. Hot spring hotel. 3 people were taking a hot spring bath in a private room at this moment, of course, in a hot spring pool. Lin Xian was wearing swimming trunks. Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu were both wearing swimsuits. Lin Xian naturally couldn't help but stare at the 2 people. Fortunately, both of them have some affection for Lin Xian, so they don't feel disgusted. Not only was he not disgusted, he was secretly delighted. After soaking in the hot spring and chatting for a while, the 3 of them decided to play a game. After some discussion, we decided to play a poker game. Afterwards, the 3 of them stayed in the private room for dozens of minutes while playing games and soaking in the hot spring. Because it was already late, it was already 1 a.m., so everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Lin Xian had his own room, while Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu had their own room, but each had their own bed. The 2 chatted for a while before going to bed. The next day. Early morning. Dong Xinlan's home. Dong Xinlan arrived at the door of Lin Xian's room and shouted, but got no response. I wondered if Lin Xian hadn't come back to sleep, or if he had gone to get a room. Thinking about getting a room, I couldn't help but wonder if he had gone to get a room with Lu Chingrew. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable and sour. After a few seconds, after adjusting his emotions, he shouted again, wanting to confirm whether Lin Xian had returned. After shouting, he waited for a few seconds, but there was no response from Lin Xian. This made her certain that Lin Xian had not come back and was not in the bedroom. This made her feel even worse, and she couldn't help but wonder again whether Lin Xian really checked into a hotel with Lu Chingrew. I arrived at the restaurant in a daze, sat down at my seat, and prepared to have breakfast. Breakfast was taken away. Thinking while eating. After eating for a while, I couldn't help it and picked up my phone to send a WeChat message to Lin Xian. You didn't come back to bed, where are you now? Lin Xian, who was sleeping in bed, heard the WeChat message alert on his phone. After a pause, he picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Dong Xinlan. I immediately sent the other party the location of this place and quickly typed a reply. I took a hot spring bath with Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu last night, and then slept in this hot spring hotel. After sending it, put down your phone, close your eyes and go back to sleep. When Dong Xinlan saw Lin Xian's reply and realized that 3 people were staying in the same hotel, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and felt much better. After thinking about it, he replied, "Oh, that's it. I just called you to have breakfast, but no one replied, so I sent you a message. I wanted to know if you were sleeping too deeply or not in the bedroom." Lin Xian heard the WeChat message reminder, took out his phone and opened it to read the WeChat message. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Yeah, that's it. Today is Sunday. I have to play with Han Lulu during the day and may not come back tonight. After sending it, put down your phone, close your eyes and go back to sleep." Dong Xinlan read the message, thought about it, and typed a reply, "Yeah, okay." Lin Xian read the message and did not reply. He turned off the light of his phone screen and continued to sleep. Dong Xinlan, who knew that Lin Xian did not check into a room with Lu Chingrew, now felt that the breakfast tasted much better. Naturally, my mood improved a lot. Lin Xian and the other two had already discussed it last night and decided not to have breakfast in the morning and just go out for lunch after waking up. It was after 10 o'clock before the 3 decided to get up. By the time I was done getting dressed and ready, it was already past 11 o'clock. The 3 of them discussed and decided what to eat before taking the elevator to the underground parking lot and preparing to drive to the restaurant. Chapter 34 Being Kept. Lin Xian drove the car to a Jianghu restaurant and found a place to park the car. After the 3 people got off the car, they walked towards this Jianghu restaurant. Inside a private room at Jianghu restaurant, 3 people were sitting on the sofa, holding menus and discussing ordering dishes. After ordering the food, we chatted while waiting. Naturally, we were also discussing where to go after dinner. Han Lulu also told Lin Xian that tomorrow, Monday, staff from the relevant department of the company will call Lin Xian to discuss the purchase of the song. After a while, dishes with good color, aroma, and taste were served on the table. The 3 of them picked up their chopsticks and started eating, commenting on the food as they ate. The food here tastes good and suits the tastes of the 3 of them. After a while, Lu Chingrew, who was eating, heard her cell phone ringing. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from my roommate. After the call was connected, he put it to his ear and said with a smile, "Juan, what's the matter?" "Chingrew, someone posted something bad about you on the school forum, don't you know?" That post was quite popular, with quite a lot of views and hundreds of comments, all of which were negative. "If you don't know yet, go and check out what's going on." Juan replied on the phone. Lu Chingrew was surprised after hearing this, and after a pause she came to her senses, and then replied, "Well, okay, I'll go to the school forum and take a look. By the way, thank you for your notice. It's just a small matter." "You're welcome." Juan replied on the phone. Finally, the 2 people said a few more words before ending the call. Lu Chingrew entered the school forum a little nervously and started reading it. Soon, I saw a popular post. The title of the post was, "Shocking, the school beauty got into the old man's luxury car, suspected to be kept by a rich man." Photo. When Lu Chingrew saw the title, she was slightly startled, her expression changed slightly, and her head started buzzing. After seeing the title, I clicked on it and started reading the post. The content roughly means that the person who posted the message saw the school beauty getting into a black Rolls-Royce Ghost. Also took a few photos. Look at the person in the photo, who else could it be but her? As for the owner of the Rolls-Royce, he was not photographed, but the person who posted the message said that it was an old man and she saw it with her own eyes. Because the owner was in the car, no photo was taken. Then I edited some more content. After reading the post, Lu Chingrew felt very bad and depressed, and her face looked not very good. After thinking for a while, he replied directly, I am Lu Chingrew, I am the person in the photo. Don't slander or spread rumors. Delete this post immediately, or I will sue you. I'm not being kept by anyone. The owner of the car is my friend. He's very young, not an old man. It's not what you think. It's possible that you said it on purpose. In short, it's definitely not what you described in your post. After sending it, start reading the comments on this post. I found that many of the comments were negative. I thought she was so innocent, but it turns out she was just pretending. I was wondering why she was so hard to pursue. It turns out that she's already been kept by someone else and doesn't dare to have a boyfriend because she's afraid of being abandoned by her sponsor. At this moment, I feel confident again. I think I can do it again. The reason I can't pursue her is not because I can't do it, but because she can't do it. Her sponsor doesn't allow her to have a relationship. Is such a person worthy of being the top of the 3 most beautiful girls in our school? Get rid of her immediately and don't ruin the reputation of our school. That's right, I support this, just remove her, remove her. Han Lulu saw that Lu Chingrew looked unhappy, and immediately asked Lu Chingrew with concern, Chingrew, what's wrong? Did anything happen? Lin Xian was looking at Lu Chingrew's guess, and was also looking at Lu Chingrew, waiting for Lu Chingrew's reply. Lu Chingrew, who was reading the comments, looked up at Han Lulu after hearing this. Noticing that Lin Xian was also looking at her, she turned her head to glance at Lin Xian. Then he said to Han Lulu in a somewhat depressed tone, I don't know who posted a message in our school forum to slander me. Am I being kept by someone, or by an old man? I also took some photos. The photos were taken yesterday when I got into Lin Xian's car. Because Lin Xian's car is a luxury car, many people believe the content of the post, and they are willing to believe that I am being kept by an old man. Han Lulu said angrily after hearing this, who is it? Who is so boring as to spread rumors and slander you? Does he simply want to share gossip, or does he have a grudge against you? Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Just explain it and it will be fine. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. Lin Xian also comforted Lu Chingrew, yes, don't worry, it's a small problem. If you need an explanation, I can help you explain it. At this point, he suddenly thought of something, and then said to Lu Chingrew, I taught myself internet information technology, or hacker technology. I can try to find the person who posted it. Find the person who posted it and ask her why she posted it. If it's just a misunderstanding and she just wants to share gossip, then it's understandable. But if it's not, if she wants to spread rumors to defame you, then she should be taught a lesson and made an example of to others so that they don't dare to do it again. Han Lulu agreed after hearing this, yes, that makes sense. We must do this. We must be ruthless when dealing with people like this. That way, no one will dare to do this again in the future. After that, he immediately asked Lin Xian, Brother Xian, you actually taught yourself hacking skills? How's your level? I'm so excited. I want to know how good you are and to what extent. Hacker, this name sounds so cool. I didn't expect you to have hacking skills. Lu Chingrew listened to what the 2 people said and looked at them. Then he said to Lin Xian, then help me check and see if you can find out who posted it. First find the person who posted it and ask her why she posted it. Then let her post a clarification and apologize to me, and we will cooperate and clarify it, so that this matter can be completely resolved and those who know about it can be convinced. I don't want others to mistakenly think that I'm being kept by an old man, and to talk about me behind my back and point fingers at me. That would be too uncomfortable and too depressing. Lin Xian replied, yeah, okay. After we eat and go back to the hotel, I'll use the hotel computer to check for you. Well, okay, thank you. Lu Chingrew thanked. Chapter 35 I Want to Feel. Han Lulu said, let's eat quickly, and then we'll go back to the hotel. I can't wait to see who posted it, find her, and ask her why she did it. If it's just a misunderstanding, if it's just spreading gossip, then the punishment can be lenient. If she did it on purpose, deliberately spreading rumors and slandering us, we must not let her off easily. Lin Xian said to Lu Chingrew, it's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Lulu is right. Let's eat quickly, then go back to the hotel and find the person who posted it. I can't wait to find out who posted this, and what her purpose is. Lu Chingrew replied, yeah, okay. Me too, I can't wait either. Then the 3 of them continued eating. eat and chat while doing things. Of course, Han Lulu was also learning about Lin Xian's knowledge of computer information technology. I want to know whether it is easy to learn, whether it is difficult, how long Lin Xian has been studying, and what his current level is. After dinner, the three left the restaurant and drove back to the hot spring hotel. Lin Xian took the two people back to his room and sat in front of the computer. After turning on the computer, I started operating. Han Lulu and Lu Ruru were standing nearby. At first they could understand what Lin Xian was doing. Gradually, I couldn't understand anymore and had no idea what Lin Xian was doing. A few minutes later, Lin Xian hacked into the poster's phone and found out what the other person looked like. While looking at the photos in the album, Lin Xian asked, Chingrew, do you know this person? Do you have any grudge against her? This is a woman, who looks to be around 20 years old and of average appearance. Lu Chingrew took a look and said, I don't know her. I've never seen her before. Of course, it's possible that I've seen her but I don't remember her. I don't even know her, and I've never spoken to her. I don't remember anyone like her, so I definitely don't have any grudge against her. Lin Xian nodded and replied, oh, that's it. Then I'll call her now and ask her what's going on. Okay. Lu Chingrew replied. Lin Xian looked up the other party's phone number, then took out his cell phone and called. After the call was connected, he asked in a cold voice, it was you who posted the slanderous message on the school forum, right? The person on the phone paused, then asked, who are you? Luo Yingying, 20 years old, is a sophomore. I was lying on the bed, looking at the posts I had posted and the replies in them. Suddenly a call came from an unfamiliar phone number. After thinking for a while, I answered the call. She was shocked when she heard the other party's question. It made her scalp tingle, and she felt nervous and scared. She became nervous and her heart was pounding. After all, I did something wrong. Naturally, she couldn't admit it. At the same time, I was also curious about who the other party was and why he thought the post was posted by her. She is now unsure whether the other party is deceiving her or has real evidence. But no matter what, just don't admit it. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, he replied, I am the owner of the Rolls-Royce, and I am Lu Chingrew's friend. Didn't you take a picture of my car? I know a little bit about internet information technology, and I found you. So, don't try to make excuses in front of me. Tell the truth. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. I'm afraid you can't afford it. After hearing this, Luo Yingying's head started buzzing. She became even more nervous and scared, and naturally began to worry. After thinking quickly with his confused mind, he replied, I just happened to see it, and then I took some photos and wanted to share them with everyone. Since you are not in a relationship of sponsorship, you are just her friend, then it is a misunderstanding, I can just delete the post. After hearing this, Lin Xian replied, it's not enough to just delete the post, you also need to post an apology and clarify the matter. You need to pay the price for wrongfully accusing and slandering my friend, or you won't learn your lesson. If I don't teach you a lesson, everyone will behave like you in the future. What will happen to my reputation as a friend? As for the lesson and punishment, take a video of yourself kneeling down and kowtow to apologize, and post it in your apology post. Any questions? Luo Yingying thought for a moment before replying, there's no need to be like this. After all, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to share what I saw with more people. It's just a misunderstanding. I misunderstood your relationship. I think just posting an apology will do. Lin Xian replied in a serious and cold voice, I don't care what you think, I care what I think. This is my punishment and lesson for you. If you are unwilling to do this, then I can only arrange for the police to arrest you, put you in jail, and have the school expel you. You know I'm rich. You should know the power of rich people. It's a piece of cake for me to send you to school and have the school expel you. You don't think I'm trying to scare you or threaten you, do you? After hearing this, Luo Yingying's head started buzzing and she became even more frightened. Her blood flowed faster, her heart beat faster, her scalp went numb, and she shuddered. After thinking about it with his confused mind, he quickly replied, okay, I'll do it right away, I'll do it right away. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, and then said, Lu Chingrew is right next to me, you should apologize to her now. It is necessary for you to apologize to her, and it can also help her calm down and relieve her hatred. I've turned on speakerphone, you can apologize now. After saying that, he put down his phone, turned on the speakerphone, and waited. Lu Chingrew, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your relationship. I shouldn't have posted before I figured out your relationship, and I shouldn't have written something I made up in my mind in the post. I'm sorry for the damage this has done to your reputation. I hope you can forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. Luo Yingying sincerely apologized into the phone. Lu Chingrew, who was standing nearby, felt much better after hearing this. He paused while looking at the phone before saying, "Don't do this again, or I won't let you off so easily. You should delete the post immediately." Luo Yingying breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and quickly replied, Okay, I'll delete the post after the call ends. Then I'll record an apology video and post it on the forum to apologize to you and help you clarify the matter. Go quickly. Lu Chingrew said. Okay. I'll do it right away. Luo Yingying replied respectfully. Then he asked Lin Xian, "Can I hang up now?" Chapter 36. Brother Xian, you were so nice. After hearing this, Lin Xian said, "Okay, just go and do it. We are all watching the forum, waiting for your apology post." Okay. Luo Yingying replied respectfully. Then the call ended. After ending the call, I breathed a sigh of relief and felt relaxed all over. She saw several roommates looking at her with confusion and curiosity. When several roommates saw this, they began to ask questions out of confusion and curiosity. Luo Yingying was not in the mood to reply. She turned on her phone to record a video, put the phone on the bed, and then kowtowed to the phone while saying words of apology. When the roommates in the dormitory saw this and heard what Luo Yingying had just said, they roughly guessed what was going on. They all looked at Luo Yingying, then looked at each other, and then looked at Luo Yingying again, trying their best to suppress the doubts in their hearts and just looked at them quietly. Luo Yingying picked up her phone, looked at the video she had recorded, and after finding there was no problem, she went to the school forum. Delete the previous post, then start posting and edit the post content. Soon, the post was sent out. Then I looked at my own post and felt very embarrassed, awkward and humiliated. The society is dead. The society is dead. If possible, she really wanted to disappear from this school. She didn't dare to imagine what the scene would be like when she faced other classmates in the future. You will definitely be pointed at and talked about by others behind your back, and will definitely be ridiculed and mocked by others. Just thinking about those scenes made her feel extremely uncomfortable and painful. She already regretted it, and she regretted posting that post very much. The reason why she posted that message was because she was jealous and envious of Lu Chingrew. I finally thought I had discovered Lu Chingrew's vulnerable side, but I didn't expect it was just a misunderstanding. Judging from what the man said just now, he is not an old man at all, he is clearly a young man. He is most likely a rich second generation. Lu Chingrew, the school belle who was ranked first among the 3 school beauties, actually became friends with such a rich second generation. Well, that doesn't seem to be something difficult to accept. It is easy for a top beauty like Lu Chingrew to find a rich second generation man. It would be unscientific and unreasonable if we can't find a rich second generation. Lu Chingrew, Lin Xian, and Han Lulu had already seen the post posted by Luo Yingying. Lin Xian read the content of the post and also watched the video of Luo Yingying kneeling down and kowtowed to apologize. After laughing, he smiled at Lu Chingrew and asked, "Are you satisfied? Are you relieved? If you are still not satisfied and have not completely calmed down, I can increase the intensity of the punishment." After hearing this, Lu Chingrew replied to Lin Xian, "That's almost enough. Thank you. It's just a small matter, it's nothing, it's not worth mentioning. Now that I know, how could I not help you? How could I stand idly by? How could I not help you solve your problems? How could I watch you depressed and sad and let your reputation be damaged?" Lin Xian replied with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew was moved and plucked the strings of her zither. I just looked at Lin Xian for a moment, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. "Master, Lu Chingrew's affection for you has increased by 2 points. Get reward and increase your appearance by 0.5. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical strength. Receive a reward that increases your physical defense by 50 points. Receive a reward and increase your combat power by 1 point. Received a reward for raising internet information technology by 1 level. Received the reward Xiantian 13 needles and the acupuncture skill was improved by 1 level. Get a bonus district level friend. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 1 billion. Get a cash reward of 300 million. Lin Xian became excited immediately after hearing this. After asking the system, I found out that his current assets are 1 billion. He has now become a billionaire. It's only been a few days, and the money is coming in so quickly. It's worthy of being a system. The next step is to become a billionaire. At this rate, it would take less than a month to become a billionaire. A 20-year-old billionaire is on the Dragon Country rich list and ranks high. Just thinking about it makes him so excited. He can't wait any longer. Han Lulu looked at the two people, then smiled at Lin Xin and asked, "Brother Xin, if I encounter some really annoying black fans in the future, or some articles and videos that deliberately slander and spread rumors about me, can you help me find them like this and ask them to apologize?" Lin Xin came back to his senses after hearing this and replied with a smile, "Of course, it's a piece of cake. What kind of relationship do we have now? How can I just watch you being treated like this, making myself feel wronged and uncomfortable, and affecting my mood? I hope you are happy, I hope you are all happy, I hope my friends are all happy and cheerful. I still say that. If you encounter problems that you cannot solve in the future, feel free to contact me. As long as I can help you solve them, I will definitely help you solve them." After hearing this, Han Lulu thanked Lin Xian excitedly. "Then I would like to thank Brother Xian first. Brother Xian, you are such a nice person. If anyone can become your girlfriend in the future, it will be a blessing for her. She must have saved the galaxy in her previous life." Chapter 37, Going to Lu Chingrew's house. Lu Chingrew nodded after hearing this, but because of her personality, she did not agree. After hearing what Han Lulu said, Lin Xian smiled and didn't respond. Then he changed the subject and asked with a smile, "Okay, now that everything is settled, what should we do next, where should we go, and what should we play?" Then the three of them started discussing, and after some discussion they decided to go to the amusement park to play. Then a few people arrived at the parking lot and drove to the amusement park. When we arrived at the amusement park, we walked around, looked at the various entertainment projects, and discussed which one to play. Soon, the three decided to go ride the Ferris wheel first. After making the decision, they lined up, and when it was their turn, the three of them entered a cabin. After all the people who want to play come up, the game will start. The three people were chatting in the cockpit while looking at the scenery outside, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After dozens of minutes, it was over and the three people left the cabin. As we walked, we discussed what entertainment activities to play next. After some discussion, we decided to play on the pirate ship. After deciding, start queuing. When it was their turn, the three of them boarded the pirate ship and sat in a row. Lin Xian sat in the middle, and the two women sat on his left and right. Soon, after the people were full, the pirate ship started. As time passed second by second, more and more people screamed and shouted. Han Lulu, who was sitting next to Lin Xian, naturally hugged Lin Xian's arm tightly, leaned her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, closed her eyes and screamed. Lin Xian was also very nervous and scared, but he didn't show it and seemed calm and natural. Seeing Han Lulu like this, he turned his head and smiled at Han Lulu, but didn't say anything. I just breathed in the scent of Han Lulu's high-end perfume and light body odor, enjoying it secretly, feeling relaxed and happy. Lu Chingrew, who was sitting next to Lin Xian, was naturally very scared and nervous. I could only scream with my eyes closed, holding the safety bar tightly with both hands. After a few minutes, Han Lulu, who had adapted a little, looked up at Lin Xian, then at Lu Chingrew, wanting to see their reactions. After seeing Lu Chingrew's reaction, he smiled and then asked Lin Xian, "Brother Xian, you are not only afraid, but you seem to be very calm and natural?" Lin Xian smiled and replied, "I am nervous and scared, but I am a man and cannot show it. I have to act calm and natural so as not to be looked down upon by others, ha." Han Lulu felt relieved after hearing this, and then replied with a smile, "I see, I thought you weren't nervous or afraid at all, hee hee." After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. Han Lulu smiled at Lin Xian, then smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, "Chingrew, don't be shy, hold Brother Xian's arm, this way you will feel more secure and won't be so nervous and scared." After hearing this, Lu Chingrew, who was screaming with her eyes closed, turned to look at Han Lulu, then looked at Lin Xian, and then said to Han Lulu, "I'm fine, this is fine." She didn't have the courage to hold Lin Xian's arm like Han Lulu did. After hearing this, Han Lulu smiled and replied, okay, then I won't force you." Afterwards, the three of them continued to experience it attentively. After a while, it's over. Lin Xian helped the two people get off the pirate ship. The men who saw it nearby were so envious and jealous. Two top beauties were actually walking hand in hand with Lin Xian. How great it would be if it were them. Just thinking about it makes them feel so happy and refreshed all over. Then the three of them went to play racing again. After riding the roller coaster, we went to play bumper cars. After playing bumper cars, we entered the haunted house. After entering the haunted house, Han Lulu directly held Lin Xian's arm, wanting to feel safe. Lu Chingrew could still hold on at first, but later she couldn't hold on anymore and was so scared that she grabbed Lin Xian's arm. After leaving the haunted house, the three of them sat in a cold drink shop, drinking drinks and resting. Naturally, they also chatted about the various entertainment activities they had played before. They talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. At this time, Lu Chingrew received a call from her mother, asking her to go home for dinner in the evening. Lu Chingrew told her mother that she wanted to accompany a friend. After her mother asked who the friend was, she asked Lu Chingrew to take Lulu and Lin Xian home for dinner. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew asked Han Lulu and Lin Xian for their opinions before telling her mother that it was okay. After chatting for a few more words, the call ended. It was still early and there were still 2 hours before lunch, so they were not in a hurry to go over. It wouldn't be too late to go there after deciding to play 2 more projects. The three of them rested for a while, discussed what games they wanted to play, then left the cold drink shop and continued playing. At 5 o'clock, the 3 people left the amusement park, got in the car, and drove away. Of course, when Lin Xian and Han Lulu went to Lu Chingrew's house for dinner, they naturally had to bring gifts. So after some discussion, we decided to buy gifts at a shopping mall near Chingrew's home. After a while, we arrived at the mall, picked out the gifts, got in the car, and drove to Lu Chingrew's house. When he arrived at Lu Chingrew's neighborhood, he found a spot to park the car, then went upstairs carrying the gifts. When I arrived at Lu Chingrew's house, I gave her the gift. Then he was asked to sit on the sofa and chat with Lu's father. As for Lu's mother, she was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Lu Chingrew's parents are both office workers. My father is a middle-level manager in the company, and my mother is a lower-level manager. The family's annual income is several $100,000, and they are considered middle-class in Tianhai City. Because I am a local, I bought a house early and my living standard is still good. The house is about 100 square meters in size, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The decoration is nice and the place is clean. Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew grew up together, were neighbors for a period of time, and were childhood playmates, so she had known Lu Chingrew's parents for a long time and was very familiar with them and had a good relationship with them. So now it was mainly Han Lulu and Lu's father who were chatting, and Lin Xian would interject from time to time. Lu Chingrew, who was sitting next to him, would also interject from time to time. In order to take care of Lin Xian, Father Lu naturally found topics to chat with Lin Xian so that Lin Xian would not feel awkward and uncomfortable. Xiao Xian, are you from Tianhai City? Lin Xian smiled and replied, No, I'm from Dongjiang Province. I came to Tianhai City to work 2 years ago. Oh, so what kind of job do you do now? Asked Lu's father. I don't have a job now, because I won a prize some time ago. I felt there was no need to work anymore, so I stopped working. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Oh, I see, replied Father Lu. Although I was curious about how much money I won, I was sensible enough not to ask. After all, this is personal privacy. Then he asked, Is the prize enough to buy a house in Tianhai City? Have you ever thought about buying a house and settling down in Tianhai City? Chapter 38 You are really lucky. Lin Xian smiled and replied, That's enough, I currently have a house and a villa in Tianhai City. If nothing unexpected happens, I will probably settle down in Tianhai City. Of course, if there are other cities I like, I can buy a house and settle down there. It depends on the situation. There are still decades to go. You don't have to live in one city for your whole life. You can live in the city you want and buy a house in the city you like. It's more flexible. Father Lu was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the bonus could buy so much. After all, he knows the housing prices in Tianhai City. A house plus a villa would cost at least tens of millions. It seems that Lin Xian won a lot of prize money. After Father Lu came to his senses, he said to Lin Xian, It seems that you have won a big prize, the prize money is quite large. Your plan is good. Rich people can be willful. They can buy a house in any city they like and live in that city for a while. Unlike people like us, who have limited means and can only choose one city to buy a house and settle down, we can only stay in one city for most of our lives. Han Lulu said aloud, It's indeed a lot. He also bought a Rolls-Royce Ghost worth more than 6 million. Lu Chingrew also said, he also has a Ferrari worth several million. Han Lulu was also surprised after hearing this, and then she said to Lin Xian in surprise, I didn't expect you have a supercar. You must take me for a ride if you have the chance. After listening to what several people said, Lin Xian smiled and replied to Father Lu, "Well, it is indeed not a small amount. It can be said that I am financially free. Plus, I used part of the prize money to invest in virtual currency, which multiplied many times over." Then he smiled at Han Lulu and said, "Okay, no problem, anytime." Father Lu smiled and replied, "Not bad, not bad. You are really lucky. You will have no worries about food and clothing in your life, and you will no longer have to worry about money. It's really enviable." Afterwards, a few people started chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere became better and better, not as unnatural and awkward as it was at the beginning. After a while, the food was served and everyone sat down and started eating. We ate and chatted, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After eating for more than 20 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Mother Lu got up and went to open the door. After opening the door, I saw several property people and judicial police standing at the door. A staff member of the property management company said, "You owe more than 10,000 yuan in property management fees. I'll give you one last chance to pay the fees. If you don't, the judicial police will evict you and then auction off your house." After hearing this, Lu's mother said, "I told you that we don't want to pay because your service is not up to par. You only know how to collect money but don't provide corresponding services. That's why we don't want to pay. When you provide the corresponding services, we will pay the fees." Since the property management was changed, this property has not provided any service except collecting money. There are only a few staff members in the property, including an old man who is a gatekeeper and has a bad temper. As for the sanitation in the community, it has never been cleaned once, or it is only cleaned occasionally to get by. There is no security guard in the community, thieves are rampant, and the owners in the community have suffered thefts many times. When some homeowners have problems at home, they call the property management, but they just drag their feet, make excuses, and refuse to deal with the issue at all. It's really not dedicated to his job. So many property owners in their community united and stopped paying property management fees. Previously, we sent a lawyer's letter saying we were going to sue them. Now that it actually came, she was a little surprised, and also a little scared and worried. After hearing this, the property staff replied, "If that's the case, then let's do it." After saying that, he turned to the judicial police next to him and said, "Drive them away and auction off their house." After hearing this, one of the judicial police officers said to Lu's mother in a serious tone, "They have already sued you. You didn't go to court, but the court has already made the ruling. We are here to enforce the order, and we hope you can cooperate. If you don't cooperate and don't take the initiative to clear the house, then we can only enforce it." After hearing this, Lu's mother replied, "Impossible, there is absolutely no way we can leave. They were at fault first, not us. If their services are in place, they provide the appropriate services, and they perform their duties conscientiously, how could we not pay the property management fees? Also, it's only over 10,000 yuan, why are you auctioning our house?" The judicial police replied, "It's not you who has the final say, it's the law. That's the verdict, we're just executing it. If you want to argue, go to court. If you are not satisfied, you can appeal instead of arguing with us." At this time, Lin Shen and others in the restaurant heard the conversation and stood up and walked over one by one. Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu looked worried. Father Lu was a little nervous when he saw the judicial police, but he still pretended to be calm. He stood next to his wife and said to the judicial police, "We will not leave. We are not satisfied and we will appeal." Lin Xian watched quietly and said nothing. If the Lu family could handle it themselves, there would be no need for him to take action. After hearing this, the judicial police said, "From what you said, you are not cooperating? If you are sure you won't cooperate, then we will have no choice but to enforce it. I'll give you one more minute to think about it. I hope you can think it over carefully and not embarrass yourself." After saying this, he looked at Mr. and Mrs. Lu with a serious expression. Several other judicial police officers also watched with serious expressions. 2 or 3 property staff members looked on with sneers and waited. Chapter 39 This. After hearing this, Lu's mother said excitedly, "We won't move. We don't need a minute to think about it. We won't let you in." Father Lu also said to the judicial police, "Don't think about it, we won't move. I don't believe you can carry us out." After hearing this, the judicial police said seriously, "If that's the case, then we have no choice but to enforce it." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said at the same time, Go in and enforce it." After saying this, he took a step forward and prepared to enter. The other 2 judicial police officers were also preparing to follow. Seeing this, Lin Xian, who was watching quietly, said coldly, "Wait a minute, I'll make a call." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called the top leader of Yunchuan district. After hearing what Lin Xian said, the judicial police subconsciously stopped and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. The other two judicial police officers and several property staff standing at the door also looked at Lin Xian and sized him up. At the same time, he was also wondering who Lin Xian was calling. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Lu's father and mother, Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu also looked at Lin Xian one after another. Father and mother Lu looked at them with confusion and curiosity. Han Lulu and Lu Chingrew, who knew that Lin Xian knew the leader, wondered whether Lin Xian had called the leader of Yunchuan district. Lin Xian waited until the call was connected, then said, "Several judicial police officers said they wanted to auction off my friend's house. They are currently preparing to enforce the order. Please handle it." After saying that, he asked about the name of the community and then told the other party. "Okay, master. I'll call and deal with it after we finish this call." Wang Yujun, the top leader of Yunchuan district, replied respectfully on the phone. "Well, hurry up." Lin Xian replied. After he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and then said, "The property management in this area is not good. Can you find a way to replace them? Is there any problem?" "It's just a small matter, no problem." Wang Yujun replied respectfully on the phone. "Okay, then you go and do it." Lin Xian replied. Then he put down his phone and ended the call, and said to the judicial police who were looking at him, "Wait a moment, your superior will call you soon." After hearing this, the judicial police waited quietly. At the same time, he was also wondering what Lin Xian's identity and background were, and why he spoke to the person on the phone in such a tone. The person on the phone should have some power. Lin Xian actually spoke to the other party in such a tone, which shows that Lin Xian has even greater power. Could it be that Lin Xian is the second generation of an official or a rich man? Of course, the premise is that Lin Xian really made the call just now and was not acting to deceive anyone. Several property staff members looked at Lin Xian and started to guess. At this time, father and mother Lu were also wondering who Lin Xian had called just now and why he used such a tone. Can the person on the phone really handle this matter? After all, he is an official. Han Lulu was very confident in Lin Xian, and immediately comforted Lu's father and mother. "Don't worry, uncle and aunt, brother Xian is willing to help, so this matter can be easily handled. Brother Xian knows the top leader in this district. Brother Xian should have called the top leader of this district just now, so this matter can be resolved quickly, don't worry." When Han Lulu said this, everyone except Lu Chingrew was surprised, shocked, unbelievable and couldn't believe it. The young man Lin Xian actually used the tone of commanding a subordinate to instruct the top leader of Yunchuan district to do something? This. If this is true, then what kind of existence is Lin Xian? Whose son or grandson is he? Which big family is he from? Everyone started to have wild thoughts and random guesses in their minds. Soon, the phone of one of the judicial police rang. The judicial police officer took out his cell phone and saw that it was his superior calling. "Quickly connect it and put it to your ear. Come back quickly and don't get involved in that matter. You can't afford to offend me. Do you understand?" Okay, we'll be right back." The judicial police nodded respectfully. "By the way, you didn't offend them, did you?" "Did you offend that young man?" asked the person on the phone. No, we are speaking politely and we haven't even entered the door yet." The judicial police replied respectfully. "Well, that's good, then come back quickly," the person on the phone replied. Yes, okay, we'll be back soon." The judicial police replied respectfully. Then he said a few more words and ended the call. The judicial police then smiled and said respectfully to Mr. and Mrs. Lu, Lin Xian and the others, Sorry, I disturbed you. I hope you can understand. If there's nothing else, we'll leave." When the judicial police said this, everyone was surprised and shocked, and felt it was incredible. It feels a little unreal. Especially several property staff. At the same time, everyone had a bad premonition and couldn't help but feel worried and afraid. After all, Lin Xian had told the person on the phone before that he wanted to replace their property management company. Their company will definitely be in trouble, and they will naturally be in trouble too. Maybe you should keep some jobs. Father and mother Lu were also surprised, incredible and unbelievable. It all feels so fake and unreal. Especially this judicial police, his attitude changes too quickly. It can be said that he changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Make them feel flattered. Chapter 40. A very good son-in-law candidate. Seeing this, Lu Chingrew secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt completely at ease. Han Lulu smiled and looked at Lin Xian and Lu's father and mother, waiting for their reactions. After listening to the judicial police, Lin Xian looked at Lu's father and mother and asked with a smile, "Uncle and aunt, are you willing to forgive them?" After hearing this, father and mother Lu came to their senses and spoke one after another. Since he has said so and apologized, and since they haven't started enforcing the law and haven't caused us any substantial losses, let's just forget about it. Yeah, that's right, let's stop here. They are also working, we won't make things difficult for them. Lin Xian nodded after hearing this, and said to the judicial police who was looking at him, "Okay, you can go now." The judicial police officer breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then quickly replied, thank you, we are just about to leave, bye, sorry to bother you." After saying this, he left with his colleagues. Several property staff members looked at the judicial police who were leaving, then looked at Lin Xian and the others, and then looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. It's neither right to leave nor right to stay. Apologize? Do you want to apologize? They are considering this issue. Lin Xian looked at the property staff and said to them, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb us here." Yes, we'll leave right away. Sorry to bother you." Okay, we'll leave now. Sorry for disturbing you." Okay, excuse me for disturbing you, we'll leave now. Several property staff members also hurriedly responded respectfully, nodding and bowing with a humble attitude. After saying this, they quickly turned around and left, fearing that if they walked too slowly they would not be able to leave. There's no way, the young man in front of him treats the head of Yunchuan district as his subordinate and orders him around. In their eyes, it is a super powerful existence that they cannot afford to offend. After several property staff turned around and left, Lin Xian smiled and said to them one by one, "Okay, the matter is resolved, let's continue eating." After hearing this, father and mother Lu thanked Lin Xian one after another. "Thank you, Xiao Xian. If it weren't for you, it would be troublesome." Yes, thank you so much, Xiao Xian, you really helped us a lot." Lu Chingrew also thanked Lin Xian, "Thank you, you helped me again." Han Lulu was looking at a few people with a smile at this time. She was in a very happy mood. She had the illusion that she had helped a few people. Lin Xian listened to what the others said and said to them with a smile, "It's just a small matter. For me, it's just a matter of a phone call. It's not worth mentioning. Okay, let's go eat and talk while we eat." After hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lu responded repeatedly. Yes. Let's eat and talk while we eat. Yes. Let's eat and sit down and talk. Then several people returned to the restaurant and sat back in their seats. Father Lu raised his glass to Lin Xian and said, "Xiao Xian, thank you. I toast you with this glass to express my gratitude. You don't have to drink it." After saying that, he brought it to his lips and drank it all. "Put down your wine glass, pick up the bottle and pour yourself a drink." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Uncle, you are too polite. Chingrew and I are friends. It is natural for friends to help each other. There is no need to be so polite. Don't mention that I'm here today. Even if I'm not here today, if you tell me or I know about this, I will help you. I am here today, and I will help even more, you don't need to tell me." Han Lulu said, "Brother Xian is a really good person, especially good to his friends. If a friend is in trouble, as long as Brother Xian knows, he will help." Lu Chingrew also said, "Yes, Lin Xian is really good. He has helped me many times. I don't know how to repay him. I owe him so many favors, but I have never paid him back. I feel very guilty and indebted." After hearing this, Mother Lu looked at everyone and then said to Lin Xian, "Indeed, Xiao Xian is such a nice person. Your selfless help is without asking for anything in return. We don't know how to thank you enough. Plus, our abilities are limited, and we don't know how we can help you in the future, and we don't know when we can repay your kindness. Although our abilities are limited, we still want to say that if you need our help in the future, just let us know and we will definitely help you." Father Lu poured himself a glass of wine and said to Lin Xian, Yes, although our abilities are limited, if you need us to help you in the future, just let us know. We will do our best to help you. This is our intention and our attitude." After listening to what the others said, Lin Xian smiled and said to them, Okay, I'll remember that. I'll ask you for help when I need it in the future. I won't be polite to you. So, I hope you won't be polite to me anymore, really. Then he said to Lu Chingrew, don't feel guilty or remorseful, just accept it calmly, and don't be so polite to me. After all, we are friends and have such a good relationship. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew was moved and her emotions were stirred again. For a moment, I looked at Lin Xian so moved that I didn't know what to say. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. Master, Lu Chingrew's affection for you has increased by 8 points. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical strength. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical defense. Receive a reward of 100 points increase in physical fitness. Receive a reward of 100 combat experience points. Receive a reward, and your combat skill value will increase by 100 points. Received a reward for raising internet information technology by 1 level. Received the reward Xiantian 13 needles and the acupuncture skill was increased by 2 levels. Receive the bonus TV drama script You Are My Glory. Get the bonus song A Little Sweet. Get a bonus district level friend. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 1 billion. Get a cash reward of 500 million. After hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly became excited and laughed wildly in his heart. I couldn't help but reveal a smile on my face. Lu Chingrew, who was looking at Lin Xian, saw Lin Xian smiling at her. She suddenly lost her courage and shyly shifted her gaze, not daring to continue looking at Lin Xian. It is also possible that he was worried that Lin Xian would notice something. Father and Mother Lu, who were watching, naturally noticed Lin Xian's smile and their daughter's reaction. After the two men looked at Lin Xian and their daughter, they looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They seemed to sense something, seemed to see something. Could it be that Lin Xian and their daughter like each other? Well, Lin Xian is a good kid in all aspects and is a very good candidate for son-in-law. I am Du Shui, the author of this book. This book is updated daily. Please click to urge update, please give me gifts, please give me 5-star praise. The more of these 3 things I have, the more updates I will make. Thank you everyone. Chapter 41 Do you like him? Han Lulu, who was sitting next to Lin Xian, looked at everyone and then said with a smile, okay, thank you for your interest. It's so boring to be polite. Just keep these favors in your heart. Eat, let's change the subject. After hearing this, everyone smiled, ate and drank, and found topics to chat about. Father Lu couldn't help but be curious and asked Lin Xian, did you call the top leader of Yunchuan district before? After hearing this, Lu's mother also looked at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. After Lin Xian swallowed the food in his mouth, he replied, yes. Father Lu thought for a moment before asking, but the tone you used when you talked to him on the phone was like a superior giving orders to his subordinates. What's going on? I don't understand. Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, this is a long story, can I not tell you? He really couldn't think of a better reason, so he simply didn't say anything. If you can't lie, then don't lie. You won't lose anything anyway. Father Lu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then replied apologetically, sorry, I was just curious and forgot about my privacy. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart whether Lin Xian knew a more powerful leader, so he dared to speak to the top leader of Yunchuan district like this, and the top leader of Yunchuan district would obey him. Lin Xian smiled and replied, it's okay. Afterwards, everyone continued to eat, drink, and chat. There was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After dozens of minutes, only Lin Xian and Lu's father were left eating, drinking, and chatting. Lu Chingrew, Han Lulu and Lu's mother had finished their meal and were sitting on the sofa chatting and watching TV. Father Lu whispered to Lin Xian, what do you think of my daughter? Very good, everything is good. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Father Lu smiled after hearing this, and then asked, do you have any requirements for your girlfriend? Tell me. Lin Xian thought for a moment before smiling and replying, as long as she's pretty and meets my aesthetic standards, that's fine. As for other aspects, I don't have any requirements, as long as she's not too outrageous. For example, personality and family, just be normal. Father Lu smiled and then asked, does my daughter meet your aesthetic standards? Yeah, I agree. It definitely applies. She's so beautiful. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Yeah. Father Lu smiled and nodded, feeling much more relieved and knowing what was going on. After thinking for a while, he asked again, do you have a girl you like now? Are you pursuing any girl? After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian and waited for Lin Xian's reply. After hearing this, Lin Xian thought for a while before replying, yes, but it's inconvenient to tell you, sorry. He didn't want to lie, so he simply refused to answer. There is no loss if you refuse, but the loss will be too great if you lie. After weighing the pros and cons, it's better to refuse to answer. He can't possibly say that he's pursuing several girls right now? How can this be tolerated? This is not a direct failure. Father Lu was a little disappointed after hearing this, but after thinking about it, he suddenly remembered something and smiled again. I guess Lin Xian is pursuing his daughter, so he doesn't dare to say in front of him that he is pursuing his daughter. Well, it must be like this, very reasonable, nothing wrong with it. Then he found other topics to chat with Lin Xian. At this time, Lu's mother, who was sitting on the sofa, also looked at Lin Xian from time to time. The more she looked, the more she liked him and the more satisfied she became. Unable to resist the curiosity in his heart, he turned to his daughter sitting next to him and whispered, Ro Ro, what do you think of Lin Xian? Lu Chingrew was surprised after hearing this. She looked at her mother and then replied, very good, what's wrong? Mother Lu smiled after hearing this, and then asked in a low voice, did he pursue you? After hearing this, Lu Chingrew blushed, feeling a little shy and embarrassed. After looking at his mother, he thought for a moment and replied uncertainly, no. After hearing this, Mother Lu stared at her daughter for a few seconds before she smiled and confirmed, really? After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at her mother for a few seconds before replying, no, really not. After hearing this, Mother Lu looked at her daughter for a few seconds, thought for a while, and then asked, do you like him? Have you ever thought about pursuing him? After hearing this, Lu Chingrew's face turned red, her pretty face turned even redder, and she became even more shy and embarrassed. After a few seconds, he adjusted his emotions and demeanor, then whispered to his mother, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Mother Lu smiled after hearing this, looked at her daughter and thought for a while before saying, Lin Xian is a very good child, good in every aspect, you have to believe in your mother's judgment of people, it must be right. If you like him, then go after him boldly. If you are too shy to pursue him and he is pursued by someone else, that would not be good. He is such an outstanding boy, such a good boy, there must be many girls who like him, and there must be many girls who will boldly pursue him. I think he will be single soon and have a girlfriend soon. So, if you like him, be bold and don't be reserved. Don't miss him because you are too shy. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew's face turned even redder, and she felt even more shy and embarrassed. At the same time, he didn't dare to look at his mother and turned to look at the TV. After a pause, he adjusted his emotions and demeanor, then turned to his mother and said in a low voice, stop talking, don't talk about this, change the topic. After hearing this, Lu's mother looked at her daughter and smiled helplessly. Then she looked at Lin Xian who was chatting with her husband, and then looked at her daughter. She moved her lips, but still said nothing, and did not mention this matter again. Another hour or two passed before Lin Xian and Lu's father finished. Because it was almost 10 o'clock and it was getting late, a few people said goodbye and left. Because Lin Xian was drunk, he called a designated driver. After returning to the hot spring hotel, the three of them took a hot spring bath and then returned to their room to rest. The next day. Today is Monday and Lu Chingrew went back to school for classes. Only Lin Xian and Han Lulu were left in the hotel. At around 10 o'clock, Lin Xian heard the ringing of his cell phone. I took the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After thinking for a while, he put the phone to his ear and asked, who is this? Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Xianlin? I am an employee of Han Lulu's agency. The woman on the phone asked politely. After hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly sobered up a little, and then replied, well, yes. Well, I'm calling to talk to you about purchasing songs. Are you available now? Do you have time? Asked the woman on the phone. Chapter 42 Actress Dilly Iron. After hearing this, Lin Xian replied, I haven't gotten up yet. I'll call you after I get up and wash up. It will take about 20 to 30 minutes. Is that a problem? Well, no problem. I'll wait for your call. The woman on the phone replied. Then the two of them said something else before ending the call. Lin Xian got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing and dressing, he sat down on the sofa. Then he picked up the phone and dialed the number he had just called, and started talking to the other party. After talking for a while, they reached an agreement and the other party asked him to go to the company to sign the contract. After ending the call, Lin Xian sent a WeChat message to Han Lulu, asking if she had gotten up. A few minutes later, Han Lulu replied to the WeChat message, saying that she had just woken up. Lin Xian immediately sent a message to Han Lulu, telling her about the purchase of the song. Han Lulu immediately told Lin Xian that she would get up immediately, get dressed, and go to the company with Lin Xian to sign the contract. Dozens of minutes later, Lin Xian and Han Lulu went downstairs together and got into the car. Because it was almost lunchtime, the two decided to eat before going to the company. After lunch, the two drove to Han Lulu's agency. The agency that Han Lulu is currently signed to is not very large and does not have any first or second tier artists. There is only one third tier player, and that is Iron. The others are all 4th tier, 5th tier, 6th tier, 7th tier, and 8th tier artists. It is a company founded by Yang Mimi, a former top female star in the entertainment industry, after she retired behind the scenes. The company's current valuation is over 100 million, which is mainly due to the company's boss Yang Mimi. If the company only relied on these artists, the valuation might only be tens of millions. The company is located in Tianhai City, but in another district. A few dozen minutes later, Lin Xian drove to a CBD business district. Park your car in the underground parking lot of an office building and take the elevator upstairs. The agency that Han Lulu signed with, Starlight Media, is on the 17th floor. Soon, the two arrived at the 17th floor, and Han Lulu arranged Lin Xian to sit in the rest area. He also sat down with Lin Xian, and then asked Lin Xian to call the business department. Lin Xian nodded, then took out his cell phone and dialed the same number. After the call is connected, tell the other party that he has arrived at the company. Then the two of them said a few words and ended the call. Soon, He Yuan, the business director of Starlight Media, arrived at the reception area. He walked closer while looking at Lin Xian with a smile. He stood in front of Lin Xian, smiled at Lin Xian and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Xian?" "Well, yes." Lin Xian replied with a smile. After hearing this, He Yuan smiled and extended her hand to shake hands. She also introduced herself with a smile. "Hello, I am He Yuan, the business director of Starlight Media." He Yuan, 30 years old, pretty. Head of business department of Starlight Media. Lin Xian also stood up, shook hands with the other party and greeted him with a smile. "Hello." The two men shook hands and then parted. He Yuan smiled at Lin Xian and said, "Let's go to the conference room to talk." "Follow me." Then he smiled at Han Lulu, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "Of course, Lulu can come too." "Okay." Lin Xian replied. Han Lulu also stood up and said with a smile, "Of course I want to come together." Then several people entered a conference room together. After we sat down, we started talking. The mode of cooperation is profit sharing, and the profit sharing ratio is 6-4. Lin Xian didn't want to ask for more, mainly because he wanted Han Lulu to get a bigger share. If he asked for more, and they divided the rest of the company together, Han Lulu would not have much left. Lin Xian said this directly, and Han Lulu naturally heard it and was moved again. She held Lin Xian's arm and acted coquettishly to him, thanking him and praising him repeatedly. After the ratio was agreed upon, we start signing the contract. After the contract was signed, Lin Xian gave the lyrics and music score to the other party. This cooperation is over. Han Lulu then took Lin Xian to visit the company. After visiting for a while, I met one of the company's biggest stars, the third-tier star Dilraba Dilmurat, in a karaoke room. Iron, 23 years old. He is both an actor and a singer, but he is not very famous and his income is not very high. His annual income is unstable, sometimes a few million and sometimes close to 10 million, but it has never exceeded 10 million. She has a good figure, beautiful looks, fair skin, long legs, and is 1.69 meters tall. She is a top beauty with perfect looks. The appearance is a bit like Caucasian, exotic. He looks quite aloof, but he is actually quite cheerful when he is with people he knows in private, and he can be a little cute sometimes. At this time, her long brown wavy hair was naturally draped over her shoulders, her facial features were delicate, her skin was fair, and her red lips were sexy. 2 ear chains hung on her white earlobes and a necklace hung on her snow-white neck. She was wearing a black slim-fitting skirt, flesh-colored stockings wrapped around a pair of slender legs, and a pair of white high heels on her feet. The whole person looks very high-end. It makes ordinary people lack the courage to pursue it. At this time, Lin Xian was looking at Iron through the glass window. Of course he knew Iron, and he had watched the TV series she starred in, and he would see her on TikTok from time to time. He also followed the other person because she met his aesthetic standards and was his favorite female star. I just never thought that one day I would meet each other in real life, and be so close to each other. The point is that he now has the courage and strength to pursue the other party. Besides, the other party is a top beauty. If you gain the other person's affection value, you can get system rewards. In order to confirm whether the other party was a top beauty, he also asked the system in his mind. The system determined that the other party was a top beauty. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with his aesthetic vision, it was the same as the system's aesthetic vision. In other words, the system's aesthetic vision is the same as that of most normal people. Han Lulu, who was standing next to Lin Xian, saw Diliren looking at them, then smiled and waved at Diliren. Diliren smiled, then stood up and walked towards the door with her long beautiful legs. Diliren came out of the practice room and walked towards Han Lulu while looking at Han Lulu and Lin Xian. He just glanced at Han Lulu, then looked at Lin Xian, sizing him up. I wonder if Lin Xian is a new artist in the company or an amateur who has just signed a contract. After all, Lin Xian is 1.8 meters tall, has a good figure, and his current appearance is close to 9 points. His overall temperament is pretty good and he is indeed ready to make his debut. Even if you don't have any talent or acting skills, you can still be a handsome young man. Lin Xian definitely has the ability to do so. Diliren stood in front of the two people, then smiled and asked Han Lulu, "You went out to play for a few days. Did you have a good time?" She has a good relationship with Han Lulu and they are good friends. Chapter 43 You hid too deeply. Han Lulu smiled and replied, "Yeah, it was really fun. I originally wanted to play for a few more days, but now the company has bought a new song for me, and this song suits me very well, so I just want to practice singing. We have to practice it quickly, then record it and release it. It is more important to pursue your career. You should pursue your career when it is time to do so. You should not indulge in fun or commit suicide. Wait, I'm not here just for fun these days, I'm here to find inspiration." Yes, just to find inspiration. After hearing this, Diliren smiled and replied, yes, I believe it. That is not it, although I didn't find any inspiration, I did find a song that suits me very well. It's still a gain, haha. Of course there are gains, huge gains. Han Lulu replied with a smile. Then he thought of something and said with a smile, "By the way, let me give you two a brief introduction. I will give you more details so that you can get to know each other slowly in the future. This is my friend, Lin Xian, he's a very nice guy. Didn't I tell you on WeChat that he was the one who wrote the Star Moon Candy? This is also my good friend, Diliren, brother Xian, you should know her, right?" Lin Xian extended his hand to shake hands and greeted with a smile, "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm a fan of your TikTok. Of course, I like you a lot, too. I've watched several of the TV series you've starred in." Diliren also stretched out her delicate hand to shake hands with Lin Xian, and replied with a smile, "Hello, nice to meet you. Thank you for your attention and your likes. I also hope that one day I can sing the songs you wrote. Please write a few songs that are suitable for me to sing, ha." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Well, when I write a song suitable for you to sing in the future, I will consider you." After he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, and then smiled and said, "I currently have a script that is quite suitable for you. We can talk about it when we are free, and let you see if this script is suitable for you." Diliren was surprised for a moment, and then said excitedly, "I didn't expect you could write scripts. You are really multi-talented. Okay, that's a deal. Let's talk and take a look at this sometime when we have time. Of course, I'm free today, or I'm free at any time. After all, this is related to my career. It depends on when you are free." After hearing this, Han Lulu asked Lin Xian in surprise, "Brother Xian, you can actually write scripts? You didn't tell me before. You hid it so well. Come on, let's find a place to talk about the script. We all have time now anyway. It's better to do it today than today, right now. What do you think? It doesn't matter if you don't have a script. You can tell us roughly what the story is about." After saying this, he looked at Lin Xian expectantly, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. After listening to the two people's words, Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Of course, no problem." Then the three of them went to a conference room and sat down. Lin Xian looked at the two people and then began to speak. The script, "You Are My Glory," rewarded by the system, all the contents have been engraved in his mind. Not to mention the content, he even remembers the punctuation marks clearly. So he can tell it easily, including all the details and all the things that need to be paid attention to. Han Lulu and Diliren looked at Lin Xian without blinking and listened attentively. As the story unfolded, they were quickly drawn into it and entered the story. Dozens of minutes later, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Okay, the story is over. What do you think of this story?" Han Lulu and Diliren finally came to their senses and responded excitedly. "Good, good, very good, very good, this story is super good, I like it very much. No matter what, I'm going to get the company to buy this script. Great, great, this story is so great. As long as the investment is in place, the actors are well chosen, the costumes and props, and the marketing are all good, it will definitely be a hit, it will definitely become a phenomenal hit." After hearing what the two said, Lin Xian smiled and replied, "I didn't expect you two to be so knowledgeable." "I think so too. Because in his original world, this drama was a hit. Therefore, in this world, this drama can also become a hit. The prerequisite is that the investment is in place, the actors are selected well, the costumes, props, and marketing are not lagging behind. In short, there is absolutely no problem with the script, it just depends on whether there are any problems in other aspects." Diliren did not reply to Lin Xian's question, but asked Lin Xian, "Do you plan to buy out the script or split the profits, or do you plan to guarantee a minimum profit and split the profits?" After hearing this, Han Lulu also looked at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. Lin Xian asked the system in his mind and learned about the basic situation of this world before replying, "Of course it's a share. As for the share ratio, it has to be at least 10%. Because the script is only a part of a film or TV series, its weight is very low. No matter which aspect the weight is, it is relatively low. Therefore, scripts are generally bought out, and there is rarely any profit sharing, unless the screenwriter is very good, then there will be a very small share. Even the top screenwriters in the world only get a small share, no more than 0.5. After hearing this, Diliren said, "Okay, as for the profit sharing ratio, you need to talk to the director of our business department. I can't decide. If you want to talk now, I'll call her in and let her talk to you. Hopefully, we can finalize it quickly." "No problem, just call her in." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Diliren responded, then picked up her phone and called He Yuan, the director of the business department. Soon, He Yuan, the director of the business department, came in and started chatting with Lin Xian. However, He Yuan hopes that Lin Xian will take out the script, whether in electronic or paper version. First, she wants to read the script, and second, other senior executives of the company also want to read the script. The profit sharing ratio can only be decided after all relevant people have read the script. Lin Xian naturally had no problem with this and directly asked the system to put the electronic version of the script on his mobile phone. Then he took out his cell phone and sent it to He Yuan. He Yuan said something to Lin Xian and then left the meeting room. "I plan to ask the boss to hold a meeting, let the senior executives look at the script, and then decide the profit sharing ratio." After He Yuan left, Han Lulu asked Lin Xian, "Brother Xian, do you have any other scripts? Are there any suitable scripts for me?" After saying this, he looked at Lin Xian expectantly, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. Chapter 44 Become a Better Friend. After hearing this, Diliren also looked at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. She was also very curious whether Lin Xian still had the script. Lin Xian thought about it and then smiled at Han Lulu and said, "Not yet, I will tell you sometime." He just gave the script to Diliren, but she didn't show any improvement in her feelings towards him, which made him a little disappointed. "I wonder if I should only give when the other person really needs it, so that I can gain emotional value." So, even though he currently has a song suitable for Han Lulu to sing, that is a little sweet, a little love song, he did not choose to give it to her. As for the script of Eternal Love, it is quite suitable for Yang Mimi. It's a pity that she is already working behind the scenes and doesn't really need this script. Therefore, he can only give this script to someone who needs it more, so that he can gain the other party's emotional value and get the system's reward. He doesn't want to do anything without system rewards. It's a waste of resources, and these are limited resources. As for the fact that Diliren's feelings towards him had not increased, he also figured it out. It didn't increase the emotional value, but at least it increased the familiarity. At least it made the other person value you more and take you to heart, and they won't forget about you. In this way, there will be more opportunities to contact each other in the future. Then, you can give each other some scripts or songs, and then the emotional value will increase rapidly, right? Well, that's okay. He has now completely figured it out and is not so disappointed anymore. After hearing this, Han Lulu replied with some disappointment, "Okay." Then he said to Lin Xian, "Then when you have time, think more about the script. It would be best if it is a script that suits me, okay?" "Okay." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then I would like to thank Brother Xian first. Han Lulu thanked with a smile. You're welcome. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Diliren, who was sitting on the side, also said to Lin Xian, if there is a script suitable for me in the future, remember to contact me. Give priority to our company, sell it to our company, and let me act in it, okay? Of course, no problem. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Well, then thank you first. Diliren thanked with a smile. You're welcome. Lulu and I are friends, and you are Lulu's good friend. I don't have any other better friends in the film and television industry. I don't particularly care about this little money. It doesn't matter to me whether the share is more or less. Naturally, I will give priority to you and Lulu. Lin Xian replied with a smile. After hearing this, Diliren smiled at Lin Xian and said, Lulu is right, you are a really nice person. I've made you my friend. Oh yeah, would you like to be friends with me? After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and replied, aren't we friends now? Diliren was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then she responded with a smile, yes, we are friends now, hee. I hope we can become better friends in the future. Yeah, I hope so too. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Diliren then asked, do you have an appointment at noon? If not, I will treat you to a meal as a way of thanking you for giving me such a good script. Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, no appointment, we can have dinner together. That's great, it's settled then. Diliren replied with a smile. Then he asked, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll book a restaurant now. Lin Xian smiled, thought for a moment and said, I don't mind. I'm not picky about food. Let's decide. Then the three of them discussed and decided what to eat. Then Diliren picked up her phone and started booking a restaurant. More than an hour later, a high-level meeting of Starlight Media ended and a result was reached. He Yuan entered the meeting room where Lin Xian and others were and started talking with Lin Xian. The profit-sharing ratio is 90-1, meaning the customer gets 10% of the total profit of the TV series. After the discussion, He Yuan left the meeting room and started working on the contract. Lin Xian then said to Diliren, if this drama needs investment and needs investors, you can find me. I happen to have some idle funds that can be invested. Of course, if you have better partners, you don't have to look for me. You don't have to look for me because of our relationship or because I'm the screenwriter. I'm mainly worried that I won't be able to get enough investment, and that insufficient investment will affect the quality of the show. I don't want the quality of the show to be affected by money issues. If that happens, people will suspect that it's a problem with my script, which will affect my reputation. Diliren was surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect that Lin Xian was rich enough to invest in TV dramas. He was actually that rich. Before, she didn't know how much money Lin Xian had. She thought Lin Xian was just a songwriter and scriptwriter. Because Lin Xian was not famous, at least she had never heard of this person before, so she thought Lin Xian didn't have much money. After coming back to his senses, he curiously asked Lin Xian, can you tell me how much money you can invest? I can talk to the boss then. Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, I can afford any investment this drama requires. That is to say, I can handle the funding problem by myself. Of course, I also know that making a TV series requires more than just money. It also requires all kinds of connections, people from all walks of life, and the distribution of benefits. So, it depends on your boss. I can provide as much pure capital as she needs. After hearing this, Diliren replied, yes, no problem. Han Lulu said to Diliren, although I don't know how much money Brother Xian has, I can be sure that Brother Xian is a billionaire. As for how many billions he has, I don't know, and I can't ask. Diliren was surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect that Lin Xian was a billionaire at such a young age. Lin Xian is only 20 years old. Could it be that Lin Xian is a second-generation or third-generation rich kid from a wealthy family? Although I had this guess in my mind and was very curious about whether it was true, it was not easy to ask directly. I could only find out slowly in the future. After coming to his senses, he exclaimed to Lin Xian, I really didn't realize that you were already a billionaire at such a young age. I admire you. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and replied, you are also very good. You are only in your 20s. You will soon be a billionaire, right? I admire you too. After hearing this, Diliren smiled and replied, I am far worse than you. I am a few years older than you, but I don't have as much assets as you. My income was not high before, and I have only been working for a few years. I have only made some money in the past 2 years. I am still a long way from becoming a billionaire. Chapter 45. I like it very much. After hearing this, Han Lulu smiled and said, Okay, you two are both excellent. Lin Xian smiled at Han Lulu and said, You are also very good. You are less than 20 years old. At the age of 19, you have achieved such success and your annual income is so high. You must have tens of millions of assets. Diliren also smiled at Han Lulu and said, Yes, Lulu is also very good. She has achieved such success at such a young age. She has far surpassed her peers. She is also a small wealthy woman and has accumulated tens of millions of assets. After hearing this, Han Lulu smiled and said, Okay, stop praising me. If you keep praising me, I'll get cocky. Although you all speak very nicely and I like to listen to you, I can't let you praise me so much that I lose my mind in myself. It would be bad if I get too proud of you, hee. Then the three of them started chatting. A few dozen minutes later, He Yuan came in with the contract and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian asked the system to help check the contract and then signed it. Afterwards, the three of them walked around the company again. Didi Yuan wanted to hear Han Lulu sing her new song Star and Moon Sugar. Han Lulu has been practicing these days, so she also wanted to go to a professional practice room to see the effect. Then the three of them came to the practice room and Han Lulu began to sing. Lin Xian and Diliren stood aside and listened quietly. Han Lulu's sweet singing voice rang out. Once it was brewed in the book. But it wasn't said too explicitly. There are so many twists and turns in the plot, but they don't mention it. Sixpence and white moonlight. It doesn't matter. The darker the sky, the brighter the stars. I grew up wildly and failed to become my own moon. When I have saved up sixpence, I will go and look for the moon. My meeting with you is the candy given to me by the Milky Way. I would like to walk across the stars for you. Burn all my madness away. Just go all the way. No matter how much rain, dew, wind, and frost there are along the way. Even if this encounter is like a dream. I want to stay by your side too. Han Lulu has very good singing skills and a sweet voice. She has also practiced many times, and now she sings quite well. The main reason is that this song is also very suitable for Han Lulu. Whether it's the singing voice, the sound, or the image, they are very suitable and a good match. So, the effect is very good. Both the auditory and visual effects are great. It makes people feel happy, fills the body with sweetness, and makes them feel like falling in love. It makes people want to fall in love. The sound is clear, pleasant, touching, and intoxicating. It's like the sound of nature. After a few minutes, the song ended. Han Lulu smiled at the two people and asked, How is it? How is my singing? Is it good? Is this song suitable for me to sing? After saying that, he looked at the two people waiting with anticipation, and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Although she is quite confident in her singing, she also wants to know other people's opinions and whether they like it. Lin Xian came back to his senses after hearing this, smiled and exclaimed, It sounds good, it sounds very good, it suits you very well, a perfect match, perfect, absolutely perfect. In addition, you sing very well, and it also fits your image. The combination of the two has achieved a very good effect. I like it very much. As long as this song is released, it will definitely be a hit. Diliren also praised Han Lulu excitedly, It sounds good, very good, I like this song very much. Of course, both this song and the song you sang are very good and fit your image very well. Plus, you have great singing skills and a sweet voice, the combination of the two is even more perfect. I agree with Lin Xian's opinion. Once this song is released, it will definitely become popular. After hearing what the two people said, Han Lulu felt relieved and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he confirmed with a little excitement, Really? Really? Is it really as good as you said? You didn't lie to others just to make them happy or to avoid hurting them, right? Although she believed what the two people said, she still couldn't help but confirm it. She wanted to get their confirmation again to make herself believe it more. Lin Xian replied seriously, Of course, I swear, every word I said is true, even the punctuation marks are true. Dili Yiyan also replied seriously, It's true, it couldn't be more true, I'm not lying to you, just trust me. After hearing this, Han Lulu smiled and said, That's good, that's good. I feel relieved then, hee. I am looking forward to it now, looking forward to this song being released soon, to see how it performs, to see if the data is good, and to see if it will become a hit as soon as it is released as you said. Oh my, I can't say anymore. I can't wait to see these people. It's more than just anticipation. I can't wait to finish recording it today and put it online tomorrow, hee hee. After hearing this, Diliran smiled and said, "You've sung very well now. If you want to pursue perfection, you can practice a few more times. That way the effect will be better, so that you won't regret not singing better after you go online, and you'll be depressed then." Lin Xian just smiled and watched without saying anything. Han Lulu smiled and said, yeah, I know this. Don't worry, I can still bear it. I will control myself. I am a perfectionist. I cannot just do things half-heartedly. I don't want to mess it up because of my impatience. It would be bad if it affects the data. Yeah, that's right. Come on, I believe in you. It should be perfect after practicing a few more times. Diliran said with a smile. Yeah, I will practice hard and hope to be online soon. Han Lulu replied with a smile. Diliran then smiled at Han Lulu and said, "This song is very nice. I want to learn it and sing it. Please teach me when you have time." Well, no problem. Han Lulu replied with a smile. Then he looked at the time and said, "There's still some time before dinner. Do you want to learn to sing now? I want to hear how you sing." Of course, come on, I can't wait, I want to sing too. It just so happens that the songwriter Lin Xian is here. I can ask him to give me some pointers on what's lacking and how to sing better, huh? Diliran said excitedly. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Of course, you can learn it. I also want to hear how you sing it. Different people sing it differently, with different flavors. Plus I am Du Shui, the author of this book. This book is updated daily. Please click to urge update, please give me gifts, please give me 5-star praise. The more of these 3 things I have, the more updates I will make. Thank you everyone." Chapter 46 Indecent Photos. Diliran smiled and nodded, then began to learn to sing with Han Lulu. Diliran has a strong learning ability, and she really likes the song, so she is very serious. After studying for a few dozen minutes, I completely mastered it. Then he started singing. Lin Xian and Han Lulu listened quietly. Dilian's voice is also very nice. She is also beautiful and has a decent singing skill. She sings well, so the combination of all aspects is pretty good. If I have to compare, I'm still not as good as Han Lulu. After all, Han Lulu is more suitable, both in terms of personal image and voice. A few minutes later, Diliran finished singing a song. Then he smiled at the 2 people and asked, "How was my singing?" After saying that, he looked at the 2 people nervously, waiting for their comments. Han Lulu and Lin Xian both smiled and praised. Not bad, it sounds good. Very good singing." After hearing this, Diliran smiled and confirmed, "Is this true? You 2 are not lying to me, right? Don't tell lies to make me happy." Han Lulu and Lin Xian replied with a smile. No, how could I lie to you? You sing so beautifully. I really like it. You have to believe in yourself and your own abilities. Yes, I didn't lie to you. You sang really well, your singing skills were great, your voice was beautiful, and you were also very beautiful. These aspects combined made it a pleasure to watch and hear. Diliran listened to what the 2 people said and looked at them, trying to determine the truthfulness of their words and how much truth there was in their words. After trying for several seconds, I still couldn't figure out what was going on. I had no choice but to stop dwelling on it and replied with a smile, "Well, that's good. In fact, as long as it's not unpleasant to the ear, I'll be relieved as long as you don't find it unpleasant to the ear, hee hee. I know my situation quite well. This song is indeed more suitable for Lulu to sing. Both her voice and image are more suitable for this song." Finally, the 3 of them talked about songs for a while. Then he accompanied Han Lulu to practice the song for dozens of minutes. Seeing that it was already past 4 o'clock, the 3 of them left the company and prepared to go to the cafe to sit for a while, drink coffee, kill time, and chat. Wait until mealtime to go to the restaurant to eat. The 3 of them arrived at the cafe and found a seat to sit down. They each ordered their favorite coffee and continued chatting while drinking it. As they talked more and spent more time together, Lin Xian and Diliran became much more familiar with each other, and now they can be called friends. Of course, it's mainly because of Han Lulu, the middleman. Because Diliran is Han Lulu's good friend, and Lin Xian is Han Lulu's friend. That's why Lin Xian and Diliren's familiarity with each other increased rapidly. It was past 5 p.m. and the three of them left the cafe and prepared to go to the restaurant for dinner. The three of them took the elevator to the underground garage and got into Lin Xian's Rolls-Royce Ghost. After Lin Xian determined the location of the restaurant, he drove away. A few minutes later, in a high-end Western restaurant, Lin Xian and the other two sat in a private room, eating and chatting. There was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. 20 to 30 minutes later, the phone that Diliren had placed on the table rang. Diliren took the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After thinking for a while, he put the phone to his ear and asked, "Who is this?" "You don't need to know who I am, but I have some indecent photos of you and I wanted to ask if you want to buy them." "If you don't want to buy it, I'll post it online," the man on the phone replied. After hearing this, Diliren was shocked, her expression changed, and her head started buzzing. After a pause and thinking for a while, he asked, "How do I know if what you said is true? How do I know if you have the kind of photos you said?" "That's easy. I'll send it to your phone after the call. If you want to buy it out, contact me again. If you don't contact me within 10 minutes, I will post it online. I don't know how much impact it will have on your reputation and image, huh? By the way, believe me, as long as you give me money, I will delete all these photos. I am a very honest person. After all, I will have to do this kind of business for a long time and I can't lose my reputation," the man on the phone replied. After hearing this, Diliren immediately determined that the other party was a paparazzi. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Okay, then send the photo to my phone and I'll confirm it first." "Okay, that's it for now. I'll send you the photos. Remember to contact me within 10 minutes, otherwise I will think you don't care," the man on the phone replied. "Okay," Diliren replied with a heavy tone. After saying that, he put down the phone and ended the call. Then he held the phone and waited. Soon, the other party sent more than a dozen photos. Diliren checked the photos and found that they were all taken of herself at home, but judging from the angles, they must have been taken secretly. All of these photos show her wearing only underwear. Sometimes they are taken when she comes out of the bathroom, sometimes they are taken out from my hands, and sometimes they are taken off while walking into the bedroom after returning home. Diliren looked at these photos, her head was buzzing, and she felt very bad and heavy. She cares a lot about her image and cannot imagine how these photos will be discussed and viewed by netizens after they are posted online. What will the impression and image become in the fans' minds? The thought of these things made her feel overwhelmed, scared, and worried. At the same time, I hate each other and feel extremely disgusted with each other. Naturally, I also curse the other person in my heart to vent my anger and dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, all these are useless because paparazzi only want money and nothing else. Only money can solve this problem." After thinking about it, he quickly dialed the other party's number. Soon, the call was connected, and the man on the phone asked with a smile, "Have you seen it? Are you sure it's you? Are you sure the photo is real? Want to buy it out?" After hearing this, Diliren did not scold the other party, but asked directly, "How much do you want?" 10 million, fixed price, no room for negotiation. With your income, this amount of money is no problem for you, right? Don't worry, as long as I get the money, I will delete all the photos in my hands. I will definitely keep my word. This kind of deal is not the first or second time I've done it. If I didn't keep my word, I would have been exposed long ago. I also care about my reputation. What I want to do is long-term business, not a one-time transaction," the man on the phone replied. Chapter 47. You are my favorite female star. After hearing this, Diliren thought about it and gave up the idea of bargaining with the other party. Firstly, she did not have the confidence to lower the price. Second, she really doesn't want to say even one more word to the other party, and really doesn't want to hear even one more word from the other party. Then he replied in a heavy voice, "No problem, but I need time to raise money." "You have to give me some time." "No problem, but I won't give you too much time. Only 1 hour, no more. If you don't contact me in an hour, I'm going to post your picture online. With your income and your connections, it's enough to get 10 million in an hour." "Okay, it's settled. Let's do this. I won't delay you from raising money." "Bye," the man on the phone replied. After saying that, he ended the call. Diliren moved her lips, but before she could say anything, the other party hung up the phone, which made her a little angry. She couldn't help but curse the other party in her heart to vent her dissatisfaction. It's a bit difficult to raise 10 million in 1 hour. All her money was used to buy a house, and there were only a few $100,000 in cash in the card. Friends I know, those who can lend me so much money probably don't have much cash either. What should I do? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt overwhelmed, depressed, extremely melancholy, and looked sad. When she thought that she only had 1 hour and that the photos would be uploaded to the internet if she failed to raise the money in 1 hour, she suddenly felt so stressed that she felt like she was about to collapse. She felt like the sky was about to fall and her world was dark. Han Lulu looked at Diliran with confusion and curiosity, and asked Diliran with some concern, "Yuri, what's wrong? Did something happen?" She heard some of what the other party said on the phone just now, and seeing Diliran's current reaction, it seemed like something bad happened. Lin Shen naturally heard what the other party had just said on the phone. In addition, he is in good physical condition and has good hearing. He heard what the person said on the phone and knew what was going on. However, he didn't want to tell others that his hearing was different from that of ordinary people, so he just pretended that he only heard what Diliran said. Although he knew that the other party needed money now, he was not in a hurry to help him. Because he was worried that if he acted too early, he would not be able to gain any affection points, or even if he did gain any, he would not be able to gain much. In order to maximize benefits, to gain affection points, and to gain higher affection points, he decided to wait a little longer. So he asked Diliran with concern, "Iran, what happened?" "Don't worry, just tell us what happened and we will help you find a solution. Nothing is unsolvable." After hearing this, Han Lulu said again, yes, tell us what happened to you. If you can't solve it yourself, we will help you find a solution. Don't worry, don't be afraid, there is nothing that can't be solved." Diliran listened to what the two said, looked up at them, thought about it, and after considering it for a while, she mustered up the courage and said shyly and awkwardly, "I was photographed by the paparazzi when I was at home. Sometimes I was only wearing my underwear and was photographed by paparazzi. Now he is blackmailing me with those obscene photos, asking me to give him 10 million yuan, and he will delete those photos. If he doesn't get 10 million within an hour, he'll post the photos online. I care about my image very much. I don't want those photos to be uploaded to the internet and seen by netizens, and to be criticized by netizens. I don't want to ruin my image and the image I have in the hearts of my fans. Though those photos are nothing to some female stars, after all, many female stars take their own photos and upload them to the internet. The scale of those photos is even larger than my indecent photos. But I care about them very much. I don't want these photos to be circulated on the internet, so I must raise enough money to buy them. But I've used all my earnings to buy a house. Now I only have a few $100,000 in cash, which is still a long way from 10 million. I couldn't think of any friend who had so much cash that he could lend me, was willing to lend it to me, and was not in a hurry to pay it back. After all, I can't earn so much money to pay it back in a short time." After hearing this, Han Lulu said angrily, "So that's how it is. These paparazzi are so despicable. They are breaking the law. I only heard about celebrities encountering such things before, which made me feel that such things were far away from me, but I never thought that one day it would happen to me and to my good friend." Then he added, "I also used the money I earned to buy a house, and I only have a few $100,000 in my bank account. It's not much, but I can lend it all to you. You don't have to rush to pay me back. It won't be too late to pay me back when you have money." After hearing this, Lin Shen looked at Diliran and thought for a while before saying, "Although we just met today, for most people, our relationship is not good enough to lend you 10 million. But you are my favorite female star, and I am also your TikTok fan. I can't just stand by and watch you die. I don't want your image to be ruined, and I don't want your photos to be seen by more people. I don't want you to continue to be sad, worried and afraid, and to bear so much pressure for so long. So, I am willing to lend you 10 million. You can pay me back when you have money. I am not in a hurry. Of course, you don't need to pay me interest yet. After all, we are friends, and you are my favorite female star, that's enough." Han Lulu was surprised when she heard what Lin Xian said. Then he said to Lin Xian excitedly, "Since brother Xian is willing to lend it, that's great. Don't worry, Iran is my good friend. I can guarantee that she will pay you back when she has money. Don't worry that she won't pay you back. What if she doesn't pay you back or she doesn't earn that much money? I will help her pay it back. Of course, these two problems will basically not occur. I'm just saying in case." Diliran was surprised when she heard what Lin Xian said. She didn't expect that Lin Xian, a friend she just met today, would be willing to lend her 10 million yuan and didn't even ask her to pay interest. When she was thinking about which friends were rich and willing to lend her money, she didn't even consider Lin Xian. After all, we just met today and have only known each other for a few hours. Thinking of what Lin Xian had just said, he was suddenly moved and his emotions began to flutter. Chapter 48 I Believe in You. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. Master, Diliren's feelings for you have increased by 0.5. Receive a reward of 100 points of inner strength. Received a reward in increased investment ability by 10 points. Receive a reward that increases your charm by 10 points. Receive the bonus skill Godly Step. Get a bonus of 5 million in cash. When Lin Xian heard that the emotional value only increased by 0.5, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, after hearing about the system's reward, he suddenly became excited again. Internal strength, he finally has internal strength. I have never used the martial arts shadowless kick which was rewarded in the novice gift pack since I got it. It is because I have no internal energy, so I cannot perform it. Now, he finally has internal strength and should be able to perform the shadowless kick. Now that he has acquired the body movement skill Divine Steps, he may try to see if he can perform it when he has the chance to see how good this body movement skill is. After Lin Xian came to his senses, he asked the little cutie a few questions in his mind that he was unsure of, and got answers from the little cutie. After Diliren came back to her senses, she thought about it and thanked Lin Xian. Thank you so much. I will definitely remember your kindness, and I will definitely repay you when I have the chance in the future. After hearing this, Lin Xian came back to his senses and said to Diliren with a smile, You're welcome. There's no need to repay the favor, because I helped you without asking for anything in return. At that time, it was because you were the female star I liked. I also don't want the image of my favorite female star to be ruined. I don't want more netizens to see my favorite female stars in decent photos, and I don't want to see my favorite female star sad. After hearing this, Diliren looked at Lin Xian and thought about it. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. I just feel touched in my heart and the emotions in my body are vibrating. Lin Xian smiled at Diliren and said, Okay, call the other party and tell them that the money has been collected. Ask them to send me the account number for receiving the money and I will transfer the money to them directly. Diliren was surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so straightforward and trust her so much that he didn't even need her to write an IOU or transfer money to her to leave evidence. It feels so good to be trusted by others, and she was very touched. At the same time, Lin Xian's status in her heart was also rapidly improving. At least he was no longer just an ordinary friend. It is certainly not the status of a friend you have just known for a day or a few hours. After Diliren came to her senses, she immediately replied, Okay, I'll call in right away. After saying that, he picked up his phone and called the paparazzi. After the call was connected, I said a few words to the other party and then ended the call. After the other party sent the payment account, Diliren took a screenshot and sent it to Lin Xian's WeChat. After Lin Xian took a look at the receiving account, he opened the mobile banking app and started transferring money. After the transfer was completed, he said to Diliren, Okay, I have transferred it to him. Well, thank you. Diliren expressed her sincere gratitude again. Don't say thank you anymore. I'm too lazy to say thank you. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Diliren smiled after hearing this, looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before asking, Should I write you an IOU? No need, I believe you. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Diliren was moved after hearing this. She looked at Lin Xian and paused, but still didn't say anything else. Han Lulu smiled and said, Okay, I told you a long time ago that Brother Xian is a very good person. Do you completely believe it now? After hearing this, Diliren smiled at Han Lulu, nodded and replied, Yes, it is indeed very good, I totally believe it. Then send a text message to ask the other party whether they have received the money and deleted the photos. Only after the other party replied that the money had been received and the photos had been completely deleted did I feel completely relieved and felt much better. Lin Xian smiled at the two of them, then greeted them with a smile. Okay, let's continue eating. We can eat and talk at the same time. Then the three of them continued eating, drinking, and chatting. Of course, this time we drank red wine. After all, we were eating Western food, so drinking some red wine would be more suitable. After another 20 or 30 minutes, the three of them finished their meal and sat down to rest and chat. Naturally, we were also discussing where to go next. Since everyone was free in the evening, we decided to play together. After some discussion, we decided to go to KTV. Then I selected a more upscale KTV restaurant on my mobile phone. The three people left the restaurant and went towards the KTV. When we got to the KTV, we asked for a luxury box. The three of them sat on the sofa and ordered some snacks, fruits, and drinks. After the staff turned on various equipment, the three people began to order songs and sing. Although Lin Xian's singing skills were not very good before, his body has now undergone a systematic transformation, his physical fitness has been improved, and all aspects have improved. Lung capacity has naturally improved and is much stronger than before. If I sing again now, I should be able to do it much better than before. Lin Xian still likes singing very much and has a nice voice. He can sing quite a few songs, although there are only a few that he can finish completely. If that was in the past, it was because his lung capacity was too low and he would run out of breath at the end of some songs. He also wants to give it a try now to see if his singing level is higher than before. At the same time, he was secretly complaining in his heart, wondering why the system did not give him any rewards for singing. For example, improving the pleasantness of the voice, improving the level of singing skills, etc. Thinking of this, he immediately asked the system in his mind, "My lovely classmate, why don't you give me a reward related to singing, such as improving the beauty of my voice, the beauty of my singing, and the level of my singing skills?" If the master needs it, of course it's possible. "The master has it and will reward you later," replied the cute classmate in my mind. Lin Xian was satisfied after hearing this and praised the system in his heart. This is such a humane system. Then he continued to use his mobile phone to order songs, some songs that he could sing and some that he could sing completely. Of course, I also tried to order a few songs that I couldn't sing completely. These songs cannot be finished not because we cannot remember the lyrics but because of insufficient lung capacity and sore throat. His physical condition is so good now, his lung capacity should be sufficient. As for my voice, I think I can sing all these songs even if I force myself to sing, right? Diliren first ordered the song and put down her phone. The first song was also one chosen by Dilraba Dilmurat, so I got ready with the microphone. Diliren doesn't want to sing her own songs because singing her own songs will give her the illusion that she is working, which is a bad feeling and she doesn't like it. Chapter 49. You two are so boring. After the prelude of the song, Diliren took the microphone and started singing. The beautiful and pleasant singing filled the entire box. Han Lulu and Lin Xian also ordered songs one after another, put down their phones, looked at the big screen in front of them, and listened to Diliren singing. This was the first time that Lin Xian heard a female singer or female star sing in front of her. The key point was that this was a female star with perfect looks who met her aesthetic standards. This feels great. He really enjoys this feeling. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. A few days ago I was just a delivery man. I didn't expect that just a few days later, I could go to KTV with two female stars and listen to female singers singing. This life is so wonderful. This is life. This is life. A few minutes later, Diliren finished her song. Lin Xian and Han Lulu applauded and praised aloud. Good singing. It sounds good, it sounds great, you sing so beautifully. After hearing this, Diliren smiled and replied, Thank you. If you want to sing, just sing by yourselves. There's no need to sing in order. Singing continuously is tiring, and you'll have to wait a long time, and it'll be boring. Lin Xian smiled and replied, Yes, okay. Okay, the old rules, I know. Han Lulu replied with a smile. Lin Xian then raised his glass to Diliren and said, Fans toast. Fans toast. Whether in this box or anywhere else, I am your fan, so there is no problem in toasting you with this glass of wine. After hearing this, Diliren smiled and replied, Thank you. After saying that, he raised his wine glass and clinked it with Lin Xian's. Cheers! Cheers! After the two of them said cheers, they smiled and put the glasses to their lips to drink. They are currently drinking champagne, which has a low alcohol content, so they can drink more. After the two of them finished drinking and put down their glasses, Han Lulu followed suit, raised her glass to Diliren and said with a smile, Fans offer wine, they are your fans too. Whether inside this box or outside, we are all your fans. After hearing this, Diliren rolled her eyes at Han Lulu, smiled unhappily and said, I'm going to do the same thing later, let's hurt each other, hee. With your alcohol tolerance, you will be the first one to be knocked down. As he spoke, he raised his glass and clinked it with Han Lulu. Han Lulu smiled and replied, I can't drink much, you should give in to me. I will only drink 1/3 of your drink, okay? After hearing this, Deliren smiled at Han Lulu and said, "Drink first, we'll talk later. It's just the beginning, don't talk about whether to give in or not. You have to have confidence in yourself, don't think you're always a loser. What if you perform exceptionally well today and can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Ha ha. Alright, drink, cheers." After saying this, he raised the glass to his lips and drank it all. Han Lulu smiled and replied, no way, you don't want me to get drunk quickly and then sleep next to you too, right? How boring would that be? 2 people are not as fun as 3 people, don't you agree? After saying that, he raised the wine glass to his mouth and started drinking. Lin Xian just watched with a smile and said nothing. After Deliren finished drinking, she put down the glass, poured herself a glass of wine and replied with a smile, "Have confidence in yourself, you don't want to be a party chef for the rest of your life, do you? Your alcohol tolerance is too poor. It would be good to practice your alcohol tolerance. It just so happens that Lin Xian is here today. Don't be afraid if you get drunk. Lin Xian will protect you and us. So, you can drink as much as you want today. This is a good opportunity to practice your alcohol tolerance." After hearing this, Han Lulu looked at Deliren and then at Lin Xian. After thinking for a while, he said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. I'm speechless. Since you said so, I'll give it a try too." After that, he turned to Lin Xian and said, "Brother Xian, our safety tonight is in your hands. You must protect us." "No problem, this is natural. It's not like you said I would protect you. Just rest assured and drink with confidence." Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Well, I believe in you, and I also believe that you have the ability, so we can drink with more confidence, and others can also drink with confidence without worrying about safety issues after getting drunk." Han Lulu replied with a smile. Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. He picked up the bottle and poured wine for Han Lulu, and said to her at the same time, "You sing first, and I will sing last. I'm not in a hurry. I want to listen to you two sing first. The main thing is that I know my own level well, and you two are professionals, so it's better for me to embarrass myself later, huh?" Han Lulu first thanked Lin Xian for pouring her a drink, then said with a smile, "In this KTV, having fun is the most important thing. Whether the singing is good or not is not important at all. Don't you know this truth?" Deliren, who was sitting on the side, also smiled at Lin Xian and said, yes, don't worry about it. The most important thing in KTV is to be happy. Nothing else matters. Just sing with confidence. Don't worry about it." After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled at the two of them and said, "Okay, I understand." Then he turned to Han Lulu and said, "You should sing first. I'll sing last. I want to hear you sing. Is this an acceptable excuse?" Han Lulu replied with some helplessness after hearing this, Okay, then I'll sing first. I won't continue to be polite to you." After saying that, he picked up his phone and played a song. Then he held the microphone, looked at the big screen, listened to the prelude of the song, and waited and got ready. I adjust my mood and state, trying to put myself in a better state. Even though this was in a KTV, she still had high standards for herself when it came to singing. She tried her best to sing better so as not to ruin her image. Lin Xian and Deliren also looked at the big screen quietly, listened to the prelude of the song, and waited. Soon, after the prelude of the song, Han Lulu took the microphone and started singing. The song Han Lulu ordered was not her own song, because she and Deliren had the same mentality. That is, they don't want to sing their own songs in KTV. Singing their own songs will make them feel like they are working, which is not a good feeling and they don't like it. After all, people go to KTV to relax, not to work. Chapter 50. I like this kind of man. A clear, pleasant, sweet, and moving song sounded. She is a sweet person, sings sweet songs, has good singing skills and a nice voice. These factors combined together achieve a very good effect. It is pleasing to the eyes, makes people happy, and makes them want to fall in love. It makes people fall into this beautiful song and cannot extricate themselves. The mood fluctuates with the story. After a few minutes, the song was finished. After Lin Xian and Deliren came to their senses, they clapped excitedly and praised. Good singing, very good. It sounds good, it sounds really good. Han Lulu smiled and thanked everyone into the microphone. Thank you for your love. Thank you for the compliment, ha. Lin Xian smiled, raised his glass and said to Han Lulu with a smile, fans offer wine. Han Lulu smiled at Lin Xian, put down the microphone, picked up the glass and clinked glasses with Lin Xian. Cheers, cheers, don't go home until you're drunk. Cheers, cheers. After the two of them finished talking, they each put the glass to their lips and started drinking. After drinking it all, Lin Xian put down his glass and picked up the champagne bottle to pour himself a glass. After Han Lulu put down her wine glass, he poured more wine for her. Thank you, Brother Xian. Han Lulu thanked with a smile. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. Besides, doesn't this make me look very gentlemanly? That's what a gentleman should be like, isn't it? Lin Xian replied with a smile. Yeah, he is indeed very gentlemanly and charming. I like men like this, hee hee. Han Lulu replied with a smile. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. Diliren, who was sitting on the right side of Lin Xian, saw Lin Xian filling Han Lulu's glass with wine, then she raised her glass and said to Han Lulu with a smile, fans offer wine, fans offer wine. Han Lulu smiled and said to Diliren, come on, drink, 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 drink. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight. Tonight, either I lie down or you lie down. Let's see who is the weak one, hee hee. As he spoke, he raised his glass and clinked it with Diliren's. Cheers. Cheers. Then let's see how much you can drink tonight. If your drinking capacity still hasn't improved, I can take this opportunity to improve it. Good. After the two of them finished talking, they each put the glass to their lips and started drinking. Lin Xian poured down for both of them after they put down their glasses one after another. The two people said thank you to Lin Xian. Han Lulu then said to Lin Xian, Brother Xian, it's your turn to sing. I want to hear you sing and want to know if you sing well or not, and how your voice sounds. After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Diliren, who was sitting on the right side of Lin Xian, also smiled at Lin Xian and said, yes, I want to hear you sing, too. Hurry up, it's your turn to sing. After saying that, he handed the microphone on the coffee table to Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled at the two people and said, okay, I'll sing. After saying that, he took the microphone, took out his mobile phone and played the song he was going to sing. Then, while looking at the big screen in front of him, he adjusted his mood and state and waited. The prelude of a beautiful song sounded, and Lin Xian swayed his body along with the prelude. Lulu and Diliren, who were sitting on the left and right of Lin Xian, were also looking at the big screen in front of them, listening to the prelude of the song and waiting. I really want to know how Lin Xian sings and whether it is good or not. Lin Xian's speaking voice is quite attractive and pleasant to the ear, so I think his singing should not be too bad either. Lin Xian is tall, has a good figure, is good looking, has a good temperament, and is very charming. The hardware is really great. If I could sing well, I could really enter the entertainment industry. They really want to persuade Lin Xian to enter the entertainment industry. After all, Lin Xian can write songs and scripts, which is a huge advantage. More importantly, Lin Xian has money, so he can bring capital into the group and invest on his own. Oh my god, he is truly the chosen one. It would be such a shame not to enter the entertainment industry. I am Duishui, the author of this book. This book is updated daily. Please click to urge update, please give me gifts, please give me 5-star praise. The more of these 3 things I have, the more updates I will make. Thank you everyone. Chapter 51 What do you want to do? After the prelude of the song, Lin Xian took the microphone and started singing. Lin Xian's singing voice resounded throughout the private room. Lin Xian's voice is very nice and has a certain charm. His singing skills are just so-so. But overall it's still listenable and is considered relatively good among ordinary people. This song is quite nice. It was a popular song in the past 2 years and a very hot song. This is the song that Lin Xian is best at, the one he can sing in its entirety, and the one that Lin Xian thinks he sings best. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not have chosen this song as the first song. Han Lulu and Diliren, who were sitting on the left and right of Lin Xian, watched quietly and listened attentively. A few minutes later, Lin Xian finished singing a song. Han Lulu and Diliren clapped and praised with a smile. You sang very well, you can make your debut now. You sang well, your voice is very attractive, and your singing skills are also okay. I support your debut. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and replied, thank you very much. Thank you. After saying this, he placed the microphone on the microphone stand. Han Lulu raised her glass and said to Lin Xian, fans offer wine, fans offer wine. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and raised his glass to clink with Han Lulu. Cheers, cheers. Cheers, cheers. After the two of them finished talking, they each put the glass to their lips and started drinking. After Lin Xian drank it all, he put down the glass, picked up the champagne and poured it for himself first. After Han Lulu put down her wine glass, he poured more wine for her. Han Lulu said thank you to Lin Xian. Diliren then picked up the wine glass and said to Lin Xian with a smile, "Fans offer wine, fans offer wine." Lin Xian smiled, then picked up the wine glass, clinked it with Diliren's glass, and said with a smile, "Cheers, cheers. Cheers, cheers." After the two of them finished talking, they each put the glass to their mouths and started drinking. After Lin Xian drank it all, he put down the glass and picked up the champagne to pour himself some wine. After Diliren put down her wine glass, he poured another one for her. "Thank you." Diliren thanked with a smile. Then Diliren smiled at Lin Xian and asked, "To be honest, I think your singing voice is pretty nice. Although your singing skills are not very good, you can practice and learn. You have a good personal image. Have you ever thought about entering the entertainment industry?" Han Lulu agreed after hearing this. Yes, brother Xian, have you ever thought about entering the entertainment industry? With your qualifications, plus the fact that you can write songs and scripts, and you have your own money, there is a great possibility that you will become a big star. After saying this, he looked at Lin Xian expectantly, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. Lin Xian smiled and replied, No, I haven't thought about it, and I don't want to. I don't want to become a celebrity and have to wear a hat and sunglasses when I go out, and lose my freedom. It's better to be an amateur. I can be free and at ease. I don't need to be watched by others when I go out. I don't need to wear a hat or sunglasses. I feel comfortable all over. After hearing this, Diliren replied with a little disappointment, "Okay." Han Lulu was also a little disappointed and said, Okay, what a pity. If you don't enter the entertainment industry, it will be a loss for the entertainment industry." After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and changed the subject. Then, the three of them started chatting. After chatting for a while, they started singing again. You and I sang a song, and we were very happy. After an hour or two, suddenly, the door of the box was pushed open, and several men wearing baseball caps and black sportswear entered the box. Several men in black looked at Diliren and then quickly moved towards her. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the other two reacted well. Lin Xian didn't have time to think about it and stood up suddenly. He shouted at several people, "What do you want to do?" One of the men in black said to Lin Xian harshly, "If you don't want to die, don't meddle in other people's business, or you will bear the consequences. If you try to attack my friend in front of me, I will take care of this matter." Lin Xian replied harshly. After saying this, he didn't waste any more words and quickly attacked several men in black who were approaching. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. Although the several men in black who pounced on Diliren noticed it, they also wanted to react and respond. Unfortunately, it's too late. One by one, they were kicked and hit by Lin Xian's fists. There were dull collision sounds, painful screams, and crisp sounds of bones breaking. The powerful force caused several people to fly backwards, and they fell to the ground a few meters away with screams. They covered the parts of their bodies that were hit, curled up, turned over and over in pain, and temporarily lost the ability to fight again. Everyone was surprised and amazed. It was incredible. I never thought that Lin Xian was such a good fighter and had such great strength. Han Lulu and Diliren, who were sitting on the sofa, were also surprised, shocked, incredible and unbelievable when they saw this process and result. Neither of them expected that Lin Xian was such a good fighter. At this moment, Lin Xian in their eyes was tall, radiant, and charming. They looked at Lin Xian with a little excitement, their eyes full of little stars and immense admiration. The original negative emotions such as fear, worry, etc. quickly disappear, and the sense of security is quickly restored. Lin Xian, who had easily dealt with these 4 or 5 people, stopped and was also surprised. He did not expect that he was so powerful now. This made him excited and secretly happy. I wanted to yell, "Who else? Give me 100 more." Of course, as he had never fought many times, his blood and heartbeat quickened and he was a little nervous. Lin Xian looked at the people on the ground who were screaming and groaning in pain, and asked fiercely, "Who are you? Why did you attack my friend? What do you want to do to my friend? Tell me the truth, don't force me to torture you." I am Duishui, the author of this book. This book is updated daily. Please click to urge update, please give me gifts, please give me 5-star praise. The more of these 3 things I have, the more updates I will make. Thank you everyone. Chapter 52. I will also be very sad. After hearing this, the men in black on the ground just glanced at Lin Xian and then looked away one after another. Obviously, no one wanted to respond to Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian looked at the people and waited for a few seconds, only to see that no one responded. After sneering, he said, "It seems that you want to experience torture and forced confession. In that case, I will grant your wish." After saying that, he walked towards a man in black. He stood in front of the man in black, raised his foot and stepped on the other's palm, then exerted force quickly. Ah! The man in black, who was originally groaning in pain, suddenly screamed. Han Lulu and Diliren, who were sitting on the sofa, felt their scalps tingling and shuddered when they heard the screams of the man in black. They all felt a dull pain in their palms, and some were afraid to look directly at it. The two people couldn't help but cover their ears with their hands and avert their eyes. Seeing this, the other men in black also became frightened, nervous and worried. They were worried that Lin Xian would treat them the same way in the future, which made them feel a little conflicted. They were wondering whether they should tell the truth if they were treated like this in the future. Lin Xian looked down at the man in black, and after a pause, he said in a cold voice, "You are so bold that you dare to come and attack my friend. You should not be afraid to reveal your identities. Are you afraid that I will fight back, or are you afraid that you will be punished by your people after you tell me?" The man in black, whose hand was stepped on, thought for a moment before responding in pain, I'll tell you. Our boss took a fancy to Diliren and arranged for us to kidnap her and bring her back to the company to hand her over to the boss. That's right, their company is so powerful, there is no need to be afraid. To be honest, what can this kid Lin Xian do to them? They should be hoping that Lin Xian, the guy who ruined their boss's good deeds, would cause trouble for their company. That way, they would be asking for trouble. Isn't this great? It saves them time looking for it. After hearing this, Lin Xian asked, "What's the name of your company and where is it located?" "Yanla Company is in this district." The man in black replied with some difficulty, enduring the pain. Lin Xian thought about it and decided to help the person to the end. Maybe he could solve the problem completely and make the other party give up the idea. He could also gain more affection points from Diliren. He did it as soon as he thought of it, and immediately took out his cell phone and called Long Wei, the top underground force in Jinshan district. This is also a friend rewarded by the system. Soon, the call was connected, and before Lin Xian could say anything, the person on the phone spoke first. "Master." Long Wei called respectfully. When Lin Xian heard the other party's address, he couldn't help but smile and felt very pleased. It seems that all the friends rewarded by the system are like this. What kind of friends are they? They are clearly servants of the reward. Lin Xian smiled and then asked, "Do you know the Yanla Company in Jinshan district?" "I know." "What's the matter, master?" Long Wei on the phone replied respectfully. "What is the strength of Yanla Company? Can you deal with them?" "Oh, yes, this is what happened. The boss of their company arranged for someone to kidnap my friend, and I beat up the person who arranged the kidnapping. I want to solve the problem once and for all and make the boss of their company completely give up and stop thinking about it." "Is that a problem?" Lin Xian said. "No problem, it's a small matter, I can solve it with just one phone call. Our company is a top force in the underground world of Jinshan district, and Yanla Company is a third-tier force in the underground world of Jinshan district, which is far worse than our company." Long Wei replied on the phone. "Oh, that's good. Then call the boss of their company and tell him not to target my friend again." Lin Xian replied. "Okay, I'll call you after the call ends." Long Wei on the phone replied. "That's it, let's do it." Lin Xian replied. "Okay, master, goodbye, master." Long Wei on the phone replied respectfully. Lin Xian put down the phone and ended the call. He said harshly to the men in black on the ground, "Okay, you can get out now." After hearing this, several men in black secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then gritted their teeth to endure the pain, climbed up with difficulty, and walked out of the box with some difficulty. They heard Lin Xian talking on the phone just now. If Lin Xian is not acting to deceive people, then Lin Xian's identity and background are too powerful. Just tell one of your subordinates to call the boss of their company and deal with their boss. What is the identity and background of this young man Lin Xian? They hit a wall today. The only thing to be thankful for is that Lin Xian did not take their lives. After several men in black left the box, Lin Xian closed the door, turned around, walked to the sofa, and sat back in his seat. Then he smiled at Diliren, who was looking at him, and said, "Okay, it's done. These people will not come to kidnap you again in the future. You can rest assured. After hearing this, Diliren thanked Lin Xian. Thank you, if it weren't for you today, the consequences would be disastrous. Luckily you helped me solve it completely today, otherwise I don't know when I would be kidnapped by them. Just thinking about it scares me. Lin Xian replied, well, yes, luckily I am here today. If they had chosen not to kidnap you today, but at another time, when I am not here, the consequences would be disastrous indeed. Don't say you can't accept it. I can't accept what they did to you either. If they really did something to you, I would be very upset and heartbroken. After all, you are not only my favorite female star, but also my friend. Yes, so thank you so much, and I owe you a huge favor again. Now I don't know how to thank you except thanking you verbally. Diliren replied sincerely. I felt extremely moved and grateful, and my emotions began to flutter. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. Master, Diliren's affection for you has increased by 10 points. Receive a reward and increase your body value by 1 point. Receive a reward that increases your temperament by 10 points. Receive a reward that increases your charm by 10 points. Get reward and increase your appearance by 0.5 points. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical strength. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical defense. Receive a reward of 100 points increase in physical fitness. Receive a reward of 100 combat experience points. Receive a reward and increase your combat skill value by 100 points. Receive a reward of 100 points of inner strength. Receive a reward and increase your investment value by 10 points. Get the bonus TV drama script Song Lan Ju. Get the bonus song Ju AI. Receive a reward that increases your singing skill by 10 points. Get the reward talent guitar, initial level 1. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 10 billion. Get a bonus of 1 billion in cash. You will be rewarded with a large flat worth 50 million. You will be rewarded with a villa worth 300 million yuan. After hearing this, Lin Xian became excited and couldn't help but smile. Because the rewards I got this time are so many. The assets alone amount to more than 2 billion. This does not include the money earned from scripts and songs. Another big step towards becoming a billionaire. How could he not be excited? Chapter 53 And Dong, you are so nice to me. After Lin Xian came back to his senses, he smiled at Diliren and said, a verbal thank you is enough. How else do you want to thank me? Okay, stop talking so much. I'm too lazy to be polite with you. It's natural for friends to help each other. What's more, you're the female star I like. How can I just stand by and watch? If I really just stand by and watch, do nothing, then am I still worthy of saying that I like you? After hearing this, Diliren just looked at Lin Xian for a while, not knowing what to say. Han Lulu, who was sitting next to him, said, yes, there is no point in saying more. There is no need to say more words of thanks, just remember it in your heart, just like me. Then he said seriously, but seriously, if Brother Xian hadn't been here, the consequences would be disastrous. If they choose to take action at another time, when Brother Xian is not around, even if they fail once, they will continue to send people over. It's scary just to think about it. Fortunately, Brother Xian has completely dealt with them. They won't dare to target Iran anymore. Then he said to Lin Xian excitedly, Brother Xian, you are so good at fighting, so handsome, so cool. You easily dealt with several of them, you are a master, an absolute master. Lin Xian smiled and said modestly, it's just so, thank you for the compliment, ha. After hearing what Han Lulu said, Diliren stopped thanking him and said to Lin Xian excitedly, yes, it's so amazing, so handsome, so cool, it makes me feel like I'm watching a movie. I used to think that people who are so good at fighting only exist in movies and TV dramas, but I didn't expect to see one in real life today. It really broadened my horizons. Lin Xian smiled at Diliren and said modestly again, thank you for the compliment. Then he added, okay, let's continue singing and continue to be happy. Diliren said to Lin Xian, let me offer you a glass of wine to express my gratitude. I always feel that 2 words of thanks are not enough, and I should say something more practical. Although a toast of wine is not enough, I think it is better than just a verbal thank you. After that, he raised his glass and said to Lin Xian sincerely, this glass of wine is for you, you don't have to drink it, thank you for your help. After saying that, he brought it to his mouth and drank it all. Lin Xian picked up the champagne and waited until Diliren put down her glass before pouring wine for her. Thank you. Diliren thanked Lin Xian. You're welcome. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he smiled and said, okay, let's continue singing and be happy. Afterwards, the three of them continued to eat, drink and have fun. The atmosphere gradually recovered, and all the negative emotions in Diliren's body disappeared, and she was filled with happiness. The three of them played in the KTV until 12 o'clock, then left the KTV and found a place to have a midnight snack. After supper, everyone went home. Lin Xian returned to Dong Xinlan's house, took care of his personal hygiene and then entered the bedroom. The next day, early morning. After Dong Xinlan took care of her personal hygiene, she stood at the door of Lin Xian's bedroom and asked, Xiao Xian, are you up? Do you want breakfast? If so, I'll order more. Last night when Lin Xian came back, she woke up when she heard the noise and knew that Lin Xian was back. Although they used to have separate breakfasts, she doesn't want to do that now. She wants to have breakfast with Lin Xian. As for why, she herself wasn't quite sure. Even though she now knew that Lin Xian had his own house, she did not ask Lin Xian why he did not live in his own house but in hers. She was worried that after asking this question, Lin Xian would go back to his own home. At the same time, she was also worried that one day Lin Xian would tell her that he would no longer live in her house and would move back to his own home. Lin Xian woke up after hearing this, and immediately replied to the bedroom door, if you want to eat, you can order. Thank you, Aunt Dong. Okay, then what do you want to eat? Dong Xinlan asked, standing at the bedroom door. Anything is fine. I'm not picky about food. Lin Xian replied. Well, okay. Dong Xinlan replied. Then he turned and left, while starting to order takeout on his phone. Lin Xian also got up, dressed neatly, went to the bathroom to wash up and take care of his personal hygiene. Then she went back to the bedroom to pack and dress herself before entering the restaurant, where she sat down and started waiting while playing with her phone. After ordering breakfast, Dong Xinlan went back to her room to get dressed. After I got dressed and left the bedroom, I was about to ask if the takeout had arrived when I heard my cell phone ring. After the call was connected, he put it to his ear and walked towards the door while talking, ready to pick up the takeout. After getting the takeaway, I returned to the restaurant and took out various breakfast items from the bag. Lin Xian also put down his phone, stood up and helped to arrange things. At the same time, she smiled and said, Auntie Dong, you bought so much, can you finish it? Dong Xinlan smiled and replied while holding the food, I don't know what you want to eat today, so I'll buy a little bit of everything. Oh, I see. Aunt Dong, you are so thoughtful. If anyone can marry you, it would be a blessing for him in 3 lifetimes. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Since he had the system and money, he became more confident and bolder. He never dared to say such words to Dong Xinlan before. Although Dong Xinlan had been so nice to him before, he was just silently touched and kept it in his heart. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan smiled and said nothing, but she felt happy in her heart. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled at Dong Xinlan, then retracted his gaze and continued to open some lids and put them in order. Soon, after the food was laid out, the two of them sat back in their seats and started eating. After eating a few bites, Dong Xinlan asked Lin Xian, did you have fun these days? I thought you were going to play for a few days before coming back. Lin Xian smiled and replied, it's not just for fun, I also did some serious work. Han Lulu is a singer, so I wrote a song that suits her very well. Then I sold it to her company and signed a contract with her. Dong Xinlan was surprised after hearing this. She looked at Lin Xian in disbelief and asked curiously, when did you learn to write songs? Why have I never heard you say that before? After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. Chapter 54 When did you meet such a person? Lin Xian smiled and replied, writing songs is just a personal hobby. I can not only write songs but also scripts, which is also a hobby. Of course, the main thing is to do some side job to make money. I don't want to be a delivery boy all my life. Because I wasn't sure whether my writing was good or not, I didn't tell anyone else, and naturally I didn't tell you either. Dong Xinlan nodded, and then asked curiously, what song did you write? What's the name of the song? Can you sing it for me when you have time? Of course. The song is called Star and Moon Candy. I think it won't be long before Han Lulu finishes recording and releases it. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Dong Xinlan replied. Then he asked curiously, how much did it sell for? Can you tell me? As for profit sharing, I get 40% of the net income. The more income this song generates, the more I get. Lin Xian replied. Dong Xinlan nodded and said, I didn't expect you to have this talent. That's great. At least it can bring you a continuous income. I hope this song will be a big hit. I wish your song will be a big hit. Winning the lottery is something that happens only once in a lifetime, so you can't count on it. Of course, you can also use the bonus to invest, but investment is risky and you may lose everything if you are not careful. Lin Xian nodded and replied, yes, yes. Then he added, I not only sold them a song, but also a script, and we got a share of the profits. I also told them that if their company needs money to make a TV series, they can still come to me and I will invest. I am very confident in this script. I think the investment will not only pay off, but I can also make a lot of money. Dong Xinlan was surprised again. She didn't expect that the script written by Lin Xian would be favored by the company and even purchased. I didn't expect that Lin Xian actually had extra money to invest. After all, producing a TV series is not a small investment. It's often tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Even if Lin Xian only invests a part of it, it would still cost several million or tens of millions, right? This made her curious about how much Lin Xian won. But she was a sensible person, so she tried her best to suppress her curiosity and did not ask. Dong Xinlan came back to her senses and said, that's good. Big investment means big returns. It's more interesting to invest in a script you wrote yourself. Then the two of them started chatting while eating. After breakfast, Dong Xinlan went to school to work. After thinking about it, Lin Xian decided to go together. Anyway, there is nothing interesting for him to stay at home. He can go to school to play with Dong Xinlan and Lu Chingrew, and maybe he can increase their affection points. Of course, you can also see if there are other top beauties in that school. There are 3 beauties in Lu Chingrew's school, and Lu Chingrew is just one of them. He wants to go and see the other 2 to see if he can meet them by chance. Let us see if the looks of those 2 campus beauties have reached the top level. The 2 went out and took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Where's my car? My car is gone. Dong Xinlan arrived at her parking space and saw that it was empty. He was stunned for a moment, then he checked again to make sure that this was indeed his parking space. But there is no car in the parking space. This made her wonder aloud as she glanced around. Lin Xian, who was standing aside, looked at the empty parking space, then glanced around to see if he could see Dong Xinlan's car. Dong Xinlan looked for it but couldn't find it. She said uncertainly, my car couldn't have been stolen, could it? After hearing this, Lin Xian said, there should be surveillance cameras in this underground parking lot. Let's go check it out. Well, let's check the surveillance video to see if it was captured. Dong Xinlan replied. Then the 2 of them went to the property office. I spoke to the security guard and started checking the surveillance footage. After taking a look, I found that the surveillance camera was blocked by someone and did not capture the video. It's obvious that the car was stolen. Dong Xinlan immediately took out her cell phone and decided to call the police. He called the police and told them what happened, and the police told him to wait for further notification. Lin Xian then said to Dong Xinlan, let's go to school in my car. You can drive my car until your car is found. I can give you the keys. Well, okay, thank you. Dong Xinlan replied. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. Lin Xian replied with a smile. The 2 men then returned to the underground parking lot and got into the Rolls-Royce. Lin Xian drove the car out of the underground parking lot. Lin Xian was driving the car when he suddenly thought of something and said, I can also ask someone to help you check and see if they can help you find the car. Dong Xinlan asked in confusion, who are you looking for? Who is he? How could he help me find a car? Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, boss of the company, there are many employees. Dong Xinlan was puzzled after hearing this. She looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before asking again, don't his employees have to go to work? How can they help me find a car? Xian smiled, thought for a moment, and then said directly, they are an underground company with many members and a huge influence. They have spies everywhere and connections in all aspects. He only needs to make a phone call to the car theft organization or sales organization, or arrange for members of his own company to check, and he can find it quickly. Dong Xinlan finally understood after hearing this, and then asked curiously, when did you meet such a person? People like this are quite dangerous. It's better for you to keep a certain distance from them, and don't owe them any favors, otherwise they will try every possible way to get money from you. At this point, he suddenly thought of something and said, Could it be that they knew you won the lottery and wanted to hunt you down and take your money? After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian nervously, waiting for Lin Xian's reply, and became a little worried. Worried that Lin Xian was really being targeted by these people. Chapter 55 Aunt Dong, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Xian felt helpless and depressed for a moment, not knowing what to say or how to explain. After thinking for a while, he said, "Don't worry, it's not what you think. They are not hunting me, nor do they dare to hunt me. They are not coming for my money, nor do they dare to take my money." Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian for a few seconds before saying, "You are still young and inexperienced. You don't know how dangerous this society is, especially people like them. Don't believe everything they say. In short, you'd better stay away from them and have less dealings with them. If you can avoid dealing with them, then don't deal with them. And don't owe them favors that you can't repay. I have already called the police. I can just wait for them to help me find it. There is no need to ask those people for help." After hearing this, Lin Xian gave a helpless smile, thought for a moment, and then said, "Well, if you listen to the tone of my conversation with the boss of their company, you will know that they will not hunt me down or take my money. Is that okay?" After hearing this, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian with some confusion, and her curiosity was aroused by Lin Xian. So, I just looked at Lin Xian for a while, not knowing what to say. Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan, smiled, then took out his cell phone and called Wen Xian, the chairman of the Yunchuan District Underground World Fengyan Group. After the call was connected, Wen Xian on the other end of the phone shouted respectfully without waiting for Lin Xian to speak. "Master, what do you want? A friend of mine has his car stolen. Please check it as quickly as possible and return it to you once you find it." The car was stolen from the underground parking lot in Huayuanli. It was a red BYD. "Okay, master. I'll arrange it after we finish this call." Wen Xian on the other end of the phone replied respectfully. "Yeah." Lin Xian said, put down the phone and ended the call. Then he said to Dong Xinlan, who was looking at him with confusion and curiosity, "I just called the chairman of Fengyan Group. Did you hear the tone of my conversation with her? Can you hear something?" After saying that, he turned around and looked at the car driving in front of him with a smile, while waiting for Dong Xinlan's reply. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan finally knew who Lin Xian was talking to on the phone. The person on the phone turned out to be the chairman of the group. If Lin Xian hadn't told her, she would have thought he was just a small fry. The other party was the chairman of the group, but Lin Xian actually used such a tone, as if he was ordering his subordinates to do something. This made her confused for a moment. She couldn't figure out the situation and didn't know what the relationship between the two parties was. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Is the other party really the chairman of the group? Is the scale of this group large? Of course, there's nothing to deceive you about this. This group is the largest group in the underground world of Yunchuan District. Do you think it is big?" Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan was surprised when she heard this. It's so big. The other party is so powerful. Why do you speak to him in such a tone? And he is so obedient and not disgusted or even angry? Why is this happening? What is your relationship?" Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "Can I not tell you? Can you keep it a secret? It is better not to tell a lie. There's no loss if you don't say anything." Dong Xinlan was a little disappointed that she didn't get an answer. After looking at Lin Xian and thinking for a while, he replied, "Okay, you can keep it a secret." But he was extremely curious in his heart, and at the same time he became curious about Lin Xian, feeling that Lin Xian was becoming more and more mysterious. To be more precise, Lin Xian has become more and more mysterious since the past few days. What is more, he is becoming more and more handsome, more and more elegant, and more charming. She didn't know if she had seen it wrong, or if it was because when men have money they will be considered handsome, elegant, and charming. She is not sure of the specific reason at the moment, so she did not tell Lin Xian directly, nor did she ask Lin Xian directly why he was becoming more and more handsome, more elegant, and more charming. Otherwise Lin Xian would think she was infatuated with him. Lin Xian smiled, and then said, "So, don't worry, I can use such a person at will, and I can use him however I want. I don't have to worry about favors at all, let alone worry that she wants to gain benefits from me, and wants to hunt me down and take my money." Dong Xinlan, who was just daydreaming and making random guesses, looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before nodding and saying, "Okay." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Let the police find it. The police are so busy and have so many more important things to do. I don't know when it will be your turn. I don't know when they can find it for you. So, let the people at Feng Yun Group help you find it. They have a lot of people and know people in all walks of life. Maybe they can find your car with just one phone call. When you get home from get off work, you can see your car parked in your parking space. Dong Xinlan thought it made sense. After all, the police are very busy, with so many criminal cases to deal with. Things like finding a car are usually put at the back of the list and are prioritized. Obviously, her matter was neither urgent nor serious. Therefore, she can only count on Feng Yun Group now. The Feng Yun Group is so powerful, it is the most powerful group in the underground world of Yunchuan District. It seems possible that, just as Lin Xian said, I could find her with just a few phone calls and see her car parked in the parking space when I get home from get off work. After thinking it through, he immediately replied to Lin Xian, "Well, what you said makes sense." Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian's handsome profile, looked at Lin Xian's temperament, felt Lin Xian's charm, and the way he drove. I was thinking about what the relationship was between Lin Xian and the chairman of Feng Yun Group. I wondered why Lin Xian had changed so much in the past few days. Why is there such a huge difference between Lin Xian now and Lin Xian a few days ago? The difference is so big in every aspect, it's like he has become a different person. This left her confused and puzzled. Although I really wanted to ask, I tried my best to hold back. Lin Xian's curiosity was completely aroused. Looking at Lin Xian, who was driving the car in front, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Dong Xinlan in the passenger seat was staring at him in a daze without blinking. Then he turned his head to look at the other person, and then asked with a smile, "Aunt Dong, why are you looking at me like that?" Chapter 56, Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan came back to her senses, her face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed and shy. Then he quickly shifted his gaze to the front, and at the same time quickly adjusted his emotions and expression, trying to appear as normal as possible. Lin Xian was a little confused when he saw Dong Xinlan's reaction. After thinking about it, I didn't say anything. Looking at the car driving ahead. After a few seconds, Dong Xinlan replied, "I noticed that you are very different from the past few days, so I stared at you to see if I saw it wrong." Lin Xian smiled after hearing this and asked knowingly, "What's the difference?" After hearing this, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and said, "More handsome, more elegant, and more charming. This is the difference in his body. As for the other differences, I won't talk about them. Don't you realize it yourself?" Lin Xian smiled and replied, "I found it when I looked in the mirror. I was wondering if it was because I was rich and confident that I made myself more handsome, more charming, and more elegant. I thought it was an illusion, but I didn't expect you to see it too. So it seems it's not an illusion. I really have become more handsome, more charming, and more elegant, haha." After hearing this, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before saying, "I'm not sure what made you more handsome, more charming, and more elegant. Anyway, you are more handsome, more elegant, and more charming than you were a few days ago. Since you think so too, it seems that it is not my illusion. I am not wrong." Lin Xian smiled and said, "It would be great if that's the case. Becoming tall, rich, and handsome has always been my dream. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. My dream has finally come true, huh?" Dong Xinlan smiled and said, "You are indeed tall, rich, and handsome now, and a very talented one at that." "Aunt Dong, thank you for the compliment," Lin Xian said modestly with a smile. Then the two of them started chatting, talking, and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Xian's cell phone rang. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and saw that it was Wen Shen calling. After the call was connected, he put it to his ear and said, "Speak." "Master, the car has been found. I have arranged for someone to send the car back to your friend's community. They are on the way now," Wen Shen reported respectfully on the phone. "Okay, I understand," Lin Xian replied. After saying that, he put down the phone and ended the call. Then he smiled at Dong Xinlan and said, "The car has been found and is on the way back to you." Dong Xinlan was surprised after hearing this, and then said excitedly, "This efficiency is too high, it has only been a short time, and they have found it. The people from Feng Yun Group are so amazing." Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian, and then thanked him, "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I don't know when I could find my car back, or if I could find it back at all. If we can't find it, the loss will be huge, equivalent to a year's work for nothing." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "You're welcome. It's my duty. It's just a small favor." I have the ability to help you. I can't just sit there and do nothing, right? If you have problems that you can't solve yourself in the future, remember to contact me as soon as possible. If I can help you solve it, I will definitely help you solve it. Don't be afraid of bothering me, don't be afraid of causing trouble for me, and don't be afraid of owing me a favor or anything like that. Did you understand? Dong Xinlan was moved after hearing this and her emotions began to flutter. I just looked at Lin Xian for a moment, not knowing what to say. Lin Xian is tall, handsome, elegant, charming, and talented. Now she has money and ability, and so far she simply can't find any shortcomings. The point is that he is so good to her and helps her so much. How can she not be moved? How can she not develop feelings for Lin Xian? This is totally out of control. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. Master, Dong Xinlan's affection towards you has increased by 3 points. Receive a reward and increase your combat power by 1 point. Receive a bonus of 10 points increase in free attribute value. Receive a reward of 100 points of inner strength. Received a reward and your investment ability value increased by 10 points. Received a reward and raised the guitar level by 1. Receive a reward and increase the sound quality by 1 point. Get a bonus district level friend. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 10 billion. Get a bonus of 100 million in cash. After hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly became excited and couldn't help but smile. Then I started asking the system in my mind what the free attribute value was, and after getting the system's answer, I knew it. Free attribute value literally means that you can add it to any item you want. You have the power to allocate it yourself, instead of waiting for the system reward to increase it. 10 points, Lin Xian wants to add it to a certain part of his body. I just don't know if it would be too outrageous to add all of them. After some consideration, I decided to wait and ask the girls for their opinions. Add as much as the girls want. After dozens of seconds, Dong Xini, who was looking at Lin Xian in a daze and deeply moved, came back to her senses. After thinking for a while, he replied, well, okay. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. I will definitely help you as long as I can. Dong Xinlan said. Lin Xian, who was thinking wildly in his mind, came back to his senses after hearing this, and replied to Dong Xinlan with a smile, well, okay. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and said nothing else. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Then he turned his head and looked forward, and began to think wildly in his mind. Thinking about her and Lin Xian, wondering whether there would be a future between her and Lin Xian. Lin Xian waited for a while but didn't hear Dong Xinlan speak. After thinking about it, I found a topic to talk to Dong Xinlan. Then the two continued chatting, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. A few minutes later, they arrived at a traffic light and Lin Xian stopped the car and waited for the traffic light. Lin Xian inadvertently noticed a familiar figure sitting in the passenger seat of a car on the side. Lin Xian subconsciously looked over. Isn't it because he is poor and has no future, and doesn't want to live a hard life with him, so his ex-girlfriend Xiang Shuangshuang dumped him and ran off with a rich second-generation man? If this car belongs to that rich second generation, then this rich second generation is not that rich. This is a black Mercedes. As for how much it costs, he doesn't know much about cars. Then he asked the system in his mind and found out that the car cost more than 2 million. Lin Xian then turned his gaze to the man in the driver's seat, wanting to see what this rich second-generation man looked like, how old he was, and whether he was good-looking. At this time, Xiang Shuangshuang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, noticed out of the corner of her eye that someone in the car next to her was staring at her, so she subconsciously looked over. I am Duishui, the author of this book. This book is updated daily. Please click to urge update, please give me gifts, please give me 5-star praise. The more of these 3 things I have, the more updates I will make. Thank you everyone. Chapter 57. Thank you dear. Lin Xian saw that the person driving the Mercedes-Benz was about 30 years old, with average looks, a plump figure, and an average height, about 1.7 meters. He has a flat head, wears a white short-sleeved t-shirt, black casual pants, and a watch on his wrist. It seems that all the clothes he wears are international brands and are very valuable. The clothes he wore were of high quality and he was driving a luxury car, which made this man look quite elegant. Xiang Shuangshuang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Lin Xian and was immediately amazed. So handsome. So elegant. So charming. The point is that the car he is driving seems to be very high-end and it is obvious at first glance that it is worth a lot of money. She had seen this car in a short video, but she couldn't remember what kind of car it was. Anyway, it's very expensive. Tall, rich, and handsome. He is the tallest, richest, and most handsome man among them. A true male god. Wait, why does this person look familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. This. Why does she look a bit like her ex-boyfriend? Once you become aware of this, the more you look at them, the more similar they are. I almost confirmed it in my heart. But when she thought about how her ex-boyfriend was just a delivery man at the bottom of society, earning a few thousand yuan a month, how could he possibly afford such a top-of-the-line luxury car? Besides, her ex-boyfriend was not as handsome, charming, and elegant as this person. So, they just look alike. Well, they just look alike. Or maybe her ex-boyfriend looks a little bit like the boy in front of her. Oh, it would be even better if this male god could pursue me. Or, it would be great if I could get the contact information of this male god and have some contact with him. That way she would have the chance to pursue and seduce this male god. Once again achieve the class leap. Men are stepping stones. If there is something better, naturally look for something better. Water flows to low places, and people go to high places. Her idol is Wendy Dang. That amazing woman who kept changing men and finally found a super rich man as her husband. After Lin Xian finished looking at the man in the driver's seat, he looked at Xiang Shuangshuang in the passenger seat. Seeing the other person looking at him with an infatuated look made him sneer with disdain. After thinking about it, I gave up the idea of saying anything out loud. I retracted my gaze and looked forward. I stopped looking at the other person to avoid making myself feel sick and affecting my mood. When Xiang Shuangshuang saw Lin Xian's reaction, so cold and arrogant, she liked him even more. A great man should have this kind of attitude, and this kind of attitude can make a great man even more attractive. Anyway, she really likes this. This will make her have an urge to conquer, to obtain, and to press this man under her. If she wasn't in her boyfriend's car, if her boyfriend wasn't around, she would definitely take action. At least you need a contact number, or just say hello and make yourself familiar with the person. She felt depressed at the thought that it was inconvenient to ask for contact information or say hello now. She felt as if she had missed out on tens of millions of dollars. She has secretly sworn in her heart that if they meet again next time, and if she is alone next time, she will definitely ask Lin Xian for his contact information. At the very least, she will say hello, chat with him, and make herself familiar with him. After the red light, Lin Xian drove away. Xiang Shuangshuang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately memorized Lin Xian's license plate, thinking that if she didn't meet him in the future, she would ask someone to help check it. The man driving the Mercedes-Benz, Xiang Shuangshuang's boyfriend Tang Fei, took a look at his girlfriend. Suddenly she thought of something and asked, Shuangshuang, has your delivery boyfriend called you to harass you recently? Xiang Shuangshuang, who was just thinking about the male god, came back to her senses after hearing this and replied, I changed my phone number. I blocked her WeChat, QQ, etc. He can't contact me even if he wants to. Don't worry, dear, I won't give him the chance to harass me. Tang Fei nodded, and then asked, did he send you messages through your mutual friends to contact you and harass you indirectly? No, I've already told our mutual friends that if they dare to do that, I will break up with them. Xiang Shuangshuang replied. Well, that's good. Tang Fei said. Then he continued, you are old high school classmates, and your hometown is the same. You have too many common friends and acquaintances. It's really hard to deal with them. Try not to go back to your hometown in the future, and try to contact your mutual friends and acquaintances as little as possible, so as to avoid running into each other in the future. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you in everything. Xiang Shuangshuang replied. Then he added, don't worry, dear. Even if I'm unlucky enough to meet him one day, I won't even look at him, let alone talk to him. Not to mention giving him the chance to harass me, giving him the chance to do it again. Besides, he's a food delivery man, and he's busy delivering food every day, making money to make a living. Now he and I are from two different worlds, just like two parallel lines. It is basically impossible for us to meet again. Tang Fei nodded and replied, well, what you said makes sense. Also, delivering takeout is risky and prone to car accidents. He might get killed in a car accident one day. Then I'd be completely relieved, haha. Well, I hope so. Then I will be completely relieved, hee hee. After all, I keep seeing cases of murders of passion these days. In order not to lose a woman, some men will do anything to achieve their goals. Their methods are shameless, vulgar, and despicable. I'm a little scared, and I'm worried that he will do that. Xiang Shuangshuang said. Tang Fei said, don't be afraid, if he really dares to do this, I will let him know how powerful I am before he takes action. Well, thank you, dear. I feel much more at ease with your words. Xiang Shuangshuang replied. Finally, the two of them started chatting. After a while, Lin Xian drove the car to the vicinity of the school. Dong Xinlan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said to Lin Xian, I'll get off here, so there's no need to drive the car into the school. In the past, she was open-minded and only treated Lin Xian as an ordinary friend. She did not have any feelings for him in any romantic way. So at that time she was not afraid of how outsiders viewed her and Lin Xian, and she did not worry about what others thought. But now it is different from before. She is a little shy, worried about being seen by acquaintances, worried about being spread around and becoming known to everyone. Why? Lin Xian asked subconsciously. Chapter 58 Dong Xinlan likes the tall, rich and handsome little boy. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, she replied, I'm worried that if you send me in, others will think that I'm being kept by some rich man, and then spread rumors. It will be troublesome to explain it later. Lin Xian smiled after hearing this, and then replied, it's okay, I'll get off with you when we get to the parking lot, so that at least people won't spread the rumor that you're being kept by an old man. Others will just think you found a boyfriend who is a rich second generation. Then they will just envy you, haha. In addition, you are still single at the age of 30. I think some of your colleagues are gloating over your misfortune. They hope that you will stay single and not find a boyfriend. That way they will feel balanced and happy. Do you want them to keep enjoying themselves like this? Don't you want to give them a slap on the face? Don't you want them to look at you with new eyes? Since we have such conditions now, why not? Although Dong Xinlan was very moved after hearing this, she still tried her best to hold back. Then he said to Lin Xian helplessly, but you are not my boyfriend. It will be very embarrassing when it is exposed. If someone saw me and asked me directly, I couldn't say you were my boyfriend, so it wouldn't have the effect you said. Lin Xian smiled and said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's not my boyfriend. Even if you tell them we're just friends, they'll think I'm one of your suitors. Having a suitor as handsome as me is a very prestigious thing, isn't it? Wouldn't it make them very envious? Dong Xinlan smiled, thought for a moment, and then replied, okay, then just send me in. You really are good at finding excuses to send me in and to save me some distance. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and replied, you are really smart, you figured it out. However, this is only one of the reasons. There are other reasons as well. That's because I don't think it's necessary. Also, I'm worried that you might be approached by someone or get into danger if you walk this distance. I'm worried about that. I think it would be safest and most reassuring to send you directly to school. As he spoke, he continued driving towards the school gate. Dong Xinlan was moved after hearing this. She looked at Lin Xian before replying, well, okay, thank you for your concern. But it's broad daylight, so there shouldn't be any danger. Lin Xian smiled and replied, just in case, it's better to be safe than sorry. Afterwards, the two of them talked to each other. The black Rolls-Royce Ghost drove into the school, attracting various gazes from the surrounding male and female students and male and female teachers. There is no way around it, this is a top luxury car, it's hard not to take a few more glances at it. A few male and female students and male and female teachers noticed Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan sitting in the car, and they were all surprised, shocked and curious. Curious about the relationship between Dong Xinlan and Lin Xian. I am also curious when the school had such a tall, rich and handsome student. Some male and female students and male and female teachers were talking to each other, whispering, and discussing in low voices while watching. Wow, the guy driving the car is so handsome, is he a student from our school? Why haven't I seen him before? Oh my god, isn't that the beautiful music teacher Dong Xinlan sitting in the passenger seat? She wouldn't give in to money, would she? The guy driving the car is so handsome. How can this be considered as bowing to money? If the driver was an old man, I would definitely agree with you if you said this. Is it possible that the person driving the car was just a driver, the old man's driver? No way. Look at that guy's looks, temperament, charm, and bearing. He doesn't look like a driver at all. This car must be his. He is the owner. What you said makes a lot of sense. I think you are right after thinking about it. Ah, my heart hurts so much, my goddess has a boyfriend. In the past, there were so many rich, handsome, and young men pursuing Dong Xinlan, but Dong Xinlan refused. I thought she didn't like rich or handsome men. Now I realize that I was wrong. It turns out that Dong Xinlan likes rich, handsome, and young men, and she likes tall, rich, handsome, and young men. Nowadays, rich men, handsome men, young men like relationships between men and women who are younger than they actually are. They don't like college girls anymore. I'm so sad. I hate that I'm not old enough. You shouldn't be sad because you're not old enough, but you should be sad because you're not good looking enough, right? Life is already so difficult, why do you want to expose it? Dong Xinlan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, noticed that many people outside the car were looking at her, which made her feel a little overwhelmed. She felt a little shy, a little uncomfortable and unnatural. She didn't have the courage to look at these people, nor the courage to make eye contact with them. At this moment, she felt a little regretful that she should not have taken Lin Xian's car in. She was already starting to worry. I'm worried about how these people will spread the news and whether they will spread it around. Looking at Lin Xian, who was driving the car in front, nothing happened. He noticed that some male and female students were looking at his car and him, and those envious eyes made him secretly happy. The car arrived at the school parking lot and we found a parking space and parked it. The two men opened the car door, got out, and left the parking lot side by side. Naturally, some male and female teachers who were parking nearby noticed the two people. They looked at them with confusion and curiosity, and guessed in their hearts about the relationship between the two. Naturally, they were also wondering about Lin Xian's identity. How could he afford a top luxury car like Rolls-Royce? Whose rich second generation is this? Is this Rolls-Royce mine or his father's? Two people walk side by side. There is no need to talk about Dong Xinlan. Because she is too beautiful, she is famous in the school and everyone knows her. She is a famous beautiful music teacher in the school. Some students learn music just because of Dong Xinlan. Even if you are not a music major, you will go to listen to Dong Xinlan's lectures from time to time. They didn't hear a word of what was said, but they were watching very seriously. They could see all of Dong Xinlan's measurements. As for Lin Xian, his appearance score is around 9.5 points now, and the most important thing is that he looks so good even without makeup. He is absolutely a handsome man of God level. She is tall, 1.80 meters, and has a good figure. There is also that temperament, that charm, that bearing, and the confidence that emanates from her whole body. There is no shortcoming in any aspect. The girls who see it will be fascinated at first sight, their hearts will bloom with joy, and their eyes will be filled with little stars. Some girls could hardly walk. The boys were all envious, jealous, and hateful. I wonder if this kid Lin Xian has already taken Dong Xinlan down and if he has done something with Dong Xinlan. The thought that Lin Xian might have done something with Dong Xinlan immediately made them feel extremely heartbroken, as if their wife had been slept with by someone else. A few boys began to think about having a chance to get to know Lin Xian, hoping that when Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan did that in the future, he would help them a few more times, which would be considered as fulfilling their wish. Chapter 59 And Dong, don't be like this. Lin Xian noticed that some male and female students around him were looking at him. Seeing the way those male and female students were looking at him, he felt secretly happy in his heart, but he did not show it. He just glanced at these people and then looked away, appearing very calm and indifferent. Dong Xinlan is much better now than before. She doesn't feel so unnatural and uncomfortable when being stared at by people around her. At least she looks calm and natural. After Dong Xinlan walked for a while, she asked Lin Xian, "Are you coming to school to play with Chingrew?" Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "Otherwise, I don't know where to go to have fun. I don't have many friends, only these few. If you're bored, you can only find Chingrew to play with, provided Chingrew is free." Dong Xinlan nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, "We can have lunch together at noon if you are free. Also, I don't have classes in the afternoon. If you don't play with Chingrew in the afternoon, you can contact me." "Well, okay, then I'll just wait for you to get off work and not contact Chingrew. Contact me when you get off work. I'll be waiting for you while playing in school, or I can be waiting for you outside while playing. In short, I'll be waiting for you to get off work." Lin Xian replied with a smile. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan didn't know why, but she felt happy and comfortable. Smiling, he replied, "Yeah, okay." The two people walked forward while talking. When they reached the teaching building, Dong Xinlan smiled at Lin Xian and asked, "Do you still want to follow me?" Lin Xian looked ahead and replied with a smile, "Oh, we're already here, I didn't pay much attention." "Then I'll take you here, see you after get off work." Okay, see you after get off work. Dong Xinlan replied with a smile. Lin Shen looked at Dong Xinlan's graceful and charming back, breathing in the scent of high-end perfume and faint body odor lingering in the air. After smiling slightly, he glanced around and looked at some male and female students who were looking at him and Dong Xinlan. He withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked away, ready to stroll around. Lin Xian played in the school for a while and didn't see any top beauty. Then he drove out and went for a ride. When it was almost 12 o'clock, Dong Xinlan called. After the two of them agreed on a meeting place, Lin Xian drove back to school. After Dong Xinlan got in the car, he asked her while driving, "What do you want to eat?" Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, "Let's have some Western food. I haven't had any Western food for a long time." "Yes, sure. So are there any familiar restaurants you think have good food?" Lin Xian asked. "There is one, on Xingshui Road, it's called Venus Restaurant." Dong Xinlan replied. "Yeah, okay." Lin Xian replied. Then he operated the navigation, determined the location, and drove away. After a while. Vienna Restaurant. The two found a seat by the window and started ordering food. After ordering, we chatted while waiting. Dozens of minutes later, the two finished their meal and sat down to rest, chat, and discuss where to go and what to do next. After some discussion, we decided to play badminton. The two then left the restaurant and drove to the badminton club. 20 to 30 minutes later. Badminton club. Two people wearing badminton uniforms started fighting on the badminton court. Although Lin Xian had never fought before and his skills were not very good. But now Lin Xian's physical fitness is very high. His eyesight, reaction ability, agility, speed, physical fitness, etc. are many times stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, technical gap is not a problem at all, and you can completely make up for it by relying on these aspects. Dong Xinlan is very good at badminton and can be said to be a master among amateur players. With this level, he wouldn't have the upper hand if fighting with Lin Xian. This was Lin Xian's intentional concession. "Didn't you say you didn't fight much? Didn't you say your level was very poor? How come you are so good? Were you lying to me before, or were you just being modest?" Dong Xinlan asked curiously while playing. While playing, Lin Xian smiled and replied, "What I said before is true. I really haven't played much, and my level is not that good. Maybe it's because I'm playing against you, and I don't want to affect your mood and make you lose fun because of my lack of experience, so I stimulated my potential and exploded my little universe." Dong Xinlan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian in annoyance after hearing this, and said with a smile, "You are the only one who speaks nicely, but it's a pity that you don't tell the truth at all. If they are great, they are great. If they are not great, they are not great. I can still tell the difference. You are indeed quite amazing, but it's not something that has stimulated your potential or exploded your little universe. I was thinking of giving in to you before, but now it seems that there is no need to give in. You can let me use my full strength." Lin Xianxiao smiled bitterly helplessly, and after thinking about it, decided not to continue with this issue. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Auntie Dong, don't be like this. I'm a little scared. You are so powerful, what are you afraid of? Are you kidding?" Dong Xinlan replied unhappily. Lin Xian smiled and replied, okay, then use all your strength and let me see if I can handle it and how long you can hold on." "Well, okay, that's right. Then pay attention, I'm about to start." Dong Xinlan replied. "Come on." Lin Xian replied. Chapter 60. This is my feeling. Then, Dong Xinlan used all her strength. Lin Xian naturally felt it as well, but his physical fitness was good, and his reaction, speed, agility, physical strength, etc. were too strong, so he still handled it effortlessly and easily. The two of them fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Dong Xinlan then smiled and praised, "Your level is very high. I have used all my strength and you can still handle it so easily. It seems that you were really modest before." Lin Xian smiled and didn't know what to say for a moment. "I don't want to explain it anymore." He smiled and replied, "You are amazing too." Dong Xinlan then asked, "Are you just feeding me the ball? You don't want to beat me? Don't feed me the ball, and don't let me win. I want to see how much worse my level is than yours." Lin Xian thought about it and replied with a smile, "Okay, I'll satisfy you." After that, the difficulty increased and the balls I hit back became more tricky, each time more tricky than the last. Dong Xinlan felt it immediately and found it increasingly difficult to cope with the situation. Naturally, I am becoming more and more nervous and stressed. After catching a few more balls, he missed. Dong Xinlan said to Lin Xian in surprise, "You are so amazing. With your level, you can be a professional player and play in competitions." After saying that, he went to pick up the badminton. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." It is not easy for him to be modest now. If he says that he is not good enough or that his level is average, doesn't that mean that Dong Xinlan's level is even worse? Dong Xinlan picked up the badminton and stood at the serving position. Her pretty face was red, she was panting, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. After looking at Lin Xian, he said, "Continue as you did just now and gradually increase the difficulty. I think this will improve my level. You're a very good sparring partner." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "No problem." Dong Xinlan smiled slightly and served again. Then the two continued to fight. After fighting for dozens of minutes, Dong Xinlan was tired and the game naturally ended. The two went to the club's bathroom to take a shower, changed back into their own clothes, and returned to the car. After some discussion, we decided to go to the movies as a break. Lin Xian drove to the underground parking lot of the shopping mall where the cinema was located, found a parking space and parked the car. The two got out of the car together and walked to the side. They arrived at the cinema, bought tickets, drinks and snacks, and then entered the screening room. We sat down at our seat and started chatting while waiting. After an hour or two, the movie ended. The two men left the cinema. It was almost time for dinner, so the two of them discussed it and decided to go out for dinner, and naturally they also decided what to eat. I found a hot pot restaurant near the cinema and had hot pot. After eating hot pot, we walked around the street for a while before returning to the car and driving home. The car arrived at the underground parking lot of the community and found a parking space to park. Then he took out his cell phone and called Wen Xian, the chairman of Fengyun Group. After ending the call, a young man quickly ran towards Lin Xian and respectfully handed Lin Xian the keys of a Mercedes-Benz car. After Lin Xian sent the other person away, he called out to Dong Xinlan who was looking at his car, "Aunt Dong, come with me." Dong Xinlan turned around and asked curiously, "What? Come on." Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Okay." Dong Xinlan replied. Then he walked to Lin Xian's side and stood still, looking at him with confusion and curiosity. Lin Xian took the car key in his hand and pressed a button to find out which car it was. Then he called Dong Xinlan to follow him towards a brand new red Mercedes-Benz. After standing in front of the car, Lin Xian handed the car keys to Dong Xinlan and said with a smile, "This car is for you. Now you have two cars, even if one gets stolen in the future, you still have a car to drive." When he was bored at school in the morning, he suddenly thought of something, so he contacted Wen Xian, the chairman of Fengyun Group, to help him buy a car, and transferred 1.5 million to the other party. Ask the other party to buy a Mercedes-Benz car worth 1 million, and don't give him the remaining money. He plans to give a car to Dong Xinlan. After all, giving gifts can also help you gain affection points. Considering that if the gift is too expensive, the other party may not dare to accept it. So after some consideration, I decided to give him a 1 million yuan one. It just so happened that Dong Xinlan's car was stolen today, so this is an opportunity to give her a car away. Otherwise, I can't find a reason to give the car away. Dong Xinlan was surprised after hearing Lin Xian's words. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually give her a car, and it was a luxury car. This car doesn't look cheap at first glance, it must cost at least hundreds of thousands. He looked at the car keys in Lin Xian's hand, then looked at the red Mercedes-Benz, and then looked at Lin Xian again, and said to Lin Xian, "I can't take it, it's too expensive." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "It's not expensive, it's really not expensive, at least not expensive to me, just accept it, this is a little gift from me. Besides, I've already bought it, so I can't return it. This car is red, and it's not suitable for me to drive. If you don't take it, I'll throw it away." To be honest, he reached out and grabbed Dong Xinlan's soft and white hand, and then put the car keys in her hand. Dong Xinlan declined again, "I really can't take it, it's really too expensive, I don't feel bad." "I appreciate your kindness, thank you." After saying that, he wanted to return the car keys to Lin Xian. Lin Xian pushed away Dong Xinlan's soft and fair hand and persuaded her again, "Just accept it, don't refuse it anymore. This is my intention, I just want to give you something. Today is a good opportunity. Your car was stolen today. I think this is a chance to give you a gift, so I will buy you a car. If you keep trying to refuse, I'm really going to throw this car away. I'm serious. I'll keep my word." After saying that, he looked at Dong Xinlan seriously. I look like I would throw the car away if you said no again. Chapter 61 Auntie takes you for a ride. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian helplessly. After staring at Lin Xian for a few seconds, his lips moved, but he still didn't say the words of refusal he wanted to say. He smiled helplessly and replied, "Okay, I'll take it. Thank you for the gift." Lin Xian then smiled and replied, "You're welcome, it's just a little token of my appreciation." The token of appreciation is more important than the gift itself. Dong Xinlan was moved after hearing this, and her emotions began to flutter. For a moment, she looked at Lin Xian lovingly, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. "Master, Dong Xinlan's affection towards you has increased by 3 points. Get a reward of a Vacheron Constantin watch worth 10 million. The reward is a Lamborghini worth 10 million. Get a reward of 30 million worth of Bugatti Veyron. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 10 billion. Get a bonus of 1 billion in cash." After hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly became excited and couldn't help but smile. He gave away a car worth 1 million yuan and got 2 cars worth tens of millions yuan in return. The total value of assets is more than 2 billion yuan. It is such a good deal and a huge profit. It seems like I have to give this gift more often in the future, and give it to every top-notch looking woman. After Lin Xian calmed down, he saw Dong Xinlan still looking at him, and then smiled and said, "Okay, Aunt Dong, let's get in your car and see if you like it. Of course, you can also test drive it and get familiar with it." Dong Xinlan came back to her senses after hearing this and replied with a smile, "Well, okay." Then the two men got into a red Mercedes. Dong Xinlan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at the interior of the car, and then said while familiarizing herself with the various functions, very good, everything is very good. I also like similar styles, which suits my aesthetic taste. There are also these configurations. This should be the top configuration, right? Well, it should be. I don't know the details and I didn't ask because I asked someone else to buy it for me. If you want to know, I can ask." Lin Xian replied with a smile. No, actually you can check it on the internet. If I really want to know, I will check it myself and don't need to bother others. Dong Xinlan replied with a smile. That's fine. This will give you a sense of freshness and a desire to explore. Ha ha. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Well, yes. Dong Xinlan replied with a smile. Then do you want to drive for a while and go for a few laps outside? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Of course, Auntie will take you for a ride right now, hee hee. Dong Xinlan replied with a smile. Okay. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan then drove the car out of the parking space. The car drove out of the community and onto the road. After driving for a while, Dong Xinlan commented, "Luxury cars are different. The driving experience, ride comfort and other aspects are all great. This car is probably worth more than hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, right?" Lin Xian smiled and replied, "I don't know the exact amount, so I didn't ask. Anyway, I gave 1.5 million to the person who helped me buy the car, and asked him to help me buy a luxury car worth 1 million. The extra money doesn't need to be returned to me." Dong Xinlan was surprised when she heard this. It really is a luxury car worth more than 1 million. Also, you are too generous. You don't bring money with you. I don't have to return the remaining money to you. Even if you want to give the other party a thank you fee, you don't need to give hundreds of thousands, right? Lin Xian smiled and replied, "It shouldn't be hundreds of thousands. The person who bought the car for me couldn't have deliberately saved so much money. He would definitely have added various options to use up the 1.5 million. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan thought about the various advanced configurations of this car and felt that it made sense. Then he replied, "Well, okay. It seems that this car is close to 1.5 million. No wonder the experience in all aspects is very good and comfortable. You really get what you pay for." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "I have a few more expensive cars. The cheapest ones are over 6 million, and the most expensive ones are over 30 million. If you want to experience it, tell me anytime. If you want to drive it, you can also tell me and I'll give you the key. Don't be polite with me. In fact, I thought about giving you a car worth millions or tens of millions, but I was worried that you wouldn't accept it, so I chose one worth around 1 million. Dong Xinlan was surprised and said, "When did you buy a few more cars?" The most expensive one is over 30 million. I asked someone to buy it for me these 2 days. All it took was a phone call. It saved me the trouble of running around myself. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan sighed, it's really willful to have money. One person owns so many cars, and each one is so expensive. It seems like every boy loves cars, and you're no exception. Lin Xian smiled and replied, when you put money in a bank card, it is just a string of cold numbers. It is better to take some of it and turn it into something you like. That way, at least you can feel happy. Dong Xinlan smiled and replied, well, what you said makes sense, but what you said is too niche. This is the first time I heard someone say that, ha. He. Lin Xian also smiled. Afterwards, the two of them just chatted. Dong Xinlan drove for 20 or 30 minutes before finally returning to the community's underground parking lot. The car stopped, the two got out, and went to look at Dong Xinlan's own car. Finding no damage, the two took the elevator upstairs. Suddenly, there was a click sound inside the elevator and the elevator car stopped instantly. Dong Xinlan, who was standing next to Lin Xian, lost her balance and fell backwards. She screamed in shock and her face turned pale. Lin Xian was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed the other person and held Dong Xinlan in his arms. Suddenly, a warm fragrance hit my face, and tenderness entered my arms, and our lips touched. The two of them stayed like this for a while, listening to each other's breathing and heartbeats. The atmosphere in the car became ambiguous. Fortunately, there were only two of them in the car at that time, and no one was watching them, disturbing them, or affecting them. As time passes by second, after a few seconds, maybe I couldn't help myself, maybe I was confused, maybe I couldn't control myself, maybe. Anyway, their lips began to move. Chapter 62, Meet Ex-Girlfriend at the Mall. After a few minutes, the car began to rise and the two people stopped. Lip parting. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at Dong Xinlan, who had a fascinated look on her face. Dong Xinlan noticed that Lin Xian was looking at her, and she suddenly became shy, her cheeks turned hot, and she felt a little embarrassed, uncomfortable and unnatural. Quickly shifted his gaze. After trying his best to adjust his emotions and demeanor, he looked at the elevator door and said unnaturally, the elevator seems to have returned to normal. Please let me go. Yeah, okay. Lin Xian replied with a smile, then reluctantly slowly let go of the soft Dong Xinlan. He waited until Dong Xinlan stood firmly before retracting his right hand. After standing firm, Dong Xinlan just stared at the elevator door, not having the courage to look at Lin Xian. The awkward feeling is still there, and I still feel unnatural and uncomfortable. I was wondering why this happened just now. This was her first kiss, and also her first kiss with Lin Xian. Even when she met Lin Xian for the first time, she had sex with Lin Xian in the car because she was drugged, and she did not kiss Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan with a smile, then turned to look at the elevator door, recalling the past secretly. This was also his first time kissing Dong Xinlan, and it felt great. When he met Dong Xinlan for the first time, although he had sex with her, Dong Xinlan did not let him kiss her lips. Unexpectedly, this time the elevator problem led him to kiss Dong Xinlan. For a while, the two of them stood there quietly, no one spoke, and both of them were lost in thought. The atmosphere in the car became a little awkward. Soon, the elevator door opened. Dong Xinlan stepped out of the elevator. Lin Xian then followed. Lin Xian said as he walked, let's call the property management to report it and have them come and repair it, so that there won't be any more problems or bigger problems. Okay. Dong Xinlan replied as she walked. Then she opened her handbag, took out her cell phone, and started calling the property management. Lin Xian watched quietly, listening to Dong Xinlan talking on the phone. After Dong Xinlan ended the call, she said, okay. Yeah. Lin Xian replied. Then the two returned home. Because Dong Xinlan was still a little embarrassed and felt uncomfortable and unnatural facing Lin Xian, she didn't have enough courage to stay in front of Lin Xian, so she chose to return to her bedroom. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately returned to his bedroom. Lying on the bed, I took out my cell phone and started playing. The next day, early morning. Lin Xian woke up early, checked the time, and ordered takeout. Then he sent a WeChat message to Dong Xinlan, telling her that he had ordered breakfast. When it was almost time, I got up, dressed, and washed. After washing up, I went back to the bedroom to get dressed. After the takeaway arrived, I took it to the restaurant and placed it on the table. After arranging everything, he sat down, playing with his phone while waiting for Dong Xinlan to come in for breakfast. Soon, Dong Xinlan, neatly dressed and wearing light makeup, entered the restaurant. She had long brown wavy hair draped naturally over her shoulders, wore gold-rimmed half-frame glasses, and had 2 earrings hanging on her white earlobes. A beautiful necklace hangs around her snow-white neck. Black women's suit, black suit skirt. A pair of flesh-colored stockings wrapped around a pair of slender legs, and a pair of beautiful high heels on the feet. The whole person looks very queen-like, a little serious, calm and steady, but also a little cold and arrogant. It is enough to make most people lose the courage to pursue it. I can only secretly love you in my heart. Dong Xinlan greeted Lin Xian with a smile, "Good morning." At the same time, he walked towards his own position. "Good morning." Lin Xian responded with a smile. At the same time, while admiring Dong Xinlan, he breathed in the scent of high-end perfume and faint body odor in the air. Suddenly I didn't feel hungry anymore. A beauty is a feast to the eyes, this is a beauty to feast to the eyes. When he thought about the fact that he had gotten the first time with a top beauty like Dong Xinlan and had even kissed her yesterday, he felt quite accomplished and couldn't help but feel comfortable in his heart. Dong Xinlan sat in her seat and said to Lin Xian, who was looking at her with a smile, "Yes." "Well, okay, let's eat." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then the two of them started to eat breakfast. Dong Xinlan just ate breakfast quietly without saying anything. Lin Xian ate breakfast while glancing at Dong Xinlan from time to time. After a moment of silence, Lin Xian felt a little uncomfortable and then started to make small talk, trying to say something to lighten the atmosphere. "What time do you get off work today?" Lin Xian asked. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, "Maybe around 3 p.m. "Oh, it's quite early." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he asked, "Do you want to have lunch together? It's boring to eat alone." "Sure, I'll contact you at noon." Dong Xinlan replied. "Well, that's good." Lin Xian replied. Dong Xinlan asked, "Are you going to play at home or go out today?" Lin Xian thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know. It depends on the situation." "Well, okay." Dong Xinlan replied. She didn't hear Lin Xian say that he wanted to go to school with her, didn't hear that Lin Xian wanted to go to school to play, and didn't hear that Lin Xian wanted to go out with her, which made her a little disappointed. Afterwards, the two of them ate and chatted. Had breakfast. Dong Xinlan is getting ready to go out to work. Lin Xian said to Dong Xinlan, "You are idle anyway, and it is boring at home. I will take you to work." Dong Xinlan, who was about to go out, was delighted after hearing this, but she did not show it nor did she agree directly. Instead, he replied, "I can drive myself, so I don't need to bother you to take me there, right?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "This is different. The difference is huge. I'm giving it to you out of my heart, because I want to treat you well. It depends on whether you are willing to accept it." Dong Xinlan felt a little sweet after hearing this. She looked at Lin Xian for 2 seconds before nodding and saying, "Okay, you go ahead." "Well, let's go. You can also call me before you get off work in the evening and I will pick you up. We can find a place to play together. There is nothing to do when you come back anyway, right?" Lin Xian replied. "Well, okay." Dong Xinlan replied. Then the two of them went out. After arriving at the underground parking lot and getting into the Rolls-Royce, Lin Xian drove away. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. When they arrived at the school, the two said goodbye to each other and Dong Xinlan got off the car. Lin Xian watched Dong Xinlan walk away before driving away. He planned to go to his own villa, drive a Bugatti Veyron, and experience the feeling of a top supercar. The reward cars were all parked in the garage in the villa area because there were not many empty parking spaces in the underground parking lot under Dong Xinlan's unit building. After a while, Lin Xian arrived at his villa worth 300 million yuan. Drive the car into the garage and park it in a parking space. He opened the car door and got out, then walked to the Bugatti Veyron. He looked around the black Bugatti Veyron and smiled. He was very excited and couldn't wait to drive it and go for a ride. Lin Xian got on the Bugatti Veyron, looked at the interior, felt it, and couldn't help but smile again. Then he drove the Bugatti Veyron out of the garage. Lin Xian was driving a Bugatti Veyron on the road, attracting the attention of passers-by and people in other cars, who all looked at him with envy. Naturally, there were also some people holding up photos and taking videos with their cell phones. This made Lin Xian secretly happy. This feels so good. A few dozen minutes later, Lin Xian had almost experienced it. Getting ready to go shopping. Buy it for myself and also for Dong Xinlan. Of course, you can also buy it for Lu Chingrew and Han Lulu. After all, giving gifts could potentially earn you affection points, so he had no reason not to do so. He became rich so quickly that he didn't even have time to change his clothes. The clothes and pants he is wearing now are still the same as before, all cheap stuff. A moment later, in a high-end shopping mall. Lin Xian strolled around in the mall. Suddenly, Lin Xian inadvertently noticed a familiar figure. Damn, isn't this his ex-girlfriend Xiang Xuanshuang? Chapter 63. Can we go for a walk together? Lin Xian couldn't help but look at his ex-girlfriend Xiang Xuanshuang, thinking wildly in his mind. As I walked, I looked at each other and slowed down my pace involuntarily. Xiang Xuanshuang, who was walking towards Lin Xian, inadvertently noticed Lin Xian. She immediately recognized Lin Xian as the tall, rich and handsome man she had been thinking about for the past 2 days, the tall, rich and handsome man she met while waiting for the traffic light yesterday. The tall, rich and handsome guy who drives a Rolls-Royce. This made her very happy and she became a little excited. But he didn't show it, just a friendly smile on his face. At the same time, I was thinking quickly about how to strike up a conversation. After thinking about it, I have a plan. Then he pretended to look aside and walked towards Lin Xian. I wanted to do a trick of not looking at the road and accidentally bumping into someone. Lin Xian, who was looking at Xiang Xuanshuang and thinking about random things, saw Xiang Xuanshuang walking towards him, getting closer and closer. If he didn't avoid her, she would fall into his arms. Lin Xian didn't know what tricks the other party was trying to play, but he thought that since he happened to be free, he didn't mind playing a little with the other party to see what tricks the other party was trying to play. So Lin Xian didn't avoid it and just kept walking forward. Oops. Soon, Xiang Xuanshuang crashed into Lin Xian's arms, hooked her hands around Lin Xian's neck, and lay in Lin Xian's arms with a look of panic on her face. Lin Xian naturally stopped and just watched with a calm expression, saying nothing and having no reaction. Naturally, no one used their hands to hug or support each other. After a few seconds, Xiang Xuanshuang looked up at Lin Xian and said apologetically, "Sorry, handsome guy. I was looking elsewhere and didn't pay attention to the road. That's why I bumped into you." When Lin Xian heard the other party's address and words, he was confused. What is going on? Didn't that bitch Xiang Xuanshuang recognize him? Well, it seems very likely. After all, his appearance, temperament, aura, spirit and so on are many times better than before, and can be described as a revolutionary change. It is possible that the other party did not recognize me. When Lin Xian thought that the other party did not recognize him, he suddenly felt that this matter was a bit interesting. After thinking about it, I figured out how to deal with it. Then he said expressionlessly, "It's okay. Can you leave my arms now? Don't waste my time." When Xiang Xuanshuang heard these familiar words, she was surprised again. Because her ex-boyfriend's voice is somewhat similar to the handsome guy in front of her. It can't be such a coincidence, they look alike and even their voices are similar? Xiang Xuanshuang couldn't help but think so in her heart. After thinking about it, he smiled awkwardly and replied, okay, sorry. After saying this, she was somewhat reluctant to leave Lin Xian's arms and stood facing Lin Xian. Then she asked Lin Xian for no apparent reason, "Let me check if there is any stain of my lipstick on your clothes. If there is, I will buy you a new one." After hearing this, Lin Xian replied, "No." After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave without waiting for the other party to reply. After hearing these cold words, Xiang Xuanshuang felt that it would be a bit difficult to hook up with this handsome guy. The top second-generation rich are indeed different, they are cold and arrogant. Very good, this is more challenging and makes her more eager to conquer. She really wanted to see the scene when this super handsome and top rich second-generation guy was pressed on the bed by her. I feel a little excited just thinking about it. After thinking quickly, he turned around and quickly followed Lin Xian, smiling at him and asked, "Handsome guy, are you shopping alone?" "I happen to be alone, can we go shopping together?" "I think it's boring to go shopping alone." Her boyfriend was at work, so she went out to the mall alone to shop, using her boyfriend's card anyway. Of course she has to work overtime and spend money. After all, she knew exactly what kind of person her boyfriend was, but she didn't think he would marry her. Even if her boyfriend is willing to marry her, her boyfriend's family will probably object. After all, they are not a good match. Therefore, the right thing to do and the wise choice is to spend more of the other person's money and make more money before being dumped. Before being dumped by the other party, it is necessary to hook up with a tall, rich, and handsome guy. What you want is a seamless transition, otherwise the quality of life will drop drastically. She also wanted to make a fortune by having a baby, but the other party took good safety measures. He always made her take birth control pills and watched her take them, leaving her no chance of getting pregnant. Chapter 64, Lin Xian is hooking up with a rich woman? After hearing this, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and continued walking forward without replying. He didn't want to reveal his identity immediately, he just wanted to see how this bitch Xiang Shuangshuang would perform. Xiang Shuangshuang walked side by side with Lin Xian, looking at Lin Xian and waiting for Lin Xian's reply. After waiting for a few seconds without Lin Xian's reply, he smiled flatteringly again and said, "Handsome guy, don't be so repulsive. Just say a few words, chat while shopping in the mall, it won't be so boring this way." After Lin Xian took a few steps, he turned his head to look at Xiang Shuangshuang. After looking at Xiang Shuangshuang for a few seconds, he said, "Do you really want me to speak?" Xiang Shuangshuang was delighted after hearing this, and then replied with a little excitement, "Well, yes, you can say anything." Lin Xian sneered and said, "I am Lin Xian. How could you not recognize me so quickly?" After Xiang Shuangshuang heard this, her head buzzed and she was stunned, unable to react for a while. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He felt great to see the other party's reaction. Without waiting for the other party to reply, he turned and walked away. It took Xiang Shuangshuang a few seconds to react. She looked at Lin Xian's departing back with an expression of disbelief and amazement. How is it possible? How could he be Lin Xian? Lin Xian is not like this. Lin Xian is far worse than him. How could he be Lin Xian? Also, Lin Xian is just a food delivery man, how could he possibly drive a Rolls-Royce? After thinking about it, he began to talk to himself in disbelief again. Could it be that Lin Xian is hooking up with a rich woman, and that Rolls-Royce belongs to the rich woman? Well, it seems very likely. I just don't know how this kid Lin Xian suddenly became so handsome. Did he have plastic surgery? Well, it seems that this is the only possibility. She must have been stimulated by being dumped by me, so she spent all her savings on plastic surgery and learned how to find a rich man. Yes, that's it, it must be so. Humph, what's so cool about a man who lives off women? What's so cool about that? What's so proud of that? Xiang Shuangshuang looked at Lin Xian's back with disdain and sneer, venting her dissatisfaction. After venting for a few minutes, I felt a lot better. After looking at Lin Xian's receding back, he thought for a while and decided to follow him to see what this kid Lin Xian was going to do. Because she is curious. She was also very curious about how old the person who supported Lin Xian was, whether she was an old lady in her 70s or 80s. Lin Xian entered a clothing store, picked out dozens of sets of clothes, and spent more than 10 million. Change into new clothes and throw away the old ones. Then he gave the clerk 10,000 yuan and asked him to help deliver the goods to his villa. Then he left the store and prepared to buy shoes. Xiang Shuangshuang, who was following Lin Xian, waited until Lin Xian left the international brand store before entering. As soon as I approached, I heard a few female saleswomen exclaiming in amazement. "Wow, Xiaoli, you're rich this time. That handsome guy actually bought more than 10 million worth of clothes at one time. Your commission this time must be more than 1 million. Please treat us, we must treat you at noon." That's right, if I become rich, I will get a one-time commission of over 1 million yuan, and I must treat you to lunch. No problem, no problem. Just tell me what you want to eat. I'll treat you at noon today. I never thought that the handsome guy was not only handsome, but also so rich. He spent more than 10 million yuan on clothes at one time. I'm really curious about how much money he has. Did you see the watch on his hand? It's a limited edition Vacheron Constantin, and it costs more than 10 million. Have you seen his car keys? A Bugatti Veyron, the cheapest one costs more than 30 million. How rich do you think he is? How much do you think he wants? Oh my god, a watch and a car cost 40 to 50 million. He must be worth billions, otherwise he wouldn't dare to make them like this, and wouldn't be willing to do so. That's right. I know a billionaire who probably has a few hundred million in assets, but he can't bear to buy such expensive watches and cars. Not only is he handsome, but he's also rich. He's just perfect. He's shopping alone, I guess he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. How happy it would be if someone could be his girlfriend. Chapter 65 I am his ex-girlfriend. Xiang Shuangshuang felt that some of the words spoken by the female salesperson were particularly unreal. She felt that what these people said did not sound like Lin Xian, but at the same time, they sounded a little like Lin Xian, which made her a little unsure. At the same time, he felt very uncomfortable and hoped that these people were not talking about Lin Xian. At this time, a female salesperson noticed Xiang Shuangshuang and came up to her with a smile on her face. "My beautiful lady, what would you like to buy? I can recommend it to you." The female salesperson stood beside Xiang Shuangshuang and asked respectfully with a smile on her face. Xiang Shuangshuang looked at the saleswoman after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, she asked, "How much did the man who just left buy in your store?" The saleswoman was surprised when she heard this. She looked at Xiang Shuangshuang in confusion, and after thinking for a while, she said, "Sorry, this is the customer's privacy, I can't disclose it." After hearing this, Xiang Shuangshuang said, "I'm his girlfriend, can't I ask?" The saleswoman was surprised and looked at Xiang Shuangshuang to confirm before saying, "I'm sorry, if you can't provide evidence to prove that you are the girlfriend of that distinguished guest, I can't tell you. This is the guest's privacy. If I reveal it casually, I will be punished. The consequences will be serious and I cannot afford it. I hope you can understand and not make things difficult for me." Xiang Shuangshuang looked at the saleswoman and thought for a while before whispering, "I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Is there any problem if you answer a few questions for me?" "No." The saleswoman replied seriously. Now she has become more vigilant and dares not speak nonsense. It was obvious that this woman wanted to gain something from the distinguished guest and was afraid that it would be detrimental to the distinguished guest. If any loss is caused to the distinguished guest, she cannot afford the consequences. Xiang Shuangshuang said again, 5,000. "No, really not. I hope you won't make things difficult for me." The female salesperson replied seriously. 10,000, no more. If you don't tell me, I'll ask someone else and give the money to them. Xiang Shuangshuang said. "I'm sorry, but that's really not possible. No one will quit their job for $10,000. That's not worth it. Really, you don't need to ask other colleagues. They won't tell you. They won't disclose the privacy of a customer for 10,000 yuan. Because they all know how powerful the customer was. If he were to pursue the matter, no one can afford it. Not to mention us ordinary employees, even our store manager and higher level management will be in trouble." The female salesperson replied. Xiang Shuangshuang was surprised for a moment, then looked at the saleswoman and said, "How powerful can he be? He's my ex-boyfriend, don't I know how capable he is? A few months ago, he was a food delivery man, making a few thousand yuan a month. It's because he has no future and no money that I dumped him." The saleswoman was surprised after hearing this. She looked at Xiang Shuangshuang and thought for a while before saying, "Is it possible that he delivers food just to experience life, and he is a hidden rich second-generation rich man?" The female saleswomen standing on the side were also looking at it with confusion and curiosity. Some of them were talking to each other, whispering, and discussing in low voices while looking at it. Xiang Shuangshuang then sneered in disdain and replied, "What a bullshit experience of life, what a bullshit hidden rich second generation. He and I were classmates in high school, and no one knows his family background better than me. He's not from Tianhai City, he's from a small city in Dongjiang province. How awesome do you think he can be?" The saleswoman was surprised after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, she said, "But he is really rich, that's a fact. As for the rest, I don't know." Xiang Shuangshuang sneered disdainfully and said, "Is it possible that he is kept by a rich woman, so he is rich?" "That? I'm not sure," the saleswoman replied. Chapter 66. What, he has billions? After the female salesperson finished speaking, she couldn't hold it in any longer. "I couldn't help but say, I really want to know which rich woman in Tianhai City is so rich that she actually gave billions to her mistress." Xiang Shuangshuang looked at the saleswoman in surprise and confusion. After thinking for a while, she asked, "What do you mean by that?" At the same time, I was also guessing in my mind. Could it be that this female salesperson knew how much money Lin Xian had, and knew that Lin Xian had several billion? Seeing Xiang Shuangshuang's reaction, the saleswoman smiled secretly before saying, "When that handsome guy swiped his card just now, our people saw that there was a balance of several billion in his card. That's why I said, which rich woman in Tianhai City is so rich that she actually gave billions to her mistress?" Xiang Shuangshuang was stunned after hearing this and couldn't react for a while. After staring at the saleswoman for a few seconds, he became a little excited and said in disbelief, "What? Billions of dollars? Is that true? Are you kidding me?" The saleswoman saw this and smiled secretly. Then he said, "Actually, this is also the personal privacy of the guest. Logically, I shouldn't disclose it to you. So, you don't have to take it seriously. Just think that I'm lying to you. Okay, I'm at work now, so it's not convenient for me to talk to you about anything other than work. If you want to buy something, I can help you with recommendations. If you don't want to buy anything, I'll have to go get busy. After hearing this, Xiang Shuangshuan looked at the saleswoman, thought about it, moved her lips, but still said nothing. He turned around and walked away quickly, ready to continue following Lin Xian. I'm worried that if I waste too much time here, I might lose track of him. There are tens of billions of dollars in Lin Xian's card? How is this possible? She really couldn't believe it, she couldn't accept it. A few months ago, he was just a poor delivery boy, earning only a few thousand yuan a month. How is it possible to make tens of billions in just a few months? Even if he is being kept by a rich woman, there is no such stupid and generous rich woman, right? Could it be that Lin Xian killed the rich woman and inherited her estate? This possibility seems quite high. This made her envious and jealous. Naturally, she began to think, if this was really the case, what means would she use to make Lin Xian lose these tens of billions? After all, it made her more uncomfortable that Lin Xian got tens of billions than that she lost tens of billions. Well, she had to continue tracking and find out where this kid Lin Xian lived. Then find out who is supporting this kid Lin Xian. If the man who supported Lin Xian is not dead yet, what means should she use to make that man recover the billions? If the man who supported Lin Xian died, she would go find the sponsor's relatives, even if they were distant relatives, and ask them to sue Lin Xian for the inheritance. It would be even better if we could snatch them all from Lin Xian. That's what she wanted to see. In short, seeing Lin Xian becoming rich made her more uncomfortable than dying of poverty. She can't bear to see this. After seeing Xiang Shuangshuan walking away, the female salesperson started to laugh and taunt in a low voice with a few of her colleagues. This woman turned out to be the ex-girlfriend of that tall, rich and handsome guy. This woman actually said that the tall, rich and handsome guy used to be a delivery man and was a poor boy who couldn't possibly have so much money. I am dying of laughter. I guess that tall, rich and handsome guy wanted to experience life, or he wanted to find true love, and he was worried that women would only be attracted by his money, so he hid his identity and pretended to be a poor man to deliver food. But the tall, rich and handsome guy didn't expect to meet another gold digger. That makes sense, I think so too. Just now I couldn't help myself and told her that the tall, rich and handsome guy had tens of billions in his card. Seeing her reaction, she looked like she couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. I want to laugh when I think about it now. I saw it too. She must be regretting it so much now, right? Do you think she will cry and beg for reconciliation? She's so shameless, I think this is very likely. There are tens of billions of cash in the card, so how much is the total assets of that tall, rich and handsome guy? Poverty limits my imagination. I guess it's at least tens of billions, right? Chapter 67. Why are you becoming more and more domineering? Lin Xian left the clothing store and went to several shoe stores. I picked out 20 or 30 pairs of shoes and spent several million. After paying the money, he gave the clerk a tip of 10,000 yuan and asked him to help deliver the goods to his villa. Then he continued shopping, thinking about buying some gifts for Dong Xinlan and Lu Chingrew. He went into several famous watch stores and bought 20 or 30 famous watches, spending another 10 or 20 million. Naturally, he paid the clerk and asked him to deliver the money to his villa. I went to the jewelry store again and bought dozens of necklaces and bracelets, spending another 20 to 30 million yuan. Then I continued to wander around the mall, thinking about buying something else. As for Xiang Shuangshuan, he followed her at a certain distance. She also heard a clerk in a store say that a villa was going to be delivered and wrote down the name of the villa. Lin Xian walked around the mall for a while and found that there was nothing to buy, so he went to the underground parking lot and prepared to leave. Xiang Shuangshuan followed Lin Xian to the underground parking lot and saw Lin Xian get into a Bugatti Veyron. She knew that this car was very expensive, at least tens of millions. If she doesn't even know what brand the car is or how much it costs, it means she is too young and not worthy of dating a rich man. Xiang Shuangshuan then got into a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and continued to follow. This car was given to her by her current boyfriend. I thought this car was pretty cool before, but now that I see Lin Xian's car, I suddenly dislike my own car. This car is naturally not very attractive. Lin Xian drove into Dong Xinlan's school and parked the car in the parking lot. Xiang Shuangshuan, who was following Lin Xian, stopped at the school gate and started to guess while looking at the school gate. Could it be that Lin Xian is using the money given to him by the rich woman to pick up girls? Humph, if that rich woman gets to know about this kid Lin Xian will lose everything he has now, and will also be dumped by that rich woman. There is a possibility that you will be retaliated by that rich woman. The thought of those scenes made her feel secretly happy and look forward to it. It was past 11 o'clock when Dong Xinlan called Lin Xian. I'm off work, where are you? I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot of your school, come over. Good. The two ended the call. Dong Xinlan came to the parking lot, got into the Bugatti Veyron, and sat in the passenger seat. Lin Xian smiled at Dong Xinlan and asked, What do you want to eat? Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, How about some skewers? Sure. Lin Xian replied. Then he asked, Do you have any restaurant you want to go to that you think is delicious? There's none nearby. Go check it out online and pick one with a high rating to avoid being scammed. Dong Xinlan replied. Yes, sure. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Afterwards, Dong Xinlan picked up her mobile phone to check and told Lin Xian the name of the selected store. Lin Xian operated the navigation, determined the location, and then drove away. Xian Shuangshuang, who was waiting in the car at the school gate, finally waited for Lin Xian's car to come out. Then he quickly picked up his phone and started recording the video. This is evidence that Lin Xian used the rich woman's money to pick up girls. It's different when you have money. You can actually pick up such a beautiful woman. Xiang Shuangshuang was thinking in her mind while filming the video. After Lin Xian's car drove away, he operated the navigation to determine the location of the villa and prepared to go to the villa to see if he could meet the rich woman who supported Lin Xian. A while later, in a high-end skewers restaurant, Lin Xian took out a box containing a bracelet, opened the box and took out the bracelet. He smiled at Dong Xinlan who was sitting opposite him and said, Put your hand over here, I'll help you put it on and see if it looks good and whether it suits you. Dong Xinlan took a look at the beautiful necklace in Lin Xian's hand and knew at a glance that it was worth a lot of money. Besides, Lin Xian is so rich now, so the gift he gives must be expensive. Then he said to Lin Xian, I can't accept it. I just accepted $1 million car from you yesterday. How can I accept your gift today? So far, I haven't returned the gift. How can I accept your gift again? Lin Xian smiled and said, I want to be good to you. I want to give you something. You don't have to give anything in return. Just accept it with peace of mind. This is my intention. After saying that, he stood up, walked to the seat next to Dong Xinlan and sat down, then reached out and grabbed Dong Xinlan's soft and white wrist. Dong Xinlan smiled helplessly and said, Why, are you becoming more and more domineering? Chapter 68 Do you like yourself? Lin Xian smiled and asked, Is there? If there really is, then I can only say that I just don't want you to refuse. I don't want to drag you on this issue for too long. I don't think it's necessary. After saying that, he put the bracelet on Dong Xinlan's fair wrist. After taking a look, he smiled at Dong Xinlan and said, I think it's pretty. What do you think? Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian helplessly, moved her lips, but still didn't say what she wanted to say. Because she knew that it was useless to say anything more, so it would be better not to say anything and waste her breath. I looked at the beautiful bracelet on her wrist and I liked it too. Well, it's really beautiful. You have good taste. Dong Xinlan replied. Well, as long as you like it, I'll feel relieved as long as you like it. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian, thought about it, and couldn't help asking Lin Xian, How much did you buy it for? Not expensive. Lin Xian said perfunctorily. He didn't want to lie or tell the truth. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian, but did not ask any more questions. She planned to check it herself when she had time. Then he thanked Lin Xian, Thank you. You've given me so many gifts, but I haven't given you anything in return. I feel really embarrassed. It's not your birthday or any other festival, but I think it's a little unusual for you to give me a gift. So, why don't you celebrate your birthday in advance, so that I can give you a gift as a matter of course? Lin Xian smiled and replied, Don't worry, it's enough to have this intention. I just need to know it. The thought is what matters most, the gift is secondary. Dong Xinlan gave a helpless smile, looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before replying, Okay. After saying this, I felt moved and my emotions began to flutter. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. Master, Dong Xinlan's affection towards you has increased by 10 points. Gain 20 points of free attribute value. Increase your temperament by 20 points. Increase your charm by 20 points. Increase combat value by 5 points. Increase your inner strength by 200 points. Increase investment ability by 20 points. Get rewarded with 30% equity of a company with a market value of 10 billion. Get a bonus of 3 billion in cash. Win a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 30 million. After hearing this, Lin Xian became excited and couldn't help but smile. I gave away a bracelet worth over 100,000 yuan and actually gained 10 points of affection. I actually received so many rewards. This is such a good deal. This emotional value is too easy to obtain. It seems I will have to give more gifts in the future. No matter whether it is a holiday or not, we will give it away every day and find all kinds of reasons to give it away. I just don't know if this effect will happen every time, increasing the emotional value by 10 points every time. Dong Xinlan saw Lin Xian smiling at her. Looking at this warm and charming smile, her heart almost melted. She felt that she had fallen in love with this handsome boy Lin Xian. Even though Lin Xian is 10 years younger than her. Or rather, she had already forgotten about the age difference at this point. I'm a little too excited and want to just ignore everything. I just don't know if Lin Xian is simply being nice to me, or if he is being nice to me because he likes me and wants to get me. Lin Xian smiled at Dong Xinlan and then said, "The pot is already boiling, let's eat and talk at the same time." "Well, okay," Dong Xinlan replied. Thinking about what she had just thought, she couldn't help but feel guilty and shy, and she didn't have enough courage to look Lin Xian in the eye. Chapter 69 Hidden Rules. Afterwards, the two of them chatted while eating skewers. There was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. A few minutes later, the two had lunch. They went out shopping together, and then Lin Xian sent Dong Xinlan back to school. On the way back to school, Dong Xinlan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard her cell phone ringing. Then she opened her bag and took out her cell phone. I saw it was the principal calling. After the call was connected, he put it to his ear and asked, "Principal, what's the matter?" "Teacher Dong, come to my office for a moment. I have something to talk to you about." The principal on the phone spoke seriously. Lu Neng, 50 years old, is the principal of the school where Dong Xinlan works. Because Dong Xinlan was very beautiful, he liked Dong Xinlan and wanted to develop Dong Xinlan into one of his lovers, but unfortunately he never succeeded. However, he did not give up. Not only did he not give up, he used the power in his hands more and more attentively. These 2 days, he heard that a man appeared next to Dong Xinlan, which made him feel a sense of crisis. He was worried that Dong Xinlan would be taken by other men, which would make it more difficult for him to get Dong Xinlan in the future. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, "Is there anything you can't say over the phone?" The principal had feelings for her and wanted to take advantage of her, so she would keep a distance from him if possible and avoid meeting him if possible. Even if the other party asked her to meet him for various reasons, she would find various excuses to refuse. After hearing this, Principal Lu Neng asked angrily, "Dong Xinlan, do you still want to do this? I asked you to come over to discuss some business, but you keep making excuses. If you still want to continue working in this school, come here right away. If you don't want to do this anymore, just quit and leave." After hearing this, Dong Xinlan's head buzzed, her heart skipped a beat, her scalp went numb, her heart beat faster, and she became nervous. After all, this was the first time I heard the principal say such serious words. So I was stunned for a moment, unable to react, not knowing what to say or how to respond. Lin Xian, who was driving the car, had good hearing, so he heard what the person on the phone said. I looked at Dong Xinlan and saw her reaction. After thinking about it, I decided to wait until Dong Xinlan finished the call. Now is not the time to speak or ask anything. Principal Lu Neng on the phone waited for a few seconds but did not get a reply from Dong Xinlan. Then he asked again seriously, "Did you hear that?" Dong Xinlan came to her senses after hearing this. After thinking for a while with his confused mind, he said seriously, "Principal Lu, you are going too far now. I thought I would just bear with it before, and I didn't want to break up with you. Since you are going this way now, it's already too much, so there's no need for me to continue to tolerate it. If you continue to behave like this, I will report this to my superiors and file a complaint against you." Lu Neng on the phone laughed disdainfully and replied, "Ha ha ha, report it to your superiors and complain about me? Ha ha ha. If reporting to my superiors and making complaints about me would have been useful, I would have been out of this position long ago. There are so many people complaining about me that you can't even get a number. All right, stop talking nonsense and stop struggling. Come to my office and talk business. I don't want to talk to you anymore." If you want to continue working in this school, come to my office and talk business. If you don't want to work in this school anymore, you don't have to come. I'll wait for you for half an hour. If it's less than half an hour later, I'll think you don't want to do it anymore. Okay, that's it. After saying this, he ended the call without waiting for Dong Xinlan to reply. Chapter 70. What is the identity of your friend? Dong Xinlan put down the phone only after the other party hung up. She felt heavy-hearted and her face looked solemn. Think about how to respond and whether to report it. But if I report it now, I have no evidence because I forgot to record the recording. There is not even any recording to prove it. Superiors will not accept reports without evidence, and it will be useless even if they do. Lin Xian, who was driving the car, asked Dong Xinlan, "What's going on? You seem to be in trouble. If you can't solve it yourself, you can tell me and I will help you solve it." Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, she said, "It was our principal who called just now. He has some thoughts about me and wants to take advantage of me. This time he went even further than before. He even threatened me, saying that if I didn't go to his office, he would make me resign. He said he wanted me to go to his office to discuss business, but I knew it was definitely not a serious matter, so I refused. He threatened me and ended the call. That's what happened. He has a lot of power. I can't do anything to him, and I'm afraid you can't do anything to him either." Lin Xian replied, "I see. I'll ask if anyone I know can do anything to stop him from targeting you." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called the district leader. After the call was connected, without waiting for him to say anything, the district leader on the phone spoke respectfully. "Onar. The president of Fuxing University wants to take advantage of my friend. Can you do anything about it?" Lin Xian asked. "The principal has an administrative rank, which is at the vice ministerial level. In terms of rank alone, he is higher than me, but his actual power is not as great as mine. I can contact him and talk to him. He should give me some face for this kind of thing. If he doesn't give me face, I can ask my superiors for help." Wang Yujun, the district's top leader, replied respectfully on the phone. Lin Xian replied, "Well, then you should call him right away." "Okay, master." Wang Yujun, the district leader, replied respectfully on the phone. Lin Xian put down his phone and ended the call. He said to Dong Xinlan, who was looking at him curiously, "Wait, my friend will contact the principal of your school and talk to him immediately." Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian after hearing this and asked curiously, "Who is your friend? He actually knows the principal of our school. Also, will the principal of our school give him this face? After all, the principal of our school has a very high status and doesn't take ordinary people seriously at all. My friend is the top leader in our district. Do you think your principal will give him this face?" It doesn't matter if your principal doesn't give him this face. He can still ask his superiors to intervene. His superior is the leader of Tianhai City. He is higher in rank and power than your principal. Your principal will definitely give him this face. He has to give him this face. After all, a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. Lin Xian replied. Dong Xinlan was surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect that Lin Xian actually knew a big leader like the district's top leader. The point is, listening to the tone Lin Xian used when he spoke on the phone just now, it was not the tone of friends asking for help at all, but the tone of a superior instructing subordinates to do something, which made her feel incredible. I just can't figure it out and I really can't understand it. She really couldn't figure out the current Lin Xian. He was completely different from the Lin Xian a while ago. Why is this happening? After thinking about it, he refrained from asking directly, and replied, if that's the case, then it can indeed make him give up that idea. I feel much better now, I am not under so much pressure anymore, and I am no longer worried. Chapter 71. Stop staring at me. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry, it can be solved. I promise you. If the person I'm looking for can't solve the problem, I will continue to look for stronger people to help you solve it. As the saying goes, there is nothing that cannot be solved with money, and I am not short of money, so I am confident that I can solve this problem. Dong Xinlan was moved after hearing this. But he still said to Lin Xian, no, there is no need to spend so much money for my business, for this matter. It is not cost-effective and not worth it to pay regardless of the cost. Lin Xian replied with a serious and affectionate look, whether it is cost-effective or not is not important to me. As long as I can help you solve your problems, I think it is worth it. Money is meant to be spent, spend it where you want. Dong Xinlan was moved again after hearing what Lin Xian said. For a moment, he just looked at Lin Xian quietly, not knowing what to say. At this moment, she really wanted to ask Lin Xian why he was so nice to her, but she didn't have the courage to ask. I could only wonder in my heart whether Lin Xian acted like this because he liked me. Or maybe, Lin Xian got her first time and did that with her, so he wanted to compensate herself and that's why he treated her so well? Well, both seem possible. Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan looked at each other for a few seconds. Seeing that Dong Xinlan was looking at her silently, she seemed a little moved. So I didn't say anything and just looked at each other. At the same time, I am also waiting for the reminder from the cute classmate. I hope the affection value can be increased a few points so that he can be given some rewards. Dong Xinlan stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds before she shifted her gaze away, lacking the courage to do so, and became unnatural. Drive carefully, don't stare at me, and be safe. Dong Xinlan reminded. Well, don't worry, I'm very calm and always paying attention. Lin Xian replied with a smile. That's good. Dong Xinlan replied. Soon, Lin Xian's cell phone rang. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from the district's top leader, Wang Yujun. After the call was connected, he put it to his ear and before he could say anything, Wang Yujun on the other end spoke respectfully first. Master, it's been taken care of. He won't try to target your friend again. Yeah, okay. Lin Xian replied. After saying that, he put down the phone and ended the call. Then he smiled at Dong Xinlan who was sitting in the passenger seat and said, Aunt Dong, it's done. The principal of your school won't target you anymore. Dong Xinlan was delighted and smiled after hearing this. She said with a little excitement, thank you so much, you have helped Auntie again. Lin Xian smiled and replied, don't be polite, it's just a small favor. Besides, how could I just sit there and do nothing? I don't want you to be harmed by an old man, nor do I want you to be harassed by an old man. I don't want you to lose your favorite job, nor do I want you to be unhappy or troubled. Dong Xinlan was moved after hearing this and her emotions began to flutter. For a moment, he just looked at Lin Xian, feeling moved and his emotions fluctuating. At this time, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. Master, Dong Xinlan's affection for you has increased by 6 points. You will be rewarded with a Tianhai City level friend. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 50 billion. Get a bonus of 5 billion in cash. Win a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 60 million. Get a manor worth 3 billion as a reward. Chapter 72, Find Chingrew to play with? After hearing what the little cutie said, Lin Xian suddenly became excited and couldn't help but smile. He also knew the information of the friend at the Tianhai City level who was rewarded by the system. The 4 in command of Tianhai City hold real power and have great power in Tianhai City. If you have any problems in Tianhai City that you cannot solve yourself in the future, just contact the other party directly, and 9 out of 10 times they will be able to solve it. In addition, the system is getting more and more generous. This time the affection value only increased by 6 points, but the reward was so much. Especially in terms of money, the total reward was more than 10 billion. His current personal net worth is already 20 to 30 billion. He should be ranked high on the Dragon Country rich list. After Lin Xian felt secretly happy, he saw Dong Xinlan still looking at him lovingly. After thinking about it, he didn't say anything else. He planned to let Dong Xinlan be moved slowly without disturbing her. Maybe you will be so moved that your feelings for him will increase. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian for another 10 seconds before she came to her senses and turned to look forward. After thinking for a while, she didn't know what to say. Of course, she stopped thanking him, for fear that Lin Xian would think she was being nagging. Young people nowadays don't like nagging women. Even she herself doesn't like people who talk too much. Just keep these favors in your heart and repay them when you have the chance. Although she didn't know how she could help Lin Xian. Especially now that Lin Xian is so powerful, he doesn't need her help anymore, right? After a while, the car arrived at the underground parking lot. Dong Xinlan and Lin Xian said goodbye. When he was about to get off the car, he suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Xian, are you going to leave or are you going to play around in school and have some fun with Chingrew? Go home and take a nap. I'll pick you up when you get off work. Didn't we make an appointment to play together after you get off work? So don't look for Chingrew to play with. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan was very happy when she heard this, but she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't sure why. Then he smiled and replied, "Well, okay, then go back and take a nap, and see you after get off work." "Okay, go to work. I'll wait for you when you get off work." Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Bye-bye. Bye-bye." The two people said goodbye to each other. After getting out of the car, Dong Xinlan closed the door, then turned around and walked away. Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan's charming back, and only drove away after Dong Xinlan walked away. Prepared to go to the new estate to see it in person. Although he knew all the information about the manor, it would still be better to go and see it in person. This manor is located in the suburbs and covers a large area. Dozens of minutes later, Lin Xian arrived at the manor. Drive around the manor. After walking around the manor's garden, he stopped the car, opened the door and got out. He looked around again, feeling very satisfied, and then walked towards the main villa, ready to go in and take a look and visit. After dozens of minutes, Lin Xian finished his tour. I feel like it's almost time. Dong Xinlan is about to get off work, so it's time to go to the school to pick her up. After a while, we arrived at the school parking lot. Lin Xian waited in the car while playing with his mobile phone. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed a boy carrying Lu Chingrew on his back and walking quickly towards the parking lot. Lin Xian looked at Lu Chingrew and thought for a while, then opened the car door, got out, and walked over quickly. She blocked the boy's way and asked him, "Where are you going behind my friend's back? What happened to my friend?" After saying that, he looked at Lu Chingrew again, and saw that Lu Chingrew's pretty face was red, with a look of lust and confusion. This made him somewhat confused and puzzled. Then he asked the cute classmate in his heart and found out that Lu Chingrew had been drugged. After Lu Chingrew saw Lin Xian, she immediately said to Lin Xian, "Lin Xian, I'm not feeling well, take me to the hospital quickly." "Yeah, okay," Lin Xian replied. After saying that, he walked to Lu Chingrew's side and said to the boy, "Put her down." Chapter 73 Hurry up. After hearing what Lin Xian said, the boy looked at Lin Xian, thought about it, and said, "I'll take her to the hospital, so I won't bother you. After all, you have to finish what you start. I'm not too sure if I leave her to you." After hearing this, Lin Xian replied firmly, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Don't make me angry." The other party might be the one who drugged him, so he had no reason to be nice to him or be polite to him. After hearing this, the boy looked at Lin Xian, feeling the powerful aura and pressure from Lin Xian. And Lin Xian's outfit is all made of top international brands, and it's obvious at first glance that they are worth a lot of money. Let him know that Lin Xian is not someone he can afford to offend. So he just honestly put Lu Chingrew down. Lin Xian picked up Lu Chingrew like a princess and walked towards his Rolls Royce. The boy who was standing there watching saw Lin Xian actually holding Lu Chingrew and getting into the Rolls Royce Phantom, and he became even more aware of how powerful Lin Xian was. Thinking about what I had done, I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Then he turned around and left quickly, hoping that Lin Xian would quickly forget his appearance. Lin Xian put Lu Chingrew in the back seat of the car. As soon as he put Lu Chingrew down, Lu Chingrew began to kiss him continuously, saying some words that made his self-control drop rapidly. Finally, Lin Xian couldn't control himself anymore and responded. After dozens of minutes, the two people ended their conversation. Lin Xian, leaning back in his chair, suddenly thought that Dong Xinlan was about to get off work, and was worried that Dong Xinlan would come to the parking lot and find out. Then he looked at Lu Chingrew, who was sleeping with her eyes closed against him, and did not choose to wake her up and ask her to leave. Instead, he tiptoed back to the driving seat and drove out of the parking lot. When I got outside the school, I stopped on a random street. He turned around and looked at Lu Chingrew, who was sleeping in the back seat. After thinking about it, he decided to let her continue sleeping. He then took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Dong Xinlan. "I'm somewhere else right now, I have something to take care of. So go home directly after get off work, and we'll see you at home later." After sending it, just hold your phone and wait. After a while, Lu Chingrew woke up. He looked around in a daze, found himself in the car, and noticed Lin Xian sitting in the driver's seat. Then I started to think back, and naturally thought of some things that happened before. She was reading in the library before. A male classmate came over from behind and started chatting with me. She then took another sip of her drink, and within minutes she began to feel ill. She was carried out of the library by this male classmate, to the parking lot, and then met Lin Xian. Lin Xian took her to the car, and then she did something to Lin Xian. Thinking of those scenes and images, she immediately blushed, her cheeks became hot, and she felt embarrassed and unnatural. After adjusting for a while, it was almost back to normal. He sat up slowly and leaned back in his seat. Lin Shen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, heard the noise behind him and turned to look. His eyes fell on Lu Chingrew, and after thinking for a while, he asked, "Are you okay?" "Well, no problem." Lu Chingrew replied. "Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Lin Shen asked. Lu Chingrew felt it and found that apart from feeling a little tired and some pain somewhere, everything else was normal. After thinking for a while, he replied a little embarrassedly, "It's nothing, no need to go to the hospital." "Well, okay." Lin Shen replied. Lu Chingrew looked outside the car, then asked Lin Shen, "Is this near the school?" Chapter 74. Definitely choose Aunt Dong. "Well, yes." Lin Shen replied. Lu Chingrew thought for a moment before saying, "Please send me back to school. I want to go back to the dormitory and sleep." "Yes, sure." Lin Shen replied. After saying that, he drove away. Lin Shen didn't say anything along the way, and Lu Chingrew didn't want to talk either, so the car was very quiet and the atmosphere was unnatural. After a while, the car arrived at the school parking lot. Lu Chingrew said to Lin Shen, "Thank you, goodbye." "Well, goodbye." Lin Shen said goodbye. Lu Chingrew opened the car door and got out, closed the door, waved goodbye to Lin Shen in the car again, and then walked away. Lin Shen in the car looked at Lu Chingrew's back as she left, and then he withdrew his gaze after watching her go away. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called Dong Xinlan. After the call was connected, he asked, "Aunt Dong, where are you now?" "I just got home." Dong Xinlan replied on the phone. "Oh, okay, wait for me, I'll be back soon." Lin Shen replied. "Yeah, okay." Dong Xinlan replied on the phone. The two exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Lin Shen put away his phone and drove away. Lu Chingrew returned to the dormitory with all sorts of thoughts in her mind, took a shower, and lay down on the bed to sleep. Naturally, I was also wondering whether today was a safe period and whether I should buy some medicine just in case. But she didn't have the courage to go to the drugstore to buy that kind of medicine. If someone who knew her saw it, she didn't know how it would be spread. After struggling for a while, I gave up. I can only hope that today is safe and I won't get pregnant. Then he started to think wildly, thinking about the future, and the future with Lin Shen. As I was thinking, I fell asleep. Lin Shen returned to Dong Xinlan's home. "Auntie Dong, it's just past 4 o'clock now. Where are we going to play?" Lin Shen asked as he walked towards Dong Xinlan. Dong Xinlan, who was cleaning the house, thought for a moment before replying, "Before I leave, I want to go to the beauty salon for a beauty treatment. I haven't been to the beauty salon for a long time, and I feel my skin hasn't been very good recently." Lin Shen looked at Dong Xinlan's fair and beautiful face, and replied with a smile, "No, I think Aunt Dong has very good skin, her skin is fair and tender, and she is still as beautiful as ever, even more beautiful than before. It's not as bad as you say. But Aunt Dong wants to go to the beauty salon, so go ahead. I'll accompany you." After hearing Lin Shen's words, Dong Xinlan felt happy, comfortable and enjoyed it very much. But he still rolled his eyes at Lin Shen, and replied with a smile, "Slippery tongue, sweet talk." Lin Shen replied seriously, Really, every word is true, even the punctuation marks are true. From the bottom of my heart. Auntie Dong is so beautiful. She looks like a college student, young and pretty. Of course, most college students aren't as pretty as you, nor do they have your mature and stable temperament. If I had to choose between a college student and you, I would definitely choose you without hesitation. I swear, I am not lying. If I am lying, I will be struck by lightning." After hearing this, Dong Xinlan felt sweet and happy in her heart, and she felt relaxed all over. But she still looked at Lin Shen with a displeased smile, and said with a helpless smile, Okay, Auntie knows. Then let's go out and go to the beauty salon. It doesn't matter whether it works or not, at least it will have an effect on our psychology. Okay, let's go. Lin Shen replied with a smile. Then, the two of them went downstairs together and got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Shen asked for the location, operated the navigation to determine the location, and drove away. Chapter 75. You haven't confirmed your relationship yet. After a while, we arrived at a beauty salon. Lin Shen and Dong Xinlan entered the club. Dong Xinlan selected the project. Then he asked Lin Shen, who was sitting next to him, "Do you want to do a project as well? If you are a man, you can also wash your face, remove blackheads, remove acne, etc." Lin Xian replied, sure. I haven't done these projects yet, it's good to experience them. Although I have a good physique, I don't seem to have any blackheads or anything on my face, and my pores are very fine, so I feel like there's nothing wrong with my skin. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian's face and said, yes, it is true. Your skin is so good, the pores are very small, the skin is fair, and there are really no blackheads or acne. It's really enviable. Is this natural or are you secretly maintaining it? Do you have any secrets? After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian with a smile, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. The female receptionist standing aside also looked at Lin Xian with a smile, waiting for Lin Xian's reply, because she was also very curious why Lin Xian, a man, had such good skin. Lin Xian smiled and said, it may be a physical problem, or it may be congenital. I don't know the specific reason. Anyway, I have never taken care of myself. I haven't even used facial cleanser. I just wash my face normally, and at most use soap. Of course he didn't tell the real reason, because the system transformed his body. Those rewards you get are not lived in vain. Especially the rewards for physical fitness. His current physical fitness is quite high, with 408 points. His skin is 400 points higher than that of an average person, how can it be bad? What's more, improving your appearance and charm will definitely improve your skin. It's impossible for a man to be very handsome but have bad skin, right? How much higher can one's looks and charm be than that? His current appearance value is dozens of points, and his charm value is also dozens of points. Dong Xinlan said enviously, how enviable. I wish I could be like this. I feel like my skin isn't as good as yours. The female receptionist standing nearby also smiled and said, yes, it's really enviable. I feel like my skin isn't as good as yours. I wish my skin was as good as yours. Although your skin is very good, you can wash your face, moisturize it or something. Maybe it can make your skin better and make you more handsome. You can give it a try. The main purpose of washing your face is to massage the acupuncture points on your face, not just to wash your face. So, I think you can try it. It's not expensive anyway, only 200 or 300 yuan. Your girlfriend is a member of our store, so it will be even cheaper after the discount. After hearing what the receptionist said, Lin Xian just smiled at her and then looked at Dong Xinlan without explaining that the two of them were not in a relationship. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan blushed and felt a little embarrassed. She glanced at the receptionist, then at Lin Xian who was looking at her, and then explained to the receptionist, we are not in a relationship. Lin Xian smiled after hearing this, turned to the female receptionist and said, at least not now, as for the future, I'm not sure. After listening to what the two people said, the receptionist smiled and replied, oh, I see. Sorry. I saw that you two were so good looking and well matched, I thought you two were a couple. I understand. You haven't confirmed your relationship yet, right? You two are so good looking and well matched. I think it's only a matter of time before you two confirm your relationship. If you two can't get together, I will never believe in appearance again. Chapter 76, Met My Ex-Boyfriend. Lin Xian smiled at the female receptionist and said, what you said makes sense. I think so too, huh? After saying that, he looked at Dong Xinlan with a smile, wanting to see Dong Xinlan's reaction. After listening to what the two people said, Dong Xinlan looked at the female receptionist and Lin Xian, smiled, and said nothing. Feeling a little embarrassed, he looked away and continued looking at the menu in his hand, trying to hide his awkwardness. The receptionist smiled and looked at the two people. Then he asked Lin Xian, then handsome guy, do you want to wash your face? Wash your face. Lin Xian replied. Then he asked curiously, when I washed my face, was she and I separate or in the same room? It depends on what project you are doing. Some projects will be separated, while some projects can be in the same room, with beds even placed next to each other. The female receptionist replied with a smile. Well, I'm going to do a project with her in the same room. It doesn't matter what project we do. What matters is to be with her. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Yes. The receptionist replied with a smile. After a while, the two people chose their projects and were led to the changing room by the female receptionist. They changed into the clothes prepared by the beauty salon for customers, which could also be said to be nightgowns, pajamas, and nightdresses. Then he led them into a room, and the two of them lay down on the bed and waited, chatting of course. After a while, two beauticians came in and started serving the two people. After more than an hour, the two of them finished several projects before they finished. Lin Xian looked at the time and saw that it was already past 5 o'clock. He asked Dong Xinlan, who was lying next to him, "Aunt Dong, it's time for dinner. What do you want to eat in the evening?" Dong Xinlan, who was lying on the bed next to him and looking at her phone, thought for a moment before replying, "Let's eat seafood. I haven't eaten seafood for a while. What do you think?" "No problem, let's eat seafood." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he smiled and asked, "Do you have a seafood restaurant you want to go to? If not, I'll look online and choose one that's close and has a high rating." "No, you can change your restaurant and try another one. You don't have to go back to the same restaurant you've eaten at before." Dong Xinlan replied. "Yeah, that makes sense. Then I'll look it up online and pick out one that's better in all aspects." Lin Xian replied with a smile. After saying that, he took out his mobile phone, opened Mate 1, and started to choose. After finding a good one, I discussed it with Dong Xinlan and sought her opinion. After choosing the store, the two got out of bed, left the room, and prepared to go to the dressing room to change clothes. After a while, the two changed back into their own clothes and left the beauty salon together. I got back in the car and drove away towards the hotel. When they arrived near the hotel, they found a parking lot and parked the car. The two got out of the car, left the parking lot, and headed towards the hotel. When we arrived at the restaurant, we found an empty seat, sat down, and discussed ordering. After ordering the food, the two of them started chatting about some topics. Lin Xian's ex-girlfriend Xiang Shuangshuang and a friend finished shopping and were preparing to eat. After discussing it, the two decided to eat seafood. At this time, the two of them walked into the seafood restaurant arm in arm. When they were about to choose a seat to sit down, Xiang Shuangshuang inadvertently noticed Lin Xian. Naturally, he also noticed the beautiful Dong Xinlan sitting opposite Lin Xian. Because Dong Xinlan is very beautiful, she remembers very clearly that this woman is the one that Lin Xian drove into the school and pulled out in the morning. What a narrow road for enemies to meet, we meet twice in one day. What bad luck! Xiang Shuangshuang looked at the two people and thought for a while, then said to her friend next to her, "I met my ex-boyfriend, I'm going to go meet him, do you want to go with me?" Chapter 77. What stimulated you? Xiang Shuangshuang's younger sister Huang Xiang was surprised after hearing this. He looked at Shuangshuang, then looked away curiously, and asked, Who is your ex-boyfriend? Let me see what your ex-boyfriend looks like." "That's it, see it?" Xiang Shuangshuang said while pointing at Lin Xian. Huang Xiang followed Shuangshuang's finger and his eyes fell on Lin Xian. When I saw Lin Xian's appearance, I was immediately amazed. I secretly exclaimed in my heart, "How handsome! So elegant! So charming! Such a noble temperament! You can tell at first glance that he is a rich second generation." After taking a look, she exclaimed, "Your ex-boyfriend is so handsome, he feels many times more handsome than your current boyfriend. He looks very rich. By the way, who dumped who in the first place? Can you tell me? I'm just curious." After saying that, he looked at Xiang Shuangshuang and waited for her reply. Xiang Shuangshuang replied disdainfully, "Being handsome is useless, he has no money. He used to be a food delivery guy, making a few thousand yuan a month. After I broke up with him, he seemed to be hooking up with a rich woman. He has a lot of money now. He must have spent money on plastic surgery. He wasn't this handsome before. The beauty sitting in front of him must be someone he found after he became rich. He used the rich woman's money to find a beauty, so I wanted to go over and taunt him so that the beauty in front of him would recognize him as her own." Huang Xiang replied after hearing this, "So that's how it is. Then let's go. I'll go with you to meet him. I'm curious to see what he will say." "Okay, let's go." Xiang Shuangshuang replied. Then, the two of them walked towards Lin Xian together. Xiang Shuangshuang and Huang Xiang came to Lin Xian's table and stood there. Xiang Shuangshuang said to Lin Xian in a sarcastic tone, Yo, you are dating a beautiful woman. Does the rich woman who supports you know?" After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan with a sneer, ready to see their reactions and to listen to what this kid Lin Xian would say. Huang Xiang, who was standing next to Xiang Shuangshuang, was also looking at Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan, ready to see their reactions and listen to what they would say. After hearing what Xiang Shuangshuang said, Dong Xinlan looked at Xiang Shuangshuang in confusion, then looked at Lin Xian, becoming curious and ready to listen to what Lin Xian had to say. After hearing what Xiang Shuangshuang said, Lin Xian looked at her unhappily and said unceremoniously, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't slander me. When did I get kept by a rich woman? You are so funny. What has provoked you to say something like this? Were you inspired by that rich second-generation guy, so you think I'm being kept by someone like you? I'm having dinner with my friends, and I don't want you to affect our mood or appetite. So, please leave. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. I'm too lazy to waste my time talking to you. It will waste my saliva and affect my appetite. Xiang Shuangshuang sneered disdainfully and replied, "Ha, you dare not admit that you are being kept by someone, right? Are you afraid that this beautiful woman will know that you are being kept by someone? Don't admit it? Then let me ask you, you are a food delivery man, you only make a few thousand yuan a month. Where do you have the money to buy a car worth tens of millions? Where do you get the money to spend? Where do you get the billions in your card? Come on, explain yourself. If you can explain clearly, you can prove your innocence. Otherwise, I will conclude that you are being kept by a rich woman." "Oh, right, I not only suspect that you are being kept by a rich woman, I also suspect that you killed her and inherited her huge fortune." He. After saying this, he looked at Lin Xian with a sneer, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. Chapter 78 I'll make you pay. Xiang Shuangshuang's friend Huang Xiang was also looking at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. After listening to Xiang Shuangshuang's words, Dong Xilan looked at Xiang Shuangshuang, then turned to look at Lin Xian, wanting to see Lin Xian's reaction and wanting to hear what Lin Xian had to say. Because she wasn't sure whether what Xiang Shuangshuang said was true. But when I think about what Xiang Shuangshuang said, it is indeed true. For example, some time ago Lin Xian was still delivering takeout and earned several thousand yuan a month. This is indeed true. As for the reason why Lin Xian became rich suddenly, whether it was because he won the lottery or was really kept by a rich woman, she was a little unsure at this time. Xiang Shuangshuang just said that there are tens of billions in Lin Xian's card. Tens of billions. What kind of lottery has a prize of tens of billions? Anyway, she didn't know and had never heard of it before. So, she also began to wonder where Lin Xian got all the money. The prerequisite is that what he told Shuangshuang was true, that there were tens of billions of yuan in Lin Xian's card. If Lin Xian didn't have tens of billions in his card, she would still be willing to believe that Lin Xian became rich by winning the lottery. After hearing what Xiang Shuangshuang said, Lin Xian sneered and replied with disdain, "Who do you think you are? Do I need to explain to you? Leave here quickly, don't disturb our meal, don't affect our appetite. I already hate you, don't make me hate you even more." Xiang Shuangshuang sneered and replied, "See, you have nothing to say, you still don't admit it. If you really made your money by your own ability, you would definitely tell others about it, because you don't want others to misunderstand you." After that, he said to Dong Xinlan who was watching, "Beautiful lady, you'd better stay away from him. He is a man kept by a rich woman. He might even have killed the rich woman. He is using the rich woman's money to pursue you. His money is so dirty, are you sure you want his money? His character is so bad, are you sure you still want him?" Dong Xinlan looked at the two people and said to Xiang Shuangshuang, "I believe what he said, so no matter what you say, I won't believe it. We are having a meal, please leave, thank you for your cooperation." Xiang Shuangshuang sneered disdainfully and replied, "I see that you don't believe him, but you are blinded by money. You don't care whether the money is clean or not, and you don't care about the character of the person. Anyway, as long as he has money, it's fine, right? It seems like you two are a good match. I suggest you lock them up." Lin Xian said to Xiang Shuangshuang coldly, "If you don't get out of here, I'm going to ask the boss to kick you out." Xiang Shuangshuang turned to Lin Xian and sneered, "I've already said it. I'll leave on my own." After saying that, she called her sisters and prepared to go to another table. She doesn't want to leave the restaurant yet. She wants to see how the beautiful Dong Xinlan will treat Lin Xian in the future. She also wants to see Lin Xian's various explanations to this beautiful woman. This is very interesting to her. Some of the guests, young and old, both men and women, as well as staff nearby who heard what happened, looked on with different expressions, making guesses in their hearts. A few of them watched and talked to each other in whispers. Feeling unhappy, Lin Xian turned to Xiang Shuangshuang who was about to leave and said, "Just a reminder, be mentally prepared. This matter won't just end like this. I will make you pay for making trouble and slandering me just now. I'm not going to do anything to you, I'm going to do something to your meal ticket. Your rich second-generation boyfriend will soon abandon you. If he doesn't abandon you, I will bankrupt his company and his family's company. I want to see whether your rich second-generation boyfriend will choose you or keep his company." Chapter 79 Don't run if you dare. Xiang Shuangshuang was surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would say such a thing. Is he just pretending to be cool or is he trying to scare her? Anyway, she didn't believe that Lin Xian had this ability at all. Xiang Shuangshuang turned to look at Lin Xian, sneered, and said, "What a big tone. Are you drunk or have a problem with your brain? Or are you pretending to be cool? How can a gigolo like you bankrupt my boyfriend's company? Ha, that's hilarious. Oh, what's the matter? Are you planning to ask your rich woman who supports you for help and ask her to avenge you? Come on, call now, I'll be waiting. I want to see if your rich woman is willing to help you and how she will help you." She is now very curious about who is supporting Lin Xian. There is no way to check it even if you want to. Now Lin Xian is actually doing this. If that rich woman really takes action, then she can find out and know who that rich woman is. When the time comes, he will find a rich woman and tell her that Lin Xian is using her money to find women. Let's see if the rich woman still wants Lin Xian and whether she will take back the bank card. She feels it is worthwhile to exchange her job for another one. Well, now she also thought that the card with tens of billions of yuan must belong to the rich woman, not Lin Xian. Xiang Shuangshuang's friends Huang Xiang and Dong Xinlan just watched quietly without saying anything. Lin Xian sneered, thought about it, took out his cell phone and called the district leader. After the call was connected, he directly ordered, "Arrange a few police officers to come over. Someone is slandering me here. Take her to the police station and lock her up for a few days. When her boyfriend comes to pick her up, ask him about his background or you can just let him tell you and then tell me. As for my current location, I'll send it to you after the call is over." "Okay, master." Wang Yujun, the district leader, replied respectfully on the phone. Lin Xian put down his phone and ended the call. He sneered at Xiang Shuangshuang and said, "If you have the guts, don't run away. Wait here. Of course, it's okay to run away. At most, it will just waste a little more time. We will catch you sooner or later." Xiang Shuangshuang was surprised, curious and puzzled by what Lin Xian had just said on the phone. After thinking for a while, she sneered and replied with disdain, "How could I run away? Do you think I'm afraid? I haven't done anything serious, there's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, I now seriously suspect that you are pretending, acting to scare people, and showing off. So, I'm going to wait here and see if you're just pretending or acting. If the police don't come in a while, I'll taunt you." After saying this, he looked at Lin Xian with a sneer, full of disdain. Lin Xian said coldly, "Then you can get out of here now, don't stand here and disturb our meal." Xiang Shuangshuang was unhappy and moved her lips but still didn't say what she wanted to say. With a cold snort, he called the sisters to walk aside and prepare for dinner. It's nice to eat while waiting. It's fine that the police came, which means that Lin Xian is not pretending to scare people. If the police hadn't come, and she was still standing there waiting, wouldn't she be laughed at? People would laugh at her for being gullible, for believing such an outrageous thing, and for believing such poor acting skills. He asked someone to arrange for the police to come. Does he think he is a big leader? He orders his subordinates to do things, and these subordinates can even arrange for the police's subordinates. The more she thought about it, the more fake it seemed, and the more funny it seemed. She should have mocked this guy a few times. I should say what I just wanted to say. Chapter 80. I really have billions. Lin Xian adjusted his mood and demeanor, then smiled and greeted Dong Xinlan who was looking at him. "Okay, Aunt Dong, let's continue eating." "Yeah." Dong Xinlan replied. Then the two continued to eat. After eating a few bites, Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan and asked, "Aunt Dong, do you believe what she said?" "I don't believe it." "I believe what you said." Dong Xinlan replied. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Thank you Aunt Dong for your trust." Dong Xinlan smiled, looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while, then asked curiously, "How did your ex-girlfriend know that you had tens of billions in your card? Is there really tens of billions in your card or did she see it wrong?" Lin Xian replied, "It should be that the staff who swiped the card told her when she was buying something at the mall, or she may have heard the staff talking about it. I'm not sure how they knew it, I can only guess. I really have tens of millions in my card." Dong Xinlan was surprised, shocked, unbelievable and couldn't believe it after hearing it. There are actually tens of billions in Lin Xian's card. What kind of award is this? What kind of award is this? Why is the prize money so high? Lin Xian said that the money came from winning the lottery. Is it really the main reason? At this moment, she couldn't help but start to doubt. She was also very curious about where Lin Xian got his money, But since this was Lin Xian's privacy, she couldn't ask. She understood the rules. It was already very good that Lin Xian could tell her that there were tens of billions in the card. Dong Xinlan nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, I guess she is jealous and unbalanced, so she comes to discredit you and slander you. Well, this is very likely. Lin Xian replied. Dong Xinlan nodded and said, it is indeed very uncomfortable for a person to feel that the man she looked down upon or dumped suddenly became rich and had more money than her current boyfriend. It is normal for her to have such behavior. She should never have taken such action and come over to slander and mock you. It seems that this incident caused her a great shock. Well, yes. Lin Xian replied helplessly. After a while, several policemen arrived. After Lin Xian saw several policemen, he greeted them. Here, here. After seeing this, several policemen quickly walked over and stood beside Lin Xian. The leading police captain said to Lin Xian respectfully, excuse me, who is slandering you? That. Lin Xian raised his hand and pointed, replying at the same time. Well, okay. The police captain replied respectfully. Then he took a few policemen and walked towards Shuangshuang. Xiang Shuangshuang, who was sitting at her seat, was surprised, astonished, curious and unbelievable to see these policemen being so respectful and polite to Lin Xian. Naturally, I started to guess and speculate in my mind. Could it be that this kid Lin Xian knows some big shot? Is this network Lin Xian's own or that rich woman's? Well, this connection should belong to that rich woman, not this kid Lin Xian. When she saw several policemen walking towards her, she naturally became nervous and scared. After thinking quickly with her confused mind, she quickly took out her cell phone and called her boyfriend. After the call was connected, he said in panic, honey, help me, I'm in trouble, and several policemen want to arrest me. After thinking about it, Xiang Shuangshuang's boyfriend asked curiously, what's going on? Why did the police arrest you? Chapter 81 I can't help you. Xiang Shuangshuang thought for a moment and replied, I didn't check the almanac when I went out today, and I ran into that scumbag ex-boyfriend. He started to pester me as soon as he saw me, and he called the police after I scolded him a few times. Xiang Shuangshuang's boyfriend Tang Fei yelled after hearing this, so it was that poor boy. I know where you are. I will use my connections to help you resolve this. Don't worry, I won't let them take you to the police station. This is just a small matter for me. If I can't even resolve such a small problem, why would I be working here in vain? After hearing this, Xiang Shuangshuang felt much more relieved and was no longer so nervous and fearful. Then he urged, hurry up, the police are already in front of me, so leave it at that for now, go find someone. Yeah, okay. Tang Fei replied on the phone. The two people exchanged a few more sentences before ending the call. Xiang Shuangshuang said to the policeman standing in front of her who was looking at her seriously, wait a moment, my boyfriend is looking for someone to contact your superior. After hearing this, the police captain thought about it and said nothing, just waiting quietly. He didn't dare to act rashly, for he was worried that this woman knew some big shot who was more powerful than the one Lin Xian knew. Therefore, in order to avoid offending the big guys, it is okay to wait. After more than 10 minutes, the policeman waited until they became a little impatient. Xiang Shuangshuang's cell phone rang. Xiang Shuangshuang picked up the phone and saw that it was her boyfriend calling. She was delighted and quickly answered the call and put it to her ear. Dear, are you done? The person your ex-boyfriend found is quite powerful and has a lot of authority. The person I found doesn't have as much power as he does, so I can't help you. Tang Fei replied on the phone. Xiang Shuangshuang was surprised, shocked, unbelievable and couldn't believe it after hearing this. It is impossible to accept that Lin Xian, who used to be a delivery man at the bottom of society and is now a gigolo, knows some powerful boss. After thinking about it, I guess that Lin Xian must have used the rich woman's connections. Well, this possibility is very high. Otherwise, how could Lin Xian, a delivery boy from the bottom of society, possibly know a powerful boss? The two people have no intersection at all, just like two parallel lines, they will never intersect in their entire lives. Xiang Shuangshuang thought it through before replying, he is being kept by a rich woman now. The person he is looking for should be the rich woman's relatives or friends, and he is taking advantage of the rich woman's connections. Oh, I see. That's what I was wondering. How could a delivery guy from the lower class know such a big boss? I was confused just now, but now after hearing what you said, I finally understand. Tang Fei on the phone replied with a disdainful sneer. Xiang Shuangshuang then asked again, Dear, what should I do now? Should I follow them to the police station? Will I go to jail? And how long will it be? Tang Fei on the phone replied, how can you go to jail? At most, we will take you to the police station, scare you a little, educate you, and then release you. If your ex-boyfriend wants to sue you, he still needs to find evidence. Only with evidence can he win the lawsuit against you. Even if you lose the lawsuit, the most you'll have to do is pay some money. It's not a big deal, don't worry. Xiang Shuangshuang replied after hearing this, that's good, I feel relieved then. Thanks, dear. It's just a small matter. Tang Fei replied on the phone. At this time, Lin Xian's cell phone rang. Lin Xian picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from the district's top leader, Wang Yujun. After the call was connected, he put it to his ear and said, go ahead. Master, I have already found out the identity and background of that woman's boyfriend. I will send you his personal information and identity background after the call. Wang Yujun replied respectfully on the phone. Yeah, okay. Lin Xian replied. Chapter 82. Have you offended anyone? I want to crack down on the other party's company. You arrange people to check whether the other party's company has violated any laws or regulations. If so, you know what to do, right? Lin Xian said. Okay, master. Wang Yujun replied respectfully on the phone. After Lin Xian and Wang Yujun ended their conversation, he immediately made phone calls to the chairman and bosses of several companies he controlled. Order them to attack Tang Fei's family's business. Lin Xian currently controls several companies. There is a company with a market value of 50 billion, holding a 10% stake. There is a company with a market value of 10 billion, holding a 30% stake. There is a company with a market value of 1 billion, holding 50% of the shares. Then Lin Xian called the chairman of several top underground forces in the district and asked them to cause trouble for the management of Tang Fei's company. Of course, we are not trying to kill these managers, but just to scare them and affect their normal work. After finishing his instructions, he put down his phone and saw Dong Xinlan on the other side looking at him with surprise and curiosity. He then smiled and said, okay, let's continue eating. After hearing this, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and thought about it. She couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, who were you talking to on the phone just now? From the tone of your voice, it seemed as if they were all your subordinates. When did you have so many subordinates? She is finding it increasingly difficult to understand Lin Xian now. He is a complete mystery. What on earth happened to Lin Xian in such a short period of time? Is it really as simple as winning a prize? Why is she a little suspicious? Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan and thought for a while before saying, Aunt Dong, can I not tell you this? I don't want to lie to you, but if I tell you the truth, it will be too shocking to you. So, I choose not to say it. Wait until later, maybe one day I'll tell you, okay? Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before replying, well, it's okay. I can understand. I was just too curious and couldn't help asking. Everyone has their secrets, and I understand that. Well, that's good. Thank you, Aunt Dong, for your understanding. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then the two continued to eat. Xiang Shuangshuang and her friend Huang Xiang were taken away by several policemen. When passing by Lin Xian's table, Xiang Shuangshuang shouted at Lin Xian, saying that she would come out soon, that she would be fine, and asked Lin Xian not to be happy too soon. Lin Xian was on the phone at the time, so he just sneered at Xiang Shuangshuang without replying. Lin Xian's men began to act one by one. Start taking action, attacking and hindering Tang Fei's business from all aspects. After one phone call after another, Tang Fei's father immediately realized that something was wrong. He must have offended someone, and the person he offended is very powerful, not an ordinary person. After thinking about it, I couldn't imagine that I had offended any big shot recently. Well, ask your son to see if he has offended anyone. He then called his son Tang Fei. When the call was connected, he asked seriously, have you offended anyone recently? Tang Fei was puzzled after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he replied, no, what's wrong? Our company has been hit in many ways. The business and political underworld have all been mobilized to target our company. Several company executives have been in trouble. What's wrong? You'd better think about it carefully. Have you offended anyone? Have you offended anyone? Even if he is a nobody in your opinion, you must tell me. Chapter 83. You are such a disaster. After hearing this, Tang Fei thought about it and was about to say no again when he suddenly remembered his woman Xiang Shuangshuang. It seemed that she had offended her ex-boyfriend before and was arrested by the police arranged by her ex-boyfriend. Thinking back to when he was trying to find connections before, the person he knew said that the person the other person knew was very powerful, and that his power was not as great as that person's, so there was nothing he could do. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but start to wonder whether Shuangshuang's ex-boyfriend was retaliating against their company. Then he said to his father, "Dad, one of my girlfriends had a conflict with her ex-boyfriend before, and her ex-boyfriend arranged for several policemen to arrest her. I wonder if her ex-boyfriend is still not satisfied and wants to take action against our company to vent his anger." "What? There is such a thing?" Tang's father said in surprise. Then he asked nervously, "Did you offend that man?" "No, I haven't even met him yet, and naturally I haven't spoken to him, so it's impossible for me to offend him, you can rest assured about that," Tang Fei replied. After hearing this, Tang's father secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he said, "Call that woman of yours right now and get that man's phone number first. Then tell her that you want to break up with her and sever ties with her. Then you call her ex-boyfriend to apologize and tell him that you have dumped that woman. I hope he can let go of our family's business and let us go. As long as he is willing to forgive us, we are willing to make some sacrifices and pay some price." "Did you get it?" Tang Fei replied, "Okay, I got it. I'll call you after the call ends." "Okay, do it quickly, hurry up. We are losing money every minute and every second now. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. It will be very difficult for us to make a comeback, and we may even go bankrupt," said Tang's father. Okay, right away," Tang Fei replied. The two people exchanged a few more sentences before ending the call. Tang Fei cursed Xiang Shuangshuang inwardly, "That stinky woman, that troublemaker." Then he called Xiang Shuangshuang. Xiang Shuangshuang, who was in the police car, saw her boyfriend calling her and immediately smiled, thinking that her boyfriend had already solved the problem for her and she didn't need to go to the police station. I quickly put the phone to my ear and asked, "Honey, have you figured it out? Have you helped me with this? Do I not have to go to the police station?" After hearing this, Tang Fei resisted the urge to curse at the other party and asked in a bad manner, "Do you have your ex-boyfriend's phone number?" "No, didn't I say I blocked him? All his contact information has disappeared from my phone. What's wrong, dear?" Xiang Shuangshuang replied, somewhat puzzled. After hearing this, Tang Fei thought about it and felt that this woman was no longer of any value. Then he said harshly, "You bitch, you are such a disaster, you have caused me so much trouble. Listen to me, I'm going to dump you now. Don't tell anyone that I'm your boyfriend, and don't tell anyone that I'm your ex-boyfriend. If I find out you said that, I'll make you pay the price and find 10 African blacks to take turns communicating with you. Did you remember?" After saying this, he waited angrily, waiting for a reply from that stinky woman Shuangshuang. Chapter 84 Give the evidence to the rich woman. Xiang Shuangshuang was unable to react after hearing this. "My head is buzzing." A look of bewilderment and confusion. I was a little doubtful whether the man on the phone was my boyfriend. Tang Fei waited for a few seconds but did not get a reply from the bitch Xiang Shuangshuang. Then he asked angrily again, "Did you hear me, you evildoer? Did you hear what I said? Did you remember what I said?" Xiang Shuangshuang suddenly came to her senses. After thinking for a while with a confused mind, she put down her phone and looked at the caller ID, confirming that it was her boyfriend calling. After thinking for a while, he asked in confusion, "Honey, what happened? Why did you do this to me?" Tang Fei thought about it and said, "It's because you, a bitch, had a conflict with your ex-boyfriend. Now your ex-boyfriend is angry with me and is retaliating against our company in all aspects, causing our company to suffer heavy losses. We are losing money every minute and every second. Now you understand, you evil bastard. So, remember what I just said, I'm not kidding you." Xiang Shuangshuan felt surprised, astonished, and shocked after hearing this. She couldn't believe what she heard, and she couldn't accept that her ex-boyfriend Lin Xian had such ability. Could it be that Lin Xian asked the rich woman for help, or took advantage of the rich woman's connections? Well, this is very likely. After all, Lin Xian was just a delivery man at the bottom of society a few months ago, earning only a few thousand yuan a month. How could he have the ability to launch a multifaceted retaliation against his boyfriend's company? After thinking about this, she immediately said, Dear, listen to me, my ex-boyfriend is just a small-time delivery guy at the bottom of society, making only a few thousand yuan a month. He is just being kept by a rich woman and using her connections, so he has the ability to attack your company. I now have evidence that he is looking for a woman. As long as I give this evidence to that rich woman, she will dump him after seeing it, and naturally will not attack your company for him anymore. I'll send those photos and videos to your WeChat after the call ends. Send these videos and photos to those who attacked your company and tell them what happened. They will probably tell that rich woman. Of course, you can also directly ask them for the rich woman's contact information, and then give it to the rich woman in person. After hearing this, Tang Fei thought for a while before replying, I just need to get rid of you, there is no need to do all this. If you want to do these things, just do them yourself. If you can really make that boy be abandoned by that rich woman, and even beat him up before abandoning him, then it will be considered your ability. At that time, I would also consider letting you come back to me. Xiang Shuangshuang was delighted after hearing this, and immediately said, then please help me get the phone numbers of those who attacked your company. I will call them and tell them after I get their phone numbers. After hearing this, Tang Fei thought about it for a while before replying, okay, you wait. After that, end the call. Xiang Shuangshuang put down his phone and waited. What followed was resentment and anger. He gritted his teeth at that bastard Lin Xian and cursed him repeatedly in his heart. Naturally, he began to fantasize about what the situation would be like when the rich woman found out that Lin Xian used her money to pick up beautiful women, what kind of reaction she would have, and what she would do to Lin Xian. Will he take Lin Xian's life? Will he cripple Lin Xian? Chapter 85 Lin Xian is our master. Soon, Lin Xian received calls from several friends, reporting to him one by one. Tang Fei asked for their phone numbers and said that he had something to discuss with them. After thinking about it, Lin Xian asked several of his men to give Tang Fei a suggestion to see what Tang Fei was trying to do. He also wanted to know what his ex-girlfriend Xiang Shuangshuang was trying to do. Soon, Tang Fei got the contact information and sent it to Xiang Shuangshuang via text message. After Xiang Shuangshuang received the contact information, she immediately called. I put the phone to my ear, waiting for the call to go through. Soon, the call was connected. Who are you? Asked a man on the phone. I'm Lin Xian's ex-girlfriend. I have evidence of him looking for beautiful women, including photos and videos. You should be friends or subordinates of the rich woman who supports him. Lin Xian used your boss's money and your friend's money to find beautiful women. If you give the evidence to your boss or your boss or your friend will definitely thank you. Xiang Shuangshuang said into the phone. The person on the phone sneered disdainfully and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? Our boss is not some rich woman's subordinate or friend. Our boss is Lin Xian's servant. Yes, you heard it right, our boss is not Lin Xian's friend, he is Lin Xian's servant. Lin Xian is our master. After hearing this, Xiang Shuangshuang was unable to react for a moment and looked stunned and confused. It took me a few seconds to react. I felt surprised, shocked, unbelievable and beyond belief. What the hell, servant? These people are actually Lin Xian's servants? Lin Xian, that kid, was a delivery man at the bottom of society before, earning only a few thousand yuan a month. How could he have servants? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Well, this person must be arranged by that kid Lin Xian, who deliberately deceived her. Yes, that must be it. After Xiang Shuangshuang thought it through, she angrily cursed, Lin Xian, that bastard, arranged for you to answer the phone in order to prevent the rich woman from knowing, and even said such stupid words. Does he think I'm a fool? Does he think I'm a 3-year-old child? Does he think I'm so easy to fool? Tell him that I will give the evidence to that rich woman. He will soon be abandoned by her and will be left with nothing. He will fall to the bottom of society again and continue to deliver takeout. He might even be beaten to death or crippled by an angry rich woman, making him even more miserable than before. He wouldn't even be able to deliver food, and would have to beg on the street as a beggar. The person on the phone cursed angrily, what nonsense are you talking about, you stinky bitch? How dare you insult my master like this? Are you tired of living? Believe it or not, I will arrange for someone to come and kill you right away. Xiang Shuangshuang was shocked when she heard this and felt a little frightened. He did not dare to reply to the other party, but quickly put down the phone and ended the call. After putting down the phone, he quickly thought with his confused mind about how he could help the rich woman get the evidence in her hands. Where can I get the contact information of that rich woman? She then picked up her phone and called her boyfriend. After he answered the phone, he asked, where did those numbers come from? Why did the people on the line say they were servants of Lin Xian when I called them? He is not a rich woman's person, nor a relative or friend of hers. Did you make a mistake, or were you deceived? Chapter 86. What is the problem? Queen Tang Fei was surprised, shocked, incredible, and unbelievable. Those people are actually Lin Xian's servants? Servant? How come these two words are so uncommon? In this day and age, there are still people who call themselves servants of others. It really overturned his cognition. Those people are either from politics, business, or the underworld. And they also have a certain status and are well known. How did he become Lin Xian's servant? Wasn't Lin Xian a delivery guy at the bottom of society before? Didn't he make a few thousand yuan a month? Why do you have servants, especially servants of this level? He couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't figure it out. Even if he asked these people to cooperate in acting, Lin Xian didn't have the ability to do so. What went wrong? What's the problem? What is going on? He was completely puzzled and couldn't figure out what the problem was. He couldn't figure it out. Xiang Shuangshuang waited for a few seconds, but her boyfriend didn't reply. After thinking about it with some confusion, he asked, "Dear, what's wrong? Why don't you talk?" Tang Fei, who was in the midst of wild thoughts and random guesses, came to his senses after hearing this and said, "I am not mistaken. These calls were made to me by the person in charge of the people who attacked our company. These numbers don't belong to them either. They belong to their superiors and their bosses. These managers and petty officials should have no need to lie to me. It is unlikely that they were bribed by your ex-boyfriend, right? Anyway, I don't think there's any chance of being bribed. Of course, your ex-boyfriend used to be a food delivery man, earning only a few thousand yuan a month. There's no way he could be the master of their superiors or their bosses. I'm not sure exactly where the problem lies. I haven't figured it out yet. Besides, this has nothing to do with me, it's your business. Anyway, I've got your phone number. These are the only numbers I can get. I can't get the other numbers either. You figure it out yourself. I still say that, if you can't resolve this matter, you'd better not tell others that I'm your ex-boyfriend, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Did you remember? Xiang Shuangshuang replied after hearing this, "Don't worry, dear, I will definitely solve this matter. I will definitely find that rich woman and give her the evidence. By that time, not only will the matter be resolved, but Lin Xian will also be taught a lesson by that rich woman. Then you can vent your anger, and so can I." After hearing this, Tang Fei on the phone said rudely, "Don't call me dear, we are no longer boyfriend and girlfriend now, be careful with your words." Xiang Shuangshuang felt uncomfortable after hearing this, and at the same time, she hated that bastard Lin Xian even more. It's all that bastard Lin Xian's fault, otherwise her boyfriend wouldn't treat her like this. After thinking about it, he replied respectfully, "Okay, I'll remember it. Wait until I resolve this matter, okay? Wait until I resolve that bastard Lin Xian, okay?" Tang Fei on the phone thought for a moment before replying, "That's it, I'm hanging up." After saying this, he ended the call without waiting for Xiang Shuangshuang to reply. Xiang Shuangshuang put down his phone, thought about it, and decided to follow Lin Xian himself after she came out of the police station. She still didn't believe that she could not find a rich woman to support Lin Xian. As long as she finds it, she will directly give the evidence to the rich woman, and then there will be a good show to watch. Chapter 87. You can let me go. Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan continued eating. We ate and chatted, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After a while, the two finished their meal and sat down to rest. "Aunt Dong, how about we go to the movies?" Lin Xian asked Dong Xinlan. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment and then asked, "Are there any good movies released recently?" "I don't know. Let me wait and see." Lin Xian replied with a smile. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and started searching online. After looking at them, he said, "There are American science fiction films, as well as local comedies and romances." "Aunt Dong, what kind do you want to watch?" Dong Xinlan thought for a moment and replied, "Let's watch a comedy. It will make you happy and relax." "Yeah, okay. Then I'll check the screening times and choose the earliest cinema to watch it," Lin Xian said. After saying that, he started to look. Dong Xinlan nodded and waited. A few minutes later, Lin Xian chose a cinema. Then he left the hotel with Dong Xinlan, returned to the car, and drove away. After a while, we arrived at the shopping mall where the cinema was located and parked the car in the mall's underground parking lot. The two got out of the car and took the elevator upstairs. Once you reach the floor where the cinema is located, enter the cinema. After buying the tickets and discussing buying some snacks and drinks, the two of them entered the screening room. I arrived at my seat, sat down and waited. It hasn't started yet, so the two of them started chatting. After a while, the movie started and the two of them watched it quietly. When they saw some scenes, the two of them were whispering and discussing in low voices. 2 hours later, the movie ended and the audience began to leave. Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan also stood up and left together. When following the others down the stairs, a girl walking behind Dong Xinlan lost her foot on the step because she was wearing high heels. She screamed ah and fell towards Dong Xinlan in front of her. The flower's face turned pale and it bared its teeth and claws. Lin Xian, who was walking next to Dong Xinlan, noticed her out of the corner of his eye. He quickly reached out and hugged Dong Xinlan in his arms. Suddenly, the fragrance filled my nose and the warmth and softness filled my arms. The girl who fell continued to fall, and fell on the steps with a thump, screaming in pain. Of course, the man who was originally walking in front of Dong Xinlan was grabbed by the woman by his clothes and pants in a panic, but the woman did not hold on firmly. After all, the force of the fall was too great, and the woman's hands were not strong enough. Dong Xinlan, who was suddenly hugged by Lin Xian, came to her senses after the unexpected panic. He looked at the woman lying on the ground screaming in pain, then turned to look at Lin Xian, and naturally knew what Lin Xian meant. So he said to Lin Xian, "Thank you for what you did just now." At the same time, she also realized that she was being held in Lin Xian's arms, which made her cheeks hot and her fair cheeks red, and she felt a little embarrassed and unnatural. Lin Xian, who was watching the screaming woman, smiled and said to Dong Xinlan, "You're welcome. It's my duty. I can't just watch you get pounced on by this woman, can I?" Dong Xinlan smiled unnaturally after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, she said a little embarrassedly, "You can let me go now." "Yeah, okay." Lin Xian replied with a smile. After saying that, he helped Dong Xinlan to stand up slowly, and only withdrew his hands after Dong Xinlan stood up steadily. Chapter 88 Make a Friend. Dong Xinlan glanced at Lin Xian again, and then thanked him again, "Thank you. It's my pleasure." "You're welcome." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan smiled and said nothing more. Turning her head to look at the girl who had been helped up, she saw that she had a mouth full of blood and was groaning in pain. She couldn't bear to look at it and was even a little scared. If I had been knocked down by this woman just now and fell to the ground, would I have been in such a miserable situation? He withdrew his gaze and called Lin Xian to leave together. Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan left the screening room together and arrived at the entrance of the cinema. A young man who had just watched a movie with his girlfriend noticed Dong Xinlan. When he saw Dong Xinlan's figure and appearance, his eyes lit up and he became excited. Then he let go of his girlfriend and said to her, "Go back to the car first. I have something to take care of." The young man waited until his girlfriend left, then he quickly walked up to Dong Xinlan and stood in front of her, blocking her way. He extended his right hand towards Dong Xinlan, made a hand gesture, and said with a smile, "Hello, beautiful lady, nice to meet you. My name is Qian Cohen, and I'm the vice president of my company, Xingyao Group. I think you're beautiful and I want to be friends with you." After saying that, he looked at Dong Xinlan with a smile, waiting for Dong Xinlan's reply. Qian Cohen, 30 years old. He has an ordinary appearance and a medium build, neither fat nor thin. The clothes are all international brands and are very expensive. Xingyao Group is the third-tier force in the underground world of Yunchuan District. Many members, strong strength. His father is the chairman of the Star Group. Although he could not walk around arrogantly in Yunchuan District, at least he could ignore many people and date any woman he liked without worrying about not being able to afford to offend her. Of course, occasionally you will meet a woman who you can't afford to offend, because the man behind this woman is very strong and he can't afford to offend her. If you meet a woman like this, just apologize and find another one. Dong Xinlan, whose way was blocked, stopped and looked at the young man after listening to his words. After thinking for a while, she smiled politely and replied, "Sorry, I don't have the habit of making friends with strangers." After saying this, he prepared to leave. After hearing this, Qian Cohen felt unhappy, his face darkened, and he looked at Dong Xinlan with some displeasure. After staring at Dong Xinlan for a few seconds, he moved again and blocked Dong Xinlan's way again. She said to Dong Xinlan, "I am a beauty, don't keep me away." As the saying goes, one more friend means one more way. Especially a friend like me, getting to know you can only do you good and no harm. At this time, Lin Xian frowned slightly and looked at the young man with displeasure. I was wondering whether to speak up now or wait. If Dong Xinlan could solve it herself, if Dong Xinlan ignored the other party and the other party left tactfully, there was really no need for him to say anything. After thinking about this, he turned to look at Dong Xinlan, ready to see Dong Xinlan's reaction and listen to what Dong Xinlan would say. Dong Xinlan was unhappy as her way was blocked again and looked at the young man with displeasure. After thinking about it for a while, he said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "I'm not interested. I hope you won't pester me so as not to embarrass yourself." After saying this, he took another step, preparing to leave by a detour. Chen Kuan got angry after hearing this, and reached out to grab Dong Xinlan's arm. He said to her angrily, "Beautiful lady, you are really giving me no face, aren't you? Do you know what will happen if you don't give me face? What is your identity and background? Are you sure you can afford to offend me? If you can't afford to offend me, I advise you to change your attitude towards me. This will be better for you." Chapter 89. Get out of here. When some men and women nearby heard what Chen Kuan said, they looked at him one after another with expressions of confusion and curiosity. Some people walked and watched, while others stopped and watched. There's something exciting to watch, so why not watch it? The hustle and bustle in real life is much more interesting than watching a movie in the cinema, and the best part is it's free. There is no reason not to watch it. Dong Xinlan was unhappy as her way was blocked again. She frowned slightly and looked at the young man with some displeasure. After listening to the young man's words, I couldn't help but feel nervous and afraid. After looking at the young man and thinking for a while, he replied, "I really don't want to make friends with strangers. I hope you can understand and stop pestering me. If you keep pestering me, I'm going to call the police." Lin Xian, who had been standing by and had not spoken, said to Dong Xinlan, "Aunt Dong, don't waste your words on him. It's useless to talk to someone like him. It will only waste your words. Just watch quietly, I'll take care of him." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Dong Xinlan to reply, he turned to the young man who was looking at him and said seriously, "Don't pester me here, get out of here, or you will bear the consequences." Dong Xinlan was surprised when she heard what Lin Xian said to the young man. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so tough. He quickly thought of Lin Xian's current network of contacts. Well, Lin Xian now does have strong capital. Thinking of this, she felt more at ease and reassured. So I just watched quietly and waited. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian became someone she could rely on so quickly. A little man who can give her a sense of security. So, the way she looked at Lin Xian was a little different at this moment. After looking at Lin Xian, he turned to look at the young man, wanting to see his reaction. The other men and women who were watching nearby also became alert after hearing Lin Xian's words. After looking at Lin Xian, he turned to look at the young man, wanting to see how the young man would react after hearing what Lin Xian said. Will they get angry and start fighting? It would be even more exciting if a fight broke out. They couldn't help but look forward to it. The young man was also surprised when he heard what Lin Xian said. I didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to speak to him like that. This made him look Lin Xian up and down, and then he asked Lin arrogantly, "Who are you? What is your identity and background? Why are you so arrogant? Do you know what will happen if you talk to me like that?" After saying this, he stared at Lin Xian fiercely, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. After hearing this, Lin Xian was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party. He took out his cell phone, thought about it, and called Wen Xian, the chairman of Fengyun Group, the top underground force in Yunchuan district. "Master, what do you want me to do?" After the call was connected, Wen Xian on the phone asked respectfully. After hearing this, Lin Xian thought about what the young man had said before, and then said, "Do you know Xingyao Group?" "I know. It's a third-rate force in the underground world of Yunchuan district, and it's affiliated with our group." Wen Xian on the phone replied respectfully. "Oh, so that's it. It's so small. I thought it was very awesome before, but it turns out to be this kind of stuff." Lin Xian replied after a moment of surprise. Then he ordered, "There is a guy who claims to be the vice president of Xingyao Group who is harassing my friend and is very arrogant in front of me. It seems that Xingyao Group is his family's company. Since Xingyao Group is affiliated with your group, you can call the boss of their group and tell him about what happened to me. I think the boss should know how to deal with it." "Okay, master." Wen Xian on the phone replied respectfully. Chapter 90. What a disaster. After hearing this, Lin Xian put down the phone and ended the call. Then he said to the young man who was looking at him with confusion and curiosity, "Just wait, your father will call and teach you how to behave." After listening to what Lin Xian said on the phone just now, Chen Kuan couldn't help but feel nervous and worried when he heard Lin Xian say this again. His expression became solemn, and his mind was full of random thoughts and guesses. Could it be that Lin Xian is some awesome person? Could he be a descendant of a big family or a powerful person? After looking at Lin Xian and thinking for a while, he asked curiously, who are you? What is your identity and background? After saying this, he looked at Lin Xian nervously, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. Some of the men and women who were watching nearby were confused and curious after hearing what Lin Xian had just said on the phone, and they were trying to guess Lin Xian's identity and background. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xian carefully again. Some men and women watched and talked to each other in whispers. Dong Xinlan continued to look at the two people quietly without saying anything. But I do feel more at ease. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and replied, why should I tell you? You are not worthy of knowing my identity and background. Xian Cohen was speechless after hearing this, but he was not angry. Not only was I not angry, but I became even more awed, fearful and nervous. After looking at Lin Xian, he thought about it and said nothing more. He decided to wait and see if his father would call. If his father didn't call him after a while, or if anyone else called him, it could only mean one thing, that is, the kid in front of him was acting and deceiving him. The reason why I don't tell him about my identity and background is because I don't have any, so I don't dare to tell him. He had already started thinking in his heart, if Lin Xian had lied to him, how would he take revenge on Lin Xian? After a few dozen seconds, Xian Cohen heard the ringtone of his cell phone. I couldn't help but be startled, my expression changed slightly, and I had a bad feeling in my heart. Damn, this can't be true, my father really called me? He immediately took out his cell phone and saw that the caller was indeed his father. Suddenly my head started buzzing. I became more fearful, nervous, worried and anxious. After a pause, he suddenly came to his senses, quickly answered the phone and put it to his ear, and asked, Dad, what's the matter? You son of a bitch, you've been causing trouble for me all day long. If you don't want to live, you can just go and die by yourself, don't fucking involve me. Do you know who you have offended? You have offended someone I can't even afford to offend. I don't want to talk to you anymore now. You should kneel down and kowtow to apologize to the other party. You must get his forgiveness no matter what. If the other party doesn't forgive you, you will bear the consequences yourself. Even if the other party doesn't do anything to you, I will break your legs. Do you hear me? Xian's father on the phone cursed emotionally. After hearing this, Xian Cohen was shocked and his expression changed drastically. He was finally worried. My head was buzzing and I couldn't react for a moment. I just stood there in a daze. Xian's father on the phone waited for a few seconds but didn't get a reply, then he asked loudly again, Did you hear what I said, you bastard? Are you dead? If you want to die, it won't be too late after you apologize. Damn it, what a disaster. Chapter 91, How Powerful Is It? Xian Cohen, who was looking at Lin Xian with a complicated expression and a confused mind, suddenly came to his senses after hearing this and quickly replied, Okay, I know. Then apologize quickly. No matter what method you use, you must earn his forgiveness. Or call me after you forgive me. If you are not forgiven, we will sever our father-son relationship, said Xian's father seriously on the phone. After hearing this, Xian Cohen realized the seriousness of the matter and also roughly understood how powerful this young man Lin Xian was. Then he quickly replied, Okay, I understand. After hearing this, Xian's father ended the call. Xian Cohen put down his phone only after the call was hung up. While putting away the phone, he looked at Xinbing with mixed emotions and complicated eyes. There are emotions and expressions such as awe, fear, worry, etc. He secretly breathed a sigh of sadness, adjusted his mood and demeanor, and thought about it with his confused mind. I gritted my teeth and made up my mind to go for it. He knelt on the ground in front of Lin Xian with a plop. He banged his head against the wall dong and kept saying various words of apology, with great sincerity. Boss, I'm sorry, it's my fault that I was blind and didn't recognize the real man, and I offended you and your woman. I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. I hope you can forgive me this time because I didn't know. As long as you are willing to forgive me this time, I will do anything you ask me to do. After saying this, he continued to kowtow and wait. Nervous, and uneasy. Naturally, I was praying in my heart, hoping that I could get through this safely. And I thought to myself that as long as I could get through this safely, I would be a law-abiding person in the future, never be arrogant and domineering again, and never bully men and women again. He never wanted to mess with anyone stronger than himself again. Especially someone who was so powerful that he could scare his father like that. The men, women, young and old who were watching nearby were all surprised, astonished, and shocked when they saw this. I didn't expect that Qian Cohen, who was so arrogant and seemed to have an extraordinary identity and background, would be scared to death by a phone call. After looking at Qian Cohen with complicated eyes, they turned to look at Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian in their eyes was so mysterious, unfathomable, tall and majestic, and shining. Naturally, everyone was guessing in their hearts what the identity and background of this young man Lin Xian was, and how powerful he was. Lin Xian looked down at the young man kneeling on the ground. After looking at the young man, she turned to Dong Xilan who was watching and asked with a smile, "Aunt Dong, do you want to punish him?" Dong Xilan looked at Lin Xian after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, she replied, "Forget it, since he has already apologized, let it be. He didn't do anything to me anyway." Lin Xian nodded, then turned to the young man who was kowtowing and said, "Kowtowing for an hour, and that's it." Qian Cohen was overjoyed after hearing this, and quickly thanked him, "Thank you, boss, and thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you for forgiving me this time. I won't do it again. You are really generous and magnanimous." Dong Xilan looked at the young man, then noticed that so many people were looking at them, and then called to Lin Xian, "Okay, let's go." Chapter 92 Touched. Lin Xian replied to Dong Xilan, "Yeah, okay." Then the two people left side by side. After Lin Xian left, Qian Cohen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his gaze. He glanced at the men and women watching around him, thought for a moment, and tried his best to resist the urge to scold these people and tell them to get out. It's not that he doesn't want to do this, but he is mainly worried that there are people among these people whom he can't afford to offend. "I didn't check the almanac before going out today, so I'd better be honest." He then took out his cell phone and called his father, ready to tell his father that he had been forgiven and to reassure his father. After Qian Cohen finished talking to his father, he put away his phone and continued to kowtow. Even if Lin Xian was not here, he would not dare to disobey him, nor would he dare to let him go. Some men and women who were watching nearby turned their heads to look at the young man who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Then some of them began to whisper to each other and discuss in low voices. After Dong Xilan left the cinema and was away from the onlookers, she thanked Lin Xian, "Xia Xian, thank you for what you did just now. It's just a small favor, nothing to mention." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xilan smiled and then said, "I will remember your help and I will repay you in the future. Although my abilities are limited and I don't think I can help you much, I still want to say that if you need my help in the future, just ask. As long as I can help, I will do my best to help you." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Yes, okay." Dong Xilan looked at Lin Xian, thought about it, and said nothing more. "Turn your head and look forward, walking quietly." Thinking about the help Lin Xian had just given me, and thinking about how that young man actually thought I was Lin Xian's woman and even called her sister-in-law. Then her cheeks felt hot and her fair face turned red. The emotions began to flutter and my heart was moved. At this moment, the system's words sounded in Lin Xian's mind. "Congratulations, master. Dong Xilan's affection towards you has increased by 10 points. Received a bonus free attribute value increased by 20 points. Received a reward and increased your temperament by 20 points. Received a reward that increases your charm by 20 points. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical strength. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical defense. Receive a reward of 100 points increase in physical fitness. Receive a reward of 100 combat experience points. Receive a reward, and your combat skill value will increase by 100 points. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 10 points. Receive a reward that increases your charm by 200 points. You will be rewarded with a friend who is the second in command of Tianhai City. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 50 billion. Get a bonus of 5 billion in cash. Get a reward of a private jet worth 1 billion. The reward is a small island with a market value of 5 billion. After listening to the system broadcast, Lin Xian suddenly became excited and couldn't help but smile. After walking for a while, Lin Xian asked Dong Xilan, "Aunt Dong, where are we going next?" Dong Xilan looked at the time and said to Lin Xian, "It's getting late, let's go home." "Okay." Lin Xian replied. Then, the two of them arrived at the parking lot, got in the car, and drove home. After returning home, the two of them were busy with their own things, doing chores before bed. Finish your bedtime chores and go to bed. The next day, early morning. After the two had breakfast, Dong Xilan went out to work. Lin Xian was considering whether to sleep at home, go out and play, or make an appointment with someone to play. Chapter 93 Mom, I won the lottery, billions. Lu Chingrew, do you want to ask Lu Chingrew out to play? What happened between Lu Chingrew and me in the car yesterday? I don't know if Lu Chingrew still dares to see him now, or if she has the courage to see him. If he didn't contact Lu Chingrew today, he didn't know what Lu Chingrew would think. Would she think that he was heartless? Lin Xian thought about it and decided to open WeChat and send a message to Lu Chingrew. What are you doing? Do you have class today? After sending it, I looked at the chat box and waited. Lu Chingrew, who was lying on her bed in the dormitory, heard the WeChat message alert on her phone. I took it and saw that it was sent by Lin Xian. After reading the message, I thought about it and then typed a reply. I have one class in the morning, but not in the afternoon. After sending it, he looked at the chat box and waited, while also wondering in his heart why Lin Xian asked this. Lin Xian read the message, thought about it, and typed a reply on his phone. Then do you want to go out and have fun after class? Let's have lunch together at noon. I'll treat you. Lu Chingrew read the message, thought about it, and then typed a reply, yes, it's okay. Lin Xian read the message and immediately typed a reply, yes, okay. What time do you finish class? I'll pick you up. After reading the message, Lu Chingrew typed a reply, 11:30. Okay, then look at the time and come to the parking lot after class. I'll be waiting for you there. Lin Xian typed a reply. Lu Chingrew read the message, thought about it, and then typed a reply, okay. She originally wanted Lin Xian to wait outside the school gate, thinking that if they waited in the parking lot, it would be embarrassing if other classmates saw her getting in the car. If it were in the past, she might not feel guilty, but after what happened between her and Lin Xian yesterday, she would feel shy and guilty if someone watched her get into Lin Xian's car. After reading the message, Lin Xian typed a reply, yes, okay. Then the two ended their conversation. Lin Xian returned to his bed and started playing with his phone to kill time. After playing for a while, Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. I looked at the time. It was past 8 o'clock. My mother should be at work at this time. After thinking about it, I called my mother. Lin Xian's parents both work in their hometown, and they both work in the same factory. Lin Xian's father is a factory supervisor with a monthly salary of more than 20,000 yuan. Lin Xian's mother is a factory team leader with a monthly salary of more than 8,000 yuan. When the call was connected, he immediately asked, Mom, what are you doing? I'm at work. Lin's mother replied on the phone. Oh, let me tell you something. Lin Xian replied. What's the matter? Lin's mother asked curiously on the phone. I won the lottery, the prize money was nearly 2 billion, and after paying taxes, there was still nearly 1 billion left. I invested 1 billion yuan and earned several billion yuan. So I currently have tens of billions in total, and as time goes by, the money will increase. Lin Xian replied. Ah, what, is this true? Are you kidding me? Lin's mother on the phone was surprised and shocked, and confirmed. After that, he asked worriedly, Are you under too much pressure at work? Are you too tired? If you are too tired, come back. Your parents can still support you. Take a good rest for a while and adjust your condition first. After Lin's mother finished speaking, she became more and more worried, and her expression became solemn as she waited for her son to reply. She began to regret agreeing to let her son leave her and go to the big city of Tianhai to make a living. After all, Lin Xian is only 20 years old and is just a child in her eyes. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled bitterly in frustration. He had expected this to happen, and had expected his parents not to believe him. But he couldn't find a better lie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to call his mother and tell her that he is rich now. Chapter 94 Shocked Mom. Lin Xian thought for a moment before saying, No matter how much I say now, it's hard for you to believe it. How about this, you send your bank card number to my WeChat and I'll transfer some money to you. You'll believe it once you see the money. After hearing this, Lin's mother on the phone thought for a moment before confirming, You really won the prize. Do you really have tens of billions now? Lin Xian smiled and said, Send your bank card account number to my WeChat and I will transfer some money to you. Then you will believe it. I just want to transfer some money to you. With this money, you don't have to work anymore. You can travel around and enjoy life every day. After hearing this, Lin's mother thought for a moment before replying, Okay, I'll send the bank account number to your WeChat. Finally, the two people said a few more words before ending the call. Lin Xian opened WeChat and waited. Wait until my mother sends me the bank card account number. After thinking for a while, he said to the system in his mind, "Little cutie, can you help me transfer 100 million into this account?" Of course. The cute classmate in my mind replied. Well, then help me transfer 100 million into it. Lin Xian said in his heart. Okay, master, said the cute classmate in my mind. 2 seconds later, the cute classmate in my mind said, Master, it has been transferred in. Yeah, okay. Lin Xian replied. Lin Xian immediately sent a message to his mother on WeChat, I have transferred 100 million to you. Please pay attention to the bank's text message reminders for balance changes. After sending the WeChat message, look at the chat box and wait. At the same time, I was also thinking about how my mother would react when she saw 100 million yuan arrived in her account. Thinking of my mother's possible reactions, I couldn't help but smile and became a little excited. Lin's mother, who was on the production line, first heard a text message alert, and then heard a WeChat message alert on her phone. Then he picked up his phone to check. I read the WeChat message first. When he saw that it was from his son, he checked the content and then started reading the text messages again. After seeing the content of the text message, especially the long list of balances, I was immediately surprised, shocked, incredible and unbelievable. I wondered if my eyes were playing tricks on me and if I was dreaming. After staring at the long list of balances for a few seconds, he suddenly came to his senses, looked at it with mixed emotions, and began to count. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, hundreds of thousands, millions. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, trillions, and billions. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, trillions, and billions. Lin's mother counted it more than 10 times before she was sure how much money there was. Her son transferred 100 million to her. 100 million. Her son really won the lottery, really won 2 billion? Then he invested the bonus and made billions? At this moment, she has received the money, and she can't help but believe it. After thinking about it, Lin's mother quickly called her son. After the call was connected, he asked, Xian, did you really win this money from the lottery? Was it obtained through illegal activities? After hearing this, Lin Xian felt helpless and depressed for a moment, then he replied seriously, Mom, what era is it now? It's a high-tech era, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Do you think I can make so much money by committing crimes with my ability? Can I make tens of billions? Do you underestimate today's society or overestimate me? Chapter 95 Shocked Dad. Mother Lin thought it made sense, but she found it hard to accept that her son suddenly had tens of billions. Not only did he earn 2 billion, he also made tens of billions by investing the bonus. Not to mention that it was hard for her to believe, it would be hard for anyone to believe it. After all, most people wouldn't dare to brag like this. If you're joking, you can only say that you won 5 million. No one dares to say that they won 2 billion. After thinking about it, Lin's mother replied, Okay, I believe it. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this is too outrageous. I wouldn't even dream of doing this. Lin Xian smiled and said, Okay, don't worry about this. I have billions now, and I will have more money in the future. I have also given you 100 million now. You don't have to work anymore. You don't have to work anymore. Just go home. You can ask my dad to resign together, or leave on your own. It doesn't matter if this month's salary is lost. We don't need this little money. After hearing this, Lin's mother thought for a moment before replying, I'm still a little uneasy now, I need some time to accept all this. It just so happens that resigning takes time, and we are reluctant to throw away several $1,000s. After all, that is our hard-earned money. Mainly, she was worried that all this was not true and that the money would be gone in a few days. If they really leave or resign, they will lose their money and their jobs, which will be terrible. After listening to this, Lin Xian thought for a while before replying, Okay, it's up to you. I won't persuade you anymore. You know what's going on, so follow your own pace. Afterwards, the two spoke a few more words before ending the call. Lin Xian continued playing with his phone to kill time. After ending the call, Lin's mother found her husband and took him to a deserted corner. What's the matter? What's the matter? You have to say it here because you can't say it anywhere else. Don't you know I'm very busy in the morning? Father Lin said to his wife. Mother Lin said to her husband excitedly, Xian has made a fortune, Xian has made a fortune. Xian called me just now and said that he won 2 billion yuan in the lottery. He invested the bonus and made several billion yuan more. Now he has several billion yuan. After hearing this, Lin's father was surprised, shocked, and could not believe it. He doubted what he heard and whether his wife had mental problems. Thinking that his wife might have mental problems due to too much stress, he couldn't help but become worried and his expression became serious. He just stared at his wife for a moment, trying to judge. Seeing her husband's reaction, Lin's mother smiled and said again, "Do you not believe it or what? Do you not believe what Xianxian said or what I said? How about this, let me show you the balance in my card. Xianxian just transferred 100 million to me, and now I see there is more than 100 million in it." After saying that, he picked up his phone and opened the text message. Then she turned the phone towards her husband and showed him the content of the text message. Father Lin looked at his wife, then at his cell phone. When he saw the content of the text message and the string of numbers, he felt surprised, shocked, unbelievable and couldn't believe it. He wondered if he had read it wrongly and whether his wife was showing him someone else's screenshot. He then took the phone in his hand and looked at it carefully. Look at the content of the text message, and then confirm whether it is a picture or a mobile phone text message. After confirming it, I felt surprised, and shocked. After thinking about it, he said to his wife, "Open your mobile banking app, and let me check the balance in your bank card to confirm whether it is real." He is a little dazed now, his mind is a little confused, and he feels that this world is not real. Chapter 96 made my father believe it was true, and he was shocked again. Lin's mother took the phone, opened the mobile banking app, entered the password, and entered the balance page. Then she turned the phone towards her husband. Look, isn't it more than 100 million? Mother Lin said to her husband. Father Lin took the phone and took a closer look. When he saw the long list of balances, he was surprised, shocked, unbelievable and couldn't believe it. After staring at it for a few seconds, he started counting. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, hundreds of thousands, millions. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, trillions, and billions. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, trillions, and billions. Father Lin counted several times and repeated it several times. After making sure that he had not counted wrong, he was even more shocked. Even more incredible and unbelievable. This is actually 100 million. It's actually 100 million. Lin Xian actually won the grand prize? Why do I feel so unreal? Lin's mother, who was standing nearby, also smiled and said, yes, I also feel it is unreal, like a dream. So, Xianxian asked us to quit our jobs and leave without any salary, but I didn't agree. I was worried that this was a dream. I was worried that the money was not real and would disappear in a few days or a period of time. After hearing this, Father Lin thought about it and said, well, yes, you are right. We really can't resign easily, let alone take care of ourselves. Let's talk about it later. Don't spend the money here. If we spend it and someone asks us to pay it back, what will we use to pay it back? Yes, that's right, I think so too. Lin's mother also said. Father Lin thought about it, and said nothing more. He then took out his cell phone and called Lin Xian, ready to confirm for himself where the money came from. Lin Xian, who was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, received a call from his father. He then started talking to his father, telling him another lie. After thinking about it, he decided to ask the government leaders of Tianhai City to call his father and tell him that the money was real and clean, not black money. He then told his father to wait for the call, and he asked the government leader of Tianhai City to call him. Naturally, Father Lin was surprised and shocked again. I never thought that my son actually knew such an existence, and I doubted whether what my son said was true. I also doubt whether my son would find someone to deceive me. After ending the call, Lin Xian called the second in command of Tianhai City. After the call is connected, ask the other party to call his father and make his father believe that he is rich now and that the money is clean money, legal income, not black money. After finishing the explanation, he ended the call and sent his father's phone number to the other party. The second in command of Tianhai City then used his office landline to call Lin's father. After Lin's father finished talking to his son, he soon heard the ringtone of his mobile phone. I picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID looked a little special. After thinking about it, I answered the call. A few minutes later, the call ended. Father Lin was in a complicated mood and his mind was a little confused. He immediately called the police and asked them to help check whether this landline number belonged to the office of the second in command of Tianhai City. I got a reply quickly, confirming that the number belonged to the office of the second in command of Tianhai City. Father Lin was suddenly even more surprised, shocked, and felt it was unbelievable. Not only is his son rich now, he even knows such an existence. He asked the other party to call him, and then he asked the other party to call him. What kind of relationship does this require? You can tell with your toes that the relationship between the two people is not ordinary. The key point is that the other party's attitude towards him was very respectful and polite, very nice. It gave them the illusion of a subordinate facing a superior, which made them feel very unreal. At that time, they even suspected that their son had hired someone to impersonate him. After all, he is the second in command of the municipality, which is equivalent to the second in command of their province. How could he believe that such a high and mighty being, who he couldn't even see when he looked up, treated him with such an attitude? Chapter 97. As long as you want to eat. After Father Lin realized what was happening, he immediately said to his wife, Lin Xian was able to get the second in command of Tianhai City to call me. What on earth did this kid do in Tianhai City? We can go to Tianhai City when we have time and see it for ourselves. Okay, I thought so too. Lin's mother replied. Don't tell him before you go. Let's make a surprise attack so that we can see the truth. Father Lin said. Well, what you said makes sense. Lin's mother agreed. Then the two of them talked for a few more words before going back to work. Lin Xian was a little depressed at this time and regretted telling his parents. It really adds to my troubles. However, it is impossible to hide it from my parents forever. Now that I have money, I should give some money to my parents. As long as you pay, this day will come, sooner or later. After Lin Xian thought it through, he no longer felt so regretful or depressed. Then he continued to play with his phone intently to kill time. Wait until the time is almost right before going out. He arrived at the garage and drove out of the garage in a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. After a while, they arrived at Lu Chingrew's school parking lot and started waiting. After a while, Lu Chingrew sent a WeChat message asking where he was now. Lin Xian told Lu Chingrew that he was in the parking lot. Lu Chingrew replied, then came to the parking lot, looked around, and then got into the Rolls-Royce shyly and nervously. Lin Xian looked at the pretty Lu Chingrew sitting in the passenger seat, then smiled and asked, What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Lu Chingrew glanced at Lin Xian. Because of what happened yesterday, she didn't have enough courage to look Lin Xian in the face. So I shifted my focus. After thinking for a while, he replied, Whatever, I don't care. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled bitterly and said, Don't be so casual. Think about what you want to eat. Lu Chingrew looked at her legs and thought for a moment before replying, I want to eat seafood, is that okay? Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you want to eat, no matter what you want to eat, no matter how expensive it is, it's alright. Lin Xian replied with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew subconsciously glanced at Lin Xian, then looked away. Her emotions fluctuated slightly, she felt a little touched, and her heart was sweet. At this moment, Lin Xian remembered the words of the little cutie classmate. Congratulations, master. Lu Chingrew's affection towards you has increased by 2 points. Receive a bonus of 20 points for free attribute value increase. Receive a reward that increases your temperament by 20 points. Receive a bonus that increases your charm by 20 points. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical strength. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical defense. Receive a reward of 100 points increase in physical fitness. Receive a reward of 100 combat experience points. Receive a reward and increase your combat skill value by 100 points. Receive a reward of 200 points of inner strength. You will be rewarded with a level 2 friend from the Tianhai City underground world. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 50 billion. Get a bonus of 5 billion in cash. Get a reward of a private jet worth 1 billion. The reward is a small island with a market value of 5 billion. Lin Xian couldn't help but be surprised after hearing what the little cutie said. Damn, he just said 2 sentences, and he can get affection points for it, is this possible? It turns out that sweet words are so lethal? Sweet words can really make girls fall in love. If he had known that sweet talk was so useful and could also increase the emotional value, why would he have spent so much effort? Just ask the girl out, sit in front of her and say some sweet words to her, then the relationship value will come easily, right? Then the rewards will come in a flash? Chapter 98. Will he pursue me? Lin Xian calmed down and said, I'll see if there are any good seafood restaurants nearby and pick a good one to go to. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and started searching online. Lu Chingrew, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was looking at Lin Xian's peerless profile while waiting. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart, is this my first man? I don't know if he will be the last man in my life. Lin Xian, do you like me? Will you pursue me just because you have me? What should she do if Lin Xian doesn't pursue her? Should she take the initiative to pursue Lin Xian? If she takes the initiative to pursue him, can she succeed? What is the success rate? After all, Lin Xian is very rich and handsome now, so it is easy for him to get any woman he wants. Thinking about these questions, she couldn't help but feel melancholy and confused. A few minutes later, Lin Xian chose a relatively high-end seafood restaurant, turned on the navigation to confirm the location, and drove away. After a while, we arrived near the seafood restaurant and found a place to park the car. Two people got out of the car and walked towards the seafood restaurant. I entered the seafood restaurant, was greeted by the waiter, sat down at a seat, then took the menu and started ordering. Of course, Lin Xian naturally gave the menu to Lu Chingrew first, and told Lu Chingrew to order whatever she wanted to eat without worrying about the price. Lu Chingrew was moved again after hearing this, but she still declined and wanted Lin Xian to order. After Lin Xian's forced persuasion, he finally accepted it, took the menu and started ordering. I saw some really nice pictures of it, and it looked delicious, so I originally wanted to order some. But after seeing the high price, I suddenly felt that it was not so delicious and I didn't want to eat it that much. Although Lin Xian told her to order whatever she wanted without considering the price, she could only listen and did not dare to do as he said. She did not have the courage to do so. After reading through a menu, I ended up ordering 2 or 3 items costing over 100 yuan. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled bitterly with some helplessness. Then he said to Lu Chingrew, who was about to hand him the recipe, I've told you several times, why don't you believe it? Don't worry about the price. Just order whatever you want. You know I don't need this little money. Can you please stop being polite to me and stop saving me money? After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian a little embarrassedly, and said to him with a somewhat unnatural smile, You should order it, I really can't order it. I'll eat whatever you order. After listening to this, Lin Xian looked at Lu Chingrew and thought for a while before he smiled helplessly and replied, Okay, I'll order. It's useless to tell you more, so I'd better not say anything more. At the same time, he reached out for the menu, held it in his hand and started ordering. Do you like steamed sea bass? After looking at the menu, Lin Xian asked Lu Chingrew. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew thought about it and nodded, and replied, Yeah. Okay then. Lin Xian replied. After saying that, I ordered this dish. Then he continued to look and asked. After Lin Xian ordered 7 or 8 dishes, Lu Chingrew said to Lin Xian, There are only 2 of us. This is enough. There is no need to order more. If you continue to order, I am afraid we won't be able to finish it. Lin Xian raised his head and smiled, It doesn't matter. If you can't finish it, then you can't finish it. It doesn't matter. Just think of it as me boosting GDP, boosting the economy, providing jobs, and contributing to the motherland. Of course, I mainly hope you can try a variety of dishes. Mainly because I think some of the dishes look delicious and it's necessary to try them, hee hee. Chapter 99 I want to go to the skating rink. Lu Chingrew smiled after hearing this, and then replied, Okay. Lin Xian smiled, ordered a few more dishes, and then the meal ended. The waiter took the menu, said please wait a moment and then left. Afterwards, the two of them found topics to chat about. As she talked more, Lu Chingrew was no longer as uncomfortable and unnatural as before. Soon, the dishes were served. Come and eat, try the food and see if it suits your taste. Lin Xian greeted with a smile. At the same time, he picked up the chopsticks and prepared to pick up some food. Well, okay. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. Then he picked up the chopsticks, picked up the food and started eating. After tasting a few dishes, Lin Xian thought they tasted pretty good. He smiled at Lu Chingrew who was eating and asked, How do you think the food tastes? Does it suit your taste? Well, it's pretty good and delicious. It suits my taste. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. Well, that's good. Then eat more. Lin Xian replied with a smile. My appetite is limited and I can't eat much. Lu Chingrew replied. Lin Xian smiled and said, Are you deliberately controlling your food intake to maintain your figure? I was controlling my food intake. I was afraid of gaining weight, so I didn't dare to eat as much as I wanted. But after doing this for a long time, my food intake became smaller and I got used to it. Lu Chingrew replied. Yeah, okay. If you eat too much, it will make your stomach uncomfortable, so you'd better just eat until you are full. Don't force yourself. Don't worry about wasting food or forcing yourself to eat more, which will make you uncomfortable. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Well, okay. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. After a while, the two finished their meal and sat down to rest. Lin Xian smiled at Lu Chingrew and asked, Do you want to go to the movies or do something else next? Do you have any entertainment you want to play? Let's go play together. Lu Chingrew thought for a moment before replying, I saw a video of ice skating on TikTok a few days ago. They looked so cool and amazing when they were skating. I was a little excited and wanted to try it, too. I have never been to an ice skating rink in my life, and I don't know how to skate, but I want to experience it and go in and take a look. Lin Xian smiled and replied, I have been in there before, and I can skate there too. Since you want to go, let's go to the skating rink. I can teach you later. Well, okay. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. Then I'll see where there is an ice rink and find a better one that's close by. Lin Xian replied with a smile. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and started searching online. Soon, we chose an ice rink that was relatively close, looked more upscale, and had a larger area. Then he left the hotel with Lu Chingrew. I got back in the car, used the navigation to determine my location, and drove away. After a while, the car stopped near the skating rink. Two people got out and walked towards the shopping mall where the skating rink was located. This ice skating rink is on the 5th floor of the shopping mall. It looks quite high-end and is quite large. The two people went to the floor where the skating rink was located, arrived at the entrance of the rink, paid for tickets, and entered the rink together. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the skating rink, both men and women, mostly young people, with very few older people. Some people were sitting or standing to rest, while others were strolling alone or in groups of 3 or 4. Some held hands and led a group. The skating rink plays popular music, including DJ songs with a strong sense of rhythm. Just listening to it makes one's blood boil and one's emotions excited. One has the illusion that one's skating skills are very impressive, and one has the urge to go up and show off one's skills. Chapter 100 Teaching Lu Chingrew to Skate. The two people went to the window for changing skates, changed into skates, sat down on a seat nearby with the skates in their hands, and started putting on the skates. Lin Xian put on his shoes first, and then waited for Lu Chingrew. After Lu Chingrew changed her shoes, he smiled and said to her, Give me your hand. I'll help you stand up. Let's stand to get used to it first. The first step in learning to skate is to get used to standing in skates and develop your stability. Yeah, okay. Lu Chingrew replied. Then he reached out and held Lin Xian's hand. He stood up slowly, somewhat nervously. Seeing that Lu Chingrew was unstable and about to pounce forward, Lin Xian quickly reached out and hugged Lu Chingrew to stabilize her body. Lu Chingrew was embarrassed for a moment, and said to Lin Xian with an awkward smile, I couldn't stand steadily and almost fell down. It was so embarrassing. It's normal, it's normal. I was the same as you at the beginning. Everyone is the same. We all go through this. It takes time to adapt, even if it's just simply standing and standing steadily. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Yeah. Lu Chingrew, lying in Lin Xian's arms, replied. I'll help you stand firmly. Lin Xian said with a smile. Well, okay, thank you. Lu Chingrew replied. Lin Xian smiled, then supported Lu Chingrew's arm and slowly helped Lu Chingrew stand up straight. Lu Chingrew also held Lin Xian's arms tightly with both hands, fearing that if she loosened her grip, she would be embarrassed again. Lin Xian helped Lu Chingrew stand up straight and said to her, In order to prevent you from losing your balance and falling, I will continue to support you. When you feel you are almost used to it, I will let go of one of your hands. Yeah, okay. Lu Chingrew replied. Afterwards, the two of them stayed like this, facing each other. Lu Ching glanced at Lin Xian, but didn't have enough courage to continue looking at Lin Xian, so he shifted his gaze and looked elsewhere, watching other people skating. Especially when she sees some men and women who look very powerful and show off all kinds of skills, she feels a little envious and hopes that one day she can be as powerful and cool. Just imagining it made her look forward to it. I just don't know when this day will come. Some men and women around saw Lin Xian and Lu Chingrew's appearance, figure and temperament, and they were secretly envious and jealous. Especially some men, seeing Lu Chingrew, such a top beauty, and Lin Xian like this, they were secretly envious and jealous, and they wished that they were the one supporting this top beauty. They also want to teach this top beauty how to skate. They rarely see top beauties like Lu Chingrew outside, let alone in a place like an ice rink. After a while, Lu Chingrew said to Lin Xian, "I feel like I have adapted a little. Please take back your hand." "Yeah, okay," Lin Xian replied, and then withdrew one hand. Afterwards, Lu Chingrew took a while to adapt. Then he said to Lin Xian, "I feel I have adapted again, you can proceed to the next step." "Yeah, okay," Lin Xian replied. Then he said to Lu Chingrew, "Try to walk forward, slowly." "Yeah, okay," Lu Chingrew replied. Then he took slow steps, somewhat nervously. He was very unstable at the beginning and almost fell down. Fortunately, Lin Xian came to support him in time and prevented him from falling. As time passed, step by step, Lu Chingrew walked more and more steadily. Lin Xian then began to teach the next step and asked Lu Chingrew to try sliding. This step is more difficult. Lu Chingrew slid and stumbled with every step she took. Fortunately, Lin Xian came to support him in time and prevented him from falling. Chapter 101. I will feel sad and distressed. This made Lu Chingrew feel a little embarrassed and ashamed. After Lu Chingrew slid for a while with Lin Xian's help, she said to Lin Xian, "Sit down and rest for a while. My legs are so weak now. I'm almost out of strength." "Yeah, okay," Lin Xian replied with a smile. After saying that, he helped Lu Chingrew to walk to the side and sat down on a chair. Lu Chingrew asked Lin Xian somewhat embarrassedly, "Am I really stupid? I haven't made any progress after studying for so long." Lin Xian smiled and said, "No, you are not stupid, you are much better than many people." After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian and then confirmed, "Is this true? Are you trying to comfort me?" "Of course not, what I said is true," Lin Xian replied affirmatively. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at Lin Xian for a few seconds before replying, "Well, okay, then I believe you." Then he asked, "How long does it usually take a novice to learn to skate? Is there anyone who can learn it in just a few hours? I'm not sure about that, but I think there should be. Of course, the standard for this is not very high. It's probably enough that you can just slide forward on your own. Even if the speed is slow, even if it's unnatural and unskillful, it's considered learned. According to this calculation, most men can last for a few hours." "Of course, this is just theory," Lin Xian replied. "Then how long did it take you to learn ice skating?" "It's the standard you just mentioned. As long as you can skate forward, you're considered to have learned it," Lu Chingrew asked. Lin Xian thought for a while before saying, "It seems to be 2 or 3 hours. No one taught me step by step at that time. I learned by myself holding on to the guardrail. I think I fell several times and my knees were bruised, huh?" Lu Chingrew smiled, and then said with a smile, "It seems that you are not only very talented and have a strong learning ability, but you are also not worried about getting hurt by the fall." "I'm not as brave as you. I'm afraid of falling, I'm afraid of getting hurt, I'm afraid of getting injured. The most important thing is that after falling, I will be laughed at by people around me. I can't accept it. I don't even dare to think about it. Just thinking about it makes me feel so embarrassed. I'm going to die." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Me too, I don't want you to fall, I don't want you to get hurt, I don't want you to be embarrassed, I don't want you to be laughed at, that would make me feel uncomfortable and distressed. So, I will definitely teach you well, support you all the time, protect you, and prevent you from falling, or I will definitely not let you fall. I won't let anything you worry about happen. Just rest assured. Trust me." When Lu Chingrew heard Lin Xian's words, she was immediately moved. For a moment, she just looked at Lin Xian, secretly moved, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Xian smiled at Lu Chingrew, and then said, "I think you can learn it in 2 or 3 hours. I am optimistic about you and believe you can do it." Lu Chingrew, who was secretly moved, came to her senses after hearing this and replied, "Well, I'd hope so." Suddenly he thought of something and asked Lin Xian, "How are your skating skills?" Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "I think it's okay. It's better than the worst." "What moves do you know, or what fancy moves do you have? Can you do all kinds of cool moves like those people?" Lu Chingrew asked curiously. After hearing this, Lin Xian looked at the people who were skating, and then smiled at Lu Chingrew and replied, I know a few, like backward skating, straight skating, back leg lift, and straight spinning. After saying that, I considered whether to exchange skating skill points from the system. Well, this is possible. It is necessary to show Lu Chingrew one's skills, let Lu Chingrew see it and admire it. What if she falls in love with him because he is good at ice skating, and her affection towards him increases by a few points, and she gets a reward from the system, then wouldn't he make a profit? It's worth it, you can do it. Chapter 102 I want him to be my boyfriend. After Lin Xian thought it through in his mind, he immediately exchanged his skating skill points with the system. Spent 10 exchange points and exchanged them for 20 points of skating skill value. The average person's skating skill value is at most 20 points, but he originally only had 3 points. Now his skating skill value has reached 23 points. A little bit more powerful than the most powerful ordinary person. Lu Chingrew was a little excited after hearing this, and said to Lin Xian with admiration, "Wow, you can do so many tricks, it's amazing. I don't know when I can be as good as you. Hurry up, show it to me. You are so handsome, you will be even more handsome in figure skating. I am looking forward to it." After saying this, he looked at Lin Xian with anticipation and waited. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Yes, no problem, I'll satisfy you. Then watch carefully, I am about to show you my real skating skills." Ha ha. Okay, sit and wait. I promise I won't even blink. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then walked in through the guardrail exit and entered the skating rink. Then he ran forward quickly, and after running a few meters, he first slipped sideways. After sliding sideways for more than 10 meters, it began to slide backwards. After skating backwards for 20 or 30 meters, he lifted his left leg and skated on one foot. After skating backwards on one leg into Lu Chingrew's sight, he put down his raised left leg and started skating in the splits. He skated in the splits for more than 10 meters, then stood up and skated quickly 360 degrees. It rotated dozens of times and moved forward more than 10 meters, stopping beside Lu Chingrew. Then continued to show all kinds of cool and fancy moves in this position. Lu Chingrew watched without blinking, feeling very excited and envious. How I wish I could be as good as Lin Xian and be able to perform these cool and fancy moves. Suddenly I thought of something and quickly pulled out my phone to start recording a video, planning to watch it again later. There were some men and women resting around, and some men and women skating on the skating rink. Everyone was surprised and shocked to see such an amazing Lin Xian and the various cool and fancy skating moves he demonstrated, and felt envious and admiring. Of course, there are also some people who are curious about whether Lin Xian is professional. After all, it looks very professional. Amateur players basically cannot reach this level. Some men and women quickly took out their mobile phones to shoot videos, preparing to post them on their moments and in some groups to share them with others so that they could broaden their horizons. Some men and women couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as they watched. "Oh my god, that handsome guy is so awesome and so cool. I have never seen many of his moves before. This is the first time I have seen them with my own eyes. So handsome and cool. Awesome, really awesome. Master, an absolute master. When can I be as good as him? When can I be as awesome as him? If I were half as good as him, I don't know how many girls I could seduce. Wow, that handsome guy is so awesome, so cool, so awesome, I admire him so much, I like him so much, I want him to be my master, I want him to be my boyfriend." After some men and women noticed it, they quickly reminded the people around them to look. Lin Xian finished demonstrating all the movements that could be performed on the spot, and then stopped. His face wasn't red, he wasn't out of breath, and not a drop of sweat came out. He returned to stand beside Lu Chingrew, smiled at her and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Chapter 103 Enjoying it. Lu Chingrew replied excitedly, Awesome, really awesome, so cool, so handsome. You are so modest. I thought you only knew a few moves like you said. I didn't expect you knew so many. I'm so envious. I wish I could be as good as you. I don't know when I can be as good as you. Maybe I won't be able to do that in my lifetime." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "As long as you want to learn, as long as you persist, and I teach you, sooner or later you will be as good as me. I don't have confidence in myself. I'm happy if I can learn a few simple moves. As for the difficult ones, I don't think I can learn them. I don't know how many times I will have to fall before I can learn them. I don't want to be embarrassed by falling down, and I don't want to be hurt or in pain, so I decided not to learn those difficult moves. Lin Xian smiled and replied, well, the most important thing is to have fun skating. You don't need to learn so many moves. Just be happy. If you want to learn so many moves, especially some of the more difficult ones, it really takes a lot of time and energy and you may get hurt a lot. Well, so, just knowing a few simple moves will be enough. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. Then the two of them talked for a few more words, and Lin Xian took Lu Chingrew's hand and stood up and continued to learn how to skate. After dozens of minutes, Lu Chingrew was already skating forward, but in order to avoid falling, she was still led by Lin Xian while skating. As time passed, Lu Chingrew became more and more skilled. A few dozen minutes later, Lin Xian smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, let's go in and sneak around the venue. After hearing this, Lu Chingrew looked at the crowd in the venue and said to Lin Xian timidly, there are so many people in the venue. I am a little scared, nervous and afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. I won't let you fall, and I won't let anyone bump into you. You are absolutely safe. You have to adapt. You can't stay on the sidelines forever. One day you will have to get on the field. Lin Xian said. Lu Chingrew secretly took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and then replied, well, okay. Lin Xian smiled and made two more assurances before taking Lu Chingrew's hand and leading her into the venue. As they entered the venue, Lu Chingrew became nervous and held Lin Xian's hand tightly. Lin Xian, who was holding Lu Chingrew's hand, felt it and said to Lu Chingrew with a smile, don't be afraid, don't be nervous, I'm here, I will protect you, don't worry, trust me. Well, I believe you, but I still get nervous instinctively. Maybe it will take some time. Once you get used to it, you won't be nervous anymore. Lu Chingrew replied. Yeah, that's right. It does take time to adapt. That's normal. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Lin Xian took Lu Chingrew for a few laps, smiled at her and asked, are you still nervous now? I'm not as nervous as before. I feel much more adapted. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. Well, that's good. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Lu Chingrew smiled and said nothing. Lin Xian then asked, how does it feel to skate on the field? Well, it feels very good and exciting. I feel like I'm flying. It's an experience I've never had before. I really enjoy it. Lu Chingrew replied with a smile. Chapter 104 Beautiful Girl at WeChat. Lin Xian smiled and replied, that's good, as long as it feels fun and exciting. This is the purpose of ice skating. Lu Chingrew smiled and said nothing more. Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. He continued to pull Lu Chingrew forward. After skating a few laps, Lu Chingrew said to Lin Xian, my legs are so weak, can we take a break? Lin Xian smiled and replied, of course, I will take you to your seat and rest. Yeah, okay. Lu Chingrew replied. Lin Xian then pulled Lu Chingrew to the chair and waited until Lu Chingrew sat down before letting go of her soft hand. Lin Xian smiled at Lu Chingrew and praised her, you've made rapid progress. It looks like you can even skate by yourself. Of course, I'm still worried about you walking alone. I'm worried that you might fall or get bumped into and hurt yourself. That's not what I want to see. I'll be heartbroken. Lu Chingrew was moved after hearing this, and felt sweet and warm in her heart. Then he smiled and replied, I don't dare to skate by myself either, for fear of falling or being knocked down by others. I'm afraid of pain and don't want to get hurt. So, I still need you to lead me for a walk from now on. Yes, I will, don't worry. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then the two of them started chatting. A few minutes later, a young man with an afro haircut walked over and stood beside Lu Chingrew. After looking at Lu Chingrew, he took out his phone and opened WeChat. He smiled at Lu Chingrew and said, Beauty, you are so beautiful. Add WeChat. Lin Xian looked at the young man, then turned to look at Lu Chingrew, ready to see Lu Chingrew's reaction. Lu Chingrew subconsciously looked at the young man with the afro, and then looked at Lin Xian. Then she politely rejected the young man with the afro, sorry, I don't have the habit of adding strangers on WeChat. After saying this, he didn't wait for the other party to reply and retracted his gaze to avoid being harassed by the other party. Over the years, she has rejected too many strangers who added her on WeChat, asked for her contact information, and tried to strike up a conversation, so she is very experienced and skilled in this area. The young man with the afro naturally would not give up easily, and immediately said again, Don't be like this, beautiful lady, don't keep people at a distance. One more friend means one more way. If you encounter any problems while skating at this skating rink in the future, you can come to me. I can help you solve any problem. In recreational activities like skating, it's inevitable that you'll bump into people or be bumped into by others. You don't want to bump into someone and get hit by them in the future, do you? After saying that, he looked at Lu Chingrew and waited for her reaction. At this time, several companions, or brothers, of the young man with the afro were standing aside and watching with different expressions. Everyone was watching and talking about whether this hot-headed young man could successfully get the WeChat account of Lu Chingrew, the top beauty. Lin Xian, who was standing quietly at the side, did not wait for Lu Chingrew to reply, and said to the young man with afro rudely, "Don't pester me. I don't care if you pester other people, but if you pester my friends, I will not stand idly by. If you know what's good for you, leave now, or you'll suffer the consequences." After saying this, he looked at the young man with afro with a serious expression. The young man with the big hair who was looking at Lu Chingrew was surprised when he heard Lin Xian's words, and then looked at Lin Xian. After glancing up and down at Lin Xian, he sneered at him and said, "So you're just a friend? I thought you were my boyfriend. Since we're just friends, then mind your own business. Did you know that people who meddle in other people's affairs die early? Also, don't threaten me, because you don't deserve it. You're responsible for the consequences." How ridiculous. What kind of consequences can you bring to me? Chapter 105. Do you dare to touch me? After hearing this, Lin Xian replied coldly, "Since you want to know, then I will tell you and satisfy you. Pay attention, I'm about to attack you. Don't blame me for attacking you and say I'm mean and shameless." The young man with the afro sneered and said, "Just come at me. I want to see how capable you are and what you can and dare to do to me. By the way, before I do anything, I need to remind you that I am a member of Tianhao Company. Do you know that Tianhao Company is a fourth-tier force in Tianhai City's underground world? Powerful, influential, and with many members. We have the money, people, and connections. Do you still want to be my enemy now? Do you still want to do something to me?" Lu Chingrew, who was sitting in the chair, looked at him with some worry, thought for a while and said nothing. Because she also knew how powerful Lin Xian was, she was quite confident in him. Some people around noticed the situation here and stopped to watch, ready to see the excitement. Naturally, some men and women also took out their mobile phones, recorded videos, and prepared to share them with others later, post them on WeChat Moments or something, or post them on the internet. After hearing what the afro-haired young man said, Lin Xian replied coldly, "You talk too much nonsense. Now that you are ready, I will take action." After saying that, he quickly kicked the afro young man in the abdomen. Although the young man with the afro noticed it, he also wanted to avoid it. Unfortunately, the body has no time to react. Bang! Ah! A dull collision sound and a painful scream rang out almost at the same time. The powerful force caused the young man with the afro to fly backwards and land on the ground 3 or 4 meters away. He covered the part of his body that was kicked, screamed in pain, and rolled over and over with a red face. If Lin Xian hadn't been worried that the other person would fly out and hit other people, causing harm to others, he might have kicked the young man harder and sent him flying farther. This process and results surprised the men and women watching around. I never thought that Lin Xian could actually kick someone several meters away. I never thought that Lin Xian, a young man who looks frail, is so strong. When I saw Lin Xian kicking just now, it seemed like he didn't use much strength. Could it be that this young man Lin Xian was born with supernatural powers? Some men and women couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Oh my God, he's so strong that he can kick someone so far away. This kid is finished. He actually touched a member of Tianhao Company. Tianhao Company is a very powerful company. This kid will probably be beaten to death or hacked to death by random punches and knives in a while." I've also heard of Tianhao Company, but I didn't expect this guy to not only ignore the members of Tianhao Company, but also dare to beat them up. Is he ignorant or hot-headed and reckless? Or is he someone with power who has something to rely on? Well, I think your guess makes sense. If he wasn't so good at fighting, I wouldn't think so. Now that I see how good he is at fighting, I can't help but guess in this direction. Is it possible that he is just good at fighting and thinks he is invincible with just a few moves, so he dares to touch people from Tianhao Company? Well, that's possible. Wow, this little brother is so awesome and so cool, I like him so much. Yeah, so handsome, so cool. And the most important thing is that he's such a good fighter. It must be very safe to be his girlfriend. No wonder he has such a beautiful woman by his side, it turns out he has some skills. Chapter 106 How Dare You Touch My Elder Brother? Lu Chingrew, who was sitting on a chair, knew how powerful Lin Xian was, so she was not too surprised or shocked by the process and the result. After seeing this result, the brothers of the young man with afro who were standing in the distance and watching quickly slipped towards Lin Xian. After getting close to Lin Xian, they started cursing at him one after another. Fuck you, you dare to touch my brother, are you tired of living? Damn it, you're courting death, how dare you touch my big brother? Boy, you dare to touch my elder brother, you are really tired of living, prepare to die. One by one, they shouted and attacked Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian, who was standing upright in the same place, sneered disdainfully, and then kicked out quickly. Although a few young men with fancy clothes and colorful hair noticed it, they had no time to react. He could only be shocked, and his expression changed drastically as he watched himself being hit. Bang 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 bang. Crack, 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 crack. Ah ah ah. The dull sounds of collision, the crisp sounds of bones breaking, and the screams and groans of pain rang out one after another. The powerful force caused the young men to scream and fly backwards, landing on the ground 3 or 4 meters away. He covered the broken part of his body, screamed in agony, and rolled over and over on the ground. It looked like he had temporarily lost the ability to fight again, and he didn't even have the ability to get up. Lin Xian looked at a few people and sneered with disdain. Then he looked at the young man with the afro, slid to his side, stood still, and raised his right foot to step on his body. He looked down at the young man with an afro. After the young man with an afro looked at him, he asked in a cold voice, "Are you convinced? If not, you can continue. I will accompany you to the end." The young man with the afro replied harshly, "Why do you want to convince me? You think you can convince me? You are so self-righteous. If you really have the guts, then let me call someone. Do you dare?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and replied, "No, there's no need to waste time, and I don't want to waste more time on you." The young man with the afro sneered disdainfully, "Don't act so cool. If you don't dare, just say so. Why waste your time talking about it? Do you think I'm stupid? This is hilarious." Some men and women who were watching nearby, and some who heard the conversation between the two sides, all thought that Lin Xian didn't dare to do that. That's right, this is the power of the underground world. How can ordinary people dare to provoke them? How can they afford to provoke them? Even if he's someone who knows a few tricks, you can't afford to offend him. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. This is no joke. Lin Xian still has some brains. He is not the kind of person who thinks he is invincible after just a few moves. I haven't expanded to that extent yet, nor have I lost my mind. Some of them appreciated this. Naturally, there were also some men who looked at Lin Xian with disdain and contempt, thinking that Lin Xian was cowardly and too weak, which made them look down on him. After hearing what the afro-haired young man said, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and asked, "What company did you say you were from?" The afro-haired young man looked at Lin Xian for a few seconds before proudly replying, "Listen to me, I'll say it again. I'm a member of Tianhao Company. Tianhao Company is the 4th-tier force in Tianhai City's underground world. If you want money, you have money. If you want people, you have people. If you want connections, you have connections. It's not someone you can afford to offend." After saying this, he looked at Lin Xian with a proud expression, ready to see Lin Xian's reaction. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and nodded, saying, "Okay, I get it, then you wait." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called a servant. This servant was a reward from the system, and he was a level 2 friend in the underground world of Tianhai City. Chairman of Tiangong Group, Yang Guang. Chapter 107 Not Worthy of Knowing. When the call was connected, Yang Guang, chairman of Tiangong Group, greeted him respectfully. "Oh nar. The members of Tianhao Company have provoked me and want to continue fighting me. Please deal with them." By the way, he said that Tianhao Company is a 4th-tier force in the Tianhai City underground world. "Yes, I heard about it. I will arrange for someone to deal with them after the call. By the way, master, how do you want to deal with them?" Yang Guang asked respectfully on the phone. Lin Xian looked at the afro young man and the others, thought for a moment, and then said, "I haven't beaten up those who pissed me off yet. Ask the people from Tianhao Company to take them back and teach them a lesson. Let them know what the price will be for those who piss me off, and teach them a good lesson." "Okay, master." Yang Guang on the phone replied respectfully. "Okay, go ahead and do it. I'll send you my location after the call ends." Lin Xian replied. After saying this, he put down the phone, ended the call, and then sent the location to the other party. Then he said to the young men with afro hair who were looking at him on the ground, "Wait a moment, your company's people will come to take you away soon." After hearing this, the young men with afro looked at Lin Xian, trying to determine whether what Lin Xian said was true or not. After looking at it for a few seconds, I still couldn't figure out what it was. A few people looked at each other. The young man with the afro then looked at Lin Xian again and asked, "Who are you and what is your identity and background?" At this moment, he couldn't help but be a little polite when speaking to Lin Xian, and was not as arrogant and impolite as before. It's better to be careful. If Lin Xian is so awesome, and he continues to act arrogantly and rudely, he will be courting death. The other brothers of the young man with the afro were also looking at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian's reply, because they were also very curious about Lin Xian's identity and background. He actually spoke to the person on the phone in such a tone. The point is that if the person on the phone is real and can easily control their Tianhao company, then his identity and background must be complicated. The men and women watching around were also looking at Lin Xian, waiting for his reply. Because they were also very curious about the identity and background of this young and handsome guy Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered at the afro-haired young man and replied, "You don't deserve to know." After saying this, he didn't wait for the other party to reply. He withdrew his gaze, returned to Lu Chingrew and sat down. After hearing what Lin Xian said, the young man with the afro looked at Lin Xian. Although he was unhappy, he didn't dare to show it, let alone say anything. After looking at Lin Xian, he withdrew his gaze and continued to grit his teeth to endure the pain. At the same time, I became worried. After a while, more than a dozen members of Tianhao Company quickly entered the skating rink. With a quick glance, he noticed a few young men with afro hair sitting on the ground, and then walked over quickly. A dozen members of Tianhao Company came to stand beside the afro young man, and the head of the Tianhao Company department who led them asked the afro young man, "Are you a member of our Tianhao Company?" After hearing this, the young man with the afro looked up at the department director of Tianhao Company and felt awe, fear, worry, and nervousness. After swallowing, he replied, "He is not a formal member, but a non-staff member. My boss is a formal member of Tianhao Company. His name is Zhang Xing." After hearing this, the department director of Tianhao Company asked seriously, "Did you pretend to be an official member of our Tianhao Company and tell others that you are a member of our Tianhao Company? You'd better tell the truth, otherwise you will bear the consequences and be severely punished." After saying this, he stared at the young man with the afro with a serious expression, waiting for his reply. Chapter 108: A Man Worthy of Reliance. The young man with the afro replied fearfully, "Yes, but I just told others that I am a member of Tianhao Company. Tianhao Company's non-staff members are also considered Tianhao Company's people, so there's nothing wrong with what I said." The department director of Tianhao Company looked at the young man with the afro and then asked, "Who did you offend? Where is he now?" "Over there, it's the one in the white shirt, and next to him is a very beautiful woman." The young man with the afro replied, pointing at Lin Xian who was sitting on the side. The department director of Tianhao Company looked at Lin Xian, and after taking a look, he turned around and told his subordinates behind him not to follow him to avoid Lin Xian's misunderstanding. Then he stepped forward. He stood beside Lin Xian respectfully and introduced himself to him respectfully. "Hello, I am the department director of Tianhao Company. The boss asked me to come and take him away, and take them back to teach them a lesson. Can I take them away now?" Lin Xian turned to the department director of Tianhao Company and said, "Take him away quickly." Okay, I'll take them away now. In addition, the chairman asked me to apologize to you on behalf of Tianhao Company. I'm sorry, I hope you can forgive us this time and don't bother with Tianhao Company. We are ready to teach a good lesson to those non-staff members of Tianhao Company who have provoked you. Do you have any special requests, how you want to torture them, or even whether you want to kill them? Just tell us and we will do it." The department director of Tianhao Company said respectfully. "Take them away quickly. I don't have any requirements. Just remember to teach them a good lesson and torture them so that they won't dare to cause trouble or bully men and women again." Lin Xian replied. Okay. Goodbye then." The department director of Tianhao Company replied. After saying that, he bowed to Lin Xian, then turned and left. When he got close to his men, he ordered them to take the young men with afro away. The men and women watching inside the skating rink looked at Lin Xian with curiosity, admiration, envy, awe, and fear. Everyone was curious and wondered what Lin Xian's identity and background were, and why even a powerful company like Tianhao treated him like this. Some men and women watched and talked to each other in whispers. Some men and women who were farther away exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, what is the identity and background of that handsome guy? Even the people from Tianhao Company treat him like this. You can tell with your toes that he is very awesome. I am so curious. Yes, what is his identity and background? He seems very powerful. The point is that he is also very handsome and good at fighting. I really like him. I really want to be his woman and give birth to his children. I'm so envious, I'm crying with envy. When can I be as strong and outstanding as him? This kind of life is the real life. Right now, I feel like an NPC in this world, and the most useless one at that. Same. Me too. I hope I can be born into a good family in my next life. There's not much hope in this life. Lu Chingrew, who was sitting next to Lin Xian, was also looking at Lin Xian without blinking. She felt that Lin Xian was a little strange at this moment. She felt that Lin Xian was very charming and attracted her at this moment, which made her emotions flutter, and she liked Lin Xian even more. Her sense of security surged, and she thought that Lin Xian was a man she could rely on and a man who could protect her. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Xian's mind. Chapter 109. Congratulations, Master. Lu Chingrew's affection towards you has increased by 3 points. Receive a bonus of 20 points for free attribute value increase. Receive a reward that increases your temperament by 20 points. Receive a bonus that increases your charm by 20 points. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical strength. Receive a reward of 100 points of increased physical defense. Receive a reward of 100 points increase in physical fitness. Receive the reward Shadowless Kick and upgraded to the intermediate level. Receive a reward of 200 points of inner strength. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 50 billion. Get a bonus of 5 billion in cash. Get a reward of a private jet worth 1 billion. Receive a reward of antique calligraphy and painting worth 5 billion. After listening to the report from the cute classmate in his mind, Lin Xian became a little excited, but he quickly calmed down. After all, he is now a man who has seen the world and experienced many ups and downs. Now these rewards can hardly excite him for long. Lin Xian looked at Lu Chingrew, smiled at her who was looking at him, and then asked, "Have you rested well? If you have, let's continue." After hearing this, Lu Chingrew came back to her senses and felt awkward for a moment, with her fair and pretty cheeks flushed. After Lu Chingrew adjusted her mood, she replied somewhat unnaturally, "Well, okay." Then, Lin Xian reached out and took Lu Chingrew's fair and soft hand and continued skating. More than an hour later, Lin Xian, who was skating, heard the phone in his pocket ringing. He then took out his cell phone and saw that it was Han Lulu calling. After thinking for a while, he put the phone to his ear and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? What is Brother Xian doing?" Han Lulu asked on the phone. Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "Playing outside." "Oh, Iran, and I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. I wonder if you are free." Han Lulu asked on the phone. Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "Send the time, place, and location to my WeChat." "Okay." Han Lulu replied with a smile on the phone. Then the two of them said a few more words before ending the call. Lin Xian waited until Han Lulu sent him a WeChat message and looked at the agreed dinner time and place. After thinking for a while, he turned to Lu Chingrew and said with a smile, "A friend asked me to have dinner with him tonight. It's almost time now. I'm going to go over. So, we went out." "Yeah, okay," Lu Chingrew replied. Then the two of them changed their skates, put their own shoes back on, and left the skating rink together. Back in the car, Lin Xian drove Lu Chingrew back to school. When they arrived at the school, the two said goodbye and Lin Xian drove away. As Lu Chingrew entered the school, she was wondering who had asked Lin Xian out for dinner, a man or a woman. Thinking that it might be a girl, I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and unpleasant. After a while, Lin Xian drove to a commercial area and found a parking lot near the restaurant to park his car. Then get off the car and head towards the restaurant. The place where Han Lulu had dinner was a high-end Western restaurant. At this time, Han Lulu and Deliran had already arrived and were sitting in the box waiting for Lin Xian to arrive. Of course, at this time the two people were still wrapped up tightly, wearing baseball caps, sunglasses, and masks. People who were not particularly familiar with them would not be able to recognize them at all. The two of them were playing with their phones while waiting. Of course, Han Lulu was mainly chatting with Lin Xian on WeChat, and wanted to know Lin Xian's current specific location. Chapter 110 Playing with Female Stars. After a while, Lin Xian entered the box and the two sides greeted each other. Then we started discussing ordering food. After ordering the food and drinks, remind the waiter not to let anyone in, including the waiter himself. The two of them then took off their hats, sunglasses, and masks, revealing their stunning faces. Then the three of them ate, drank red wine, chatted, and laughed in a harmonious atmosphere. We talked about what each other had been doing these past 2 days, and either you asked me questions or I asked you questions. Han Lulu and Diliran were both busy with work, and there wasn't anything else going on. It was pretty much the same as before, quite dull and monotonous. Lin Xian told the two people that he was the same, doing nothing all day long, either sleeping at home or going out to play. It made the two of them very envious. Unfortunately, the two of them could not envy Lin Xian's life, so they could only envy him. Dozens of minutes later, the three of them had eaten and drunk well and were discussing where to go next. After discussing for a while, Han Lulu wanted to go to the amusement park. Going to the playground at night would not easily attract other people's attention, so she and Diliran could play more freely and at ease. Lin Xian naturally had no objection, and Dilly also had no objection, so they decided to go to the amusement park. Han Lulu paid the bill, and the three of them left the restaurant together, then took Lin Xian's car to the amusement park. When we arrived at the amusement park, we bought 3 tickets and entered the amusement park together. As night falls and the lights come on, the amusement park is filled with laughter and brilliant lights. Lin Xian, Han Lulu and Diliran, who were wrapped tightly in baseball caps, sunglasses and masks, walked into this world full of joy together. As they walked, they looked at the various facilities and entertainment projects around them, discussed what to play first, and talked and laughed. After a while, the three of them came to the carousel and decided to play on it first, starting with this more relaxing and less exciting activity. After all, it was not long since they had just finished their meal and it was not suitable for strenuous exercise. When it was their turn, the three of them got on the wooden horse-drawn carriage. Han Lulu said to Lin Xian, "Brother Xian, I feel like I've returned to my childhood at this moment." Lin Xian smiled and responded, "Yes, this kind of simple happiness is really beautiful." Diliran also smiled and said, "It's great to be able to play in a relaxed manner like this. I haven't been so relaxed for a long time." Several people were enjoying themselves and chatting in a harmonious atmosphere. After that, the three of them went to an entertainment venue to play bumper cars. We stood outside, watching the people playing inside and discussed it. After some discussion, we decided to play bumper cars. After it was their turn, they entered the venue, got into a car and waited. After waiting for a while, the game started. In the fierce collision, Han Lulu and Lin Xian's cars accidentally collided with each other. Han Lulu cried out coquettishly, "Oh, Brother Xian, you made me feel dizzy." Lin Xian smiled and apologized, Sorry, Lulu, I did it on purpose, hee." "Hate you, you're so bad, I'm going to hit you too." Han Lulu pretended to be angry and replied viciously. Their eyes met, and for an instant, a hint of ambiguity filled the air. Then the two people began to collide with each other and hurt each other. It's a pity that Han Lulu was no match for Lin Xian. "Brother Xian, could you please give me some time and let me hit you a few times? Otherwise, I'm going to be pissed off to death by you," Han Lulu said to Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian smiled and replied, Okay, come on, I'll let you hit me a few times." Han Lulu immediately smiled, and then called Diliran, and the two of them rammed Lin Xian's car together. Every time Han Lulu successfully bumped into something, she would cheer and laugh happily. She was very happy and excited. Diliran was more reserved and her smile was not so exaggerated. Of course, both of them were wearing masks and sunglasses, so ordinary people couldn't see their expressions clearly. All I know is that the two of them are definitely top beauties, with great temperament and figure, nice voices, and they smell sweet. You can tell at a glance that they are wearing high-end perfume, and they also have a light body odor. Everyone around them wanted to get close to the two people, if for no other reason than to smell their scent. The fragrance is enough to make them feel ecstatic and they feel that the money is totally worth it. Lin Xian, Han Lulu and Diliran played several rounds in a row before they finished and left together, ready to find the next project to play. Afterwards, the three of them went to the Ferris wheel and watched it while discussing whether they wanted to ride it. After discussing it for a while, we decided to play together. When it was their turn, they entered the cockpit together. As the cabin slowly rises, you can overlook the brilliant night view of the entire amusement park. Han Lulu couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the beautiful scenery around her. The night is so beautiful, it's great to play this project at night. Diliren also smiled and agreed while watching. Such a beautiful view makes people feel very comfortable, and all worries are gone and forgotten. Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. After the Ferris wheel, the three of them prepared to go ride the pirate ship. When it is their turn, they get on board and sit side by side. After the pirate ship started, Han Lulu and Diliren suddenly became nervous and held the safety bar tightly with both hands. Lin Xian was emotionally stable, smiling. He did not feel scared, but was a little nervous, mainly because of the influence of the two women. Ah! Han Lulu, like several other men and women on the boat, began to scream. Then Diliren couldn't help but scream. This made Lin Xian feel helpless and he smiled bitterly. Lin Xian remained as steady as an old dog and faced it calmly. Chapter 111. You are still so charming. After a while, the pirate ship game ended, and Lin Xian, Han Lulu and Diliren followed other players down from the pirate ship. Han Lulu and Diliren still had the afterglow of excitement on their faces. After the three of them walked for a while. Oh my, that pirate ship ride just now was so thrilling that my throat is numb. Han Lulu said, patting her chest with lingering fear. Diliren also responded with a smile. That's right, I felt like my heart was about to fly out. I was so out of control, but luckily I wrapped it tightly, so I'm not afraid of others seeing it. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's okay, I'm still as steady as an old dog. Han Lulu smiled and replied, Brother Xian is indeed as steady as an old dog. It's okay that he didn't scream, but even his expression didn't change. I suspect you were just playing for nothing. Diliren just smiled at Lin Xian and said nothing. Naturally, she had noticed Lin Xian's reaction on the pirate ship before, and she could only envy him. After hearing what Han Lulu said, Lin Xian smiled and said to Han Lulu, it's not like I had a lonely time. At least I saw your scared faces and heard your screams for a while. Well, to be honest, your two screams are also very nice to hear, huh? Hate it, Brother Xian is so bad, he actually played tricks on me. Han Lulu pretended to be angry, rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, patted Lin Xian's shoulder, and replied in a tender voice. Diliren smiled but didn't say anything. The three of them walked forward while talking and laughing. Suddenly, Han Lulu's face changed and her steps paused slightly. Because she saw a suitor walking towards her not far away, Yi Xiangfeng. A very annoying suitor because he likes to pester you, is very thick-skinned and has no shame. Yi Xiangfeng is tall and handsome. He looked to be about 25 years old, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high-nose bridge, and neat short hair that made him look particularly energetic. He was wearing a well-tailored casual suit, and the famous watch on his wrist sparkled brightly in the sun, highlighting his extraordinary status. He is a second-generation rich man with assets worth billions. Yi Xiangfeng saw Han Lulu, stared at her for a few seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he walked quickly towards her. As he walked, he looked at Diliren and Lin Xian who were walking beside him. Lin Xian just took a casual glance and looked at Diliren for 2 more seconds, and he became more certain of Han Lulu's identity. Yi Xiangfeng stood in front of Han Lulu, smiled at her and said, Lulu, it's really you. Han Lulu quickly lowered her head, lowered her voice, and said, you got the wrong person. Get out of the way. Yi Xiangfeng smiled confidently and replied, how could I be wrong? I can recognize you even if you turned into ash. After all, when I see you, I don't see with my eyes anymore. I see with my heart, with my feeling, and with my sense of smell, huh? I said it's not, so it's not. How can you be like this? Not only are you self-righteous, but you also speak in such a greasy way. It's disgusting. Han Lulu replied impatiently and disgustedly. Yi Xiangfeng ignored the question and stopped dwelling on it, saying, Lulu, even if you are wrapped up so tightly, you are still so charming. You still make my heart beat fast and I fell in love with you at first sight. Han Lulu suddenly felt helpless, depressed, and a little helpless. He looked at Lin Xian and Diliren with some helplessness and depression. Lin Xian, who was walking nearby, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He said to Yi Xiangfeng with a serious expression, handsome man, please respect yourself and don't harass my friends. Also, your pickup words are a bit outdated. If you want to increase your success rate, you should update them. Yi Xiangfeng looked Lin Xian up and down, his eyes full of disdain, and asked, who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you tired of living? Lin Xian frowned, his tone became tougher, and he replied, I just don't want you to affect our mood. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Yi Xiangfeng sneered and replied, Humph, what kind of person dares to threaten me? Do you think I was brought up by being scared? With just you, what consequences can you bring to me? He is a black belt master in Taekwondo and can easily beat a dozen ordinary people by himself. Therefore, he did not take Lin Xian, who was not strong and looked unable to fight, seriously. The tension between the two grew stronger and stronger, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing that the situation was not good, Deliren hurriedly advised, "Calm down, both of you, and don't be impulsive." She was worried that the two sides would fight, which would make headlines and lead to netizens making wild guesses. Han Lulu thought about it, and then said to Lin Xian, "Brother Xian, let's take a detour and ignore him." Chapter 112. What a lame excuse. After listening to what Han Lulu and Deliren said, Lin Xian turned around and looked at the two of them, considering their identities. Then he replied to the two people, "Well, okay." Then he turned to Yi Xiangfeng and said, "If I hadn't been thinking about my two friends, you would have been lying down now." Yi Xiangfeng sneered disdainfully and replied, "Consider, what are you considering? What kind of lame excuse is this? Haha, a coward is a coward. Why bother making up these lame excuses? It's really funny. Only you can come up with such lame excuses." Lin Xian, who was about to ask the two women to leave, felt unhappy after hearing these words, and his face turned ugly. He said to the two women who were also looking at Yi Xiangfeng, "He is going to continue to commit suicide, and there is nothing I can do. In that case, I will grant his wish. Wait for me here. He and I will go somewhere else to take care of things and then come back to find you. This way it won't affect you." After he finished speaking, without waiting for the two girls to reply, he said to Yi Xiangfeng, "Stop whining and complaining. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Come on, let's go to the side. I will convince you and make you calm down completely. This is a permanent solution, so you won't have to harass my friends again in the future." Yi Xiangfeng also replied excitedly, "Let's go, let's go. I want to see who will be the one who is convinced." Han Lulu and Deliren listened to what the two people said, looked at the two people, then looked at each other, and then turned to look at Lin Xian. Although both of them knew how powerful Lin Xian was, it seemed that Yi Xiangfeng was also quite capable, with both strength and background. So, they couldn't help but worry about Lin Xian. Especially Han Lulu, because this incident was caused by her. If Lin Xian suffered any harm or loss, she would feel bad and feel very guilty. Han Lulu looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before asking, "Brother Xian, are you sure? Will you be okay?" Lin Xian, who was about to turn around and leave, turned to Han Lulu and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's a small matter, it will only take a few minutes. He can't do anything to me yet. He doesn't have that ability. You two just wait here or play while I wait for you. I'll come find you after I take care of him." Han Lulu stared at Lin Xian for 2 seconds before replying, "Well, okay, I believe you, then we'll wait for you." Deliren also reminded Lin Xian, "Then you should be careful." Yi Xiangfeng, who was standing aside, was jealous and envious when he saw Han Lulu and Deliren caring so much about Lin Xian. At the same time, he hated Lin Xian even more. He had already secretly decided in his heart that he would give Lin Xian this kid a good beating, and it would be best if he could scratch Lin Xian's handsome face and disfigure him. At that time, there was no need for him to threaten or intimidate Lin Xian to stay away from Han Lulu, and there would be no possibility of anything happening between the two of them. This kid Lin Xian might also leave with inferiority complex, not daring to have any extravagant expectations of Han Lulu. Lin Xian smiled and nodded at the two people, then turned to Yi Xiangfeng who was looking at him and said, "Let's go somewhere else." "Just go, hurry up, I'm waiting for you here, you're the one dawdling. I'm giving you a chance to tell your last words and let you take a closer look at them, because you may never have the chance again in the future." "I am still very kind and reasonable, hee." Yi Xiangfeng replied. After saying that, he turned and walked to the side. Chapter 113. Underestimating the enemy. Underestimating the enemy. Han Lulu and Deliren stood there and watched the two people leaving, mainly watching Lin Xian leaving. Although he knew something about Lin Xian and knew that he was quite powerful, he still couldn't help but worry about him. Soon, Lin Xian and Yi Xiangfeng came to a deserted place in the amusement park, and they stood face to face 2 or 3 meters apart. Lin Xian said to Yi Xiangfeng, "Okay, let's fight here. To prevent you from accusing me of bullying the weak, I'll let you strike first." Yi Xiangfeng was surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would say such words to him. After coming to his senses, he looked at Lin Xian with disdain and then said to Lin Xian, "I am not worried about the strong bullying the weak, so why are you worried about the strong bullying the weak? With your shameless appearance, how can you think you are better than me? Who gave you the confidence? Are you here to make me laugh? Do you want to make me die of laughter?" Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged. He stared at Yi Xiangfeng for 2 seconds before replying, if that's the case, then I'll help you. Mainly because I don't want to waste more time on you. Are you ready? I'm going to attack you. If I don't remind you, you'll say I attacked you by surprise. Yi Xiangfeng sneered disdainfully and replied, there's no need to prepare to deal with a guy like you. You can come at me anytime. After saying this, he became secretly alert and on guard, as he didn't want to fall into a trap. As the saying goes, despise your opponent strategically and take him seriously tactically. Lin Xian replied, in that case, then accept it. After saying that, he quickly rushed towards Yi Xiangfeng. Yi Xiangfeng, who was standing in place, was shocked and his expression changed slightly when he saw Lin Xian moving so fast. I reacted quickly and prepared to respond, but it was too late. Bang! Ah! Lin Xian quickly entered the attack range and kicked quickly towards Yi Xiangfeng's lower abdomen. Yi Xiangfeng had no time to dodge and was kicked in the abdomen. The dull sound of collision and the screams of pain rang out almost at the same time. The powerful force caused Yi Xiangfeng to fly backwards, and he fell to the ground 4 or 5 meters away with a scream. Then he covered the part of his body that was kicked, screamed in pain, and rolled over and over. At the same time, I felt surprised, shocked, unbelievable and unacceptable. This kid Lin Xian actually has some tricks. He didn't even notice it. You underestimated the enemy. You underestimated the enemy. Thinking that there were people around watching him, and that someone must have noticed his current miserable state, he suddenly felt ashamed, embarrassed. If possible, he would like to disappear here immediately. Unfortunately, this is just thought. Lin Xian, who was standing straight at this time, looked at Yi Xiangfeng on the ground in front of him, sneered with disdain, and asked Yi Xiangfeng, you are so arrogant but your strength is so poor, are you an idiot sent by the monkey? I am too lazy to waste time talking to you. I just want to ask you one question, do you accept the result? If not, please continue. If you do accept the result, I will leave. I don't want to waste too much time on you. Some men, women, young and old around heard the screams and turned around to look curiously. They looked at Yi Xiangfeng on the ground in confusion, then looked at Lin Xian who was standing there, and looked at him curiously and puzzledly. Some people watched and talked and whispered. Others were calling out to and reminding those around them who hadn't noticed to come and watch the fun. Chapter 114, Such a Loud Tone. Yi Xiangfeng, who was lying on the ground screaming in pain, was so angry after hearing Lin Xian's words. He stared at Lin Xian fiercely, thought for a moment, endured the pain, and said to Lin Xian fiercely, boy, I didn't expect you to have such a trick. I underestimated you. If I hadn't underestimated you, you would never have been able to defeat me in one move. Since you have some skills, you are worthy of being called by me. Just wait for me until I call someone over. Do you dare? Because of the pain, it is difficult to speak and my speech is a little abnormal. After saying this, he stared at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian to reply, worried that Lin Xian was unwilling or afraid to do so. Some men, women, young and old who were watching nearby heard Yi Xiangfeng's words. They looked at Yi Xiangfeng one by one, and then looked at Lin Xian, waiting for Lin Xian's reply, wanting to know whether Lin Xian dared to accept the challenge. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and replied, in order to save time, in order not to waste my time waiting here with you, and not to be bored waiting, just tell me who you are calling and which faction it is from. If you are just calling some nameless cats and dogs, then forget it. I advise you not to call them, so as not to waste everyone's time. Because those nameless people pose no threat to me at all. Yi Xiangfeng sneered with disdain and said sarcastically, here you go again, you're starting to brag again. You really think you can be invincible with just a few tricks, right? You're so arrogant. I'm definitely not calling anyone, and no one is qualified to know me. It's basically a big force, an existence you can't afford to offend. Maybe people of your level have never even heard of it. Since you want to know, I can still tell you. The person the young master called is from the Rongxing group. Have you heard of the name of this group? Do you know how powerful this group is? If you don't know, I can tell you. I am not afraid of you being scared away, because you can't run away. As long as I want to find you, it will be useless even if you run to the ends of the earth. Lin Xian replied, I haven't heard of it, but I can call and ask, you don't need to tell me. Just wait, I won't keep you waiting for too long. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called a servant. Yang Guang, chairman of Tiangong Group and a second-tier force in Tianhai City's underground world. Yi Xiangfeng looked on with a disdainful sneer, waiting, and said nothing. He wanted to know what tricks Lin Xian was trying to play and what tricks he could come up with. The call was connected soon. Master, what do you want me to do? Yang Guang on the phone asked respectfully. Have you heard of the Rongxing Group in Tianhai City? It should be a force in your underground world. Lin Xian asked. I've heard of it. It's a third-tier force in the underground world of Tianhai City, far inferior to our group. Yang Guang replied respectfully on the phone. Oh, I see. Now there's a kid who says he wants to ask someone from this group to help deal with me. I don't want to waste time waiting for the people he calls to arrive. You can make a phone call to the people from this group and tell them. You know what to say, right? You don't need me to teach you, right? Lin Xian said. Master, I know. I'll call you after the call ends. It's a small matter and can be easily handled. Yang Guang on the phone replied respectfully. Well, let's do it. Lin Xian replied. After saying this, he put down the phone and ended the call without waiting for the other party to reply. Chapter 115. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Lin Xian said to Yi Xiangfeng, who was looking at him, don't count on the people from Rongxing Group. They don't dare to come. If you have other friends, call them. By the way, if you want to call a certain force, tell me its name. I want to see if it is as awesome as me. If I wasn't so awesome, there would be no need for them to come, and they wouldn't dare to come. Yi Xiangfeng looked at Lin Xian with some suspicion, and after a moment of judgment and thought, he said, just wait until I call and ask. Then I'll know if you're just bragging or not. Don't worry, my people may be calling Rongxing Group right now. If you want to call, you can wait a while. You can think about it now while you have time. If you can't get the people from Rongxing Group to come, which other company can you call? Lin Xian said. Yi Xiangfeng, who had just taken out his phone, looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before replying, okay, then I'll wait. I'll give you a few minutes. Lin Xian didn't say anything else and just waited quietly. Soon, a few minutes passed. Yi Xiangfeng said to Lin Xian, 5 minutes have passed, it's okay now, don't make me wait for dozens of minutes longer, waiting for your people to beg for daddy and grandma. Okay, go ahead. My people don't need to beg anyone for help. It's just a matter of a phone call, and it will only take a few minutes at most. Lin Xian said. Okay, I want to see if you are bragging. Yi Xiangfeng said with a sneer. After saying that, he picked up the phone and started making a call. Soon, the call was connected. Yi Xiangfeng said to the phone, Boss Huang, a kid beat me up. Please quickly arrange some people to come and help me get revenge. I'll text you the location after the call. The chairman just sent a notice in the group chat, no matter who asks our people to go out to help, they are not allowed to go. Someone must have contacted the chairman. It might be the person who hit you. So, I can't help you. Please find someone else. Sorry. Mr. Huang said on the phone. Yi Xiangfeng was so surprised that he was completely stunned. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Lin Xian with complicated eyes, and after thinking for a while, he asked, do you know who the other party is? He actually makes you feel afraid. Be honest and obedient. I don't know about this. I asked, but the chairman didn't say anything. He just said that we can't afford to offend the other party. Don't ask too much if you don't know. It's not good to know too much. So I didn't dare to ask again. Mr. Huang replied on the phone. Yi Xiangfeng thought about it, then replied, well, okay, I understand. Well, I'm sorry. If the chairman hadn't ordered me to do so, I would definitely help you. Also, if the person you offend is not someone our group cannot afford to offend, our group and I will help you, said Mr. Huang on the phone. Okay, I understand. Let's do this. I'll find someone else. Yi Xiangfeng said. Then the two of them said a few more words before ending the call. Yi Xiangfeng put down his phone, looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before saying, since it's useless to look for these people, I will call the police. You just hit me, let the police catch you. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. I don't believe I can't deal with you. After saying this, he operated his cell phone to call the police. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and said, what rank is the official you know? Tell me about it. If the rank is not as high as the officials I know, I think you should not fight, because it is useless, a waste of time and saliva, and a waste of expression. Chapter 116. Brother Xian, you are so nice. Yi Xiangfeng stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds, thinking for a while, and then asked, what level of official do you know? Tell me. If the official I know is not as high ranking as you, I will give up. I lose this game. I admit defeat. Lin Shen looked at Yi Xiangfeng and thought for a moment before replying, you don't need to know so much. If you don't want to talk, then just call and I'll handle it. Yi Xiangfeng looked at Lin Shen and thought for a while before replying, you are awesome. I admit defeat. Lin Shen was so confident that he felt a little insecure. After some consideration, I decided not to continue looking for help, so as not to embarrass myself and continue to embarrass myself. Lin Shen sneered disdainfully and said, don't bother and harass my friends anymore, remember? If I find out that you harass them again, I will make you pay a heavy price. I won't let it go so easily. Remember. Yi Xiangfeng replied. Lin Shen said nothing more, turned around and left. Yi Xiangfeng, who was lying on the ground, looked at Lin Shen's back as he left, then he withdrew his gaze, gritted his teeth and climbed up, then left in shame, leaving this place that made him feel ashamed and embarrassed. The men, women, old and young who were watching around looked at the two people one by one, and then they started whispering and discussing among themselves. Han Lulu and Diliren stood there waiting for Lin Shen. After seeing Lin Shen appear in their sight, the two of them immediately stared at Lin Shen from head to toe. Seeing that Lin Shen was safe and sound and did not look like he was injured, the two people immediately felt relieved. After Lin Shen approached, Han Lulu asked him with concern, Brother Shen, are you injured? Are you okay? Diliren looked at Lin Shen, waiting for his reply. Lin Shen watched closer and replied with a smile, I'm not injured, don't worry, that guy can't hurt me, I'm fine. He has become obedient and convinced. He will never harass or bother you again. Han Lulu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt completely relieved. Then he smiled and replied, that's great, thank you Brother Shen, you have helped me a lot again, Brother Shen, you are so kind. Diliren was also completely relieved. She looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said nothing. Lin Shen smiled at Han Lulu and said, it's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. What's our relationship? How can I just watch you get harassed by others, affecting your mood, or even taking advantage of you? Han Lulu was moved and looked at Lin Shen with a smile, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate rang in Lin Shen's mind. Congratulations, Master. Han Lulu's affection towards you has increased by 5 points. Received a bonus of 40 points increase in free attribute value. Receive a reward that increases your temperament by 40 points. Receive a bonus that increases your charm by 30 points. Receive a bonus of 200 points of increased physical strength. Receive a reward of 200 points of increased physical defense value. Receive a reward of 200 combat experience points. Receive a reward of 200 points for combat skill points. Received a reward that increased your overall combat power by 20 points. The level of the rewarded martial art Shadowless Kick has been upgraded from low-grade yellow to mid-grade yellow. Received the reward of a physical skill Divine Step and upgraded its level from low-grade yellow to mid-grade yellow. Chapter 117, Embracing. Receive a reward of 200 points of inner strength. Received a reward and your investment ability value increased by 20 points. Get the bonus zone if the moon hasn't come yet. Received the bonus TV drama script Eternal Night Star River. Or reward one of Tianhai City's top leaders as a friend. Get rewarded with 10% equity of a company with a market value of 50 billion. Get a bonus of 5 billion in cash. Get a reward of a private jet worth 1 billion. Receive a reward of antique calligraphy and painting worth 5 billion. The rewards have been distributed, please check, Master. Lin Shen was delighted when he heard these rewards. After adjusting his mood, he looked at Han Lulu and then said with a smile, okay, let's continue playing. Han Lulu smiled and replied, yeah, okay. Then he took Lin Shen's arm affectionately and walked to the side. As they walked, he smiled at Lin Shen and asked, Brother Shen, what game shall we play next? Lin Shen thought for a moment before smiling and asking, do you dare to play in the haunted house? What's there to be afraid of? If I were alone, I might not dare to do it, but now there are 3 of us, I definitely dare to do it. Han Lulu replied. Diliren thought about it and replied, I dare too. I wouldn't dare if it was just 1 person, but I'm not afraid at all if it's 3 people. In that case, let's go to the haunted house and have some fun, something exciting, hee hee. Lin Shen replied with a smile. Then the 3 of them walked towards the location of the haunted house. When we arrived at the haunted house, we lined up to wait to enter. Soon, 3 people entered the haunted house. Han Lulu held Lin Shen's arm tightly, feeling a little nervous and afraid. Diliren also held Han Lulu's arm, feeling a little nervous and afraid. Lin Xian put his hands in his pockets, looking calm and composed, with a smile on his face, and he was unhurried. There is no way, the more skilled one is, the more courageous one is. However, he was still influenced by the two people and infected by them, which made him a little nervous. Ah. After walking for a while, an NPC came out and scared people. Han Lulu and Diliren were startled and both screamed. Diliren hugged Han Lulu's arms tightly and buried her head in Han Lulu's body. Han Lulu hugged Lin Xian's arms tightly and buried her head in Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's expression remained the same, calm and composed, with a smile on his face, and he was very steady. Silently feeling the wonderful touch. Being rubbed and squeezed by Han Lulu's warmth and softness, some feeling in his body began to fluctuate. At the same time, he continued to move forward with two people. Han Lulu and Diliren screamed from time to time. 2 minutes later, there were more scary places and NPCs, which made Han Lulu and Diliren hug Lin Xian tightly one after another, making Lin Xian secretly happy and silently enjoying the tenderness of the two people. Then Lin Xian put his arms around the two people's soft waists, one on the left and one on the right, and continued walking forward, silently enjoying this imperial feeling. Naturally, there were the screams of the two women along the way, and they buried their heads in Lin Xian's arms from time to time. 20 or 30 minutes later, the three people walked out of the haunted house. Only then did Lin Xian reluctantly let go of the two people. Han Lulu continued to hold Lin Xian's arm, and Diliren continued to hold Han Lulu's arm. The three of them stood in one place and talked about what was going on inside and what they encountered. Lin Xian was relatively calm and just listened and watched with a smile on his face. Han Lulu and Diliren are still in shock, a little scared and nervous, and haven't returned to normal yet. Chapter 118. Whose is bigger? The three of them stood here and chatted for a while, and after the two girls calmed down, they discussed what activity to play next. After some discussion, we decided to go have a drink and take a break before continuing to play. Lin Xian naturally had no objection and went to find a cold drink shop with the two girls. Soon, the three of them arrived at the cold drink shop, ordered drinks after entering, and then sat down and waited. After the drinks were brought over, the three of them chatted while drinking. The three of them finished their drinks, left the cold drink shop, and continued to look for things to do. The three of them played in the amusement park for more than an hour. After they had played most of the fun projects, they left the amusement park. While walking towards the parking lot, they discussed where to go next. After all, it was still early and neither Han Lulu nor Diliren wanted to go back. After discussing it, the three of them decided to go to the hot springs. After making the decision, he arrived at the parking lot, got into the Rolls-Royce, confirmed his position, and then Lin Xian drove away. Soon, we arrived at a high-end hot spring club. After the three people entered, they asked for service, ordered some snacks and drinks, and then were led by the staff to take a shower and change clothes before entering the private room they requested. Three people wearing hot spring clothes are doing warm-up exercises beside the hot spring pool. While doing warm-up exercises, Lin Xian looked at the white bodies of the two people and their long beautiful legs. His blood boiled, and a certain feeling in his body fluctuated, and his body also reacted. Han Lulu and Diliren noticed Lin Xian's body reaction one after another. After taking a look, Diliren shifted her gaze somewhat embarrassedly. She didn't have the courage to continue looking, at least not the courage to look straight at him, and not enough courage to keep staring at him. Instead, I stole glances at him from time to time and paid attention with my peripheral vision. There is no way, I really can't help it. Besides, she had never seen this thing before and she really wanted to see it. After Han Lulu noticed it, her face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. After taking a look, she looked away. Then after a few seconds he turned his head again and looked while doing warm-up exercises. After Lin Xian noticed it, he looked at Han Lulu, then followed Han Lulu's gaze to look at his own body. After seeing his body's reaction, he was suddenly embarrassed and his face turned red. After thinking for a while, he covered it with his hands, smiled unnaturally at Han Lulu, and said, "You two are too sexy now." This is a normal reaction for men. I hope you don't misunderstand and don't think too much. Han Lulu smiled unnaturally and said, "Brother Xian, don't panic. We understand. It's normal. If you didn't react, that would be abnormal, and we would think too much. We would wonder if it's because you're not good enough, you're abnormal, or we're not sexy or attractive enough." Diliren also smiled unnaturally, and then said, "I understand, it's normal." Lin Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then said, "It's good that you can understand it. It's good that you can understand it. After saying that, I continued doing warm-up exercises. Han Lulu and Diliran also continued to do warm-up exercises, taking a peek from time to time. There is no way, I can't help it. After doing some warm-up exercises, the three of them entered the hot spring pool one after another and started soaking in the hot spring. We chatted and laughed while soaking in the hot springs, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Brother Xian, who do you think has bigger breasts, me or Iran? Han Lulu asked Lin Xian. Diliran was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Han Lulu to ask this. But she was also curious about what Lin Xian would say, so she looked at Lin Xian and waited. Lin Xian looked at the breasts of both of them and then smiled and said, "It seems that Iran's is bigger than yours, but I'm not sure, just a rough estimate." "Then come closer with us and take a closer look." Iran said hers is bigger than mine, and I was a little dissatisfied. I think mine is bigger than hers. Although it's not very obvious, I just feel that it is bigger than hers. Han Lulu said. After hearing this, Diliran's cheeks turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. After taking a look at Han Lulu, he looked at Lin Xian again, wanting to see Lin Xian's reaction. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Okay, no problem." Then he moved in front of the two people and stopped, staring at their chests carefully. His blood rushed, and some feeling in his body fluctuated, and his body's reaction became even greater. Han Lulu and Diliran were waiting, feeling a little nervous and naturally a little uncomfortable. After all, Lin Xian was staring at their sensitive parts. Of course, both of them still felt a little bit excited deep down in their hearts. Lin Xian just watched for a while and forgot to comment. Han Lulu looked at Lin Xian, but didn't have the courage to continue looking at him, so she subconsciously lowered her eyes. As she lowered her eyes, she noticed Lin Xian's body reaction, and she couldn't help but stare at him. There's no way, this reaction is too obvious and too eye-catching. Diliran was also the same. Because she lacked the courage, she did not dare to continue looking at Lin Xian. She lowered her eyes and then inadvertently noticed Lin Xian's body's reaction. Then he just stared at it. Chapter 119. Still a virgin. Lin Xian stared at the breasts of the two people for dozens of seconds before he came back to his senses. He looked at the two people, thought for a while, and then smiled and said, "They are about the same size." After hearing this, Han Lulu looked up at Lin Xian. After thinking for a while, she replied with a little disappointment, "Okay. Diliran also looked up at Lin Xian and said nothing. Lin Xian smiled, returned to his previous seat and continued to soak in the hot spring. Then the three of them found topics to chat about, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. "Brother Xian, how many girlfriends have you dated?" "Only the ones you've had sex with count." Suddenly Han Lulu asked Lin Xian. Diliran was also a little curious, so she also looked at Lin Xian and waited. Lin Xian looked at Han Lulu and thought for a moment before replying, "Two." "Why did you break up?" Han Lulu asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "Because I was poor before, they broke up with me because they thought I was poor." "Oh, okay." Han Lulu replied. Then he added, "If you were my boyfriend, I would not break up with you even if you had no money. Because you are handsome and excellent in every way. Of course, if you're not good at that, I would probably choose to break up too. But it seems like you're pretty good at that. It's unlikely that you can't do it, hee." Diliran smiled a little embarrassedly and said nothing. "You guessed right. I am indeed very good in that aspect. What I said is true. I am not exaggerating at all." Lin Xian replied confidently. "Well, I believe what you say. Then you are perfect. This is a perfect man, a good man, a high-quality man. Whoever gets you is blessed by the karma of 3 lifetimes. He's very happy in every aspect. He. Han Lulu replied with a smile. "Yeah, I think so too, huh?" Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Lulu looked at Lin Xian and thought about it, but couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "How long can it last at a time? Can you tell me about this? I'm very curious." "Of course, you don't have to say it if you don't want to. After all, it's a personal privacy. Whatever you want, you can take as long as you want. I can control this." Lin Xian replied. "Ah, is this possible? This is the first time I hear about it. It's a bit magical. Or are you special?" Han Lulu said with some surprise. Diliran was also a little surprised. This was beyond her understanding and she had never heard of it before. Of course, it is also possible that she has listened too little and has too little knowledge in this area. Naturally, I couldn't help but think in my heart that if I had sex with Lin Xian, I would probably be very happy and satisfied. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but fantasize in my mind. As I thought about it, my body began to feel hot. A certain feeling in my body began to fluctuate, and my body had some reaction. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "There are not many people like me. I should not be the only one who can do this. I am just guessing, I am not sure of the details. Well, I think it should be relatively small." Han Lulu replied. Lin Xian smiled and asked curiously, "Have you ever had sex with a man?" Of course, you don't have to say it if you don't want to. After all, it's a personal privacy. No, I don't even have a boyfriend, so naturally I've never done that with a man. Han Lulu replied without thinking. Well, I believe what you said. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he looked at Diliran again, and after thinking for a while, he asked curiously, "Iran, what about you?" Of course, you don't have to tell me. After all, this is your personal privacy. I'm just asking casually. No, I've never had a boyfriend, and I've never done that with a man. Diliran replied without hesitation. Well, I believe you. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he continued, "You two are so beautiful, the most beautiful of all beauties, top beauties, and yet you are still virgins and have never been in a relationship. This is really rare, so rare. I will be able to get you in the future. It will be so happy to be your boyfriend or husband." Diliran smiled and said nothing. That's right. Han Lulu said with a smile. Then he continued, "Do you want to be our boyfriend? Who do you like better, me or Iran? I like both of you. You both have your own merits. You are both my type. I have difficulty making choices. It's hard for me to make a choice. But what's the popular saying on the internet now? Only children make choices, while adults want them all, huh?" Lin Xian replied with a smile. That's a nice thought. I don't want to share a man with others. I want to be alone with him. I want to be pampered by the only one. I want all the love from my boyfriend and husband. Han Lulu said with a smile. Diliran just smiled and said nothing. Well, for a beautiful woman like you, it's good enough to get one. Who would dare to ask for two or more? It's unrealistic. You may not even dream of it. Ha ha. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then the two continued chatting. After soaking for dozens of minutes, the three of them felt it was enough and went ashore. After Han Lulu got ashore, her foot slipped, she screamed, and fell backwards, her face pale. Lin Xian, who was standing nearby, noticed this and quickly hugged the soft and fragrant Han Lulu in his arms. The contact between bodies creates a wonderful touch. This made Lin Xian feel comfortable all over. He couldn't help but shudder and silently felt and enjoyed it. Han Lulu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and her emotions calmed down a little. Then he turned around to look at Lin Xian, smiled and said, "Thank you, if it weren't for you it would have been terrible." After saying that, she also felt the wonderful touch, which made her feel a little comfortable. She couldn't help but feel it carefully and experience it. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. Lin Xian said with a smile. After saying this, he continued to maintain this posture, somewhat reluctant to let go. Han Lulu was actually enjoying it a bit, so she didn't say anything. Diliran, who was standing aside, looked at the two people and waited. After a few seconds, when he saw that the two people had not separated, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing? How long do you plan to stay like this?" Lin Xian came back to his senses after hearing this. He looked at Diliran awkwardly, then retracted his gaze and smiled at Han Lulu in his arms and asked, "Stand still, I'm going to let you go." After hearing what Diliran said, Han Lulu, who was a little embarrassed, came back to her senses and replied, "Yeah, okay." After saying this, he slowly stood up straight. After Han Lulu stood up, Lin Xian confirmed, "Are you standing firmly? Chapter 120 Help me wear it." Han Lulu replied somewhat awkwardly and shyly, "Well, stand still." "Okay, then I'll let you go." Lin Xian replied with a smile. After saying this, he reluctantly let go of his hand and withdrew it. Then the three of them left the room and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, I changed into my own clothes, checked out and left. Of course, it was Lin Xian who paid the bill. Han Lulu and Diliran knew that Lin Xian was very rich, so they didn't bother to be polite with him and compete to pay the bill. The three people returned to the car. Lin Xian drove the car to take the two people home, and then drove home. After Lin Xian returned home, he walked towards his bedroom. Just as I reached the bedroom door, I heard painful groans coming from the bathroom. Lin Xian looked over in confusion, thought about it, walked to the bathroom door, stood still, and asked, "Aunt Dong, what's wrong? What happened?" I suddenly have a stomachache. It hurts so much. Dong Xinlan replied from the bathroom. She had just finished taking a shower and was about to put on her nightgown when her stomach suddenly started to hurt. It hurt so much that she couldn't even put on her nightgown. Lin Xian thought for a moment and asked, "Can you come out by yourself, or do you have to wait until the pain is over?" "Let's wait and see if the pain will subside." Dong Xinlan replied in some pain, and her speech was a little abnormal. "Okay, I'll wait here at the door. If it really doesn't work, tell me and I'll come in to help you out and then take you to the hospital," Lin Xian said. "Well, okay," Dong Xinlan replied. After a few dozen seconds, Dong Xinlan couldn't bear it anymore. With some difficulty, she slowly reached out to take the nightgown, covering the important parts of her body, and slowly opened the bathroom door. Then he said awkwardly, "Come in and carry me out." Thinking about the fact that she had had sex with Lin Xian before, not to mention having seen him, she had even done that kind of thing, it seemed that it wasn't a big deal to be looked at by Lin Xian now. Thinking about this, it isn't so hard to accept anymore, and it isn't so embarrassing anymore. Lin Xian saw that Dong Xinlan was not wearing any clothes, but only using her nightgown to cover important parts of her body. When he saw that snow-white body, his blood suddenly surged, and a certain feeling in his body began to fluctuate, and his body reacted. Lin Xian looked for 2 seconds before he suddenly came to his senses. He then quickly walked in and reached out to pick up the soft and fragrant Dong Xinlan. While feeling the wonderful touch, I walked out of the bathroom and went towards the sofa. Dong Xinlan felt a little embarrassed and unnatural at this time when being held in Lin Xian's arms, but the feeling of being held by Lin Xian was quite comfortable, which made her enjoy it a little. Maybe it's because my attention was diverted, the pain didn't seem so intense. Lin Xian carried Dong Xinlan to the sofa and slowly and gently placed Dong Xinlan on the sofa. Then he turned to Dong Xinlan and asked, "Auntie Dong, do you want me to help you put on your nightgown? Do you want to wear a nightgown or clothes?" Dong Xinlan thought for a moment and said, "I think I might have to go to the hospital, so I'd better get dressed. Go to my bedroom and get me some clothes. I need underwear and a skirt so it's easier to wear." "Yeah, okay," Lin Xian replied. After saying that, he entered Dong Xinlan's bedroom, opened the closet and started searching. Quickly got a pair of panties and underwear, then a skirt. He returned to the sofa and asked Dong Xinlan, "Aunt Dong, can you put on your clothes by yourself now? If not, I will help you." Dong Xinlan tried to move her body and hands, and the pain suddenly became more intense. She couldn't help but let out a scream of awe. Then he looked at Lin Xian with a somewhat painful expression and said with some difficulty, No, you should help me put it on, thank you." Chapter 121 It's nice to have a man. "You're welcome, it's no big deal," Lin Xian replied. After saying that, he first put on underwear for Dong Xinlan, then put on bra for Dong Xinlan, and finally put on a skirt for Dong Xinlan. After thinking for a while, he looked at Dong Xinlan and asked, "Should I take you to the hospital or call an ambulance?" Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, "The ambulance is too slow, you should take me to the hospital." "Well, okay, then I'll carry you away," Lin Xian said. "Okay, thank you," Dong Xinlan replied. "You're welcome," Lin Xian replied. After saying that, he picked up the soft and sweet Dong Xinlan and walked towards the door. Dong Xinlan subconsciously hooked her arms around Lin Xian's neck and rested her head on Lin Xian's shoulder. This feeling seemed quite comfortable, an experience she had never had before. She quite liked this feeling and enjoyed it. Suddenly the pain wasn't as intense anymore. I don't know if the pain is naturally reduced or because my attention has been diverted, so I feel less painful. While enjoying the wonderful touch, Lin Xian carried Dong Xinlan out of the door, got into the elevator, and took it downstairs. Arriving at the underground parking lot, he walked towards his Rolls-Royce. At this moment, Dong Xinlan suddenly felt no pain, which made her a little confused and she thought it was an illusion. I felt it for a few more seconds and moved my body around, and the pain was indeed gone. After thinking for a while, he said to Lin Xian, "I don't seem to be in pain anymore, put me down, I can walk by myself." Ah? Lin Xian was surprised. Then he replied, okay. After saying that, he slowly put Dong Xinlan down from his arms and waited until Dong Xinlan stood firmly before taking his hand back. Then he asked, take a few steps and see if it hurts. I'll watch you and make sure you don't fall. Well, okay. Dong Xinlan replied. After saying that, he felt a little nervous and worried. He took a few tentative steps, and when he found that there was no pain, he became bolder and continued to move forward, then turned around and walked back. He walked to Lin Xian and stood still, and said in surprise, it doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt at all, it's magical. That's great. But I still think it's necessary to go to the hospital for a checkup to see what's going on. Lin Xian said. Well, that's for sure. I'll feel at ease only after I go for a checkup. Otherwise, I'll be overly concerned and making random guesses all day long, worrying that it will come again one day. Dong Xinlan replied. Let's go, get in the car, I'll take you to the hospital. Lin Xian said. Well, okay. Dong Xinlan replied. Then the two men got into the Rolls-Royce, and Lin Xian drove the car out of the parking space. After arriving at the hospital and undergoing a checkup, I was told that I had intestinal spasm, which was not a serious illness and did not require treatment. So the two left the hospital and went home. After returning home, Dong Xinlan returned to her room, while Lin Xian prepared to go to the bathroom to take care of his personal hygiene. Dong Xinlan, who was doing chores in the bedroom, suddenly felt that it was good and happy to have a man at home. If you encounter any emergency, there is someone to help you, which makes you feel more secure. After thinking about it and smiling, he continued to do the chores before going to bed. After Lin Xian finished his personal hygiene and bedtime chores, he went back to bed and lay down to play with his phone. After playing for a while, I put down my phone and went to sleep. Early in the morning, Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan got up one after another. I ordered breakfast takeout and sat in the restaurant to have breakfast. Today is May Day, a holiday, do you have any plans? Dong Xinlan asked after swallowing the porridge in her mouth. Chapter 122. Will you come home with me? Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, not yet, and no one has asked me out. What about you, any plans? Dong Xinlan replied, I went back to my parents' house for dinner because my parents asked me to go back for dinner. Oh. Lin Xian replied. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and asked, since you don't have any plans, you can go home with me for dinner. Do you want to go? Sure, no problem. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan nodded, and suddenly thought of something and reminded, it's just a simple meal, don't buy any gifts this time, understand? I still have to buy a gift. I'd feel awkward and embarrassed if I showed up empty-handed. It would be too ignorant of etiquette. How would others look at me? Besides, I don't need this little money right now. Lin Xian replied. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian helplessly for 2 seconds, thought about it, and then nodded helplessly and said, okay, whatever you want. Are we going for lunch or dinner? Lin Xian asked. Lunch. Dong Xinlan replied. Yeah, okay. Lin Xian nodded in response. Then the two of them ate and chatted, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Dong Xinlan also picked up her phone and opened WeChat, and sent a message to her mother saying that Lin Xian would also be coming, and asked her mother to prepare food for one more person. After they had breakfast, they cleared the table together and then went about their own business. Of course, it was mainly Dong Xinlan who was busy with various trivial matters. Lin Xian was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. When the time was almost up, Lin Xian returned to the bedroom to get dressed. At around 10 o'clock, the two went out and got into Lin Xian's Rolls-Royce. Lin Xian drove the car out of the parking space. Lin Xian first drove to a high-end shopping mall, parked the car in the mall's underground parking lot, and the two took the elevator upstairs together. The two entered the first floor of the mall and started shopping. What do your parents like? Lin Xian asked as he walked. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before saying, just buy something to show your appreciation. There's no need to buy anything special. I think buying 2 kilograms of fruit is enough. It's enough as long as the thought is there. Lin Xian smiled and said, you said just buying 2 kilograms of fruit would be enough. How can that express your feelings? This is too perfunctory. You'd better tell the truth quickly to avoid wasting time. If your parents don't like or even hate what I buy, then it's not only a waste of time but also a waste of money. Is that what you want to see? Dong Xinlan smiled helplessly, thought for a moment, and then said, you can buy it yourself. When you buy it, I will tell you whether my parents like it or not. If he told Lin Xian some of the things his parents liked, it would be too expensive for him to buy them. Lin Xian smiled, thought for a moment, and then replied, okay. Then the two of them walked and looked, mainly Lin Xian scanning the surroundings. The two walked to the gift area, and Lin Xian asked Dong Xinlan, is it okay to give ginseng as a gift? Dong Xinlan looked at the prices of various ginsengs, thought for a while, and then said, of course, it's okay, but the price shouldn't be too expensive, a few hundred or 1,000 yuan will be fine. Lin Xian smiled and said, I am not someone who needs this little money. If I really buy ginseng worth several hundred yuan to give away, what will others think of me? Will they suspect that I don't value him? Besides, I can't show off myself. Even if I don't care about other people's opinions, I will feel cheap if others don't have any opinions or ideas about me. Chapter 123. Do you like our Xinlan? Dong Xinlan smiled helplessly and then said, okay, whatever you want. Lin Xian smiled, looked back, took a box of ginseng worth more than 10,000 yuan, and then continued walking and looking with Dong Xinlan. Afterwards, Lin Xian bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of tea and supplements before finishing his shopping. Then he returned to the car with Dong Xinlan and drove away. After a while, we arrived at Dong Xinlan's parents' home. After entering the house, Lin Xian handed the gift in his hand to Dong's mother and said with a smile, Aunt, this is just a little gift from me. I hope you don't mind it. Oh, it's enough for the people to come. Why do you have to bring so many things? It's really polite. Don't bring it next time. Dong's mother started to be polite. Of course. How can I come here empty-handed? Take it. Don't be polite. Lin Xian was also polite. Dong's mother smiled and took it while saying, thank you so much, you were so thoughtful. Afterwards, the two of them exchanged a few polite words before Dong's mother arranged for Lin Xian to sit on the sofa. She asked her daughter to sit with Lin Xian while she went to the kitchen to continue her work. After a while, dinner will be served. Several people were eating and chatting, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Naturally, Lin Xian and Dong's father drank. Dozens of minutes later, Dong Xinlan and her mother finished their meal, sat for a while, and then left and went to sit on the sofa in the living room to watch TV and chat. How far have you and Xiaoxian developed now? Dong's mother suddenly asked in a low voice out of curiosity. Dong Xinlan's face turned red with embarrassment. After thinking for a while, she replied, nothing has happened. We are just normal friends. Are you sure? Do you not like him or does he not like you, or do neither of you think in this direction? Asked Dong's mother. After that, she looked at her daughter without blinking and waited. I also want to figure out whether my daughter is lying or deceiving her. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, okay, let's change the subject and stop talking about this. You? Dong's mother was speechless. After looking at his daughter and thinking for a while, he said, you are not a child anymore. I think Xiaoxian is very good. If he likes you too, I think you two can talk about it. If you feel it is a good thing after the talk, you can get married. Whether you are satisfied with Xiaoxian or not, your father and I are very satisfied with Xiaoxian. Dong Xinlan felt a little helpless and depressed. After looking at her mother, she thought for a while and said, okay, I know what's going on. Don't worry about it. Mother Dong smiled helplessly and then said, Xiaoxian is so outstanding. If you don't hurry up, I'm worried that he will be taken away by other women soon. You will regret it then. Don't tell me you'll regret it. Your father and I will regret not pushing you more. Dong Xinlan was helpless for a moment, and after thinking for a while, she replied, okay, I know what's going on. Let's change the subject. If we continue talking about this topic, there will be nothing to talk about. I might as well play with my phone. Okay, let's change the topic. Dong's mother said helplessly. At this time, Lin Xian and Dong's father were still drinking and chatting. Xiaoxian, what do you think of my Xinlan? Father Dong suddenly asked Lin Xian. Very good, Aunt Dong is very good in every aspect. Lin Xian replied. If he addresses them according to their seniority, he should not call Dong's father and Dong's mother uncle and aunt, but grandpa and grandma. But Mr. and Mrs. Dong were only in their early 50s, and it seemed inappropriate to call them that, so he called them uncle and aunt. Father Dong smiled, looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before asking, do you like our Xinlan? Chapter 124. Aunt Dong, you were so nice. Lin Xian thought for a moment before smiling and replying, Auntie Dong is so beautiful, every man would like her, and I am no exception. Father Dong smiled, looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while before asking, have you ever thought about dating her and making her your girlfriend? This. Lin Xian didn't know how to respond for a moment. If he said he wanted to, and if Dong Xinlan knew about it, and Dong Xinlan didn't have this idea, it would probably create a gap between the two of them, and Aunt Dong would keep her distance from him. Father Dong saw this and smiled and said, it's okay if it's inconvenient to talk about it. I won't force you. Besides, everyone has their own privacy after all. Then Father Dong changed the subject, raised his glass and said, come on, drink, drink. Okay, cheers. Lin Xian replied with a smile and raised his glass. His physical condition is now incredibly strong, so he doesn't feel drunk at all. Father Dong was a little drunk, his face was red and he looked drunk. The two of them drank for dozens of minutes before they finished. Father Dong was supported by Mother Dong to go to the bedroom to sleep. Dong Xinlan stood next to Lin Xian and asked him with concern, are you drunk? Do you want to lie down on the bed and take a rest? Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan and thought for a moment before immediately revealing a drunken look. He replied drunkenly, okay, I feel like I can't stand now. Help me to the bedroom. Thank you, Aunt Dong. Dong Xinlan smiled helplessly, and while extending her hand to support him, she said, why drink so much? Drink less and drink happily. Lin Xian stood up and put his arm on Dong Xinlan's soft shoulders. He walked forward and smiled as he replied, you'll be happy only when you're drunk. When you're drunk, you'll have fewer worries and be more relaxed. Relax a little, and you will naturally feel more comfortable and happier. That's the truth. Dong Xinlan smiled helplessly and said nothing more. He helped Lin Xian into the guest room. After entering the guest room, Lin Xian whispered in Dong Xinlan's ear, thank you, Aunt Dong, you were so kind. The heat hit Dong Xinlan's sensitive ears, instantly generating an electric current that instantly spread throughout her body, making Dong Xinlan shiver and feel numb all over. My cheeks felt hot and I felt a little embarrassed. After a pause, he adjusted his emotions and demeanor, then replied, it's a small matter. At this time, he had already helped Lin Xian to the bedside and said to him, lie down. After saying that, he prepared to put Lin Xian on the bed. Lin Xian lay down on the bed, hooked his arms around Dong Xinlan's neck, held Dong Xinlan in his arms, and pressed her against him. While feeling the soft and wonderful touch, Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the beautiful face so close to him and the sexy and alluring red lips. For a moment he just watched quietly, saying nothing. I just tried my best to resist kissing those sexy and attractive red lips, while feeling the wonderful touch. When a certain emotion in the body fluctuates strongly, the body reacts quickly as it should. Dong Xinlan, who was pulled down by Lin Xian, let out a soft cry of awe and lay on Lin Xian. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Lin Xian with a somewhat unnatural expression, and looked into Lin Xian's eyes. A certain feeling in her body began to fluctuate, and at the same time, she also felt the changes in Lin Xian's body because she had touched her body. This made her cheeks heat up and she became even more shy. I didn't know what to do for a moment, so I just kept it like this. This feeling seemed quite comfortable, making her somewhat addicted, enjoying it, and she hoped it could last forever. Chapter 125 I want you to accompany me. After staring at Dong Xinlan for more than 10 seconds, Lin Xian smiled and said drunkenly, Aunt Dong, you are so beautiful. You are even more beautiful when you see it up close. You are so beautiful that I am almost suffocating. Dong Xinlan came back to her senses and blushed. She felt happy and sweet in her heart, but her expression was a little unnatural. After a pause, she said shyly, is it me who is pressing you so hard that you can't breathe? That's not the case. You're really so beautiful that I can hardly breathe. I'm telling the truth. Lin Xian replied. After saying that, he stared at Dong Xinlan's sexy red lips and couldn't help it, so he kissed her directly. He also wrapped his arms around Dong Xinlan's soft waist, and his hands began to move around Dong Xinlan's body, feeling the wonderful touch and smooth and delicate skin. There was a buzzing sound in Dong Xinlan's mind, and her mind went blank. She didn't know what to do for a moment, and she just stood there stiffly, maintaining this posture, without moving. Of course, the lips didn't move much. They were not active but passive. The wonderful touch spread throughout her body, making her enjoy it. A certain feeling in her body became more and more intense, and her body became softer and softer. After more than 10 seconds, he responded involuntarily. After a few minutes, Dong Xinlan, who had gotten used to the feeling a little, became a little clearer and realized that the door of the room was not closed yet. The thought that my parents might see it made me suddenly more sober, and some of the feelings in my body subsided a lot. Then he raised his head, his lips left Lin Xian's lips, and whispered to Lin Xian, "The door of the room is not closed, my parents will see it." "Then you go and watch the door," Lin Xian said. "Let me go," Dong Xinlan said shyly. Only then did Lin Xian reluctantly let go of his arms around Dong Xinlan. Dong Xinlan stood up, looked at Lin Xian lying on the bed, then turned and walked towards the door of the room. After leaving the room, he turned to Lin Xian and said, "Take a rest. Call me if you need anything. I want you to stay in the room with me." Lin Xian said. "That won't work," Dong Xinlan replied without thinking. "Okay, that's okay. I'm drunk and I want to sleep," Lin Xian replied. He had to show that he was drunk, otherwise his actions just now would not be justified. "Well, then you should have a good rest. If you have anything or need anything, please send me a WeChat message or call me. I'm in my room," Dong Xinlan said. "Yeah, okay," Lin Xian replied vaguely, then closed his eyes and pretended to fall asleep. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian, then closed the door, turned and walked towards the restaurant to prepare to clear the table. At the same time, I couldn't help but recall the scene and the feeling just now. It immediately made her blush again, and a certain feeling in her body began to surge. At this time, Lin Xian, who was lying on the bed, was recalling the scene just now, and couldn't help but smile. After thinking about it for a while, I was worried that I would sleep until the night, so I took out my phone and set the alarm, planning to sleep for an hour. I put down my phone, closed my eyes and went to sleep, but I couldn't help but continue to think about it. I don't know how long it took before I fell asleep. The alarm clock rang and Lin Xian woke up. He took the phone and turned off the alarm, then thought for a moment and sent a WeChat message to Dong Xinlan. "Aunt Dong, what are you doing?" Dong Xinlan, who was lying on the bed playing with her phone, received the message, clicked on it and read the WeChat message, then typed a reply, "Playing with your phone, are you awake or not?" After saying that, he looked at the chat box and waited. My mind couldn't help but recall the previous scene again. Suddenly my face felt hot again, and a certain feeling in my body began to surge again. This made her a little depressed. After all, she had finally managed to divert her attention and stop thinking about those scenes. Chapter 126. This is the kidney, okay? I'm awake, Lin Xian typed back. Dong Xinlan read the message, thought about it, and then typed a reply, "You drank so much, I think you can sleep a little longer. It's still early anyway, and it's still a few hours before dinner. I'm awake, I'm sober, and I can't sleep anymore." Lin Xian typed a reply. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before typing a reply, "So what do you want to do now? Do you want to leave or have dinner before leaving? It's all up to you," Lin Xian typed back. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, "Let me see if you are sober and then decide what to do." "Yes, sure," Lin Xian typed a reply. Dong Xinlan got up and left her room after reading the message. Dong Xinlan arrived at the door of Lin Xian's room, opened it and walked in. As he walked, he looked at Lin Xian who was lying on the bed. Lin Xian stood up and asked with a smile, "Look, am I sober, as if I haven't drunk any alcohol?" Dong Xinlan looked at him carefully before saying, "Well, he is indeed very sober and doesn't look drunk at all. You have a very fast recovery ability. Maybe this is the kidney, haha." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan was embarrassed for a moment, then said, "It's good to be young, and everything is good." Lin Xian smiled, suddenly thought of something, thought about it and decided it would be better to explain it. So she said somewhat unnaturally and awkwardly, "Aunt Dong, I vaguely remember that I seem to have done something before, but I can't quite remember it. I didn't do anything bad, did I?" When Dong Xinlan thought of those scenes, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed and her cheeks turned red. After looking at Lin Xian and thinking for a while, he said, No, you got it mixed up." "Well, that's good, that's good. If I really did something wrong, it was because I was drunk and not sober. I didn't mean to offend you. I hope you can forgive me," Lin Xian said. "I understand," Dong Xinlan replied. Lin Xian smiled, then changed the subject and asked, "I am very sober now, so what do you think we should do next? Do you have any plans? Today is May Day. It's very lively outside. You can go out for a walk. Do you want to go out for a walk?" Dong Xinlan said. "Sure, go and feel the festive atmosphere, it can make you feel happy." "Should we go now or wait a while?" Lin Xian asked. "I'll go pack up and get a bag. Please wait a moment." Dong Xinlan said. Yeah, okay. Lin Xian replied. Dong Xinlan then left the room, returned to her own room, tidied up a bit, then picked up her handbag and left the bedroom. At this time, Lin Xian was already sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting. After saying something to her mother, Dong Xinlan went out with Lin Xian. After entering the elevator, the two discussed where to go. After some discussion, we decided to go shopping first and then decide where to go. The two men arrived at the parking lot, got into the Rolls-Royce, and Lin Xian drove the Rolls-Royce out of the parking space. After a while, the two arrived at a bustling commercial area. I found a place to park the car, got out and started strolling around. Today is May Day. The streets are bustling with people coming and going. The cheerful atmosphere makes people feel happy and their mood is affected. The two looked around and then entered a shopping mall to go shopping. Of course, the two of them had no intention of buying anything, at least not at the moment, they were just simply shopping. Chapter 127. Do you like it? Two people were strolling in the mall. Soon, the two arrived at the jewelry area. Dong Xinlan walked slowly while looking at the various jewelry on the counter. Lin Xian also followed behind, looking around casually as he walked, and naturally paid attention to Dong Xinlan's gaze. After walking past several counters, Dong Xinlan saw a very beautiful jade bracelet. However, when she saw the price, over 300,000 yuan, she immediately lost interest and immediately changed her target and continued to look at other jewelry. Lin Xian naturally noticed it. Then he quietly called a female teller over and she took out the bracelet. Then he took out his bank card and paid, then walked towards Dong Xinlan carrying the small bag containing the bracelet. Dong Xinlan didn't notice Lin Xian's series of actions. So after looking at the counter, he turned to Lin Xian and said, "Let's go to another store." After she finished speaking, she noticed that Bin Xian was holding a bag in his hand, which made her a little confused and curious. When did Lin Xian have a bag in his hand? She didn't seem to hear what Lin Xian bought. Yeah, okay. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then the two of them walked towards other jewelry stores one after the other. Dong Xinlan walked a few steps and turned to look at the bag in Lin Xian's hand, and asked curiously, "When did you buy something?" "I didn't even notice it. I just bought it. As for what it is, you'll know when you open it." Lin Xian replied with a smile. As he spoke, he handed the bag to Dong Xinlan. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian, then looked at the box in the bag. After thinking about it, he reached into the bag, took out the box, and opened it. After seeing the beautiful jade bracelet in the box, I was surprised. I just stared at it for a while, making random guesses in my mind. When Lin Xian saw Dong Xinlan's reaction, he smiled slightly and just watched quietly without saying anything. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart whether I could increase my emotional value and get system rewards. Of course, he is not so eager now, and whether the emotional value can be improved is not so important. After all, it only cost more than 300,000. This time he wanted to give it as a gift, not to improve their relationship, so the purpose was different. After a few seconds, Dong Xinlan came back to her senses, turned to look at Lin Xian, thought for a moment, and then asked, "This bracelet is so beautiful, who did you buy it for?" "Of course it's for you. I saw you staring at it for a few seconds and you seemed to like it a little, so I bought it secretly to give you a surprise." "Do you like it?" Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan was surprised after hearing this, then she thought about it again and was suddenly moved and her emotions were touched. I just looked at Lin Xian for a while, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the system in Lin Xian's mind spoke. "Congratulations, Master. Dong Xinlan's affection towards you has increased by 3 points. Received a system reward, increasing the free attribute value by 30 points. Received a system reward of 200 points of increased physical strength. Received a system reward that increased your body's defense by 100 points. Receive a system reward, and increase your combat experience by 100 points. Receive a system reward that increases your combat skill value by 100 points. Receive a system reward that increases your combat power by 10 points. Receive a system reward that increases your inner strength by 100 points. Received a system reward of a friend from the front line of Tianhai City's underground world. Receive a system reward of 10% equity of a company with a market value of 50 billion. Receive 5 billion in cash as a system reward. Receive a system reward of a private jet worth 1 billion. Received a system reward of antique calligraphy and painting worth 5 billion. The reward has been sent, please check it." After hearing this, Lin Xian felt a little excited and secretly delighted. Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before saying, I like it, but it's too expensive. I can't have it. After saying that, he closed the lid and prepared to put the box into his handbag. Lin Xian withdrew his hand to prevent Dong Xinlan from putting the box into her pocket, and said, as long as you like it, just accept it. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about it. Chapter 128 Touched. After listening to this, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and thought about it. She moved her lips but didn't say anything else because she knew that it would be useless to say anything more. It would be better not to say anything and save a lot of saliva. Instead, he smiled and said, thank you. You're welcome. It's nothing. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan smiled and just looked at Lin Xian for a while without saying anything. I feel touched in my heart, and feel a little happy, sweet, and wonderful. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled at Dong Xinlan, thought for a moment, changed the subject, and asked, do you want to wear it now or put it in the box and I will carry it for you? Although I really want to wear it now and try it, it's a pity that it's difficult to wear without lubricant. I'd better put it in the box and wear it after I get home. Dong Xinlan said. It's just a small problem. Let's go back to the store we were in. There must be lubricant in that store. It's better to go now. If you are not satisfied after wearing it, you can change to something else. Lin Xian said. Dong Xinlan thought it made sense and nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. The two then returned to the jewelry store where they bought the jade bracelet, asked the staff for lubricant, and then Dong Xinlan put the jade bracelet on her left wrist. After putting it on and looking at it, he smiled with satisfaction and thought it looked very good. Lin Xian was also looking at it at this time. After taking a look, he praised, it looks very good, very beautiful, and suits you very well, as if it was tailor-made for you. Dong Xinlan smiled and said, well, I think it's beautiful too. I like it very much. Well, that's good. Lin Xian said with a smile. The two then talked for a few more words before leaving the jewelry store and continuing to stroll around the mall. Dong Xinlan suddenly thought of something, and then reminded Lin Xian, by the way, I want to remind you, don't buy things for me secretly anymore. Lin Xian smiled and said, this. I can't guarantee it. Dong Xinlan was somewhat helpless. She looked at Lin Xian and thought for a moment before saying, you've given me enough things, and each one is so valuable. I don't think I've ever given you anything. You're putting a lot of pressure on me and making me feel like I owe you a lot. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't care so much, just accept it calmly. Maybe these are a little expensive to you, but that's all I think of them. They are just a token of my appreciation. So, you should value the thought rather than the price. If you want to give me something in the future, you should also value the thought rather than the price. If I receive something from you, I will care more about your thought rather than how much it costs. Do you think what I said makes sense? Although Dong Xinlan felt that it made sense, she also felt that it was not fair. However, she couldn't say that it was unfair to Lin Xian. So I was speechless for a moment. Seeing Dong Xinlan like this, Lin Xian smiled and said, okay, don't worry about these little things. It's meaningless to worry about such little things. It's not worth it. Walk, keep walking, keep walking. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian, nodded, and replied, okay. After walking a few steps, he thought for a while and then said, it just so happens that we are in the mall now. If you have anything you like, I will buy one for you as a token of my appreciation. As the saying goes, we should always return the favor. This is the way to interact with others. It should be like this no matter what kind of relationship it is. Chapter 129, Got a young boyfriend? Lin Xian smiled, thought for a moment, and then said, I don't know what I want now, so keep browsing. I'll tell you when I see something I like. Okay, then it's settled. Dong Xinlan said with a smile. Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. Then the two of them continued to stroll side by side, looking around. Because both of them are very good looking, they attracted all kinds of attention from men, women, young and old around them. But they were ignored by both of them. Even though the two people have an age gap in appearance, many people still suspect that they should be lovers or husband and wife. After all, sister-brother relationships are still quite popular in this era. What's more, this sister is so beautiful and mature, she is a complete queen. This type of woman is very charming and attractive, and has a huge market. In other words, as long as you are pretty enough, the market is huge and there will be many people who like you, so the type is secondary. When Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan were about to enter a store, a man and a woman walked out of the store. After the woman recognized Dong Xinlan, she subconsciously turned her head to look at Lin Xian next to Dong Xinlan and looked him up and down. Then he turned to Dong Xinlan and said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this Dong Xinlan, the most beautiful teacher in our school? What a coincidence, I actually met you here. Teacher Dong, when did you start dating and have such a young boyfriend? If I hadn't bumped into you by chance today, I don't know how long you would have kept it a secret, hee hee." Wang Yan, 30 years old, 7 points in appearance, is Dong Xinlan's colleague and also a music teacher. He had a conflict with Dong Xinlan over competition for professional title evaluation, and he held a grudge against Dong Xinlan. He often slandered Dong Xinlan and damaged her reputation. The man next to Wang Yan was staring at Dong Xinlan without blinking, and his saliva was drooling. "There is nothing I can do, Dong Xinlan is too beautiful." Although he had seen many beautiful women in real life, he rarely saw a beauty as beautiful as Dong Xinlan, especially rarely saw her up close. As for Lin Xian next to Dong Xinlan, he simply ignored him and didn't even look at him. Li Bo, 45 years old, is fat and has big ears. He has an average appearance and wears expensive clothes. The expensive clothing packaging makes him look quite elegant. Because he has been in a high position for a long time and has been issuing orders for a long time, he appears to be somewhat majestic and has developed a certain aura. So even though he is fat and has average looks, he still has a certain charm. The boss of the company has assets worth over 10 billion. His son is Wang Yan's student, and he got to know Wang Yan through his son. He and Wang Yan are currently in an underground relationship because they both have their own families. Lin Xian just watched quietly without saying anything. After looking at Wang Yan, he looked at the middle-aged man next to Wang Yan, and then turned to look at Dong Xinlan, wanting to see Dong Xinlan's reaction and wanting to hear what Dong Xinlan would say. Dong Xinlan felt embarrassed for a moment, feeling guilty and nervous. In order to avoid being identified by the other party and to prevent the other party from spreading rumors in the future. Then quickly adjust your mood and expression to make yourself appear more normal and natural. Then he said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense, he and I are not in a relationship, we are just friends." Wang Yan smiled and said, "Do you think I will believe it? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child who is so easy to fool? I can tell at a glance what your relationship is. You two are a couple. Even if you are not a couple, you two must have a physical relationship. He. It's not that easy to fool me." After saying that, he looked at Dong Xinlan with a smug look on his face, ready to see Dong Xinlan's reaction. Chapter 132 Impulsive. Dong Xinlan was a little angry and looked at Wang Yan with displeasure. Because what Wang Yan said was right, that kind of thing did happen between her and Lin Xian. So I was still a little embarrassed and my cheeks were hot. In order to avoid being noticed by Wang Yan, he quickly adjusted his mood and expression. After thinking for a while, he rebuked, "What nonsense are you talking about? A dog can't spit out ivory. Don't think of us with your dirty thoughts. Do you think everyone is like you? I'm too lazy to argue with you. It's a waste of my breath and it affects my mood. It's my bad luck to meet you." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Wang Yan to reply, he turned to Lin Xian who was watching quietly and said, "Let's go." "Yeah." Lin Xian replied. Wang Yan naturally refused to let this go, and she quickly took out her cell phone from her bag, ready to take pictures of the two of them as evidence. He sneered again and said, don't go, I haven't taken any pictures yet. Turn around so I can take a front-facing photo of you." After hearing this, Dong Xinlan subconsciously turned her head and saw that the other party was taking pictures of them with his mobile phone. This made her feel unhappy. Her pretty eyebrows were slightly frowned and she looked unhappy. After thinking for a while, he said coldly, "Don't take pictures. If you take pictures again, I will call the police immediately. And I'm warning you, if you spread rumors, defame me, or destroy my reputation, I will call the police." Lin Xian also subconsciously stopped and turned to look. Seeing Wang Yan taking pictures of them with her mobile phone, and then seeing that Dong Xinlan was very angry, it seemed that Dong Xinlan could not handle the situation on her own, so he decided to take action. Then he quickly reached out and grabbed Wang Yan's cell phone and smashed it to the ground. Pa! The phone was smashed into pieces, with fragments flying everywhere. Lin Xian looked at Wang Yan, who was confused and had not yet reacted, with a serious expression and said in a cold voice, "Looking for trouble and stirring up trouble. If you want to be beaten, you can tell me and I can help you." After saying this, he stared at Wang Yan with an unfriendly expression, waiting for Wang Yan's reply. There were already some men, women, old and young people nearby, paying attention to this place and watching the excitement with different expressions. Now Lin Xian's action, coupled with this action, immediately attracted more men, women, old and young to look here. Men, women, old and young were watching and talking to each other in whispers. Dong Xinlan was also surprised. She subconsciously looked at Lin Xian, then turned to look at Wang Yan, ready to see Wang Yan's reaction. Lin Xian's action made her feel relieved and happy. So naturally it was impossible for him to speak out to stop Lin Xian, and he had no intention of persuading Lin Xian. At least there is no such idea at the moment. After Wang Yan came to her senses, she was so angry that her facial features were distorted and her face turned red. He glanced at the broken pieces of the phone on the ground, then looked at Lin Xian again, raised his finger and pointed at Lin Xian, and cursed angrily, "You little thing, how dare you smash my phone? Who gave you the guts? Are you tired of living? Are you asking for a beating? If I don't teach you how to be a good man today, I won't be named Wang. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize immediately, then compensate me for the money I spent on my phone and any other losses I have incurred. If it satisfies me, I may be able to punish you more severely or less severely, but otherwise I will make you regret coming into this world." After saying this, he stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression, waiting for Lin Xian to reply. Wang Yan's lover Li Bo also came to his senses at this time, looked at the mobile phone on the ground, then looked at Lin Xian, Dong Xinlan, and Wang Yan. After thinking for a while, he said to Wang Yan, no need, there is no need to make a big deal out of this. It will not be good for anyone if things get out of hand. Calm down. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Wang Yan to reply, he smiled and said to Dong Xinlan, "Beauty, your friend is a little impulsive, you should also let him calm down. He is too young and so impulsive. Alas, that's what young people are like. They are so unstable." Chapter 131. Can you tolerate this? Dong Xinlan looked at Li Bo and Wang Yan without answering. Instead, she turned to look at Lin Xian, ready to listen to what Lin Xian had to say. She knew Lin Xian's strength, so it should be easy for him to deal with these two people. So as long as Lin Xian is willing to take action, she doesn't need to worry about it and can just watch quietly. Wang Yan went too far and she never thought of stopping there. After all, she is still very angry now. It was good enough that he didn't ask Lin Xian to teach Wang Yan a lesson. After listening to what the two people said, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Noticing that Dong Xinlan was looking at him, he turned to Dong Xinlan and said with a smile, "Just watch, I will help you vent your anger. I will teach her a lesson so that she won't dare to provoke you again in the future." "Well, thank you for your help," Dong Xinlan said. "It's just a small matter." "You're welcome," Lin Xian replied with a smile. After saying that, he turned and looked at Wang Yan and Li Bo. First he said to Li Bo, "Don't talk, just watch quietly. If you insist on intervening, then I can confront you and deal with you first. Also, it's not that young people are too impulsive or unstable, but this woman is too cheap and deserves a beating. I can't tolerate it, and there's no need to tolerate it." After saying this, he looked at Li Bo seriously. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Wang Yan turned to Li Bo and said, "He really doesn't take you seriously and looks down on you. Can you tolerate this? Hurry up and teach him a lesson, let him know how powerful you are, otherwise he will look down on you and think you are a coward." She didn't have the confidence to deal with Lin Xian on her own, so she still had to rely on her lover Li Bo. The reason why she dared to be so arrogant to Lin Xian was mainly because Li Bo was next to her. If Lin Xian dares to do anything to her, Li Bo will take action. Even if Li Bo didn't take action, she would let Li Bo take action. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Bo became angry and his face turned gloomy. After listening to Wang Yan's words again, he stared at Lin Xian and replied to Wang Yan, "Even if you don't say it, I will teach him a lesson. Let him know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Let him know that I am not someone that a little kid like him can afford to offend." Then he said to Lin Xian in a cold voice, "Since you don't listen to my kind words, don't blame me for getting angry. You kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my friend right now, or you will bear the consequences." After saying this, he stared at Lin Xian with an extremely serious expression, and his whole aura and momentum began to rise. He is the boss of the company and has been in a high position for a long time. He still has some aura and presence, and ordinary people can still be intimidated by him. A little brat like Lin Xian is even easier to deal with. Unfortunately, Lin Xian is not an ordinary person. This aura is of no use to Lin Xian. At this time, Wang Yan looked at Lin Xian with disdain and sneer, waiting for Lin Xian's reaction. He looked like he was ready to watch a good show. Dong Xinlan continued to watch quietly without saying anything. She still has great confidence in Lin Xian. Although she didn't know Li Bo's identity and background, or how powerful he was. The men, women, old and young who were watching around became even more interested at this time, watching without blinking, afraid of missing any exciting moments. A few men and women even took out their mobile phones to secretly film, preparing to share the videos with friends or upload them to the internet. After hearing what Li Bo said, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, and then said in a cold voice, "You two should kneel down and kowtow to apologize to us immediately. If you don't listen, you will bear the consequences." After he finished speaking, the aura and momentum on his body were released and rose rapidly. The temperature around seemed to drop a few degrees. It makes people feel very depressed and fearful. Is your breathing affected? Lin Xian's combat capability is very strong now, and his aura and momentum of a strong man is very great. What's more, his financial resources and connections give him absolute confidence. If your self-confidence is strong enough, your momentum and aura will naturally be stronger. Chapter 132. Do you dare? Wang Yan and Li Bo were surprised when they heard what Lin Xian said. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would say such a thing. Is there something wrong with his brain, or is he really capable? Wang Yan took a look and immediately started to curse. Who do you think you are? You want us to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to you? Are you drunk or are you still sleepy? Stop talking nonsense and kneel down and kowtow to apologize. If it satisfies us, we may be able to reduce the punishment. After Li Bo came to his senses, he looked at Lin Xian and replied with a disdainful sneer, "Who do you think you are? You want us to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to you? Are you dreaming? You will have to bear the consequences at your own risk. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I was scared?" The men, women, young and old who were watching around continued to watch without blinking. Dong Xinlan was also watching quietly at this time, thinking about it, and still said nothing. Lin Xian looked at Li Bo and Wang Yan, and said in a cold voice, "In that case, I will let you see how powerful I am." After saying this, he kicked the two people one after another. Lin Xian's kick was too fast. Although the two people noticed it, they instinctively wanted to react. Unfortunately, the body has no time to react. Bang! Ah! Bang! Ah! The calves of the two men were kicked by Lin Xian one after another, making them scream in pain and fall to the ground with a plop. Then he lay on his side on the ground, covering the painful part, screaming heart-wrenchingly, his face flushed and cold sweat pouring out. Lin Xian kicked out quickly and retracted his feet even faster, standing straight in the same place, as if he had not done anything just now. He looked down at the two people on the ground with a condescending attitude. I just looked at him for a while, without rushing to speak. I planned to wait for the two people to scream for a while, and then do it after the screams subsided a little. Now the two of them were suffering from excruciating pain. It seemed that they could not hear what he said, and they had no mind or ability to reply to him. The men, women, young and old who were watching around were all surprised and astonished when they saw this process and this result. They never expected that Lin Xian would actually do it as soon as he said it. And it happened so fast that they didn't even see the whole process before the two men knelt down. No wonder Lin Xian is so confident and domineering, it turns out he is good at fighting. Dong Xinlan was also surprised for a moment. After she came to her senses, she looked at the two people on the ground, especially when she saw Wang Yan's miserable appearance. She felt relieved and felt much more comfortable. Lin Xian waited until the screams of the two people subsided a little before he coldly asked them, "Apologize. If you don't apologize, I will continue to beat you until you two apologize." Wang Yan, who was screaming, tried her best to hold back her screams after hearing this, and cursed angrily, "How dare you, you bastard, hit me? You are in big trouble. You are finished. I will make you pay a heavy price." Then he said to Li Bo, who was screaming and groaning in pain, in a sobbing voice, "Dear, call someone to come over and avenge us. Beat this bastard to death or maim him. Make him pay back tenfold or 100-fold. Because of the pain, my speech was a little abnormal." After hearing this, Li Bo looked at Lin Xian fiercely, holding back screams and groans of pain, and said to Lin Xian fiercely, "Boy, you dare to hit me, you are finished. If you have the guts, just wait until I call someone over. Do you dare?" After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian and waited. He was really a little worried that Lin Xian would not dare. Although he was not worried that Lin Xian would run away and was confident that he could find Lin Xian later, revenge was never as good as taking it here. Taking revenge here can also help you regain your lost face. Chapter 133. Can you do it? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, looked at Li Bo and thought for a moment before asking, "Who are you looking for? Are you looking for your friends or some well-known big brother?" Li Bo looked at Lin Xian in confusion, and after thinking for a while, he replied, "To deal with a kid like you, we can just call a few friends to deal with it. Why do we need to find a big brother? Are you qualified?" Lin Xian sneered and replied, "A few friends are not enough. In order to avoid wasting everyone's time and to prevent you from being dissatisfied later, you'd better call as many people as you can." Li Bo stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Then he sneered disdainfully and replied, "What an arrogant boy. I'm not sure how capable you are, but I have seen how good you are at bragging. Since you dare, then just wait for me." After saying that, he took out his mobile phone, operated it, and called his friend. Li Bo called several friends one after another and asked them to bring some people over, and then sent the location here to his friends. After finishing the call, he said to Lin Xian, "Wait, I won't let you wait too long." Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, and said to Dong Xilan, who was standing quietly by the side with a smile, "It's boring to just stand here and wait, let's go shopping inside the store." Dong Xilan looked at Lin Xian and nodded. Then the two of them entered the store and started wandering around. Lin Xian was very calm and his expression was very natural. Dong Xilan was a little worried and looked a little unnatural. After all, the other party has called people over, and it is not known how many people will come, and it is not certain whether Lin Xian can handle it. Although she had confidence in Lin Xian, she still couldn't help but worry. She looked at Lin Xian and saw that he was very natural and calm, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. She couldn't help but wonder whether Lin Xian had enough confidence in his own strength, or he overestimated himself, or underestimated his opponent. Dong Xinlan thought about it and couldn't help asking, "If they call dozens of people over, can you handle it?" "Of course, I can handle it easily, believe me." Lin Xian turned around and replied confidently. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian, thought for a moment and asked curiously, "How powerful are you? You can even handle dozens of people. This is incredible. It's hard to believe." Lin Xian thought for a moment before smiling and replying, "I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know how many people I can beat. I'll tell you when I have a chance to try it. But now it is certain that a few dozen people can handle it easily without any pressure. You may not believe what I say now, but you will know in a while. This is also a demonstration for you, so that you can better understand my strength." Dong Xilan looked at Lin Xian for a few seconds, trying to see if Lin Xian was joking. After looking at it for a few seconds without making any judgment, he thought for a while before replying, "Well, okay." The two then continued to browse the store. This is a clothing store. It is quite large and sells both men's and women's clothing. However, some male and female customers and shop assistants in the store looked at the two people from time to time with different expressions. A few men and women watched while talking to each other, whispering, and discussing in low voices. Li Bo and Wang Yan, who were originally kneeling on the ground, gritted their teeth and stood up, then sat down on a long bench nearby. Wang Yan groaned in pain, grimaced, and cursed angrily, venting her frustration and dissatisfaction. Li Bo also gritted his teeth and endured the pain, thinking angrily about how to deal with and torture Lin Xian. "When I think of some scenes and images, the pain seems to be reduced a little." Naturally, he was also thinking about the beautiful Dong Xinlan, and wondering how to get this woman. Chapter 134. Come here quickly. After a while, 20 or 30 men with different clothes, heights, weights, and ages entered the mall, found Li Bo, stood at the door of the store, and blocked the entrance. Of course, it was brought by 2 or 3 people, so it was divided into several groups that arrived one after another. "Boss Li, where is the person who beat you? Did he run away? Brother Li, are there enough people? If not, I'll call again." 2 or 3 of them asked Li Bo. Li Bo called 3 of his friends and brothers, and each of them brought about 10 brothers and friends to help. At this time, Li Bo also stood up, full of confidence, overflowing with self-confidence and heroic spirit. He said to each of them, "That guy is in this store, the one. I'll call him over now." After saying that, he shouted to Lin Xian, who was trying on clothes, "Little thing, come here quickly. Why are you still trying on clothes? I'm afraid you'll never have the chance to wear them in your lifetime." After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian fiercely and waited. Wang Yan also shouted at Dong Xinlan angrily, "Bitch, get over here." After saying this, he looked at it intently and waited. Naturally, he also started thinking about how to teach this bitch Dong Xinlan and this bastard Lin Xian a lesson. The 20 or 30 helpers who were called over looked at Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan one by one. After seeing Dong Xinlan's appearance and figure, everyone stared at her without blinking. Men, women, old and young inside and outside the store were looking at the store with different expressions. Some were talking to each other, whispering, and discussing in low voices while looking at the store. After hearing this, Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan turned their heads to look. After Lin Xian took a look, he turned to Dong Xinlan, who was standing aside, and said, "Just wait and watch here. I'll go deal with them." Dong Xinlan turned to look at Lin Xian, a little worried. She moved her lips but didn't say what she wanted to say. Instead, she said, "Be careful. Don't be careless. Don't let anything go wrong. After all, there are so many of them. It looks like there are more than 30 of them. Well, don't worry. They can't make me capsize here. I don't take them seriously. I can handle it easily. Just watch." Lin Xian replied confidently with a smile. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and couldn't help but believe it a little when she saw how confident he was. Lin Xian smiled at Dong Xinlan, then turned to look at Li Bo and Wang Yan, and walked over while watching them. He stood a few meters in front of the two people and said to them, "These are the only few you can call, or do you think these are enough?" Li Bo sneered disdainfully and replied, "You will know soon. If you don't want to be beaten to death here, then both of you should kneel down and kowtow to us right now. If you apologize in a good manner and satisfy us, we will spare your lives." Wang Yan looked at Lin Xian with a disdainful sneer, then looked at Dong Xinlan, who was standing behind and watching this, and shouted at Dong Xinlan arrogantly, "What are you still doing standing there, you bitch? Come here quickly, kneel down, and kowtow to apologize. If you don't kneel down and kowtow to apologize, your fate will be countless times more miserable. If you don't believe me, you can try it." After saying that, he looked at Dong Xinlan and waited. After hearing what the two said, Lin Xian said in a cold voice, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Now that your people are here, I'm going to take action." After he finished speaking, he quickly approached the two people without waiting for their reply. Seeing this, Li Bo and Wang Yan were shocked, their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled noticeably. I wanted to react, but my body just wasn't able to do it in time. They could only watch Lin Xian approach them quickly. Let the feeling of fear and terror in their bodies rise rapidly. My head was buzzing. Chapter 135. Everyone is shocked. Bang. Ah. Bang. Ah. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. Ah. Lin Xian kicked Li Bo and Wang Yan away one after another. The powerful force caused the two people to fly backwards with screams, knocking down several people standing behind them, causing them to fall to the ground screaming and groaning in pain. Lin Xian didn't stop and rushed directly into the crowd. Attack them quickly one by one. The dull sounds of collision, the crisp sounds of bones breaking, and the screams of pain were continuous and dense. Because Lin Xian's speed was too fast, some men couldn't react at all. Some men reacted and wanted to fight back, but unfortunately it was useless and they were killed instantly by Lin Xian's move. Some men attacked Lin Xian, but unfortunately they were too slow and Lin Xian was too fast, so they couldn't hit Lin Xian at all, and they didn't even touch Lin Xian's clothes. This made everyone feel surprised, shocked, incredible and unbelievable. I felt scared, nervous and afraid. Some people even thought about running away, but because of face, they had to bite the bullet and continue. In addition, they still believed that these dozens of people could deal with Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, charging forward recklessly and invincible. Wherever he passed, there were screams and people and horses fell to the ground, screaming. Or he knocked down the people behind him, who fell to the ground screaming in pain. It is just like chopping melons and vegetables, easy and effortless. In the eyes of some people at this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, shrouded in brilliant light. The whole audience was shocked. Stunned. I'm dumbfounded. I was stunned. I can't accept this. I doubt my eyes. Doubt all this. I doubt this world. I doubt my own understanding. This makes some people feel fear, awe, admiration, worship, and obsession. In more than 10 seconds, more than 30 men were easily dealt with by Lin Xian. They were knocked to the ground one by one, covering their painful parts and screaming and groaning in pain. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions and feelings. They were totally unable to accept all this. Lin Xian withdrew his hand and stood still. He was not injured at all, his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He looked as if he had not done anything just now. Lin Xian glanced at the people on the ground and sneered disdainfully. Then he walked over to Li Bo and Wang Yan and stood beside them, looking down at the two people who were screaming and groaning in pain on the ground with a condescending attitude. He didn't rush to speak, just looked at her expressionlessly. Seeing this, Li Bo and Wang Yan, who were screaming and groaning in pain, couldn't help but become nervous and frightened, worried that Lin Xian would hit them again. But they had no choice but to continue screaming and groaning in pain, not daring to look Lin Xian in the eye. They never imagined that Lin Xian, who didn't look strong and didn't seem to be able to fight, was actually so good at fighting. He could fight to such an extent that it could be said to be abnormal and outrageous. This makes them feel very unreal and they are unwilling to accept this fact. They hope that this is all an illusion and a dream, and hope to wake up from this nightmare soon. Lin Xian looked at the two people before asking in a cold voice, "Do you accept it or not? If not, I can continue to beat you until you accept it." The two of them suddenly came to their senses and looked at Lin Xian with fear, terror, and nervousness. Wang Yan didn't know what to say for a moment, so after looking at Lin Xian, she turned to look at Li Bo, wanting to see Li Bo's reaction and hear what Li Bo had to say. She understands the principle of being arrogant when necessary and honest when necessary. She is neither a masochist nor a fool. If she says anything harsh or threatening at this time, she is simply asking for trouble. Chapter 136. I'm convinced. Li Bo looked at Lin Xian and thought for a while, then he replied a little frustrated, I give in. You are awesome, you are awesome. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. Lin Xian is so powerful. If he continues to fight with Lin Xian, his end will be even worse than it is now. For such a powerful character, it would be fine if we fight him openly, but if you attack him by surprise, he won't even know how he died. So, that's it, let's stop here. The best choice is to choose so far. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, turned to Dong Xinlan and said, Aunt Dong, come here. Dong Xinlan, who was standing behind and watching, came to her senses after hearing this and walked closer while watching. He stood beside Lin Xian and asked, What's the matter? Lin Xian said, Stand here and accept their apology. Then he turned to Li Bo and Wang Yan on the ground and said seriously, Apologize to us. You, mainly apologize to Aunt Dong. After hearing this, Li Bo and Wang Yan immediately apologized. I'm sorry. I was blind and offended you. I didn't dare to offend you. I know I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Li Bo apologized sincerely. Wang Yan also sincerely apologized to Dong Xinlan. I'm sorry, it was me who caused trouble, I was unreasonable, I was a slut, I know I was wrong, I will never dare to mess with you again, I hope you can forgive me this time. Dong Xinlan looked at the two people and felt much better and relieved. He didn't want to say anything to the two of them, so he turned his head and said to Lin Xian, Let's go. Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan and thought for a while before replying, Well, okay. The two then left the store together. Li Bo and Wang Yan on the ground breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Although they felt ashamed, embarrassed and aggrieved, they had no choice but to endure it. At this moment, they just wanted to leave this embarrassing place as soon as possible. They didn't want to be watched and laughed at by these people, and they didn't want to bear all kinds of gazes from these people. But they couldn't get up and their bodies were in pain. After Dong Xinlan and Lin Xian walked away, Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian looked as if nothing had happened and was extremely calm and composed, she felt very curious. I don't know why Lin Xian was so calm and composed. After all, he just beat up dozens of people. What a powerful mentality this is. She became more and more curious about Lin Xian, and she became more and more confused. She felt that Lin Xian was becoming more and more mysterious, as if he was shrouded in a fog that made her unable to see clearly or see through him. I knew you were a good fighter, but I didn't expect you to be able to fight to this extent. It's incredible, outrageous, and he knocked down 20 or 30 people so easily and quickly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, if someone else told me, I would definitely not believe it. Dong Xinlan said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and replied, I am indeed a good fighter, I am not being modest. Don't even mention these 20 or 30 people. Even if there are several times more, I can easily handle them. So if you encounter something like this in the future, feel free to tell me. Of course, if you encounter anything else that you can't solve yourself, you can also tell me and I will help you solve it. These things are trivial to me. Don't worry that I can't solve it, or worry that it will cause me trouble and choose to handle it yourself. There's no need. Got it? Dong Xinlan was moved after hearing this, and at the same time she felt safe. Her heart was filled with sweetness and happiness. It feels good to have a strong man to rely on. So for a moment, Dong Xinlan just looked at Lin Xian and forgot to speak. A pair of beautiful eyes full of affection. Congratulations, master. Dong Xinlan's affection towards you has increased by 10 points. Chapter 137. You are so awesome. Receive a bonus system that increases your free attribute points by 50 points. Receive a bonus of 200 points of increased physical strength. Receive a reward of 200 points of increased physical defense value. Receive a reward of 200 combat experience points. Receive a reward of 200 points for combat skill points. Receive a reward that increases your combat power by 20 points. Receive a reward of 200 points of inner strength. You will be rewarded with a Friend of Dragon Nation's number 7 leader. Receive a system reward of 10% equity of a company with a market value of 100 billion. Receive a system reward of 10 billion in cash. Receive a system reward of a private jet worth 2 billion. Received a system reward of antique calligraphy and painting worth 10 billion. The rewards have been distributed, please check, Master. When Lin Xian heard about these rewards, he became a little excited. Because the rewards this time are quite generous. After Lin Xian calmed down, he saw Dong Xinlan still looking at him lovingly. This made him smile, and after thinking for a while he said, "Okay, it's settled. Just remember what I said. Let's continue shopping." Dong Xinlan finally came back to her senses and replied, "Yeah, okay." Then the two of them walked side by side and continued shopping. After Lin Xian took a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "By the way, how did you become enemies with that woman? Why does she hate you so much? Is it simply envy and jealousy, or is there any conflict of interest?" Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, "It should be about the job title evaluation. Ever since that incident, she has been causing trouble for me for no reason and opposing me at every turn." "Oh, I see," Lin Xian replied. Then he asked, "Did you pass the evaluation?" "Yes, I got the award. My current professional title is lecturer, and intermediate professional title," Dong Xinlan replied. "You are so awesome," Lin Xian said. "That's not so great." "It's not great at all," Dong Xinlan replied. Lin Xian thought for a moment and asked, "So what are you pursuing? Do you want to be a teacher for life and continue to improve your professional title, or do you want to have the opportunity to do a job you like more and make more money, or start a business and become a boss?" Dong Xinlan thought for a moment before replying, "I like this job very much. It would be even better if my job title could be promoted. But it doesn't matter if I can't. I can do this job for the rest of my life until I retire. As for a better job that pays more, first, I don't have a job I like more, and second, I don't have the ability to do any other better job. It's the same with starting a business and being a boss. I don't think I have the ability to be a boss. I don't think I can succeed in starting a business, especially in this era of increasingly involutionary competition. I have even less confidence. I work to earn money, use the savings for some low-risk investments, and I'm satisfied with making some easy money." Lin Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Being a teacher is good. You can indeed work until retirement." What he didn't say was that being a teacher is great and that wearing professional attire makes one more sexy and attractive. The temptation of teacher uniform is great. Just thinking about it made some emotions fluctuate in his body and his blood surge. Dong Xinlan smiled and nodded, turned around and walked forward without saying anything else. Lin Xian looked at Dong Xinlan and thought for a while before asking, "How much money do you have for investment now?" Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian, wondering why Lin Xian asked this. After thinking for a while, he answered truthfully, "My current annual income is 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. After living expenses, mortgage payments, and buying a car, there is not much left. Over the years, my total savings have only been around 300,000 yuan. Currently, I have used most of it to buy financial products, and a small portion to buy funds. The risk of the fund is also quite high. I am afraid of losing money, so I dare not invest too much." Chapter 138. Do you believe me? Lin Xian nodded after hearing this, looked at Dong Xinlan and thought for a while, then said, "I have a better investment channel, do you want to invest with me? Take out 200,000 yuan and I'll let professional investors invest for you. The monthly interest rate can be around 30%, which is about 60,000 yuan per month. Do you dare? Or do you believe me?" Of course what he said was a lie, he just wanted to increase Dong Xinlan's income. As for where this income came from and whether it was transferred from his pocket to Dong Xinlan, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he wouldn't tell Dong Xinlan. Dong Xinlan was surprised for a moment, and then asked in surprise, "The interest rate is so high?" "Well, yes," Lin Xian replied. Then the risk should be very big, right? Dong Xinlan asked. As long as the capital is strong enough, the risk can be very low and the competitiveness is very strong, which means the ability to make money is very strong. The more capital there is, the lower the risk is, because the more capital there is, the stronger the control over risk is. So, the risk is very low. Lin Xian said. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian and thought about it, then said, "Okay, when should I transfer the money to you?" "It's all right now. We can start counting tomorrow," Lin Xian said. "Okay," Dong Xinlan replied. After saying that, she took out her mobile phone from her handbag and started operating it. Soon, 200,000 yuan was transferred to Lin Xian's bank card. "Got it," Lin Xian said. "Well, okay," Dong Xinlan replied. In order to avoid Dong Xinlan from worrying, Lin Xian immediately said, don't worry about the risks. The risks are controllable. I have given my money to these professional investors. If you don't trust them, you can trust me. If they lose your 200,000, I will compensate you out of my own pocket. After all, I asked you to invest, so I have a responsibility." No, there's no need for that. After all, you're doing this for my own good, to help me manage my finances and make money. How could I let you take the responsibility?" Dong Xinlan said. Then he added, "But this is my first time doing this, and it's an investment with such a high interest rate. I can't help but worry, and it may take some time for me to get used to it." "I understand. I know you need time. I also want to enlighten you. I hope you can eliminate these negative emotions as soon as possible so that you can live a happier life and look forward to something better, such as expecting to get 60,000 yuan in interest after 30 days. Lin Xian said with a smile. "Well, thank you for your kindness, I will." Dong Xinlan said with a smile. "That's good. I feel relieved then," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then the two of them went shopping in the mall while chatting. Soon they noticed a nice clothing store, and the two of them entered the store and started looking at clothes. Lin Xian had no intention of buying clothes, so he just accompanied Dong Xinlan to look at them. Dong Xinlan also had no intention of buying clothes, of course, at least not at the moment. If you see something you like, you can buy it. Li Bo and Wang Yan were sent to the hospital, and after a physical examination, it was found that there was nothing serious. However, the two of them still chose to stay in the hospital. After all, their legs are so painful that they are currently unable to walk normally. Either use a cane or a wheelchair. They don't want to be like this and would rather choose to lie in the hospital bed and be discharged when the pain is gone. At this moment, Wang Yan thought of the previous situations and became more and more angry and resentful. She began to think about means of revenge and what would be the best way to retaliate. After thinking viciously, he revealed a cruel smile, took the phone and started operating it. Chapter 139 Dong Xinlan Confession. Dong Xinlan and Lin Xian shopped until after 5 o'clock. Because the two of them did not plan to go back to Dong Xinlan's parents' home for dinner. So we discussed it and found a Western restaurant for dinner. In a private room of a Western restaurant. The two of them ate and drank red wine, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Just like a couple, the atmosphere is ambiguous. Suddenly, Dong Xinlan's cell phone on the table rang. Dong Xinlan turned her head and saw that it was the vice principal calling. Then he picked up the phone, put it to his ear, and said, "Vice Principal Zhang, what's the matter? Didn't you go online? Didn't you see what was happening about you online?" asked Vice Principal Zhang Hui on the phone. Dong Xinlan replied in a daze, "No, I haven't looked at my phone much today, what's wrong?" "Someone broke the news that you were supporting a gigolo and that you had bad teacher ethics. The incident has become a big deal and the school is under a lot of pressure now. Even the higher-ups are asking about it. So I want to know what the situation is." Vice President Zhang Hui said on the phone. "That's slander. I definitely don't have a gigolo. Wang Yan must have deliberately framed me and slandered me," Dong Xinlan said anxiously. Lin Xian, who was looking at Dong Xinlan, heard these words and knew what was going on. Then he said to Dong Xinlan, "Let me talk to him." After that, he took the phone from Dong Xinlan and said to the person on the phone, "I will handle this matter. I will have people delete all the news online, and I will also have people deal with the people who spread rumors and slander. You don't have to worry about it. Oh, by the way, for the sake of your school's reputation, you can say that I'm Dong Xinlan's boyfriend and we're in a normal relationship." Oh, sure." Vice Principal Zhang Hui on the phone was surprised for a moment, then replied after he came to his senses. Lin Xian didn't say any more nonsense, put down the phone and ended the call. Then he handed the phone to Dong Xinlan, who was looking at him with a complicated expression, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, leave everything to me, I can handle it quickly." "Well, okay, thank you," Dong Xinlan replied. "It's a small matter, not worth mentioning," Lin Xian replied with a smile. After saying that, he picked up his cell phone and called the number of the number 7 leader of Dragon Country. After the call was connected, I said a few words to the other party and ended the call. He put down his phone and said to Dong Xinlan, "Okay, the information on the internet will disappear soon, and Wang Yan will be arrested. I will put her in jail. From now on, you should not see her anymore, and she won't dare to appear in front of you again." Dong Xinlan naturally believed what Lin Xian said, so she was very moved and thanked Lin Xian. "Thank you. It's a small matter. There is nothing between us. It would be too polite to say thank you," Lin Xian replied with a smile. At this moment, the words of the cute classmate came to my mind. "Congratulations, master. Dong Xinlan's affection towards you has increased by 20 points. Received a system reward of 150 points of free attribute points. Receive a system reward that increases your combat value by 100 points. Obtained the system reward Shadowless Kick and upgraded it to advanced level. Received the system reward Godly Step and upgraded it to advanced level. Received a system reward that increased your inner strength by 500 points. Receive a system reward of a friend from the 3rd tier forces in the Dragon Nation's underground world. Receive 50% of the shares of a company with a market value of 500 billion as a system reward. Receive a system reward of 50 billion in cash. Receive a system reward of a private jet worth 5 billion. Received a system reward of 50 billion worth of antique calligraphy and painting. Receive a manor worth 10 billion as a system reward. The rewards have been distributed, please check." Lin Xian became excited when he heard these rewards. He didn't expect that Dong Xinlan's affection value would increase so much this time, directly increasing by 20 points. At present, Dong Xinlan's affection value for him has reached 72 points. Dong Xinlan looked at Lin Xian. Maybe it was because she had drunk some wine that made her bolder, or maybe her emotions had reached a certain level that she couldn't help herself and wanted to express herself. So, he said to Lin Xian affectionately, "Xiao Xian, I like you. Do you like me? Will you be my boyfriend?" After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian nervously and waited, worried that he would be rejected. Lin Xian was a little surprised, but not very surprised. After all, Dong Xinlan's affection value for him has reached 72 points. After looking at Dong Xinlan and thinking for a while, he replied, "I like you too, I am willing to be your boyfriend." Dong Xinlan was delighted and excited. For a moment, she just smiled at Lin Xian, not knowing what to say. Lin Xian also looked at Dong Xinlan with a smile without saying anything. But he was thinking in his heart that he was Dong Xinlan's boyfriend now, and it would be a bit troublesome to gain affection points from other women in the future. It's really confusing. Is this considered hanging from a tree? Forget it, forget it. My wealth and military strength are already very high now, so I don't need so many rewards. At least I'm not in a hurry to get so many rewards. Just lie down, just lie down. Now he has the capital to lie down. You can be more Buddhist now. After Lin Xian thought about it for a while, he said, "Okay, let's continue eating. After dinner, I'll take you somewhere." "Well, where?" Dong Xinlan asked subconsciously. "You'll know in a moment," Lin Xian replied with a smile. Dong Xinlan suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask any more questions. She looked away and continued eating. After a while, the two of them ate and drank well. Lin Xian paid the bill and left the restaurant. The two men returned to the car, and Lin Xian started to make a phone call to give instructions. After giving the instructions, he drove towards the manor with a market value of 3 billion yuan. After a while, the car arrived at the gate of the manor. The gate of the manor opened automatically and the car drove in. "What are you doing here?" Dong Xinlan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked Lin Xian curiously. Lin Xian, who was driving the car, smiled and replied, "This is my house." "Ah, this is actually your house?" Dong Xinlan was surprised and shocked, and said with some disbelief. "Of course, there's nothing to deceive you about this. I have some better houses. I'll take you to visit them when I have the chance." Lin Xian replied with a smile, feeling secretly happy. Dong Xinlan stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds before asking, "How much did you win? This house must be worth at least several billion, right? This is just one of your many houses. There are better ones. How much do these cost? Didn't you win the money from the lottery, but something else?" Lin Xian thought for a moment before replying, "If I tell you that I inherited a huge fortune from a relative of mine, would you believe it?" Dong Xinlan stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds before replying, "I have to believe it, because there is no other reason." "Well, just believe me. If you believe me, there's no need to waste any more breath. Let's change the subject." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Chapter 140 Ex-girlfriend regrets. "Well, okay." Dong Xinlan replied. After saying that, he didn't continue to talk, but looked out the car window, watching the situation outside. Look at the pavilions, towers, and all kinds of high-end greenery and architectural facilities. Luxury, so luxurious. Big, really big. Soon, the car stopped in front of the main villa. The two got out of the car and entered the villa together. All the information about this manor is in Lin Xian's mind, so Lin Xian is very familiar with everything in this manor. There is no one in the manor at the moment. He had previously called and asked someone to arrange for some servants, chefs, and the like to come over. "I'll show you around and have a look around." Lin Xian smiled and greeted Dong Xinlan, who was looking around with a surprised look on her face. "Well, okay." Dong Xinlan replied. The two of them finished visiting the first floor and then took the elevator upstairs. After visiting the second floor, we visited the third floor. Then the two of them stood on a balcony on the third floor, looking at the appearance and scenery of the entire manor. Lin Xian hugged Dong Xinlan's soft and fragrant body from behind, and asked with a smile in Dong Xinlan's ear, "Xinlan, do you like it?" "I like it." Dong Xinlan replied. The first time Lin Xian called her this name, she was a little uncomfortable, but she thought it was very sweet and nice. This is how they feel like a couple. Lin Xian smiled and said, "We can live here in the future. Of course, we can also live in some better places. I have many better houses and we can live in them in rotation." "Yeah." Dong Xinlan replied. Lin Xian then turned Dong Xinlan around to face him, hugged Dong Xinlan, and kissed her sexy and attractive red lips. Dong Xinlan also responded by hooking her arms around Lin Xian's neck. After the two stood here kissing for a few minutes, Lin Xian picked up Dong Xinlan in a princess hug and walked into the house. They arrived at a room, put Dong Xinlan on the bed, then pressed himself on Dong Xinlan and continued kissing her. After more than an hour, the battle was over. The two hugged each other and rested with their eyes closed. "Congratulations, master. Dong Xinlan's affection towards you has increased by 20 points. Received a system reward, increasing the free attribute value by 300 points. Receive a system reward that increases your combat value by 300 points. Received a system reward that increased your inner strength by 1000 points. Receive 50% of the shares of a company with a market value of 2 trillion yuan as a system reward. Receive a system reward of 100 billion in cash. Receive a system reward of a private jet worth 10 billion. Received a system reward of antique calligraphy and painting worth 100 billion. Received a small island worth 50 billion as a system reward. The rewards have been distributed, please check, master." Lin Xian became excited after hearing this. He didn't expect to receive so many rewards. Calm down and continue to rest. It's not that he needs rest, but Dong Xinlan needs rest. After dozens of minutes, the battle started again. After fighting for more than an hour, we took a break. Lin Xian asked the housekeeper to arrange a midnight snack. Then he continued to fight with Dong Xinlan. After the battle, the two went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into pajamas, and went downstairs to the restaurant for dinner. After eating, I went back upstairs and went to sleep. The next morning, the two woke up, took care of their personal hygiene, and then went downstairs for breakfast. After breakfast, the two took a walk in the manor. Xiang Shuangshuan came to the gate of the manor and took a look at the situation inside. Then he rang the doorbell. Soon, a voice came from the device on the wall. "Who are you? What's the matter? Who are you looking for?" The housekeeper in the villa asked after looking at it on the tablet. Xiang Shuangshuan replied to the device, "I want to find the owner of your manor. I have something very important to tell her. My name is Xiang Shuangshuan. Of course, the owner of this manor may not know me, but the gigolo she keeps knows me because I am his ex-girlfriend. I saw the gigolo. She kept having an affair with another woman and cheating on her. I have video evidence here. After hearing this, the butler thought for a moment before saying, "Wait, I'll inform the master." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called Lin Xian. Lin Xian, who was walking with Dong Dongxin in the manor, received a call from the housekeeper. After saying a few words, he ended the call, put down the phone, and sneered disdainfully. Then he took Dong Xinlan to the gate of the manor and looked at Xiang Shuangshuang standing outside the gate. Xiang Shuangshuang looked at Dong Xinlan and Lin Xian, and then said to Dong Xinlan, "Beauty, this pretty boy you kept cheated on you. I saw him with other women with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, I can watch it with you via video. I'm supporting a gigolo. Why are you all saying I'm supporting a gigolo? Are you all sick? He is my boyfriend. We are in a relationship, not a relationship of keeping someone. Besides, he is so rich. Even if I want to support him, I can't afford it." Dong Xinlan replied unhappily. "What the hell?" Xiang Shuangshuang was a little confused and couldn't react for a moment. After a few seconds, he suddenly came to his senses and asked Dong Xinlan, "Where does he get the money? Didn't you give him the money? Isn't this manor yours? Isn't it your home? This manor is yours, so you are a rich man. How could you not be able to support him? Don't I know how much he weighs? He used to be a poor delivery guy, making only a few thousand yuan a month." Dong Xinlan was speechless and then said, "This manor is his, not mine. The past was the past, and the present is the present. Just because he didn't have money before doesn't mean he doesn't have money now. He is a rich man now." Then he asked Lin Xian curiously, "Who is she? She seems to hate you very much. My ex-girlfriend dumped me because I was poor and slept with a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Later, when he found out I was rich, he didn't believe it anymore. He thought I was being kept by someone, and that was it." Lin Xian replied, looking at Xiang Shuangshuang outside the door with a disdainful sneer. "Oh, that's why." Dong Xinlan replied. "Okay, ignore this crazy woman, let's go back to the house." Lin Xian greeted with a smile. Then he put his arms around Dong Xinlan's soft waist and left. He didn't want Dong Xinlan to see the video in the hands of that bitch Xiang Shuangshuang. "It seems like I have to be more careful next time and guard against this bitch taking secret photos and causing trouble." Xiang Shuangshuang stood there stupidly at this time, watching the two people's backs as they left. Then he looked at this luxurious manor. At this moment, she regretted it. I really regret it. If she hadn't broken up with Lin Xian, all of this would belong to her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She squatted down helplessly, covered her face and started crying and begging, hoping that Lin Xian would give her another chance. Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan returned to the room and did what adults should do. In the days that followed, Lin Xian and Dong Xinlan lived a happy and fulfilling life. Of course, when Lin Xian is free, he will also play with Lu Chingrew, Han Lulu, and Diliren to gain a little affection value and some system rewards. In order to avoid capsizing, Lin Xian was very careful. Not long after, Lin Xian became the richest man in the world, the real richest man in the world. He became the most powerful person in the world, the master behind the scenes, controlling everything in this world. His power is so great that he can destroy a small country with just one word. End of the book.